Torrential rain pelted the ground with a crackling sound, as if countless vengeful spirits were venting their fury. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, and the fierce wind howled incessantly rumbling. After a dazzling flash of lightning followed by deafening rolls of thunder, Wang Hao's body and head began to shake. He subconsciously sat up, but his head hit something hard. Opening his eyes, he found himself inside a transparent crystal coffin. Where am I? His mind felt as if filled with paste, his consciousness groggy, and an unbearable, tingling numbness permeated his entire body. But before he could react, the crystal coffin suddenly sank, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly as the coffin was swept off a cliff by a raging mountain torrent. After a dizzying whirl, he was engulfed by freezing river water and immediately lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt like a long time. Wang Hao was awakened by the glaring sunlight, his consciousness gradually recovering from a dazed slumber. He seemed to have been washed up on a riverbank. Suddenly, a vast consciousness flooded into his brain, an unbearable pain that nearly caused him to pass out again. After a few seconds, everything vanished, but Wang Hao clutched his chest as his heart began pounding wildly with emotion. Everything in his field of vision turned into green data streams composed of countless zeros and ones, if flowing like a rainstorm in his eyes. Within 2 seconds, a simple dialogue box appeared in his gaze. Strength 10, Speed 10, Stamina 10, Combat Evaluation 1S. The first priority is to understand what happened. I hope this isn't a dream. This is simply terrible. Wang Hao closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything had disappeared. He was nothing but an ordinary student, mediocre in grades, plain in appearance, not particularly intelligent, and utterly forgettable in the entire school. After breaking up with his girlfriend, he received a call from someone claiming to be from the Imperial Institute of Biological Evolution, saying they could cure his terminal illness. Then Wang Hao foolishly got into their car and lost his memory. When he woke again, he was inside this crystal coffin. The sun hung high in the sky, emitting scorching rays. Perhaps because it had just rained, steam rose, making the air even more muggy. Wang Hao held his head and stood up with difficulty, looking around. Before him was a wilderness with lush vegetation, weeds even reached above his waist, looking like a green sea under the sunlight. A gentle breeze passed, causing the grass to rustle faintly. Other than that, there was a deathly silence. This feeling is very familiar. Strange. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. He was certain that some change had occurred in his body, including some habits and ways of dealing with things. Normally, faced with such a scene, he would have been scared stiff, unable to think or act calmly. As he pondered, he slowly walked toward the northeast. A series of rustling sounds, both familiar and strange, appeared all around. The grass began to shake incessantly. Wang Hao's body instinct moved faster than his mind. He stamped his feet on the ground, performed a backflip midair, and while airborne, tensed his core, pausing for 2 seconds. Squeak, squeak. A large hole appeared right where he had stood. One after another, rats the size of wolfhounds crawled out. These giant rats had lost all their fur, their black skin exposed. Their bloodshot eyes were as red as gems. They bared their teeth and squeaked mouths full of ghastly white fangs, sending a chill down one's spine. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. At the moment of his descent, his right leg chopped down like a giant axe. Bang! The leg force compressed the air, immediately producing a sound like tearing cloth. Squelch! A giant rat was crushed until its innards burst, its hard head buried deep in the soil, with blackish-green blood splattering everywhere. Stimulated by the blood, the mutant rats, urged by a screech from inside the hole, hysterically prepared to charge at Wang Hao. In the face of danger, Wang Hao could only let his body instincts counterattack. He slightly rotated his waist, lifting his left and right knees alternately like bullets from a chamber, kicking incessantly with crackling sounds. Bang! Bang! Not a single giant rat could withstand his kicks. Being hit meant death. As Wang Hao moved, a fan-shaped path paved with rat corpses gradually formed on the ground. A nauseating stench of decay began to permeate the air. Hiss! Wang Hao felt a pain in his back. He reached back with his left hand, grabbed something, and then slammed it hard onto the ground. A larger giant rat was shattered, its whitish brain matter spilling out. Yet its mouth kept opening and closing as if still trying to bite. He glanced sideways and saw only a faint white mark on the bitten spot, not even a broken skin, making him even more astonished at the mutation of his body. Although still unsure what happened, he realized it might not be a bad thing. The Rat King in the cave finally couldn't resist. Dragging a thick, fat tail, it squeezed out of the hole, its black nose greedily inhaling the blood-laden air. This rat was a full size larger than the previous ones, about the size of a leopard. It stood its bulky body on its hind legs, a glossy string of drool stretching from its mouth to the ground. Its skin was covered in black scales, and its huge mouth, comparable to a crocodile's, snarled threateningly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression grew serious. He hunched his back, revealing bulging blood vessels on his chest and back as a surge of astonishing power erupted from within his body. The moment the Rat King charged at him, Wang Hao stamped his right foot, lunged forward 2 steps, and threw a right punch like a sharp spear whooshing through the air with a bang. The Rat King's biological sixth sense warned of danger, but it was too late to change speed. It curled up its body, hiding its soft abdomen inside hard scales. But even so, Wang Hao's fist, carrying irresistible force, smashed into the scales, and his entire arm pierced straight through the Rat King's body. The giant rats immediately lost their target, curled up, and retreated back into the hole. The surroundings once again fell into dead silence. Wang Hao stared at his hands in disbelief and at the chaotic mess around him. He had no idea how all this killing expertise had suddenly appeared in his mind. Recalling the string of code that had flashed before his eyes, everything seemed bizarre and utterly baffling. Ding. Prey Mutant Saber-toothed Rat King Overall Combat Power 5N eliminated. Ding. Prey Saber-toothed Rat Overall Combat Power 0. 7N class eliminated. Due to insufficient energy, detailed evaluation cannot be activated. When he looked at the dead giant rat on the ground, it felt as if an icy liquid gathered from his brain and flowed onto his eyes. Before him, a string of numbers and characters suddenly appeared. Wang Hao used his will to force the cold stream of energy back into his brain, and the code before his eyes vanished instantly. After practicing this for a while, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "I can kill this saber-toothed Rat King, which proves that class is higher than class and class. As long as I'm careful, I should be able to survive safely." His body was sticky with disgusting blood. Wang Hao took off his shirt and wrapped it around his waist. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the muffled roar of a car engine growing louder and approaching from the distance. Finally, someone. Great. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement and took 2 steps forward, then suddenly froze. A strange sense of danger urged him to stop, and his body once again defied his will, making him hide nearby. 3 minutes later, a figure shot out from behind the grass as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it stopped right at the battlefield. It was a woman clad in a crimson soft armor. Her features were beautiful and ethereal, yet carried a cold, ruthless aura. Her neck was slender and elegant, her skin fair and delicate, a rare beauty indeed. The cold bowtie's face slightly changed, her pupils contracting. She couldn't suppress her rage and snarled, "Damn it! Who leaked the news? They'll tear you apart." At that moment, several jeeps drove up. A group of soldiers in khaki uniforms jumped out, each carrying a flintlock rifle on their shoulder. Wang Hao was certain they were antique flintlocks. He had once seen archaeologists introduce them on TV, extremely primitive firearms. In the world before his coma, assault rifles were everywhere. I couldn't have traveled through time, could I? Wang Hao shook his head, involuntarily thinking of scenes from some fantasy novels. A soldier who looked like a squad leader cautiously approached the cold beauty, saluted, and said in a low voice, "Milady, since the saber-toothed Rat King has been killed, we should head back. It's getting late, and the brother's radiation levels are nearing the critical point." The words barely left his lips when the cold bowtie's right hand shot out. Her hand, blade sharp as a real weapon, sliced through the air. With a soft thud, the lieutenant's head left his body and blood gushed from the severed neck. The surrounding soldiers stepped back in fear, all lowering their heads, not daring to look. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, this woman possessed great authority and intimidation. "Moi." The cold beauty frowned, bent down, and with both hands she tore off the head of the dead saber-toothed Rat King. She then dug her hands into the brain matter, searching. The foul blood inevitably smeared her delicate face. After a moment, a dark blue orb appeared in her palm, shimmering with a mesmerizing halo under the sunlight. Wang Hao couldn't help but observe it with his strange eyes, and immediately a few data points appeared. Humanoid creature, overall combat power 6. Poses no threat. Energy, crystal energy value 1. 2. Radiation value 30. Everyone form up. Ready, arms. The cold beauty seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze directly locking onto Wang Hao's hiding spot, and let out a cold command. The dozen soldiers beside her immediately knelt on one knee, leveling their flintlocks. Their butts pressed firmly against their shoulders, fingers on triggers, ready to fire at any moment. The cold beauty drew a knight's sword from her waist and said slowly, "I am investigator of Sector B, Squire Melissa." Wang Hao knew he had no choice but to come out. He parted the grass and stepped forward, saying, "I mean you no harm. I don't want trouble. If possible, I'd like to leave." "Fire," Squire Melissa said coldly. Bang. The spring struck the flint against the steel, sparks flew, igniting the gunpowder and firing. Countless lead bullets burst forth with terrifying force, roaring out. After a volley of gunfire, the white gunpowder smoke in the air was blown away by the hot wind. Wang Hao's arms shielded his face like a shield. Beneath him lay deformed lead bullets, each flattened like a coin crushed by a giant hammer. "Cease fire. You." Are you a wandering knight from another region? A stowaway? Melissa asked in surprise and suspicion, raising her right hand and asking in a deep voice. Wang Hao felt a surge of anger, but he knew this wasn't the time to vent. Now he understood that his body was tough enough to withstand lead bullets, but that didn't mean he could defend against the knight's sword in that woman's hand. I won't ask you again. You should know you've crossed the border. As an investigator, I have the authority to execute you, Melissa said coldly. When she first saw Wang Hao, she thought he was just an ordinary wasteland scavenger. But seeing his jade-like gleaming skin made her reconsider. And now withstanding the flintlock volley further confirmed that the plain-looking young man before her was a rare squire. Wang Hao remained expressionless, but his heart grew calm. The scene before him seemed utterly ridiculous. He adopted a mentality of looking at ants and said slowly, I've lost my memory. If you're willing, we can make a deal. Melissa squinted at Wang Hao. Taking her heel as the axis, she suddenly spun her body, rapidly, her bones cracking. Her knight's sword swept out, and a strange blue light bloomed on the blade. Bang! The air was compressed into a blade of wind, instantly slaughtering all the soldiers nearby. Blood splattered everywhere. These people died without knowing what had happened. Their eyes were wide open in disbelief, as if protesting the injustice of the world. Wang Hao's fists clenched slightly behind his back. He now had a deeper understanding of the law of the jungle. Though he didn't know where this place was, he realized that weakness meant being no different from the soldiers so cruelly slaughtered before him. Can we talk? Wang Hao said, but before he could even take a step forward, a dangerous signal flashed through his mind. Melissa sheathed her sword at her waist, her gaze coldly fixed on Wang Hao, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, as if she was quietly contemplating something. Yet her right hand resting on the hilt and her combat stance revealed she was ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Wang Hao dared not be careless. As he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden pain shot through his mind, followed by a dizzying spin, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Through the corner of his eye, he saw Melissa slowly approaching him. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Hao sensed he had been lost in a long dream, experiencing countless events. Yet when he opened his eyes, he could recall none of it. Clang! Clang! From the jolting rhythm and the sounds around him, he deduced he was inside a carriage. He chose not to open his eyes immediately, instead calming himself to discreetly observe his surroundings. Excessive mental strength beyond the boat's capacity to bear, a result of forcibly suppressed human fears, desires, and greed. Yet for the current me, this might be a blessing. Wang Hao mused inwardly. His state was peculiar. His body retained the form of a high school student, but his psyche had matured in an instant. Wang Hao precisely caused his bones to vibrate subtly, his muscles tensing like drawn bowstrings poised to launch a sudden attack. He had no idea how he acquired these combat skills, everything flowed naturally like instinct. I know you're awake. Get up, Melissa said coldly, exhaling a smoke ring with a rose scent. She pinched out the lady's cigarette in her hand against the ground. Where is this place? Wang Hao asked, frowning as he sat up. Melissa stared at Wang Hao for a long moment before speaking slowly. It seems you've truly lost your memory. Yet even so, you can't explain your sudden appearance. You carry nothing to prove your identity. What awaits you might be the Inquisition's judgment. Judgment? No, you wouldn't. You didn't strike when I was unconscious, proving you won't hand me over to the Inquisition. Let's discuss a deal. I need a place to stay temporarily while I recover my memory. What price must I pay? Wang Hao leaned against the carriage, closed his eyes, and said casually. Melissa's heart sank slightly. You're clever, but that will be your downfall. I need your help to reclaim my title and estate. In return, you'll receive a knight's fief from the Bauhinia family. The Bauhinia family, a hereditary noble in District B, held the title of Baron. By this generation, the only direct heir was Melissa, drawing covetous eyes from the collateral branches. For Melissa to inherit the family, her most effective strategy was to surround herself with high-level martial prowess. This was a perilous world. At some unknown point, countless mysterious alternate dimensions had merged with the world, forming solid spatial tunnels from which legendary demons and monsters poured forth. Even humanity's mightiest weapons could not eradicate them. Instead, they caused immense nuclear pollution, spawning even more terrifying mutated creatures. From then on, humanity fell from the top of the food chain. To avoid extinction, people were forced to build grand city-states, sacrificing their freedom to concentrate limited strength against the invasions. After nearly 500 years, humanity restored some firearms and created a gene-altering serum to enhance physical capabilities, resist radiation beyond the walls, and match the monster's power. Those who underwent the transformation were called knights. 500 years. How remarkable! Wang Hao muttered to himself, holding a watch in his hands. This watch, tossed to him by Melissa, was a device called the Overlord Learning Machine, containing basic knowledge and historical facts. She had found it during an exploration of ancient ruins. Its function was simple: scanning and recording paper content. Destroy it after you've finished reading. Possessing items from the ruins is punishable by death as heresy, even if they're only a century old, Melissa said. Where are we going now? Wang Hao crushed the Overlord learning machine into powder without hesitation. His memory was now photographic, a trait also possessed by gene-modified knights, so it was nothing extraordinary. Ding. Energy absorbed 0.001. Attribute conversion random. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. In an instant, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth permeate his muscles. In his right eye, his attributes changed: strength 10.001, speed 10, constitution 10, combat power 1s. It seems these items from the so-called ancient ruins contain energy I can absorb. The three attributes represent my abilities, much like in a game. Wang Hao realized that if his conjecture was true, his future would be infinitely bright, endowed with greater potential than ordinary people, with virtually no upper limit. Melissa said coldly, going home. Your name? Lancelot. Wang Hao blurted out the name, feeling etched into his very bones. From today, I am Lancelot. A fine name. For now you are my squire. This arrangement won't last long. To help you recover your memory faster, I'll enroll you in a knight academy. All tuition will be deducted from the revenue of your future fief. Melissa said. Lancelot smiled. You seem very confident. Can a wandering knight really provide you with such great aid? Because you are a knight. Even without a title, you are someone admired by thousands. I won't exploit your amnesia with deceit to gain your loyalty, but I hope you'll repay me with fealty. Melissa said solemnly. I will. I respect those who honor contracts, Lancelot replied succinctly. After about an hour, the unknown carriage gradually slowed and finally stopped. Creak. The door swung open from outside, and blinding light poured in. Everyone up. Quickly. 7 or 8 soldiers clad in thick rubber raincoats rushed in, holding sprayers that doused the carriage with foamy liquid, with 2 of them focusing on Wang Hao and Melissa. Beyond the city walls, countless deadly pathogens lurked. This cleansing could eliminate most of them, while also reducing radioactive dust. Lancelot imitated Melissa's movements, spreading his arms and allowing the group to rinse him off. The water jets were remarkably powerful, and soon his entire body was thoroughly drenched. It seems those within the city walls are deeply fearful of the outside world, and the rules are exceedingly strict. Even a squire holds no privilege in such circumstances. Lancelot's eyes flickered as he pondered. These soldiers were highly professional, their cleaning swift and efficient. No sooner had they stepped out than the temperature inside the carriage soared. 4 or 5 minutes it baked like a sauna, thick with steam and the acrid stench of disinfectant. At last their clothes were dry. Melissa, noticing Lancelot lost in thought, tapped him and whispered, Say nothing. If anyone provokes you, use your strongest power to eliminate them. I will follow your orders, but if you try to use me as a pawn, you will learn that the cost is beyond what you can bear, Lancelot said coolly. A shiver ran through Melissa. For some reason, a faint dread stirred within her, as if the youth before her had transformed into a slumbering beast. As they stepped out, Lancelot's calm heart suddenly raced. Before him loomed a true colossal city wall, 100 meters high, stretching endlessly from north to south. In the cold morning mist, it stood like a towering giant, exuding an indescribable pressure. They were at a checkpoint outside the wall where no fewer than a few hundred people milled about. Many wore attire similar to Melissa's, clutching or carrying bundles. Compared to them, Melissa and Lancelot appeared rather shabby. Can mere mortals truly build such a thing? Lancelot murmured to himself. Of course not. This is a gift from the supreme god to humanity. A stern voice rang out. A middle-aged man in black clerical robes approached Lancelot, fixing him with a deep gaze. Melissa stepped aside respectfully. Priest, this is Lancelot, a wandering knight from another district. As of today, he becomes my personal squire. I vouch for him. My dear sister, many wandering knights are mere bandits or scavengers in disguise. The Violet Thorn family is not yet yours to command alone. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed. A lavish carriage adorned with gold leaf and parked nearby moved forward. On its roof flew a crimson flag emblazoned with a strange white flower. The driver was a robust man with a penetrating gaze and a resolute face. Dressed in a black military uniform with no insignia, he stood like a drawn blade, sharp and imposing. The driver respectfully opened the door, and a short, handsome young man leaped out. Yet his face bore a wicked air, and his slightly curled lips exuded an arrogant pride. That's my cousin Kochis. Beside him is his guardian knight Druda from his mother's house, Ross. Damn it. Melissa cursed under her breath, a sharp glint in her eyes as her right hand instinctively gripped her sword. Lancelot nodded. He had heard Melissa speak of her family's situation, so these two were not strangers to him. House Ross was the premier noble family of District B, hereditary viscounts, always seeking an opportunity to absorb the Violet Thorn family. Noble law was exceedingly strict. As a collateral heir, Kochis had no right to inherit the family. But House Ross interfered, forcibly bribing Melissa's superior to assign her perilous missions, thus coercing her into marrying Koches to achieve their goal of annexation. My poor sister, if you fail this mission you'll have no choice but to obediently climb into my bed. Koches sneered, his gaze greedily roving over Melissa's curvaceous figure, not sparing a single glance at Lancelot. Melissa's face was as cold as stone. I'd rather become a scavenger and be dismissed from my post as inspector than look at your repulsive face. I'm about to lose my breakfast, so please stop talking to me. Wretched woman, you won't enter the city walls today. Koches fumed, his teeth grinding audibly. Enough. The priest frowned, unwilling to involve himself in the Violet Thorn family's affairs. He turned and said, as long as one passes the test and is not a heretic, anyone may enter the sanctuary bestowed by the supreme god. With that he raised the cross hanging from his chest. Tiny white lights suddenly appeared, gilding the bronze cross as if with gold, then cascading down like raindrops. The sacred light fell upon Lancelot, quickly seeping into his skin. A warmth spread from within as if he were bathed in sunlight, and his mental energy began to recover rapidly. The bells of heaven toll, the final judgment arrives, and the supreme god's most beloved son shall lead humanity. Amen. You are both clear, free of any parasitic heresy. May peace be with you. The priest traced a cross over his chest, and the gentle white light faded. The priest departed quickly. The nearby soldiers exchanged glances and silently dispersed, leaving only Lancelot and the others at the vast city gate. Koches laughed coldly. I've bribed everyone here. Today you must give me an answer. If you refuse to marry me, you will never return to the city. Druda will cut off your head and leave your corpse for the dogs. So arrogant. I doubt House Ross knows of your foolish acts. Ambushing an inspector outside the city is a grave crime. No one can protect you, Melissa snorted. Who would trouble a noble over a dead person? No matter how noble your status, no one will care once you're dead. Enough, I won't waste words. They'll ask you once, will you marry me or not? Koches said coldly. Clang. Melissa answered with her sword. A cerulean battle chi infused the sharp blade, howling as it sliced toward Koch's neck. The ever-silent Druda suddenly moved. His right fist shot downward with astonishing speed, compressing the air into white streams. It struck Melissa's abdomen before the blade could land with brutal force. With a thunderous crash, Melissa was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, barely stopping herself by plunging her sword into the ground. Miss Melissa, you are but a squire. Do not resist. I shall grant you a dignified death. Druda stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his knightly presence thickening into immovable gravity like a mountain carved from stone. Lancelot narrowed his eyes and channeled his spiritual energy into his right eye. Immediately a line of text materialized. Humanoid entity. Combat assessment 3R. Non-threatening. Cross-referencing the prior battle, he deduced that the R rank must exceed N, meaning R denoted a full-fledged knight, whereas N signified only a squire. Huh. Druda's brow furrowed faintly. A sudden chilling sensation seized him, the uncanny feeling of being utterly laid bare, as if gazed upon by a god surveying mortals from on high. Following the instinct, he turned sharply toward Lancelot, and his heart plummeted. So you are the wandering knight, the fallen paragon from beyond the veil. Stand aside from this duel, and the House of Ross shall owe you its eternal gratitude. A knight? Impossible. No one so young could possibly be a knight. I refuse to believe it. Druda, slay him at once. All who oppose the House of Ross are enemies. Koches, overhearing this, nearly burst his eyes from their sockets, shouting jealously, voice trembling with raw envy. Druda instantly knew disaster loomed. But before he could speak, Lancelot surged forward in a single thunderous step, launching a whip-like kick faster than lightning, its shrieking arc cleaving the air. Damn it! Druda's expression flickered. He cursed inwardly, but his reflexes were swift. Crossing his arms, he slammed them downward just in time to intercept Lancelot's kick. Yet the force behind it still staggered his expectations. With a muffled thud, Druda was hurled backwards several paces, each footfall imprinting deep grooves into the earth, mirroring Melissa's earlier humiliation with cruel precision. Koches met Lancelot's glacial gaze and screamed in primal terror. He had seen that look countless times in the combat arenas, the cold, unblinking focus of an apex predator locking onto its prey. He'll truly kill me. His cry lasted less than a second before Lancelot's toe kicked up a fist-sized brick from the ground. Boom. Propelled by overwhelming force, the brick hurtled forward with the velocity of a siege crossbow bolt, shattering Koches's skull in a single brutal impact. Grayish brain matter and crimson blood erupted in a gory spray, saturating the air with the thick, coppery stench of fresh slaughter. The surrounding soldiers collectively drew sharp, icy breaths. Even Melissa froze rigid, her face bleaching, bone-white lips quivering, then erupting in a shrill, disbelieving cry. You dared slay a noble. Was that not your command? To eliminate all who stand between you and the lordship of your house. I have fulfilled our covenant flawlessly. Lancelot spoke calmly, his tone detached, yet resolute, his pupils brimming with lethal intent. His motives extended beyond mere loyalty to Melissa. He sought to gauge the true extent of her influence within the city. As a disposable pawn of the House of Ross's death would render him valueless, while Melissa's succession to the title would become inevitable. The House of Ross's flawless scheme lay in ruins, shattered by Lancelot's intervention. Daruda stared blankly at the corpse sprawled before him, already envisioning the punishment awaiting him. Unless he chose exile beyond the city walls where lethal radiation gnawed relentlessly at flesh and soul. I will send you to your grave, Daruda roared. A sulphurous ochre aura erupted around his body as his fist crashed into the carriage, then wrenched free a broad-bladed knightly sword over 2 meters long. A relic artifact, enhancing speed and strength. Knightly armament. That thought flashed through Lancelot's mind, just as Daruda lunged, his blade whipping through the air like a tempest, compressing the atmosphere into white shockwaves that engulfed a 15-meter radius in violent roaring gusts. Lancelot refused direct confrontation. Shifting his stance, he blurred, every slash carving only afterimages his true form slipping through the storm like smoke. This alone eclipsed even the finest knights of the House of Ross. A speed-type knight. So what? Daruda bellowed. His blade blazed with light, far more incandescent than before, shattering the air with thunderous concussions as though rending the heavens themselves. 12 strikes exploded in rapid succession, congealing the air into invisible shackles, sealing every path of retreat and advance. Evade, never meet steel Hedon. That was Lancelot's first instinctive thought, a wave of mortal dread flooding his entire being as if every cell drowned in glacial water. He watched the storm of blades descend, yet his body refused to obey. Then crash. A pillar of light descended like a colossal mountain, obliterating Daruda's assault with cataclysmic ease. Between Lancelot and Daruda now floated a crystalline knightly sword, a golden hilt etched with arcane runes, a cruciform guard set with a sapphire of profound azure. Senior Knight Gregor of the Crimson Knights Order. A low-ranking knight of the House of Ross salutes you. Daruda spoke low, teeth grinding audibly, clearly wary of the sword's master. He sheathed his weapon, clenched his right fist against his chest, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Lord Gregor. Squire Melissa of the House of Ross pays her respects. Melissa likewise bowed, her reverence deeper, more formal than Daruda's. A young man with golden hair and cerulean eyes emerged slowly from the wall, clad in silver knightly armor overlaid with a white surcoat emblazoned with a blood-red cross. His sun-golden locks fell in immaculate waves over his shoulders. His chiseled features embodied the very archetype of princely perfection, every woman's dream made flesh. This is the sacred guardian wall. No matter how vast your family's dominion within Sector B, it grants no license for lawless violence. Gregor halted, voice resonant and stern. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he'd felt genuine psychic pressure. Instinctively, he activated his mysterious right eye to peer deeper. Humanoid entity. Combat assessment 10R. High hazard potential. Target bears no hostility, but evasion is strongly advised. Huh. Gregor turned startled, then cautiously extended his left hand. His frame trembled almost imperceptibly, his right fist hovered half-clenched. Moments later, his eyes blazed with incandescent light. He stepped forward and roared, hammer of judgment. Boom. The ground trembled with the impact of footsteps. Gregor clenched his fist, as if holding an enormous hammer, swinging it over his head toward Lancelot. His arm had nearly doubled in size, and the strike caused the air to let out a mournful howl. Bang! Lancelot felt his head spin as though struck by a heavy blow despite no physical contact. Worse still, his once calm spiritual energy spiraled out of control once more, and he collapsed heavily to the ground with a thud. Gregor noticed that his attack hadn't inflicted a fatal wound on the man before him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly faded back into an expression of indifference. Daluda took a deep breath and said, Honorable Knight, on behalf of the Ross family, I request that this man receive the punishment he deserves. According to the supreme law, assassinating a noble is a capital offense. Lord Gregor, this man is my knight attendant, and Koches is a member of our Violet family. This is therefore a family matter. Please hand him over to me for handling, Melissa said, kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully. Gregor's face darkened. I am neither a fool nor blind. Are you truly qualified to have a full-fledged knight as an attendant? I will deliver a fair judgment. This wandering knight shall be cast into the death prison immediately, never to be released. Future Baron of the Violet family. As you command, Melissa replied, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. She had been forced to defend Lancelot just now, lest the family knights lose heart. However, Gregor's harsh punishment was enough to silence any dissent and also eliminate a potential threat. Gregor's words pierced Deluta's heart like thorns. If Melissa was unworthy of a knight attendant, then the even more worthless Koches had treated him as a nursemaid. Thus Deluta raised no objections. Being thrown into the death prison was no different from true death, and it sufficed as an explanation to the Ross family. Nearby soldiers quickly pushed forward a cage cart and tossed Lancelot inside. The cage was forged of iron and covered with a black cloth. This passage fell under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Knights, so the escorts were all knights themselves. On Gregor's orders, there were 4 low-ranked knights in total. The combined combat strength of these 4 was equivalent to a 1,000-man musket unit. Gregor waved his hand and said, "Send him on his way. We've wasted too much time already. What a nuisance." Clop, clop, clop. The escorting knights tugged on the reins, and the carriage slowly entered the great city. Passers-by upon seeing the black prison cart recoiled, as if from a plague, stepping aside and casting looks of disgust and surprise. The death prison sat on an island in the middle of a lake, a place also known as Demon Island. The calm lake shimmered under the light, yet the temperature perpetually hovered near freezing. Ordinary prisoners had once managed to escape the prison, but were thwarted by the bone-chilling waters. Even if they managed to swim back to shore, they would die from severe illness. Prisoners with knight-level strength were held in the deepest level of the death prison, separated from common inmates by an isolation layer. This layer housed a garrison of over 200 knights, making the security formidable. Prison warden Sean, dressed in a crisp black uniform with 2 gleaming gold stars on his epaulets, knew that the prisoner had been sent by a high-ranking knight. He dared not show any negligence and personally greeted them at the gate. After handling the transfer procedures, he wanted to inquire further, but the escorting knights could offer no explanations, which struck the warden as odd. The prisoner before him was fair-skinned and young. With his seasoned eye, Sean could immediately tell that Lancelot was no ordinary man. A guard knight approached and asked in a low voice, "Boss, which level should we put him in?" The first level. I'm worried he won't even survive tonight. He's probably some fallen noble caught in a purge. You'd best look after him carefully. Who knows if this young man's family might have friends," Sean said slowly. The guard was taken aback. He nudged the unconscious Lancelot with the tip of his boot and said, "No way. Even a dog like this dumped here, would someone care? How many have actually walked out of this death prison since it was built?" You never know. The rise and fall of great nobles is common. Remember how my superior met his end? It was an insignificant little noble who suddenly turned out to be a collateral branch of the royal family. Everyone involved in that case was eliminated. You'd do well to remember my words," Sean said coldly, taking a deep drag from his pipe. The guard knight shuddered and nodded quickly. Even his grip on Lancelot's arm unconsciously loosened, turning into a half-support as he led him toward the prison's guard room. Perhaps still mindful of Sean's words, the guard used his small authority to secure a solitary cell for Lancelot. The heavy iron door creaked open slowly, revealing rows of sealed cells lining both sides of the corridor. Some were empty, others held prisoners. Through the narrow windows, the prisoners caught sight of Lancelot in the guard's arms and grew wildly excited. "Hey, a tender young lad's come in. Bring him to me. A new toy. How wonderful. This kid probably won't last long." Screams, whistles, and curses erupted like thunder. From time to time, white underwear and towels were thrown down from the 2nd and 3rd floors. The prison instantly boiled over. Numerous prisoners hidden in the shadows began to shout and howl like a cacophony of demons, making the already dim prison seem even more sinister and terrifying. 7 or 8 squire knights rushed out, banging their knight swords against each cell door. The captain roared, "Silence, all of you. You bastards will all have your meals have tomorrow noon." The prisoners relented, but turned their resentful gazes upon Lancelot. The solitary cell was quite comfortable. The room was the size of a shipping container, suspended 5 meters in the air with steel cables at each corner. It had its own washroom and bath. This was typically where the prison extracted favors from inmates. Bang! The guard knight threw Lancelot heavily onto the bed, locked the door, and left. If they had known of Lancelot's true strength, they would have treated him very differently. Back in his office, warden Sean did not rest. He called several old friends, subtly probing for information about Lancelot's identity. As the master of the entire prison, he would not allow any privileged individual to undermine his authority. Yet being cautious, he also dared not offend any such figure. No sooner had the guard knight departed than Lancelot regained consciousness. He lay motionless on the bed, and on the retina of his closed eyes a stream of data gibberish flickered incessantly as a dialogue box gradually sharpened from obscurity. Construction, recruitment, weapons. Greetings, esteemed Knight Commander. The bells of doom have tolled, and the footsteps of the apocalypse draw ever nearer. Knights from other worlds await your summons, ready to offer their loyalty and fervor. Yet all things in the universe adhere to the law of conservation. Therefore, esteemed Knight Commander, you must awaken your soldiers with mysterious energy. Lancelot furrowed his brow slightly. The emergence of such godlike power confirmed his suspicion. During the 500 years he had lost, his body must have undergone unknown changes, perhaps explicable only by the divine. Please choose the knightly order to summon 1. Knights Hospitaller 2. Teutonic Knights 3. Knights Templar. After scanning, the Knights Templar already exist in this space, so option 3 is automatically removed. As compensation, 3 squires will be provided free of charge. I choose the Teutonic Knights, Lancelot said without hesitation to the cold voice echoing in his mind. In appearance they resemble monks, but in essence they are soldiers. Their minds are filled not with the Bible or prayers, but with battle. They wear semi-monastic robes, yet beneath those robes they still don the armor of knights. Their weapons are not sermons, but swords and lances. Due to the influence of spatial rules, this system will undergo some special changes. A black cross emblem was branded onto Lancelot's chest, and the air instantly filled with the acrid scent of searing flesh. Hiss! Lancelot involuntarily clutched his chest, forcing himself not to cry out, enduring the pain through sheer willpower. Construction option was grayed out with a prompt stating it was locked, requiring at least 1,000 energy points and an autonomous fiefdom to unlock. Recruitment featured 3 options. 1. Knight. The core of the order, entitled to wear a white robe emblazoned with a black cross on the back. 2. Sergeant. Infantry, lower in rank than knights, forming the military backbone. 3. Peasant. Responsible for managing the order's property. Weapons offered a bewildering array from basic novice arms to legendary artifacts, though the energy exchange values were astronomically high. For instance, legendary treasures like Turfing and Excalibur boasted strings of zeros that made one's scalp tingle. Treasure, a knight's most powerful weapon imbued with mystical enchantments and extraordinary abilities, a symbol of nobility and status. In the lower right corner of Lancelot's retina, his personal information was displayed: Teutonic Knight Commander, Strength 10. 001, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Comprehensive Combat Power 1s. Converted to this world's rank and level: Squire level, Formal Knight, S-level Knight Commander, other ranks not yet unlocked. Remaining energy 0. Lancelot rubbed his temples. N or S were ranks as expected, with the preceding number representing mental power. Each level of mental power likely had a specific conversion formula. If it were base 10, a 1s would be at least 10 times stronger than a 9r. Among the recruitment options, squires cost 50 energy points each, while formal knights required 500. According to his analysis, only those at least 1 rank below him could be recruited. Sergeants were cheaper, 5 energy points each, with random combat capabilities. One might recruit an elite comparable to a squire, or a useless soldier inferior even to a peasant. Energy could also be used to enhance his own strength, but dwelling on it was futile now. With 0 energy, he could summon nothing beyond the 3 squires granted by the system. Perhaps gaining immense power abruptly is not a blessing, Lancelot thought, deeply taking a long breath. Summon 3 squires. System notification: 3 squires summoned successfully. A novice weapon pack is randomly included. Please receive. The cold voice had barely faded when heavy footsteps sounded outside. Clang, clang. The grinding of gears echoed as the thick prison door was slowly lowered. Through the ventilation window a tray was passed and bearing steaming food. Its enticing aroma wafted into Lancelot's nostrils. Thank heavens, Commander. We finally found you. Cinna, a squire of the Teutonic Knights, with 2 companions. We'll get you out now, a young voice whispered from outside. Lancelot questioned Cinna and found that this system-generated squire was indistinguishable from a real human, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and capable of injury and death. Yet his memories were limited to unwavering loyalty to the Teutonic Knights, as if forcibly implanted. He stroked his chin and said, "No rush. First bring my knight armor in here, then arrange a boat and horses outside for our escape." "Yes, Commander. I'll see to it immediately," Cinna replied in a low voice. Soon the cell door swung open. The 3 squires, including Cinna, entered, saluted by striking their chests with their right fists, and laid weapons on the floor. All 3 were burly men over 6 feet, 3, their muscles bulging beneath their tunics, their eyes gleaming with resolve. True sight humanoid creatures. Combat evaluation 1N, 1N, 7N. Poses no threat. Cinna had the highest combat power, a strength surpassing Melissa's, directly created by the mysterious system. Lancelot's gaze fell on the weapons before him: gleaming chainmail, a helmet, greaves, a white knight surcoat, and a broadsword. Novice knight set looks splendid, but defense and attack are limited. Made of ordinary materials, without enchantment, unable to channel magic. Enhances all attributes by 0.002. Kenna said with shame, Commander, this is the best equipment we could find. Our apologies. No matter. It's enough to kill, Lancelot said flatly. The three quickly departed. They held legitimate guard positions and could move freely on the first level where common prisoners were held. Lancelot donned the novice knight's set and studied his reflection in the polished blade of the knight's sword. This was the first time he had seen himself since awakening. His appearance was more refined than he remembered, with fair jade-like skin, so translucent the veins beneath were faintly visible. His pupils were a dark crimson, exuding an aura that seemed to overlook the heavens. The overall demeanor was cold, yet elegant. This visage resembled a Eurasian mix, but the underlying features remained, as before his coma. Moreover, such an aristocratic bearing could not be acquired through cosmetic surgery, it could only be cultivated through years of refinement and complex experiences. Whatever has happened to my body, it is I who now possess it, Lancelot murmured to himself. Eye of truth, a gaze like that of a deity capable of seeing through all illusions from which no one can hide with a faint, intimidating effect. Lancelot sat cross-legged on the ground holding a tray in his hands. No matter the environment, one must first maintain calm and ample physical strength. On the tray were large chunks of beef and carrots paired with hard dry black bread. This was the best food Kenna could find in the kitchen. Plentiful but poor in taste, yet more than enough to replenish energy. On the other side, Warden Sean leaned back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. The table before him was slammed, and he opened his eyes, frowning as he said, "A knight from the Ross family. What is it?" Druida, his face dark and gloomy, said coldly, "I want to see the knight who was just brought in." Sean, who was about to lose his temper, asked in surprise, "A knight? Are you kidding me? It's been 3 months since we had a knight-level prisoner in here." "Impossible. Lord Gregor personally captured him. That man killed an important member of the Ross family. I'm here to ask some questions," Druida said irritably. He had thought the matter was settled, but the Ross family refused to let it go, insisting that the knight, named Lancelot, pay the price. Sean's mouth fell open, his body trembling slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "Don't tell me that teenage boy is a full-fledged knight. Which great noble family is he from?" "What noble family? He's just a filthy, wandering knight from outside the city. Don't tell me there's a problem," Druida said, squinting. Warden Sean suddenly stood up, rushing out hastily, shouting, "Guards! Guards! All of you go to the solitary confinement cell and bring out the prisoner." But it was too late. When they arrived, the solitary confinement cell was empty, not a soul in sight, with only an empty tray left on the ground. Even Sean, who possessed knight-level strength, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling, as if he could barely support himself. His mouth hung wide open, unable to utter a single word, his mind filled with nothing but despair. Druida rushed and touched the tray on the ground, and turned his head to say, "The food is still warm." They couldn't have escaped far. Opening the solitary confinement cell from the inside must mean there's a traitor. Snapping back to reality, Sean immediately pushed aside the nearby knight and roared, "Sound the alarm now." Clang! Clang! The bronze bell rang out wildly, echoing through the death prison. All the isolation doors on every floor slammed shut. The guards on the first level of the death prison were limited in strength, mostly ordinary soldiers and apprentice knights. Lancelot, clad in his knight armor, left boldly through the main gate, with Kenna leading the way, so no one suspected a thing. Outside the prison, a fine drizzle fell steadily, shrouding the entire world in a misty white. The biting wind slipped through the gaps in his armor. Lancelot wiped the rain from his face and, flanked by 3 apprentice knights, arrived at the lakeside dock. With the heavy rain blocking visibility, the watchtower was now useless. However, Lancelot knew his time was short. The prison guards would soon take control of the dock. "Kenna! Prison alarm! No one is allowed to leave," shouted an apprentice knight in a straw raincoat. When he saw the fully armed Lancelot and the others behind Kenna, his expression froze. "Who are you?" The apprentice knight stepped back, cautiously drawing his knight's sword. Not all apprentice knights were like Melissa, who possessed a high-level knight's artifact at the apprentice stage. Even ordinary full-fledged knights without noble backing could not afford the most basic artifact, knight's sword. Lancelot, expressionless, lunged forward, grabbing the apprentice knight's shoulder with one hand. With a twist and a crack, he wrenched the arm into a spiral, white bone piercing through the skin as blood spurted out instantly. "Captain!" The surrounding soldiers roared in fury at the sight, drawing their scimitars and preparing to charge. Kenna and the 3 apprentice knights struck simultaneously. Their sharp knight's swords cut through the enemies like slicing through melons and vegetables. Within seconds, the entire dock fell silent, littered with severed limbs and bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood. "Let's go," Lancelot said flatly, stomping his right foot on the apprentice knight's chest. Crack! The bones shattered, putting an end to the man's suffering. 3 minutes later, the belated guards arrived, their faces pale. Warden Shan's piercing curses echoed far into the drizzling rain. The entire sanctuary city was divided into an inner and outer city with vast lands stretching between them like a sign. The outer city was further divided into 4 districts A, B, C, and D. Perhaps due to spatial fusion, the outer city's land alone rivaled the size of the world before the apocalypse. Virus and radiation fell with the rain, making the outer city unsafe with mutated creatures appearing from time to time. Ordinary people could only survive by attaching themselves to knights eking out a miserable existence in castles and manors living lives akin to slaves. The city wall's defense was managed by knightly orders. The noble council was responsible for the daily expenses of these orders, while the orders had the right to levy taxes on wandering knights and scavengers entering or leaving the city gates, excluding official inspectors. Through Kenna's introduction, Lancelot keenly sensed an anomaly. The outer city wall directly faced the greatest external threats, yet the strongest knightly combat power did not exceed rank knight commander. Any knight surpassing this rank was transferred to the inner city. Legend had it that the inner city's sky had no radiation rain, the land was fertile, and it even possessed much pre-apocalyptic technology. The outer city only received intervention from the inner city strong when it was on the verge of falling, but such occurrences had been rare over the past century. Even the most powerful demons and mutated beasts could only fall before the 100-meter-high majestic city walls beneath flintlock guns and knights' swords. I must not rush to improve my strength. Expanding my influence and power is the priority, Lancelot murmured to himself, squinting. Several horses were tied in the dense woods, one of them quite tall. As soon as Lancelot mounted it, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Basic mount: a great knight cannot be without a mount. A mount is also a weapon. Though merely a warhorse, it can still charge into battle. Ding. You are in a riding state, gaining the charge skill with a 5 boost in combat power. On the outskirts of the outer city, Lancelot and his men rode swiftly through the rain on horseback. The night grew denser, gradually plunging into pitch-black darkness. The wild gale howled along with the torrential rain across the plains, creating a terrifying wail that sent chills down one's spine. An hour later, the rain subsided considerably, and Lancelot vaguely discerned a massive fortress castle. This was the domain of the Violet family. The castle stood 30 meters high, its walls constructed from entire stone blocks, with an area comparable to a small town. Guards patrolled the battlements, and enormous siege crossbows were mounted atop the walls. Just then Lancelot heard the sound of hooves behind him. Turning, he saw a messenger clad in a simple tunic riding a brown warhorse at breakneck speed, incessantly lashing the reins. If they're not here for me, then it must be a wanted notice, Lancelot thought, a flicker of cold amusement crossing his eyes. The 4 of them dispersed into a semi-encirclement, waiting for the messenger to walk into their trap. Make way. Urgent dispatch. The messenger shouted, his heart tense despite facing 4 armored knights, never suspecting they intended to kill him. Clang. The knight's sword sliced through the rain curtain, like lightning, severing the messenger's throat. The warhorse reared in panic, galloping away into the distance with the headless corpse. After swinging his blade, Lancelot tore the scroll case from the messenger's back. Inside was indeed his wanted notice, bearing a bounty of 500 gold coins and stamped with the seal of the Crimson Knights. A single gold coin could sustain an ordinary outer city dweller for a year. 500 gold was enough to drive anyone to desperate measures, even tempting common knights into action. Lancelot replaced the scroll case, adjusted his knightly armor, and led his 3 men slowly toward the castle. Who goes there? A soldier on the wall called out, puzzled by the unfamiliar insignia on their surcoats. The Teutonic Knight Commander bears urgent intelligence for Baroness Melissa. Kenner shouted back, brandishing the scroll case. After a moment, creak. The chains lowered the heavy iron gate, forming a bridge over the moat. Lancelot rode in, greeted by an aged butler dressed in a clean tailcoat, standing ramrod straight with a military bearing. The Baroness awaits you in the study. Forgive my impertinence, but I have not heard of your knightly order in District B, the butler said respectfully. That is none of your concern, commoner. Know your place. Who gave you the audacity to question a knight? Lancelot declared from horseback, looking down upon the man, unleashing a formidable aura. The butler's expression shifted, and he involuntarily stepped aside, while the knights saluted with clenched fists. Such was the rigid hierarchy of this knightly era. Inside the castle study, Melissa held a golden goblet studded with gems and diamonds, filled with crystal-clear, chilled red wine, sipping it with deep satisfaction. The joy of victory came so suddenly that Melissa herself could hardly believe it. Not only had she eliminated her greatest rival to become clan leader, but she had also secured the saber-toothed Rat King's core enough to brew a potion to break through the apprentice knight rank. Enter. Hearing footsteps, Melissa set the cup on the table. For some reason, the clinking of armor and weapons made her uneasy. Before her stood 4 knights. 3 were apprentices, but the leader exuded an overwhelming pressure as if facing a colossal beast. Who are you? Melissa found the silhouette vaguely familiar, but unable to recognize Lancelot beneath the helmet, she unconsciously used a respectful tone. Lancelot stepped out of the shadows expressionless and said coolly, I'm here to collect a debt, Baroness Melissa. Surely you haven't forgotten so soon. Melissa's breath caught, her pupils dilated, and she instinctively reached for her knightly sword. But Kenner and the others were faster, drawing their weapons first and subduing everyone in the study, including the butler and another apprentice night guard. You actually escaped from the death prison. What do you want? Melissa said coldly. Lancelot pushed aside Kenner's blade with his hand, casually picking up the treasured knight sword from Melissa's table. I want you to fulfill your promise, a knight's fief, and to clear my name. Ding. Frost of Fury low-grade treasure enhances grade mental power by 0.01. I adds Frost attribute attack absorbs 1000 energy. Impossible. You killed a noble. Ooh, I can't exonerate you. You must understand that is absolutely impossible. Melissa shook her head repeatedly. Lancelot gave a cold smile, silently uttering absorb in his mind. The treasure sword Frost of Fury immediately burst into a dazzling radiance, then visibly decayed until it crumbled into a pile of debris. Melissa's heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand, agony and fear overwhelming her. A knightly treasure sword, an heirloom of any family, was indestructible by nature. No one had ever been able to destroy one so effortlessly as Lancelot had. She could not comprehend the power of the system, but Lancelot did not explain, deliberately creating an aura of unfathomable menace. After a moment he spoke, Coches is a member of your Violet family. If you plead his crimes before the Noble Council, I can surely be cleared. Your enemies are not only the Ross family, but also the Crimson Knights. I cannot protect you. Melissa shook her head, resolutely unwilling to endanger her entire family for Lancelot. Lancelot raised a finger and wagged it before her. You're wrong. If you don't clear my name, your death will come sooner. Are you joking? Melissa's expression shifted. Heh. Based on my analysis, the Ross family and the Crimson Knights have long been allied. If I hadn't appeared yesterday making Gregor hesitate, do you think you would have left the city gates alive? If the Crimson Knights and the Ross family don't focus their attention on me, the downfall of the Violet family is imminent. His words made Melissa's head spin. There had been signs all along, but she had chosen to ignore them. Humans are adept at numbing themselves and avoiding reality, but when danger stared her in the face, Melissa quickly realized she had no other choice. Melissa remained silent for a long time, perspiration beading on her forehead. She slowly sat down on the chair and said, It seems I have no other choice. Are you certain you can withstand the pressure from the Rose family and the Crimson Knights? I pledge my honor as a Teutonic Knight, but I will also need your support. Aside from the Knight's fief, I require some artifacts or objects of great antiquity. Lancelot said with a faint smile. Melissa frowned and said, The Teutonic Knights. Is that the defunct minor order? Never mind, the artifacts you seek are not to be found in the Blossom family. As for the antiquities, there are some in the basement, mostly worthless junk. Are you sure this is enough? I have been searching for an heirloom of the order. With it, I can reclaim our former glory. When the banner of the Teutonic Knights is raised, scattered members will gradually return. Lancelot spoke with an air of mystery, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Melissa gave him a long, searching look and said, I understand. Then she took a gilded parchment scroll from a drawer, dipped a quill in ink, and wrote rapidly, sealing it with the family crest at the end. The Blossom family lacks influence in the Noble Council. This letter may not achieve the desired effect, Melissa said with a sigh. Lancelot sneered. How could it be otherwise? You have natural allies. Once you submit this letter, someone will surely help you resolve the matter. It's getting late. Please arrange for my rest. Tomorrow I am eager to go treasure hunting in the Blossom family's basement. After the irate butler led Lancelot away, Melissa rubbed her temples vigorously. She knew she was destined for a sleepless night, uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong. In the warden's office of the death prison, Sean stood pale and hunched, his face etched with servility like a fawning dog. Lancelot's escape had directly led to the intervention of a terrifying inquisitor from the Holy Office dispatched by the higher authorities. The inquisitor held the ultimate authority of judgment, answerable to no person or power. In their eyes, there existed only the supreme deity and rigid laws. This so-called ultimate judgment meant the utter annihilation of heretics and sinners, both in body and soul. Inquisitor Jonah was entirely shrouded in a black robe, merging with the shadows, exuding an eerie aura. He held a newly delivered intelligence report and curled his lips into an enigmatic smile. It seems your life is spared. Great One, has that Lancelot been captured? Sean asked, a mix of surprise and hope in his voice. Jonah smiled faintly. No one has ever escaped the death prison, nor will they ever. Knight Lancelot was merely cooperating with an investigation. The noble unfortunate enough to die outside the city gave us no reason to detain an innocent man. Do you understand? But what about Lord Gregor of the Crimson Knights? Sean stammered. Remember one thing, we belong to the Inquisition of the Inner City Cathedral, not the servants of knights. If you cannot remember, then death is your only recourse. This time, out of respect for your father, we will not pursue the matter, Jonah said coldly, draining the goblet before him in one gulp. Sean shuddered and nodded repeatedly, signaling his understanding. At the same time, at the Crimson Knights garrison, a loud crash echoed. Gregor smashed the table before him with a single blow, his handsome face clouded with fury. Staring at the noble council's decree, he felt as if he had been slapped hard. He never imagined a lowly knight as insignificant as a salted fish could turn the tables and walk out of the death prison alive. Captain, your heart is troubled. What exactly worries you? The speaker was a short, stout, middle-aged man with narrow, squinting eyes clad in opulent robes, a badge pinned to his chest. Gregor whirled around, a surging, overwhelming aura erupting from within him, soaring into the air. He barked coldly. Count Rose, rest assured I will fulfill my promise to you. But this time I hope your intelligence is thorough. With a series of cracking sounds, the very air vibrated. The sheer force of his presence made the entire room seem on the verge of collapse. Count Rose shook his head with apparent indifference. A wandering knight is of no consequence to the overall situation. The Blossom family is already in decline. They cannot recruit any experts. No, it's not that simple. Someone who can withstand one of my secret techniques is a rarity in District B, Gregor said solemnly. Count Rose frowned. You suspect another faction is involved? Impossible. I only just received news of Serpent Gorge, and no one could have known before me. My latest intelligence is that Melissa has granted Lancelot all the southern fiefs of Serpent Gorge as his knightly domain. This means that if you want to open the Serpent Gorge, you must deal with Lancelot, Gregor sneered. Count Rose's expression froze instantly. After a moment, he took a deep breath. The black rain season is almost upon us. Many knightly fiefs lacking defenses will meet with misfortune. Perhaps the Blossom family's territory will be next. We need to plan carefully, but the spoils must be redistributed, Gregor said. A flash of anger crossed Count Rose's eyes, and he said in a low voice, agreed. The continuous mountain range between District A and District B was known as the Bloody Mountains. Once the safest of places, over time the mutated monsters there grew in number and strength. Unable to abandon the city walls and exclude the mountains from the city limits, the noble council was forced to build numerous fortresses at the mountain's foot and infest a large swath of knightly fiefs. Even though the knights knew the dangers, few could resist the temptation of a fief. It was during this time that the Blossom family rose, securing their status through a series of bloody battles, ensuring their descendants would no longer have to stand guard at the foot of the Bloody Mountains. The fief granted to Lancelot, located in Serpent Gorge, was the very place where the first Baron Blossom had founded his fortunes. It was also the most dangerous area in the entire mountain range, eventually abandoned due to the incompetence of later generations. For this, the noble council imposed a hefty fine on the Blossom family, plunging the once prosperous house into instant obscurity. Several days later, Lancelot rode his horse slowly along a faint path across a stretch of blackened land in the southern region of the Bloody Mountains. Gazing into the distance, one could see the colossal, giant-like mountain range. It was said that atop the peaks stood watchtowers built by the Holy Church, though no one had ever seen them, leaving such claims unverified. The once fertile soil was sparsely cultivated, with abandoned villages and collapsed houses appearing now and then. The decayed, dilapidated doors and windows creaked and groaned as the fierce wind blew through them, exuding an atmosphere of desolation. Lancelot, still clad in his novice knight's armor, was accompanied by 13 squires and a low-ranking knight. Each was fully armed, their plate armor gleaming and polished to a mirror-like shine. Following behind were several wagons loaded with food, water, and the specialty smoked meat of the Violet Thorn family. This smoked meat was tough and dry with a texture akin to kindling, but it had the advantage of being easy to preserve, making it indispensable for long journeys. Only 100 energy points remained from those obtained from the Violet Thorn family. Lancelot intended to use them after arriving at his fief. It wasn't that he didn't wish to summon 1,000 musketeers, but the harsh reality taught him that even if he did, logistics couldn't sustain such a massive population. 500 musketeers might prove more effective on the battlefield than a single knight, yet when logistics were factored in, it became evident that in a world plagued by food scarcity, knights were truly irreplaceable. The low-ranking knight was named Andorf, with a combat power of 2R. He was a burly, dark-skinned man, tall and robust, completely bald. As a wandering knight, he had joined the ranks of the Teutonic Order. As a pure knightly contingent, they were exempt from tolls when passing through any territory. Even those who wished to cause trouble couldn't help but feel fear upon seeing this formidable, battle-hardened order of knights. The Ross family, who had been constantly observing Lancelot, became even more convinced that some force was preparing to seize Serpent Gorge. As they passed through a modest forest, several hundred people suddenly emerged from within. Clad in tattered clothing, they opened fire on Lancelot's group with bows, arrows, and flintlock muskets. "Captain, these are degenerate bandits with some starving folk mixed in," Andorf said in a deep voice. "Let me lead the men to drive them off." Lancelot sneered and shook his head. "Bandits bold enough to attack a knightly order are a rarity," he said. "It seems the lord of these lands doesn't exactly welcome me." With that, he drew his knightly sword, and his warhorse's hooves thundered as he charged like a maddened bull, cutting a straight line into the crowd. One bandit had just raised his flintlock when a shadow loomed over him. The next instant, his body was sent flying by an immense impact. In his dying moments, all he saw was Lancelot's receding figure atop his horse. The remaining bandits had no time to react before Lancelot plunged into their midst. A thunderous rumble erupted. The knightly sword swung with astonishing speed, generating a powerful surge of air that compressed the very atmosphere. The blade's edge, carried by the gale, swept several bandits into shreds of flesh. Andorf and Kenna, along with the other knights, spurred their horses forward, cutting left and right as if entering an undefended land. All the bandits trembled under this massacre, their willpower rapidly crumbling. At that moment, a black warhorse burst from the woods. The rider wielded a bow nearly 2 meters in length. This mounted archer, even as he galloped, drew an arrow and nocked it. The sharp, three-edged arrowhead glinted with a chilling light. The bowstring was pulled taut like a full moon, groaning under the immense force, while a murderous aura surged toward Lancelot, like a river bursting its banks. The arrow streaked through the air, leaving a faint afterimage, its piercing hiss like the strike of a venomous snake. Lancelot's body instinctively moved to dodge, but the arrow's speed suddenly doubled. Just as it was about to pierce his throat, a figure leaped through the air, placing itself between the arrow and Lancelot. The sharp arrowhead, carrying a fierce, spiraling force, drove straight into Kenna's heart. The fang-like barbs, as they spun, tore and widened the wound, latching onto the muscle like wolf's teeth before exploding with a thunderous blast. "Kill him!" Lancelot, nearly mad with rage, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and bloodlust, spurred his warhorse into a frenzied charge. His knightly sword, riding the momentum of the horse, descended like a magnificent Milky Way from the heavens. The surrounding knights released their prey and with practiced precision fanned out in an arc, sealing off the mounted archer's escape routes. Humanoid creature, estimated combat power 1, are in no threat, hostile status. Damn it! The mounted archer's scalp tingled as he cursed under his breath. He had no time to turn his horse around, and could only knock and shoot in the briefest of moments, hoping to force Lancelot back. Black arrowheads rained down like droplets, but Lancelot merely raised his arm to shield his face, showing no concern whatsoever. This volley of arrows, compared to the one before, was far weaker in both force and speed, failing even to penetrate his knightly armor. The battle had no suspense from the start. A killer knight reliant on ambush was utterly powerless against Lancelot's elite forces. With a single stroke, his head was severed. Ding! Ranged attack-type artifact Gale Bow, capable of imbuing ordinary arrows with the speed of a tempest. Combat powers level 0. 0005. Absorbable energy value 300. Trash. Just 100 energy points short. Absorb. Lancelot furrowed his brow as the longbow swiftly decayed, eventually crumbling into a pile of rotten wood and iron shards. Now, with 400 energy points insufficient to summon a full-fledged knight, he had no choice but to summon squires instead. The clatter of chaotic hooves grew from afar, rumbling like thunder. 8 squires clad in black cross surcoats and chainmail raised the banner of the Teutonic Order. They bowed respectfully before Lancelot and chanted in unison, "Honorable Captain, may the Lord's glory bless the Teutonic Order, destined to rise again." Perhaps due to absorbing the Gale Bow, 5 of these 8 were rare mounted archers, though none had a combat power exceeding 5N. This only made Lancelot yearn for Kenna all the more. Over 20 knights gathered in a circle, piling firewood at the center. Kenna's remains vanished in the blazing flames, and an inexplicable sense of sorrow settled over every heart. The Ross family. Lancelot gazed at the distant cloud-shrouded mountains and muttered coldly to himself, "It seems my suspicions were correct. Whatever draws you there, I will soon uncover." The sky had fallen completely dark. Amidst a roaring thunderclap, a torrential rain descended abruptly, gale-force winds violently rustling the trees. Lightning, like a swimming dragon, used its dazzling blue radiance to slice through the dark night sky from the low-hanging storm clouds. The black rain season had arrived abruptly. It was called black rain because for the following 3 months the entire Bloody Mountain range would be shrouded in dark clouds, with copious amounts of rain falling every day. If humans were exposed to the rain containing radioactive dust for extended periods, their bodies would quickly deteriorate. At the same time, this radioactive rain served as the finest nourishment for mutated creatures, accelerating their mutation rate threefold. The terrifying dark races had named this period the month of divine grace. 3 days had passed since the last assassination attempt. Lancelot finally arrived at the abandoned castle of the Violet family. What met his eyes was a majestic fortress perched between mountain peaks, with several watchtowers soaring high. It was evident that this castle had been designed for warfare from its very inception. The only path leading to the castle was a narrow mountain trail flanked by precipitous cliffs on both sides. Below lay the infamous Serpent Gorge, making this a location easy to defend but difficult to attack. At the top of the castle, a wizard clad in a black robe slowly extended a hand from his sleeve. The entire arm was withered and gaunt, as if only a layer of skin clung to the bone, the skin wrinkled like that of an elderly person. A hoarse, aged voice began to mutter a string of incantations. The dark monarch shattered the gates of hell, stepped upon the broken rubble, and left the seal. The undead let the dead devour the living, let annihilation extinguish existence. Your faithful supplicant implores you to bestow your great power. As his voice faded, wisps of black mist slowly seeped from the muddy ground below the castle, and a green fluorescent flame began to burn. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of joints, skeletal bones, pale and ghastly white, began to emerge one after another. Soon the entire mountain path was packed with skeletons. These skeletons were shrouded in black mist with 2 clusters of green soul fire burning in their eye sockets. They brandished tattered weapons and surged towards Lancelot with a chilling, malevolent aura. So this is the wizard who drove away the Violet family. But to allow such a heretic to exist within the city walls without being purified by the Inquisition, how intriguing. Lancelot raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. From his observations over the past few days, he concluded that the lofty Inquisition, which could stand against the knights, was not as sacred as it seemed. For the inner city, the outer district was merely a place akin to a breeding farm, its only purpose being to supply raw materials and energy to the inner city. Lancelot even had a bold suspicion perhaps the existence of these dark races and mutated creatures in the outer district was intended to weaken the strength of the humans, they're stripping them of their power to resist. The resurrected skeletons were products controlled by dark forces existing between the living and the dead. They possessed no consciousness, their only instinct being to attack all life forms. Skeletons were also the wizard's favorite cannon fodder. Teutonic Knights charge, Lancelot said coldly, gently twisting his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. The squires behind him each raised their lances. Andorf, wielding a knight's sword and shield, guarded at Lancelot's side. These warriors, recruited by the system, were high in morale, their eyes blazing with fervent light. The rumbling of hooves shook the ground. The charge of over 20 knights, like heavy tanks, plowed directly into the horde of skeletons. Lancelot, with his overwhelming strength as the vanguard, found no one who could withstand his knight's sword for even a second. Swathes of skeletons, like harvested crops, were trampled into fragments. A dense cacophony of bone-shattering sounds rang out. As soon as a skeleton's head was separated from its neck, its entire body would explode into a pile of white ash. Yet these grating sounds were exceedingly pleasant to Lancelot's ears, as his mind was constantly echoing with system prompts. Ding. Low-grade energy absorbable 0. 1. Ding. Low-grade energy absorbable 0. 1. In just a few minutes, Lancelot had gained 100 points of energy. Though the amount was small, it showed him the direction to future power. Seeing the ground littered with bones, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew even brighter. The entire team, with an indomitable and sweeping momentum, charged directly to the base of the castle. The tall, thick, gray stone walls temporarily blocked their path. The skeletons, still oblivious to death, surged towards Lancelot. The soul fire in their eye sockets was as cold as ice, and even as they trod upon the bones of their comrades, their objective remained unwaveringly fixed. Lancelot stroked his chin, instantly conceiving an excellent method to grind points. He murmured to himself, "Recruit, Crusader, Musketeers, quantity 20. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of drums approached from afar. 20 musketeers clad in black surcoats marched onto the battlefield in orderly steps. This recruitment was quite fortunate. No worthless troops like Pharmacy appeared. For the glory of the Lord, pledge loyalty to the commander. Fire. The temporary squad leader shouted loudly, his eyes filled with fearlessness. The superiority of the flintlock musket over the matchlock lay in the fact that the sparks from the flint could still ignite the gunpowder even in a downpour. The powder charge, wrapped in parchment, burned and exploded, sending tiny lead bullets tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound towards the skeletons. The skeletons' simple instincts caused them to shift their attack target towards the musketeers, giving the besieged Lancelot some space to spur his horse. The fully prepared knights launched a fresh assault. After those 20 musketeers were overwhelmed by the skeletons, Lancelot had accumulated 200 points of energy during this time. Meanwhile, the resurrection rate of the skeletons on the ground had significantly decreased. Lancelot silently uttered an apology in his heart. The fallen musketeers before him were real beings in this world. Had he not appeared, they might have lived much longer. Though he was unclear how these people appeared so timely, the system's strangeness and mystery always managed to make reasonable arrangements for such occurrences. Bang! 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 On the mountain path piled with white bones, a tall figure gradually emerged. This was also a skeleton, but its height exceeded 2 meters. The color of its bones was more crystalline, like jade. The soul fire burning in its eye sockets was red, and its entire body was enveloped in a nauseating evil aura. This giant skeleton wore a complete suit of armor and held a flaming knight's sword in its hand. Ding! Eye of Truth Skeleton General Combat Rating 7R, High Danger Level. Please exercise extreme caution. The soul fire can be directly absorbed for 500 energy points. The system's icy voice echoed. Heh, no wonder the Violet Thorn family abandoned this territory. A being of this caliber is not something an ordinary family can eradicate. Lancelot mused silently to himself. Yet there was also a consideration of profit. These undead creatures with soul fire were a source of replenishment for Lancelot, but for an ordinary knight, they were utterly worthless, far less valuable than the mutated monsters that yielded gene-altering potions. The towering, burly skeleton general let out a roar to the heavens. Unlike common skeletal soldiers, the deep crimson soul fire in its eyes radiated a palpable sense of hatred and fury. After a brief pause, it charged toward Lancelot with great strides, its giant axe sweeping in a wide arc. A flash of pure white cold light mingled with a howling gale hurtled toward him. As the sole knight in the squad, Andorf was duty-bound to take the front line. However, Lancelot had no intention of letting his only formidable subordinate suffer harm. Fall back. Lancelot raised a hand to halt him, then squeezed his legs against the horse's flanks. The warhorse reared, and though a dozen meters was hardly enough for a proper charge, the attributes of his novice set mount propelled Lancelot forward like a raging storm. The knight's sword sliced through the curtain of rain, carrying an irresistible killing intent as it clashed violently against the giant axe. With a resounding clang, a shower of bright sparks erupted. Lancelot's strength far surpassed that of the skeleton general, but he had yet to fully control his own power. After a violent shudder, the knight's sword snapped in two. The black warhorse let out a mournful whinny as all 4 of its joints shattered under the sudden immense pressure. Lancelot leaped to the ground, watching helplessly as the giant axe cleaved the warhorse in two. In that moment, his mind was eerily calm. He twisted his foot, extended his right index finger, and the muscles in his forearm coiled as he unleashed an inch-force strike. A sharp crack split the air. His fist slammed into the skeleton general's armor, the power transmitting inward, eerily penetrating the metal. A series of snapping sounds followed. The skeleton general's spine was brutally shattered. A dense pitch-black mist erupted, instantly followed by a cataclysmic explosion that sent tremors rippling through the space. Lancelot retreated a step, his ears ringing, but his heart was elated. The 500 energy points were effortlessly his. The wizard standing atop the castle was clearly panicked. With his greatest trump card gone, he held no hope for the common skeleton soldiers and vanished in a flash. All the skeletons collapsed, their soul fires flickering once before extinguishing. Lancelot felt a pang of regret, but the wizard within the castle was undoubtedly more enticing, promising energy points no less than the skeleton general. With a thunderous crash, the city gates were breached. Knights poured in like a flood, and for the first time in 50 years, humans set foot within this long-sealed castle. Lancelot found the wizard in the topmost chamber. The latter had not fled, but sat quietly in a recliner. Darkness will eventually replace light. This cage cannot shelter you for much longer. Which faction do you belong to? The Inquisition? The Noble Council? Heh, humans are always short-sighted creatures. The wizard's voice dripped with mockery. Lancelot let out a cold laugh. As someone permitted by the Inquisition to live in the outer district, you should have kept a low profile. This place is now my knight's fief. It seems you already know something. Yes, my purpose was to prevent outer district knights from exploring the Bloody Mountain Range. But my mission is now complete. Can I at least know what lies hidden in Serpent's Gorge? Heh, tell you. Of course, no problem. It's a distorted spatial node. For years, the Inquisition, disregarding the safety of the outer district civilians, has been exploiting this node for profit. Now that the spatial node has lost its value, it's time for me to die. The wizard let out a bitter laugh, his voice as shrill as a crow's caw. Lancelot furrowed his brow. He felt he had stumbled upon things he shouldn't know. The wizard before him was clearly trying to drag him into the abyss. The wizard continued, I was once a devout priest. Can you imagine? This is what my pious faith earned me. Lancelot's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the wizard tear open his black robe, revealing nothing but a hollow cavity of bones. The air filled with a thick stench of decay. I can finally be free. The wizard spoke each word slowly, then closed his eyes. A flame erupted from his body, reducing him to a pile of white ash. On the chair, however, lay a black-covered notebook. Lancelot picked up the notebook, his body trembling involuntarily as an icy energy nearly froze him solid. Ding! Necronomicon fragment, possessing the ability to convert the living into the undead. Due to missing key components, the subject's level will automatically decrease by 1. Detected absorbable energy 10000. The string of zeros dazzled Lancelot. The joy of sudden wealth nearly overwhelmed his reason, but he quickly calmed down, suppressing the urge to absorb and setting the Necronomicon aside. Using these 100 energy points to recruit formal knights would yield at most 20, but it would also mean openly defying the Inquisition and the Templars. It would be as good as announcing that he had uncovered the Inquisition's conspiracy, inviting them to silence him. Sigh. Lancelot sighed, shifting his focus to the construction option. Now that he had a fief, the construction function was unlocked. Congratulations. As a knight, you must have your own territory. As a novice knight, you are granted 3 chances to draw. Good luck. Draw. Lancelot's expression stiffened, then he gave a wry smile, baffled by this mysterious system. Ding. You have received 1 free castle repair requiring 50 farmers, duration 3 days. Ding. You have received 1 free castle upgrade requiring 200 farmers, duration 3 days. Ding. You will receive a free field chaplain whose strength will match your own. Lancelot's eyes glinted with sharp light, and he asked in a low voice, Do you mean that as my abilities grow, the field chaplain's abilities will also increase? Yes. However, a word of caution, although the system's greatness can directly bestow power upon you, if your mental strength cannot match your newfound might, it will cause your genetic chain to collapse. Please strive to train your mental fortitude. Your future is destined to be brilliant. In the Bloody Mountain range within the fiefdom of Baron Fox, the steward ascended the spiral staircase to the top-floor chamber where the high-ranking knight Fox honed his strength. The moment he stepped into the room, he felt the floor tremble incessantly. His expression turned reverent as the thumping sounds of strikes echoed in his ears. The room was entirely empty, roughly 50 square meters in size, but the walls were lined with thick steel plates, their metallic hue a pale blue. The metal walls and floor were riddled with dents and craters, fist marks and footprints. I once said not to come upstairs without reason. What has happened? The roaring ceased. The speaker was a man nearing 50 with a full beard and oil-slicked muscles like boulders. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he resembled a starving forest bear. This matched his title, the Bear Knight, perfectly. Master, 20 musketeers and 6 squires have left the knight's domain without permission. The steward spoke. Fox said expressionlessly, Since they have broken their oath of loyalty, they have no reason to live. Now gather the knight order. Who dares to harbor traitors from my lands? It is said, a knight from the Violet Thorn family who slew the wizard of Serpent Gorge has reclaimed the castle of the fiefdom, the steward said cautiously. Fox paused, then took a long, deep breath and said coldly, A declining family, yet still possessing such a master. Then all the more reason not to let them go. First, gather information for me. He had once coveted that territory, but after encountering a skeleton general of equal strength and suffering a great loss followed by a warning from the church, he had abandoned the idea. But hearing the steward's news, his ambitions stirred once more. The steward lowered his voice and said, The priest told me that the church's paladins are gradually withdrawing to the inner city. The source of the monster outbreaks in the Bloody Mountain range has been utterly destroyed. Really? Fox's eyes lit up, and he decided on the spot. Immediately write to the neighboring Night Lords. Gather the troops and set out now. The steward hesitated, but it is the Black Rain season now. Those dark heretics might invade the domain. If all the knights leave. Before he could finish, a guard rushed in saying, My lord, the monsters from the mountains have begun to riot as soon as the Black Rain season started for some unknown reason. Fox frowned and shook his head. The Violet Thorn family is truly fortunate. Once this Black Rain season is over, the Bloody Mountain range will likely descend into chaos. The hellish aura that once attracted the creatures of the Bloody Mountain range had completely vanished. With the arrival of the Black Rain season, these beasts grew utterly mad, charging out of the forests and gradually converging into a massive beast tide. The earth trembled under the chaotic stampede, and countless weak knightly domains were overwhelmed and annihilated. Amid the beast tide, one group stood out distinctly. Wherever they passed, both mutated beasts and dark heretics were slain to the last. This band of golden-armored knights was so formidable that it made onlookers' hearts tremble. Suddenly, a squad broke away from the group, moving like lightning, heading straight for Serpent Gorge. Lancelot was utterly unaware of this, his mind entirely occupied with the castle's construction. Over 200 farmers had been summoned, all refugees from various domains. According to noble council laws, nobles were forbidden from privately taking in subjects, but in such times no one enforced this. Under the system's miraculous influence, the farmers transformed the castle every second. Originally built mainly of wood and rammed earth, the upgraded structure was now entirely of solid blue stone. The 15-meter outer wall allowed 3 horses to ride abreast, and 4 towering watchtowers overlooked the entire Serpent Gorge. The inner wall reached an astonishing 20 meters, designed to give archers on the inner wall a wider field of view and range, creating crossfire. The central castle's main floor exceeded 30 meters with a tall cross erected at its peak. The cliffs around the castle were recarved to near 90 degrees, rising over 60 meters above the Serpent Gorge below. Anyone attempting to pass through the gorge would suffer greatly from rocks dropped from above their acceleration, granting devastating force. This was a military fortress meant to garrison 10,000 troops, yet its only effective defenders were a score of squires and 1 formal knight. What a headache! Lancelot furrowed his brow. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. With less than 100 energy points remaining, he could never fully man this castle. My lord, 2 more squires have fallen ill, 5 farmers have died, and our supplies are running low, Andorf said, panting as he climbed the high tower. Even as a knight, his complexion was poor, pale with a tinge of green, his lips devoid of color. Lancelot glanced at the countdown on the system and said, "Hold on for 1 more hour, then everyone return to their rooms to rest. Do you have any ideas about food sources? If it's mutated beast meat, it's hard to eat without a priest's treatment. The farmers and knights also rely on the priest's spells to reduce their radiation levels. Our Teutonic Knight Order must have its own field priest, or we cannot move forward," Andorf said gravely. "No need to rush. The priest will come," Lancelot said, his gaze piercing into the distance, as if seeing through the rain-shrouded mountains. An hour passed quickly. After losing 50 farmers, the castle's upgrade was finally completed. The remaining fewer than 200 farmers were armed as best as possible, serving as infantry in the defensive towers. In the latter part of the night, the mutated monsters of Serpent Gorge, half-serpent men, began approaching the castle. These creatures had serpent tails for lower bodies and human torsos, with heads bearing both snake and human features. Their pupils were yellow-brown, their forked tongues constantly flicking, and their sharp claws scraped against the cliff walls with a clanging sound in the rainy night. Lancelot stretched an iron chain tied around his waist, the other end held by Andorf and the others. In the entire castle, only he could still fight at peak condition. If all went well, he might find some magic cores within these half-serpent men to exchange for energy. Truth: I mutated half-serpent man, low intelligence creature, social combat power 8, extremely low chance of producing magic core. Combat power 8 meant unranked strength of 8. An average adult had a combat power between 3 and 5. An ordinary half-serpent man could overpower 2 adults working together. Kill! With a thunderous shout, he leaped downward. The knight's sword in his hand whistled through the air, cleaving 3 half-serpents clinging to the cliff face cleanly in 2, even sending a shockwave through the curtain of rain. Compared to the lowest-level saber-toothed rats outside the city, these half-serpents were far inferior in both defense and attack. Lancelot slaughtered them like cutting vegetables, their anguished screams rising and falling in a continuous chorus. Blood gushed from the corpses of the half-serpents, staining the canyon beneath the castle a vivid crimson under the rain's wash. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and gore. This batch of half-serpents yielded Lancelot only 5 points of energy from their magic cores, yet he dared not hesitate. Under a siege of this magnitude, every single person counted as a fraction of strength. Recruit soldiers, halberdiers. The energy cost for a halberdier was the same as for a musketeer, a unit unlocked by the system based on the real-time battle situation. But this came at a price. Every halberdier possessed the lowest possible combat capability, lacking the randomness inherent in recruiting musketeers. Every time Lancelot gathered 5 points of energy, he recruited a halberdier. Thus, on the only path leading to the castle, one could see a steady stream of soldiers bearing weapons and clad in black surcoats emblazoned with a white cross running towards the fortress. These men, once deserters from ruined territories in the mountains, had now transformed into elite troops. The half-serpents surging from the Serpent Gorge grew even more frenzied due to Lancelot's obstruction. Gradually, 2 N-grade giant half-serpents appeared. Monsters comparable to squire knights, their size and strength double that of ordinary half-serpents. Lancelot thrust his knight sword forward swift as lightning, driving it straight through a giant half-serpent. The blade pierced its skull cleanly, and in one fluid motion pried out its magic core. Throw the gunpowder. Lancelot shouted to the sky. The chains on his body retracted at lightning speed, and he was pulled back into the castle. 2 black dots plummeted from above, landing among the half-serpents. These were oak barrels packed with gunpowder designed to prevent the rain from soaking and extinguishing the fuses. Boom. The explosive blast erupted the stored energy of the gunpowder, propelling tiny iron shards outward, instantly blasting over 30 half-serpents into gory chunks. This world was peculiar. It possessed firearms, but no cannons. Gunpowder was crude, its application primitive, and naturally there were no explosive charges. These 2 powder kegs contained all the fixed ammunition from the 20 fallen musketeers, yet this single strike was enough to recoup the cost. Recruit halberdier. Recruit halberdier. The energy that could have recruited 2 full-fledged knights was instead used to enlist 200 halberdiers. Lancelot had his own reasons for this. Knights, though formidable, had significant limitations. The system needed to arrange their identities reasonably, and considering the time consumption, it might take days or even tens of days for them to arrive before Lancelot, by which time this defensive battle would have long ended. Hiss! The frenzied half-serpents climbed over the corpses of their kin, a dense and terrifying sight. Now it's our turn to take the field. Andorf roared, his face burning with bloodthirsty battle lust. He licked his lips, his knight sword pointing downward. The trembling peasants hoisted boulders and hurled them down without cease. They didn't need to aim to crush several foes. The castle had no shortage of stones. The halberdiers stood ready, conserving their strength as much as possible. The bloody battle erupted in full force the moment the first half-serpent scaled the castle walls. With over 300 men, including peasants, it was impossible to defend the entire fortress, so Lancelot had concentrated everyone in the inner keep, leveraging the advantageous terrain for defense. Lancelot was pleasantly surprised to find that over time the peasants had developed some of the qualities expected of basic soldiers. Thinking about it, it made sense. These were, after all, living humans, not a set of data. Ding dong. Mutated half-serpent chieftain predator combat assessment 6, RO venomous creature. The half-serpents parted to form a path. A monstrous creature entirely crimson advanced slowly. Its muscles were exposed, devoid of any skin, its sleek surface delineating its powerful physique. It bore a pair of 5-meter fleshy wings on its back, and its head was enormous, its overdeveloped brain even covering its eyes. The predator opened its fanged maw wide, grabbed a nearby minion, and stuffed it into its mouth, beginning to devour it. The surrounding half-serpents cowered in fear, not daring to resist. Its feeding speed was astonishing. Whether hard bones or venom-laced muscle, all were broken down by its fangs. With a bite and a tear, it swallowed flesh and skin whole, the scene utterly gruesome. Perhaps, sated the predator, suddenly reared up, let out a skyward roar, its sound waves rolling with boundless murderous aura and brutality. The creature's body had grown even larger than before feeding, now nearly 3 meters tall. Its muscles bulged, and the teeth and claws in its mouth became sharper, each casual swipe producing a whooshing sound as it cut through the air, faint white air blades visible. Combat assessments can only serve as a reference. This monster is already capable of harming me, Lancelot mused inwardly. The predator flapped its fleshy wings, stirring up a violent gale. Defying its massive size, it charged toward the castle at high speed, its short-distance acceleration and beating wings enough to lift it into the air. Kill! Lancelot barked coldly, bending his knees and lowering his right shoulder. With a whoosh, he leaped into the air, his knight sword humming with a clear ring. In the blink of an eye, he struck the predator down from the castle wall. The clothes on his right side were torn to shreds, damaged by the creature's lashing tail, which had left a bloody gash. A meter-long wound appeared on the predator's chest, emitting black smoke, its muscles turned outward in a purple-black hue. Immediately, countless thin parasitic-like things wriggled out from the muscle tissue, rapidly filling the wound. In less than 2 seconds, it had fully healed. Lancelot looked down at the predator from his vantage point. Just as he was about to strike again, a light like the dawn suddenly appeared in the distance, blazing brightly and illuminating half the sky, its flames unquenchable even by the corrosive black rain. Praise the Supreme God. The Supreme God is with us. A group of priests clad in white robes advanced, praying as they moved. Their bodies radiated a white light, a holy power that was the bane of all dark creatures, the half-serpents included. Accompanying these priests was a knight in full heavy armor, his massive warhammer also wreathed in white flames. With a simple casual swing, the ground exploded in a burst of white fire. Any half-serpent that touched it was instantly reduced to a pile of charcoal. Eye of Truth type. Humanoid Knight Combat Evaluation 9S. Extremely dangerous. Please be cautious. The system's message sent a chill through Lancelot's heart, and what horrified him more was that the target had already detected his surveillance. The paladin furrowed his brow, slightly glanced at the castle, and raised his warhammer high. It suddenly erupted with a blinding, dazzling radiance as if he held a sun in his grasp. Then he slammed it down with a thunderous crash, unleashing a powerful gale that spread outward, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The predator only had time to let out a single roar before its body was annihilated by the violent force, leaving behind a chasm 50 meters in diameter and 15 feet deep on the ground. Lancelot squinted his eyes. Though he knew the enemy was wielding the power of a sacred artifact, his heart still trembled with awe, and the knightly sword in his hand quivered slightly. The half-serpent people retreated back into Serpent Gorge. After a rustling chorus of hissing tongues, the only sound remaining in the world was the pounding of the torrential rain. I am Iwat, Knight Commander of the 3rd Legion of the Paladin Order, sent here to eliminate the fallen warlock. A deep, resonant voice rang out from the Paladin, and the city gate creaked open. The closer the group drew to the castle, the more astonished they became. Before them was no abandoned fortress, but a heavily fortified stronghold. Lancelot led all his men to line up on either side of the city gate. They raised their heavy knightly lances in a solemn salute, while the remaining halberdiers formed a neat phalanx. In an instant, the air was charged with a fierce, battle-ready aura. A flicker of surprise crossed the paladin's face, and his handsome mustache twitched as he said coldly, "Who granted you permission to occupy this place?" This was once the hereditary domain of the Bauhinia family. Now, with the approval of the noble council, it belongs to the Teutonic Knights. Lancelot spurred his horse and rode out from the ranks. My! Iwat's gaze instantly turned piercingly sharp, as if 2 invisible swords shot from his eyes. Every hair on Lancelot's body stood on end, provoked by the other's hostility. Suppressing the urge to strike, he said slowly, "Is the church preparing to forcibly seize noble lands? Or does it intend to challenge all knights?" In an instant, his scrayed spiritual energy erupted its vast and surging power, causing the very space to tremble and ripple, while thunderous roars echoed through the air. So you are a knight commander." Iwat's expression shifted again, then he shook his head and continued, "In the outer districts you might have free reign, but that is no ground for arrogance. Hand over the items from the warlock." Knowing exactly what was at stake, Lancelot pulled out the Necronomicon from his clothes and said, "I have eliminated this heretic. Might the church grant me a fitting reward, such as a field priest? Of course. Is anyone willing to join this? This what Teutonic Knights?" Iwat turned and swept his gaze around, his threat unmistakable. The priests exchanged thoughtful looks and shook their heads one by one. None wished to offend Iwat for no reason, even though the Teutonic Knights seemed promising they would soon find themselves besieged from all sides. Iwat's face twisted into a sneer. "It seems no one." Before he could finish, a cool voice interrupted. "I am willing to become the field priest of the Teutonic Knights." A stunning beauty stepped out from among the priests. She was called stunning, not just for her looks, but her stature. Nearly 2 meters tall, a few centimeters taller than the paladin Iwat, yet her proportions were perfectly balanced. Generally, tall women were thought to be plain, but this one defied expectation. Her long golden hair cascaded down her chin, was delicate, her nose straight, and a pair of slender phoenix-like eyes radiated an enchanting charm. "Alina." Iwat frowned, his hand tightening slightly on his warhammer, a flicker of displeasure and anger passing across his face before he said in a low voice, "Since it is your wish, then stay. We leave." The troop turned and departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Throughout the journey, Iwat's face remained dark. His orders were to eliminate all potential threats, yet today, he found himself unable to act. First, the strength of the Teutonic Knights far exceeded his expectations. He was currently in the midst of his inner-city assessment and could not afford unnecessary injuries. Second, and most importantly, it was because of Alina. Knight Commander, leaving Miss Alina there. "I fear it will be difficult to explain to Bishop Merrick," a priest asked cautiously. Perhaps Miss Alina has her own plans. Bishop Merrick will understand," Iwat said coldly. His patron and Bishop Merrick belonged to different factions. It was rumored that Merrick had offended the Pope and would soon be ousted from his position, so Iwat cared little about the fate of Merrick's mere illegitimate daughter. Yet despite his words, Iwat had no desire to offend Merrick outright, for the man was still a bishop and could crush him like an ant. This was the fundamental reason he had spared the Teutonic Knights. On the other side, the stunning Alina stood before Lancelot, looking down at him. "Honorable Grandmaster, from today onward, I am your field priest. I shall undertake the duties of expelling evil and purifying food. Likewise, as per regulations, the Teutonic Knights must pay 1/10 of their spoils to the church as a hiring fee. Additionally, field priests shall not participate in wars among humans and shall remain forever neutral." System. What is this? Aren't all recruits supposed to be loyal? Lancelot called out in his mind. Ding. Field priest Alina is the illegitimate daughter of Cardinal Merrick. As she is a special figure in this world with partial immunity, the system can only arrange for her to join the Knights in a reasonable manner and cannot fully modify her memories. However, you need not worry about her loyalty. Eye of Truth type, humanoid name, Alina affiliation, Teutonic Knights Combat Evaluation 1S bound to Grandmaster follower. The system's explanation did not fully satisfy Lancelot, but since her loyalty was assured, he let it go. Alina was clearly different from Andorf and the others. Not only did she have a prominent background, but she also bore the attribute of a follower. Under Lancelot's astonished gaze, Alina began tending to the wounded on her own, purging the radiation. Her hands erupted with a blaze of white light, releasing sacred power in a fierce burning glow. Specks of light scattered and the soldiers and squires quickly regained their color, their pale faces turning rosy. With Alina there was food and water, and the corpses of half-serpent beings were everywhere, more than enough to sustain them. The humans here were clearly not picky, yet Lancelot felt a wave of nausea toward these humanoid creatures. He ate some dry bread and returned to the castle to rest. After bathing, he lay down on the clean, soft goose-down quilt and had just closed his eyes when the door creaked open. Alina walked in looking slightly weary. Without any regard for Lancelot's mood, she sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "You still have the mind to rest. If you intend to defend this place, it will be exceedingly difficult. Didn't you seal the spatial node? In theory, the mutated beasts of the Bloody Mountain range should be dwindling." Lancelot opened his eyes and spoke slowly. A flicker of struggle passed through Alina's eyes. The loyalty forcibly instilled by the system prevented her from defying Lancelot's legitimate inquiry, so she whispered, "The spatial node is like a well's mouth. Each time it is sealed, the next rift in space splits open wider. The outer district will eventually be abandoned, reduced to the same state as the lands beyond the walls. The Teutonic Knights must find a way into the inner city or else face certain death." Moi. Lancelot sat up, his mind racing. Due to Alina's special status, she had access to this confidential information. He could well imagine the chaos that would erupt if the civilians and knights of the outer district learned they were to be forsaken. This was an opportunity. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in turbulent times. Lancelot, with the system at his disposal, was destined to rise. The inner city, with its multitude of powerhouses and strict regulations, was clearly unsuitable for the Teutonic Knights' development. I can use my connections to get the Teutonic Knights into the inner city ahead of time. Alina dropped another bombshell, but to her surprise the boy before her refused. "Suit yourself." Alina raised an eyebrow, stood up in a huff, and stormed out, slamming the door. Lancelot smiled, then closed his eyes. Before long the room was filled with the sound of his snoring. He was truly exhausted. Inside the inner city at St. Peter's Basilica, golden sunlight fell upon the cross atop the dome, gilding the majestic cathedral, a stark contrast to the unending black rain over the outer district. The church's rear garden was meticulously divided into neat squares filled not only with shrubs, but also a variety of flowers, adding a touch of warmth to this sacred place. An old man in a red cardinal's robe held a pair of shears, meticulously pruning the roses with intense focus. Just then a middle-aged man clad in golden armor approached and respectfully handed over an envelope. The old man opened it, glanced at its contents, and his body stiffened slightly. He then asked thoughtfully, "The Teutonic Knights under the House of Fleur-de-Lys. Interesting. This is the young lad's personal letter. Should we summon her back?" "The outer district is far too dangerous," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The old man shook his head. Sometimes unseen conspiracies are more dangerous than mutated beasts. Perhaps the outer district is the truly safe place for Alina. Forget about this matter. Proceed with our plan with full force. As you command, Your Eminence." The middle-aged man nodded, then turned and left. "Teutonic Knights. Lancelot." The old man muttered the name a couple of times before finally sighing. Lancelot sat at the table. The candle on the holder had burned halfway, melted wax trickling down the metal stand. Before him lay a scroll which detailed the mental discipline method of the Temple Knights. What was a divine treasure to ordinary knights was no more than a scrap of draft paper to Alina. According to the stunning beauty, this cultivation technique, named faith combat arts, was a common commodity within the church. Every knight admitted to the Temple Knights received a copy. What one achieved from it depended entirely on personal talent. Despite her words, Lancelot understood its true value. Ding. As a knight, you must possess unwavering willpower and mental fortitude. You have embarked on the path of cultivation. Continue to strive and grow stronger. Lancelot did not understand the purpose of the system, but he had a vague premonition. Although it had not issued any tasks, it seemed to have arranged everything like the hand of fate, manipulating all. Alina was like this, and so was the faith combat arts, always appearing just when Lancelot needed them most. According to the description of the faith combat arts, the mental energy within his mind began to circulate within his body according to a mysterious pattern. With each cycle, an imperceptible change occurred. Mental energy increased by 0.000001. Mental energy increased by 0.000001. Every hour the system would relay such a notification. According to Lancelot's analysis, if he wanted to successfully break through to 2S, it would take at least over 2 years. His talent in mental cultivation was not high. According to Elena, geniuses in the inner city usually took only 5 months to advance from 1S to 2S, with the fastest recorded time being 3 weeks. Elena herself took 2 months, which was also quite impressive. Lancelot's advantage was that as long as he carried the Faith Combat Art Scroll, he could cultivate continuously, as if the system were on autopilot. Yet this was not enough to satisfy him. He had to take a risky path, choosing to forcibly enhance his physical attributes, thereby pressuring his mental energy to grow rapidly. The consequences of this were difficult to control. Once the mental agony became unbearable, his bodily functions would quickly collapse. Add 1 point to strength. Lancelot took a deep breath and commanded. Before his eyes, the string of lovely energy points rapidly depleted to 0. Ding. Strength 11, Speed 10, Physique 10. Combat Assessment 1S. Mental energy is in a state of growth. Decimals are omitted. Buzz. Lancelot instantly felt as if every muscle in his body was being torn apart. Yet this pain was nothing compared to the tempest raging within his mind. He forcibly circulated his mental energy to keep from collapsing, and at this moment the value of the Faith Combat Arts became evident. Rip. His clothes were forcibly burst apart, his muscles swelling to their limit. A terrifying aura filled the room. The hard stone floor beneath his feet was crushed, leaving footprints. As time passed, Lancelot struggled to regain control of his body. The north wind howled and dark clouds rolled as bolts of lightning like sharp swords pierced the sky, casting the only glimmer of light upon this pitch-black world. Boom, boom. Amidst a series of thunderclaps, a torrential downpour, mixed with hailstones as large as goose eggs, clattered down violently. The Serpent Gorge Castle now housed over 2,000 people, with roughly 1,500 being genuine refugees, while the rest were recruits with absolute loyalty. There were 300 halberdiers, 50 musketeers, 30 squires, and 1 full-fledged knight. The mere number of squires already surpassed that of the Violet family, and even exceeded the squire count of an average hereditary viscount. Unfortunately, power levels in this world couldn't be calculated, so simply own knight artifacts held such immense weight that they could even negate rank differences. Back then, Melissa dared to venture out of the city alone, relying on the low-grade artifact Frost of Fury. After learning the details, Lancelot's inner regret was beyond words. He had once let 2 artifacts slip through his hands, coveting only the system's energy points, and now he was left wielding the most ordinary knight's sword. Looking down through the window, he saw Andorf organizing the farmers to process food. The castle still faced a severe food shortage, and Elena alone couldn't complete the purification. After 2 full days without rest, Elena's spiritual energy had been completely depleted, and she was now forced to rest. Just moments ago, a refugee farmer had told Lancelot that about 5 kilometers northeast of the castle lay a mining site utterly destroyed by the beast tide, yet it held a vast store of food. Enough to supply 10,000 people for 3 months. Lancelot had no choice. With the help of his attendant, he donned his knight armor and strode out the main gate where the knights, already informed, had been waiting in the hall. During my absence, everything is under Elena's charge. Andorf, you're responsible for training both soldiers and farmers. Apart from essential patrols, no one is to evade training. Anyone who disobeys orders will be hanged outside. His words were dripping with menace. The squires not recruited by the system changed their expressions slightly, now fully aware of the young man's status as knight commander, and dared not show any negligence. Some had wanted to accompany Lancelot, but he refused, having his own considerations. By gathering energy points to recruit help, he could transport the food back, and moving alone offered greater flexibility and convenience. 3 days later, Lancelot was nearing his destination. After countless hunts and kills, he had accumulated another 200 energy points. The sky was heavy with black clouds, and a fine rain drifted down endlessly, far better than before. Yet wearing the knight armor, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. Before him lay a mountain hollow where large patches of reddish-brown weeds stubbornly sprouted from the black soil, looking from above like a blood-red carpet. The mining site was vast, with rows of crude huts clustered around the mine shaft, but not a soul was in sight. Lancelot hid behind a rock, quietly observing the mine in the hollow. He grabbed a handful of green grass from the ground, snapped off the roots, and chewed them slowly. Grass roots were the cheapest food, bitter and mixed with a fishy taste enough to make anyone gag, yet Lancelot savored them with relish. After waiting less than 10 minutes, movement stirred below. A dozen staggering figures emerged from the mine. These could no longer be called humans if they were highly decayed and rotting corpses. Some had half their skulls sliced off, their brain cavities hollow, yet they still moved. Among these corpses, one was particularly tall, shrouded in a green mist, its muscles relatively intact, though its head was rotten. A right eyeball dangling out, its lower jaw stripped of flesh, leaving only 2 rows of ghastly white teeth. Eye of Truth. Toxic Zombie Combat Power 2 poses no danger. The system's Eye of Truth had a taunting property, so even from a distance the toxic zombie sensed him. With a roar it led its minions charging toward Lancelot. Pity it's not an undead, Lancelot muttered, frowning. Once the enemy left the mine's perimeter, he leaped down into the hollow. His knight sword gleamed coldly as he swung it fiercely. Thwack! The immense force imbued the sword with tremendous momentum, cleaving one corpse in 2 with a whistling arc. Then with a horizontal slash, 3 more were cut in half. The toxic zombie was more agile than the common corpses, using its minions as shields while spewing a cloud of green mist. As rain mixed with the mist fell to the ground, it sizzled. Thwack! Thwack! Both stone and earth were instantly corroded. Super acid. Lancelot raised an eyebrow. He had only this one knight's sword and didn't want it damaged for nothing. Digging his right toe into the soil, he raised his knee, flinging a chunk of mud that plastered the toxic zombie's face. The toxic zombie, its mouth blocked, shook its head and clawed at its face. Lancelot's sword, like a bolt of lightning, pierced its throat. Flicking the blade upward, he cleaved the rotting skull in 2. As Lancelot reached for the magic core, a sudden warning flared in his mind. He bent his knees and retreated. The toxic zombie's body began to swell abruptly, then exploded with a bang, releasing a dense green cloud that spread in all directions. However, due to the rain, it lost all lethality beyond a 10-meter radius. Lancelot shook his head. As expected, obtaining a magic core from low-level mutated creatures was never easy. Following the farmer's tip, he found the so-called food in a warehouse. Neatly stacked rectangular wooden boxes, opening one revealed it filled with thumb-sized yellowish-brown objects. Lancelot took a bite. It felt as hard as granite, rough and astringent, chewing like a mouthful of sand. If not for a faint salty taste, he could barely swallow it. Eye of Truth, made primarily from insects' chaff and bean dregs mixed with crushed bones of mutated creatures, ground to powder, then processed under high heat and compressed. Terrible texture, but provides energy for normal human activity. He had tried it on a whim, never expecting the system to actually provide an answer. After hearing it, Lancelot's mouth twitched slightly, and he tossed the compressed ration aside. This was an immensely productive silver mine with over a dozen minecarts overturned at the entrance and are scattered across the ground. A damp and chilling aura continuously emanated from within. As Lancelot ventured deeper into the cave, darkness gradually devoured the light, rendering the environment oppressively somber. He chose not to light a torch, for many mutated creatures were drawn to light. Using his true sight was sufficient to achieve a basic level of night vision. Although the rows of green code were somewhat disorienting, it was still far better than being in complete darkness. Squeak, squeak. A large gray rat scurried past Lancelot's feet, but quickly let out a sharp screech as its body was hurled back into the depths. Before Lancelot could react, a translucent icy tentacle coiled around his ankle. A sudden surge of immense force erupted, catching him completely off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. The tentacle dragged him around a corner into what was originally a resting area, about 30 meters in diameter. Now it was occupied by a massive slimy monster with a body like jelly. The rat struggled frantically within the slime's viscous body, but soon ceased to move. Its organs, bones, and skin dissolved completely in the blink of an eye. Ding! True Sight Mutant Slime Combat Power Assessment 1 a species difficult to eliminate. The system notification had barely faded when the colossal slime turned its attention to Lancelot, sprouting over a dozen massive tentacles from its body. Lancelot swung his knight's sword, the blade transforming into a raging gale. The biting wind was so fierce that the tentacles were shredded the moment they drew near. Unexpectedly, the shredded tentacles fell to the ground, and each transformed into a small slime, bouncing eagerly onto Lancelot's body. Several of the slimes merged together, forming shackles that completely bound Lancelot's movements. This is truly troublesome. Lancelot frowned slightly, finally understanding what the system meant by difficult to eliminate. After taking a deep breath, his muscles began to swell. The thick blood vessels on his exposed skin bulged, while blue sinews and veins spread across his body like a fishing net. Gaining a modicum of freedom, Lancelot quickly unleashed the spiritual energy within his mind. This was a technique from the faith combat art known as the Hammer of Judgment. Gregor had once used this move against him. The Hammer of Judgment could not only turn ethereal spiritual energy into an attack, but also hone the strength of one's mental power. The Hammer of Judgment was a training method. Knights worthy of the faith combat art often possessed mystical artifacts and would not waste their spiritual energy so recklessly. But Lancelot had no other choice now. The slime's tentacles, including the small slimes, all froze solid and fell off him with a clatter. Seizing the opportunity, Lancelot rushed out of the slime's attack range, etching this lesson firmly into his mind. After passing a fork in the tunnel, the path sloped downward at a 45-degree angle. Beside the corpse of a male, Lancelot discovered a small wooden barrel. On it was written, "Wrath of the Gods. For mining use only. Absolutely no opening. Violators shall face divine punishment." Lancelot pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the production and use of gunpowder were tightly controlled by the inner city, with the threat of divine retribution to deter prying eyes. He had heard that even the musketeers' cartridges were distributed in batches to the soldiers. "I need to ask Elena about these things when I get back." Lancelot carefully buried the gunpowder barrel and pressed on. This mine was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Time slowly passed. Aside from a few rotting corpses in work uniforms, nothing else happened. Yet Lancelot's heart grew increasingly wary. He must have reached the deepest part of the mine, yet the passage ahead seemed to stretch on endlessly. The marks of shovels and picks on the stone walls had vanished, replaced by an eerily smooth surface. Something must have happened here. A thought flashed through Lancelot's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to venture further. Fortune favors the bold. Lancelot had no concept of fear, now only the calculation of gain and loss. The passage was clean, and the deeper he went, the colder it became, until the walls were entirely coated in frost. After turning a corner, a burst of light appeared abruptly. Before him lay a vast cavern. The first thing that caught his eye was an altar built of black crystals, with a golden staircase leading straight to its summit. Atop the altar stood a wizard in a black cloak, while below rotting corpses were densely packed with poisonous zombies subtly mixed among them. "Darkness shall replace light. Great demon god, your follower calls upon you to bestow a miracle to guide lost humanity to a new home." The wizard intoned in a sinister voice, his gaunt arm pointing upward. Rumble. An inverted tumor-like eyeball rose from the floor before the wizard and slowly opened. This blood-red eyeball dragged 8 long octopus-like tentacles, its entire body suspended in midair. A thunderous wave of spiritual energy suddenly flooded the cave. Lancelot dared not reveal the slightest trace of himself. This overwhelming spiritual energy was far more powerful than his own, making him feel as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of decay. Wherever the blood-red eyeball gazed, a mysterious force caused the space to tremble violently, emitting a series of cracking sounds like a glass dome shattering in agony. Buzz! A cacophony of harsh, piercing sounds suddenly erupted, as if hundreds of people were arguing incessantly at a dizzying speed, their words indecipherable. The blood-red eyeball closed its eye again and slowly sank back into the altar. Seizing the last moment it was still visible, Lancelot activated his true sight. True sight, Hellspawn, evil eye, tyrant, combat power unknown. System advises you to stay away. Though it is in a sealed state, its vast spiritual energy is enough to crush you into pulp. The evil eye tyrant seemed to sense something, but it was too late to react. The wizard, oblivious, shook his head in frustration and muttered, "Could it be that the offerings are insufficient? How infuriating." Lancelot decided not to get involved. He slowly backed away, preparing to leave first. However, from the cave behind him came the sound of footsteps accompanied by the grating of metal. "Are you sure the treasure is ahead? If you're lying to me, you're dead." "Of course. We wouldn't dare deceive you, Baron. We witnessed a great miracle with our own eyes." The voice coming from behind made Lancelot raise an eyebrow. He swiftly concealed himself behind a rock that was encased in ice, making his whereabouts nearly impossible to detect without a thorough search. The light from the torches drew nearer, revealing a formidable knightly order. 2 knights led the procession, followed by a throng of over 50 squires. The Viscount was surrounded by his men. In the glow of the torches he appeared to be quite young, with neatly trimmed mustaches adorning his upper lip and his hair meticulously combed to a glossy sheen. He wore a sumptuous golden breastplate engraved with a golden lion. Beyond its formidable defensive capabilities, it was an ornament of unparalleled opulence. In the biting wind of the cave, the Viscount's face was grim and his body trembled. He muttered under his breath, "Why did I, Charlie, foolishly listen to you? Damn it, there's nothing here." A chime echoed in Lancelot's mind. Ding! The system informs you that the 5 recruited squires have arrived. Now it was Lancelot's turn to look grim. In his eyes, this reckless knightly order was marching to certain death. If he did not intervene, the 5 squires he had recruited would be lost for nothing. At that moment, a priest in the procession suddenly spoke. "The aura of evil here is strong. We have arrived." The cross hanging around his neck began to glow with a milky white radiance dazzling in the darkness. With a collective clang, all the knights drew their swords from their scabbards. Over 10 among the 50 wielded enchanted weapons, their azure crimson and sapphire lights intertwining, causing magical energies to clash. Lancelot calculated his energy reserves. After arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, he decided to take a risk. At the very least, he had to rescue those 5 subordinates, who otherwise this entire endeavor would have been in vain. The unknown wizard deep within the cave had evidently detected the intruders. With a furious roar, waves of force exploded outward, causing the entire cavern to tremble ominously. Corpses and poisonous zombies frenziedly charged at the knightly order. The knights, well-trained, formed a simple battle formation and charged like a hedgehog, aiming straight for the altar. Among them, a knight in azure armor proved the most formidable. His enchanted weapon emanated a cerulean light. Any corpse or zombie that touched it was instantly reduced to a block of ice. Huh. It truly is black crystal obsidian. Kill that wizard. Viscount Charlie gazed greedily at the altar, drew his slender, knightly sword, and strode forward to ascend. I was just worrying about a lack of suitable sacrifices, and you deliver yourselves to me. The wizard let out a strange laugh. A ball of fire suddenly materialized in his palm, which he aimed and hurled downward. With a thunderous boom, the fireball grew larger. The azure-armored knight stood fearlessly before Viscount Charlie. His enchanted sword traced a Z on the ground with its cerulean light as he murmured, "O frost spirit bathed in the light of the celestial pole, unseal." In the blink of an eye, a massive ice shield materialized. The fireball shattered upon impact, scattering into countless tiny sparks. The azure knight, not as unscathed as he appeared, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He shouted in alarm, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! This is no wizard, but a blood sacrificer." The moment the term blood sacrificer was uttered, panic seized everyone. The military chaplain's face in particular was etched with despair, and his feet involuntarily shuffled backward. No one leaves. So what if it's a blood sacrificer? Kill him, and I will have my father grant you fiefdoms. Viscount Charlie shouted, his hand nearly touching the altar. "Foul humans, how dare you defile the sacred altar?" The blood sacrificer in the black cloak spoke coldly, his previously playful demeanor swiftly vanishing. Meanwhile, the knightly order below, their morale shattered, was being separated by the poisonous zombies. A young squire instinctively dodged, but it was too late. He was overwhelmed by 7 or 8 corpses and zombies. Their putrid mouths sank into his flesh, and blood spurted, instantly filling the cave with a bloody stench. As if stimulated, the corpses went berserk, and the knightly order's casualties steadily mounted. Simultaneously, the bodies of the dead visibly shriveled. The dark red blood, as if guided by an invisible force, flowed along the golden steps toward the altar's peak. Damn! Lancelot frowned deeply. He had hesitated for only a second, and the entire situation had turned. Recalling the terrifying blood-red eyeball from earlier, a chill ran down his spine. Oh, my great sovereign, my great ally. Heed the sacred pact of blood, answer my summons, become my power to annihilate my foes. I offer blood as tribute, and with blood shall it end. The blood sacrificer's icy incantation echoed through the cavern. A colossal blood-red eye manifested. 8 grotesque tentacles writhed in the air. Malevolent spiritual energy brimming with resentment scattered with the eye's rotation. None could withstand it. Squires with weaker constitutions collapsed, clutching their heads, blood streaming from their eyes and ears. With sickening pops, one squire's head after another exploded. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. The corpses, unable to restrain themselves any longer, pounced and began to feast, the sounds sending chills down one's spine. The Azure Knight and the priest, shielding the unconscious Viscount Charlie, reached the tunnel entrance. But they too could hold out no longer and collapsed to the ground. The moment the evil-eye tyrant emerged, the blood sacrificer's face gleamed with triumphant joy. Though his complexion grew paler from the mental exertion, he now needed to do nothing but watch his enemies fall. Roar, energy, break, seal. The evil-eye tyrant left a fragmented utterance and retreated back into the altar. Lancelot rolled his shoulders. His greatest worry had departed, leaving him with no further reservations. He pushed off with both feet, his body transforming into a hurricane of motion. His knightly sword traced an afterimage through the air. The razor-sharp knightly sword shot forth like a bolt from a siege crossbow. So swift was its flight that a sonic boom echoed through the air only after the blade had already pierced the blood sacrificer. Cough. When the blood sacrificer's grating laughter was abruptly cut short. His body stumbled backward in a panic. Truth: I humanoid creature, profession blood priest, combat evaluation 5S, status, spiritual energy, depleted, severely injured, no threat capability. Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the feedback from Truth I and rushed up the altar in 3 quick steps. The blood priest had not yet breathed his last. His body was curled up. Although the hood obscured his expression, the resentment could be sensed from the heavy, ragged breaths. I am the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights. State your name. Lancelot narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. His loosely clenched palm tightened slightly, and waves of spiritual energy continuously emanated from his hand. He displayed his spiritual power level to the other party, warning them not to act rashly. The blood priest let out a strange, sobbing laugh. A fireball rose from his open palm, but extinguished before long. Lancelot frowned, drew his knightly sword, and used the blade to lift the other's hood, revealing an aged face. Heh, such an exquisite mask. Don't move, or my sword might scratch your face. Lancelot sneered, pressing the tip of his knightly sword against the blood priest's face and slowly cutting downward. The muscle texture of this mask was identical to human skin. Lancelot even suspected it was made from human skin. The woman beneath the mask was actually a girl 12 or 13 years old with a delicate face, bronze skin without a trace of excess flesh, deep blue eyes brimming with intense malice, and her body wrapped in bandages. Kill me. Go claim your bounty from the church. Lillian's head is worth over 100 gold coins, the girl said coldly. Lancelot stroked his chin and said, if I let you go, what reward can I get? His current situation was dire. Although he hadn't been silenced because of Elena, the patron behind her might fall one day, and then Templars would come to eliminate him. Thus he had to plan another way out. The Dark Council's power could rival the Church's with their activities traceable everywhere. None was more suitable. Hearing Lancelot's words, Lillian looked up and said in a low voice, You want to become a fallen knight? Or do you wish to join the Dark Council? No, I am first and foremost a noble knight. This is merely a transaction between us. Lancelot said slowly. What do you want? The Dark Council must unconditionally help me once. Lillian fell silent, then shook her head. That condition is too broad. If you deliberately seek death, would the Dark Council go to die with you? I cannot agree. It's not that serious. The Dark Council only needs to help me leave the sanctuary city and escape the Church's capture. Lancelot said with a slight smile. Lillian nodded, took a ring from her index finger, and said, If that's the case, no problem. On the day you want to leave, just rotate the bezel 360 degrees, and I will receive the message. This is my token and the contract between us. Ding. Obtain Blood Priest Lillian's contract token. The Dark Council's friendliness toward you won. Trade relationship unlocked. You are currently in a hidden state. The Holy Church's affiliated forces will not attack you for now. I understand. You can leave any time now. Lancelot held the ring and made a gesture of invitation. Lillian gave Lancelot a deep look and said, You should leave. This altar will soon disappear. You have 10 minutes. Lancelot leaped off the altar, swiftly grabbing all the artifacts he had targeted. Since these artifacts could not be exposed to light, he ignored the system's prompts and chose to absorb them all. Found low-grade artifact Scorching Wind can absorb 500 energy points. Found low-grade artifact Wind Wolf's Roar can absorb 800 energy points. Lancelot's breathing grew faster as he watched the increasing numbers, exclaiming inwardly that he had struck it rich. The azure-armored knight, still unconscious, held his knightly sword tightly. No matter how hard Lancelot tried, he couldn't take it away. He silently apologized, crushed the man's wrist with his foot, picked up the artifact, and began absorption. Intermediate artifact Frost Spirit Mental Amplitude Increase S1 can absorb 5,000 energy points. Skill, Summon Ice Shield. Synergy 20. Not recommended for equipping. Synergy was the percentage of an artifact's power that could be exerted. Each artifact had its unique skill. If the synergy did not exceed 50%, even the skill could not be used, and it was merely a sharp weapon. The system clearly saw Lancelot's temptation and issued a warning directly. Without time for further consideration, he had to give up reluctantly. At that moment, the cave began to shake violently, and large rocks cracked apart. The rocks around the altar vanished instantly, revealing a large hole. A fleshy giant earthworm shot out like lightning, opened its massive mouth, swallowed the altar whole, and then retreated back into the hole. Lancelot now understood why the mine walls were so smooth. It was dug by this earthworm. Rocks kept falling from above. He threw Viscount Charles over his shoulder and sprinted with all his might. Rumbling. The mine collapsed quickly. Just as Lancelot saw the entrance, the blast of air mixed with dust sent him flying. Cough, cough. Lancelot coughed lightly. The dust on his clothes quickly turned to mud in the rain, and because of the rain, Viscount Charles gradually regained consciousness. Lancelot paid no attention, carried Charles into the warehouse, with one hand tossed him aside, found an iron basin, and lit a fire. Outside, the thunder continued to rumble. Rainwater poured down along the eaves and walls, and countless tiny streams converged, slowly forming puddles. This hollow was too lowlying. With the current rain, even if it didn't flood, it might be destroyed by a mudslide. Lancelot checked his energy value. Over 1,000 points in total. That was enough to recruit 20 full knights, and with luck perhaps even summon a superior knight. The thought flashed through Lancelot's mind, but was quickly extinguished. Full knights were different from squires, the cost of mounts and equipment was a huge expense that the lord had to bear entirely. It was the same old story, he could afford to recruit them, but not to maintain them. If knights remained dissatisfied for long, their loyalty would decrease until rebellion. Lancelot reclined against the crate, his eyes flickering with the system's lists where various artifacts were followed by compatibility ratings. So far, the highest compatibility he had seen was only 80%, which was far from satisfactory. Suddenly, an artifact flashed before his eyes, and he instinctively pressed pause. Glory of the Mad Knight, intermediate artifact type cloak. Allows the user to shroud themselves in black magical mist undetectable by prophecy spells, while active and unbreakable by non-lethal damage. Compatibility 100%. Price 9,000 points. This was a purely supportive artifact, yet its cost was far from low. Purchase the Glory of the Mad Knight. Lancelot made his choice. Though it might not enhance combat prowess, it could prove invaluable in other aspects. Thump! The crate behind him collapsed from the tremor, revealing a red-lacquered box. This was the system's arrangement, and Lancelot was long accustomed to it. Opening it, he found a pitch-black cloak with a white cross embroidered on the back. As he held it in his hands, the cloak seemed alive, merging seamlessly with his collar and draping behind him. The moment he activated it with his spiritual energy, Lancelot was enveloped in a surge of black magic. The inky mist blazed like wild flames, exuding an aura of chaos and brutality. His helmet was also shrouded in the black mist, with only his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. The artifact, Glory of the Mad Knight, made Lancelot resemble a sinister, dark knight. After repeated practice to master it, Lancelot reverted the cloak to its collar form and walked over to the Viscount. He splashed a basin of cold water onto the man's face and said, "Time to wake up, don't you think?" Cough. Cough. I'm freezing. Am I still alive? Charles rubbed his eyes and sat up, his mind blank and his body weightless with exhaustion. As your savior, I'd like to know your background, Lancelot said, slowly tossing a burlap sack onto the ground. Charles shivered from the cold, disregarding the dirt, as he hastily shed his armor and wrapped himself in the sack. Huddling by the fire, he looked up and said, "Before you stands a descendant of the great and sacred king, the son of the Honorable Grand Duke of Bavaria, Viscount Charles. If you save me, I will grant you a generous reward, even a fief." Unlike the chaotic north of Region B, the fertile lands in the south were dominated by the Duchy of Bavaria, served by hundreds of knightly orders. Grand Duke Henry of Bavaria was a legendary figure known as the Lionheart. Lancelot never expected his rescue to involve such a prominent family. Frowning slightly, he asked, "According to the original pact, the Duchy of Bavaria has no right to interfere in the affairs of northern nobles. So why are you here?" "I was heading through the Bloody Mountains to visit my aunt in Duke Wembley's territory in Region A when I ran into this misfortune. I should never have trusted those swindlers." Lancelot chuckled and said, "Is that all? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lancelot, Lord of Serpent Gorge Castle and Knight Commander of the Violet Flower Clan. From my analysis, you were planning to contact Duke Wembley in Region A while launching an assault on the northern noble territories in Region B." Serpent Gorge, Knight Commander. Charles' pupils dilated instantly. After digesting the news, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Fine, I demand noble treatment. The Grand Duke of Bavaria, my father, will pay the ransom." Lancelot gestured lightly toward the mountains and said, "I have no interest in your affairs, nor will I spread word of this. The mutated beasts and alien tribes in the Bloody Mountains cannot be cleared in less than a year, so the Duchy of Bavaria must be patient for now. What exactly do you want?" Charles took a deep breath. This was the first time he had encountered such an unusual knight commander, yet he harbored no doubt. Only a knight commander could have rescued him from the blood sacrifice. "If I open Serpent Gorge and help the Grand Duke of Bavaria secure the northern territories of Region B, what do I gain?" Lancelot's voice was low and seductive. "A baron. No. No. An earl. You will surely be in theft as an earl. But aren't you a knight of the Violet Flower Clan?" Charles' mind was struggling, but he spoke with growing excitement. Lancelot leaned in and whispered, "In this world there is only eternal interest, not eternal loyalty." Charles drew a sharp breath, then grasped Lancelot's hand and nodded firmly. "Deal. Then we can discuss the details of our cooperation." Lancelot's smile was radiant, but a sharp, cold glint flickered deep in his eyes. The Grand Duke of Bavaria and Duke Wembley were no saints. Lancelot was certain that if the northern lords were eliminated, these two ravenous wolves would not hesitate to break the pact and devour him. His exorbitant demands were a ploy to leverage these giants for his own rapid growth. In this world, the strong always prevailed, and relying on heaven or earth was never as reliable as relying on oneself. Are you mad? 5,000 muskets, 100,000 cartridges, 10,000 infantry weapons, 500 sets of knight armor, and 50 artifacts. Viscount Charles stared at Lancelot in disbelief, his body trembling from a mix of anger and amusement. Lancelot shook his head. That's not much. You have no idea what he'll face after the Black Rain season ends. Serpent Gorge is the only pass large enough for troops to march through, and my castle is the sole strategic stronghold. Countless forces will covet it, so my strength is essential for the success of our cooperation. But that's still too much. 500 sets of knight armor. Do you have that many squires? 50 artifacts. Can you secure the loyalty of 50 knights? Charles frowned in retort. Lancelot smiled faintly. The Grand Duke of Bavaria will help me, want he? I've heard he commands a knightly order of over 5,000 full-fledged knights. Surely he won't begrudge sending a small contingent to aid me. Charles looked Lancelot up and down, astonished. Most people feared having their ranks infiltrated, yet this young man was actively inviting Bavarian reinforcements. Didn't that mean Serpent Gorge was within easy reach, rendering this man useless? A troop slowly appeared above the mountain call. A blood-red vulture war banner stood steadfast even amidst the raging storm, like an inextinguishable flame. The knight's sword in the hand of Gregor, a high-ranking knight of the Crimson Knights, glinted with a cold, eerie light. Beside him rode a black-armored knight atop a bipedal lizard, his lance exceeding 3 meters in length. Gregor, devoid of any arrogance before this knight, spoke respectfully. This is the Silver Mine. Viscount Charlie should have arrived here. The Duchy of Bavaria will not forget the Crimson Knight's assistance, especially yours. The black-armored knight said slowly, then patted the lizard's head. This mutated lizard, over 2.5 meters in length, possessed sharp teeth and astonishing running speed. Only it could swiftly leap across the rugged mountain path, reaching the call's interior in mere seconds. Gregor watched the lizard with envy, then took a deep breath and said, "Let's head down as well." The remaining knights tethered their horses to trees and trudged down the muddy mountain trail. Over 200 men prepared for battle, but the anticipated enemy did not appear. The target of their rescue mission, Viscount Charlie, sat leisurely by a fire, roasting a mutated boar's leg on a spit. Grease dripped onto the charcoal, crackling loudly. The black-armored knight knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "My lord, I am here to escort you back." It was this knight beside me who saved me from the blood sacrifice. Otherwise this time would have truly been perilous. Viscount Charlie sighed, recalling those who had perished underground, then rallied himself and spoke a few words in a low voice to the black-armored knight. Gregor's face was ashen, his eyes emitting a piercing chill. He said coldly, "Sir Lancelot, I never expected to see you here." "You should address me as Knight Commander Lancelot." Lancelot said nonchalantly, tearing a strip of meat from the spit and stuffing it into his mouth. Gregor was taken aback, then sneered, "Knight Commander, did you bestow that title upon yourself? Have you passed the examinations of the Noble Council and the Knight Guild? A thief who got lucky with some strength, yet dares to call himself a knight. A rat remains a rat." Charlie and the black-armored knight paused their conversation, turning their gazes toward the two men. Lancelot shook his head lightly and said, "Do you think a thief could rescue Viscount Charlie? Or are you insulting the Viscount, implying that the knights by his side are inferior to a thief?" Charlie's expression darkened instantly. He snorted coldly, his gaze cutting sharply across Gregor. Gregor's face flushed crimson. He removed his gauntlet and threw it before Lancelot, saying, "Come, let us resolve this dispute through a duel. I shall serve as the witness." The black-armored knight suddenly declared, casting a meaningful glance at Lancelot. Lancelot stretched his body, picked up his knight's sword, and strode outside. Hearing the news, the squires outside emerged from various houses despite the rain, encircling the central arena. Among them were men from both the Crimson Knights and the Duchy of Bavaria. An ordinary knight's sword. He's truly asking for death. I hear this young man claims to have the strength of a knight commander. I think Gregor is in danger this time. Nonsense. Lord Gregor wields the relic Wings of Light, which can bridge the gap between ranks. Clang. Gregor drew the knight's sword from his back. All murmuring ceased instantly. A sword aura sharp as a winter gale forced the onlookers to involuntarily step back. Holding the sword with both hands, Gregor channeled his spiritual energy into the blade, causing a white flame to emanate. Without a word, he launched his attack. The white flame warped space as the sword descended like a tidal wave, surging toward Lancelot. Ding! Eye of Truth, mid-grade relic Wings of Light, a holy weapon once blessed by the Supreme God, judging all evil. Spiritual energy amplification by 50%. Immune to spiritual pressure 1 rank higher. Damage bonus 1 against evil forces. Having obtained the desired information, Lancelot's eyes blazed with intense killing intent. His right hand thrust the knight's sword forward with astonishing speed. The whistling blade tore a rift through the white flame. With a crisp clang, the swords crossed. Lancelot's blade chipped. The black-armored knight frowned slightly, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. As a knight commander, it was generally unwise to engage in a direct clash when disadvantaged in weaponry, preferring, instead, to fight tactically. This was an extremely irrational act. Huh, knight commander. What garbage. Gregor shouted arrogantly, swinging wings of light rapidly. The white flame spread wildly, nearly filling the entire space. The falling rain was instantly evaporated. Lancelot remained expressionless. He had never undergone systematic combat training. All his battles since awakening relied purely on instinct. Now facing his opponent's relentless aggression, he could not retreat a single step, especially before the Bavarian family. He had to win decisively. I leave it all to you. Lancelot muttered to himself. He could vaguely sense the immense energy within his body. If he could unleash it, he would surely annihilate Gregor. Yet the key to unlocking his power remained elusive. He simply closed his eyes. This infuriated Gregor. Wings of light emitted a thunderous roar. The blade transformed again, distorting space. The surging force shattered the ground beneath. Die. The knight's sword within the white flames struck like lightning. Lancelot's mind went blank, but his right hand gave a slight flick. A faint silver sheen flashed on his sword, which then transformed into a dazzling meteor. Clang. The tip of the sword struck the same spot on Wings of Light 3 times in rapid succession. Boom. The white flame within Wings of Light was prematurely detonated. Startled Gregor felt a surge of unease. The explosion sent him staggering back several steps. Surrendering. Lancelot chuckled softly and took a step forward. A seemingly ordinary knight's sword wielded an overwhelming might, and with a thunderous roar the sword's edge cleaved through layer after layer of air, creating a sonic boom. Oh. Gregor twisted his wrist to redirect the Wings of Light for defense, but it was too late. He could only watch as the sword's edge sliced towards his throat, his heart nearly stopping. At that moment, the knight's sword suddenly froze in midair for a few seconds before finally stopping at Gregor's neck. All right, the duel's outcome is clear now. The black-armored knight spoke in a deep voice, his sword faintly shimmering with light, clearly indicating that those few seconds were a result of his intervention. Lancelot raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes, plunging the knight's sword into the ground. After he released his grip, the sword shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. The onlooking knights gaped in astonishment, especially those from the Crimson Knights, who resembled statues as disappointment flickered across their faces. However, they quickly reminded themselves that Gregor was competing against the knight commander, which eased their spirits somewhat. Cold sweat had already drenched Gregor's back. He now understood his luck, yet he glared venomously at Lancelot, grinding his teeth, as he said, I lost, but I will reclaim the lost honor with my own hands. A wandering knight remains a wandering knight. He will not change his filthy identity just because he has fortuitously gained a fief. Betrayal is the nature of people like you. After saying this, he led his subordinates away from the valley in a disheveled manner. The black-armored knight was an average-looking middle-aged man who slowly approached Lancelot, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity, as he coldly said, Young Knight Commander, what Lord Viscount Charlie promised will be honored by the Bavaria family. Although you currently hold no title, the Duke of Bavaria will not be stingy. At this moment, Charlie had changed into a clean outfit and smiled at Lancelot, saying, This is my father's Knight Commander, Redwind Ross. The supporting apprentice knights will be dispatched from his guard. Are you sure? You only need 30. Of course, after all, with my current financial situation, I cannot afford to pay for more. Lancelot replied solemnly. He couldn't just say it was due to insufficient energy that he could only recruit this many. Redwind Ross exchanged a glance with Charlie, both feeling somewhat puzzled, but he had enough confidence in his subordinates, as those who became apprentice knights were often second sons of nobles who could not attain titles. For these individuals, only titles and fiefs could entice them. A knight commander without a title had no qualifications. 30 apprentice knights and 50 cavalry attendants. This will be the initial support for you. The following musketeers and weapons will arrive successively. Charlie nodded as he spoke, simultaneously mounting Ross' two-legged lizard. Lancelot pressed his right hand to his chest, leaning slightly forward to express his gratitude to this generous benefactor. Charlie was unaware of Lancelot's thoughts and felt a surge of joy and excitement. He pulled out an octagonal diamond-shaped stone from his pocket and handed it to Lancelot, saying, This artifact has no offensive power, but it can purify water and food. Consider it a gift. In truth, the moment he handed it over, he felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late to go back on his word in front of so many people. Thank you. Lancelot was not at all polite. He was in dire need of such an item, which he valued even more than the 30 apprentice knights around him. Ding. Low-level artifact source of purification. Note, as long as the mental power is sufficient, anyone can become a priest. It is truly a must-have for home and travel. The system recited a nearly mocking description in a cold voice. With this, the matter was considered concluded. Most of the subordinates brought by Captain Ross were left with Lancelot. For this top expert from the outer city, the mere bloodied mountains posed no threat to him. If it weren't for Lancelot's insistence on not taking in the remaining people, Ross would have seriously considered leaving with the troublesome Viscount all by himself. Lancelot looked at the neatly arranged knight squad before him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the Duke of Bavaria's royal guard was exceptionally fierce, exuding a palpable bloodthirst, their eyes cold and indifferent. Every one of them, along with their horses, was clad in heavy armor, wearing tightly fitted helmets, remaining motionless under the torrential rain, resembling ancient sculptures. Unlike the calm demeanor of the apprentice knights, those cavalrymen appeared somewhat fearful and confused. Despite being elite troops within the army, their physical attributes did not meet the standards of apprentice knights, often relegated to the status of cannon fodder in an ordinary knight squad. Now under a new master, no one knew what the future would hold. System: recruit 30 apprentice knights. Lancelot was gambling. He intended to conduct a test, believing the system would make the most reasonable arrangements based on recent conditions. Boom. The 30 apprentice knights simultaneously shuddered, then raised their knightly spears towards the sky, shouting in unison, "Long live the Teutonic Knights! Loyalty, valor, fearlessness!" Then they took out white cloaks with a black cross from their saddlebags. Without the system's summoning, these cloaks may have never appeared. Lancelot let out a long breath. He realized he had won his gamble. The remaining cavalrymen exchanged glances, but their identities predetermined that they could do nothing. This was a situation Ross could never have imagined. In less than a minute, one of the apprentice knights proactively stepped forward to express that he had been assigned a surveillance task. All the warhorses pulled the large carts left behind in the mine, which were piled high with compressed food and wooden boxes covered in waterproof cloth. After 2 more hours of digging, these individuals unearthed 15 barrels of gunpowder from the mine. Cracking their whips, they slowly made their way towards the Serpent's Gorge. Lancelot did not follow the team. After arranging the tasks, he began tracking the Crimson Knights. Since enmity had already been established, he absolutely could not allow them an opportunity for revenge. The Crimson Knights were one of the most powerful knight orders in Area B's northern region, boasting 30 low-level knights, 500 apprentice knights, and 8,000 cavalry. Such strength was beyond Lancelot's capacity to withstand. If Gregor were allowed to return, it was likely that before the end of the Black Rain season, the enemy would launch a large-scale attack. If Gregor were to go missing in the bloodied mountains, no matter who sought revenge for him, they would need to provide concrete evidence. After all, the Crimson Knights did not belong to Gregor himself, and with Bavaria's support, Lancelot was not someone to be easily slaughtered. The sky had fallen completely dark, with torrential rain lashing down and thunder rumbling through the low-hanging clouds. Occasionally, a dazzling blue flash of lightning illuminated the undulating mountain ranges. Whenever the thunder paused for a moment, the entire world was immediately swallowed once more by boundless darkness. The bloody mountains offered only a limited number of paths suitable for warhorses, and Lancelot followed effortlessly behind. At this moment, having activated the glory of the Mad Knight, he was shrouded in dark mist manna, nearly merging with the darkness itself. Only the pupils of his eyes emitted a crimson glow, making him appear both eerie and sinister. He stood silently atop a tree, his gaze fixed on the encampment of the Crimson Knights below, like a supreme predator poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Snoring occasionally rose from the makeshift camp, and the scattered campfires had dimmed, as if they might extinguish at any second. The knights on night watch kept yawning, their pupils gradually losing focus. Just then, a long, drawn-out wolf howl pierced through the sound of the rain. The knights, who had been sleeping soundly, instantly snapped awake, instinctively drawing their weapons. Still groggy, they gathered together and assumed defensive positions. A shadow wolf. No doubt about it. A squire muttered, his voice turning shrill with tension as the knight's sword in his hand trembled slightly. Gregor barked sharply, "Nonsense. There hasn't been a trace of shadow wolves in the Bloody Mountains for 10 years. They're just ordinary mutated wild wolves. What are you afraid of?" Though he spoke thus, he dared not be careless, ordering everyone to gather around the campfires and wait in silence. After less than a minute, the warhorses tethered to the trees began to whinny in distress, their hooves stamping the ground uneasily. Roar! Several dark shadows flashed by, and then the horses fell silent, replaced by the sound of loud crunching chewing. The rain could not wash away the blood that gradually pooled together, forming small rivulets of crimson. In the deluge, no one could see the wolves' forms. Only pairs of green eyes burning like ghostly flames. A heavy footfall sounded, pat, pat. In a space that seemed empty, the rain outlined the silhouette of a creature that had been invisible. Then the creature shook its head, its form growing clearer. It was a massive pitch-black wolf, nearly 3 meters in length, looking as formidable as a tiger. Its sharp claws glinted with cold light. A wolf. Lifting its head, it let out a howl, and all the giant wolves joined in chorus. It really is a shadow wolf. Gregor's face darkened like water. With a burst of power from his legs, he shot forward, the blade of radiance in his hand blazing with a dazzling white flame. The giant wolves' simple intelligence stirred their fury. Under the shadow wolf's command, they emerged one after another from all directions, baring their fangs and launching themselves at him. With a sharp hiss, a flash of cold light split a wolf midair in two, spraying blood and entrails everywhere. The ferocious giant wolves seemed utterly outmatched before the senior knight. Apart from using their numbers to stall Gregor's advance, they had no way to harm him. But this was only true for Gregor. The other squires and cavalrymen struggled, for the wolves' combat prowess was no less than that of the lowest-level squires. The first to suffer were the ordinary human cavalry. One cavalryman had just cleaved a wolf aside when caught off guard. He was tackled by another. The massive wolf's maw was packed with sharp fangs, and with a single light snap, the cavalryman's skull was crushed with a sickening crack. "Damn it! Charge with me!" Gregor roared, turning his head. His mental power erupted, and the blade of radiance flared with white flames in an instant. That momentary flash of light sent the wolves howling in agony, retreating hastily to the sides. The shadow wolf fixed its gaze on Gregor, its eyes filled with a profound, killing intent. Though its strength clearly surpassed Gregor's, it refused to engage him directly. It waited patiently, like a seasoned hunter biding its time. The Crimson Knights followed Gregor as they broke free from the wolves' encirclement. Before they could cheer, several members of the group suddenly collapsed to the ground, their bodies mangled as if slashed by a sharp blade. "Watch out. Observe the changes in the rain. Shadow wolves can't stay hidden for long," Gregor shouted, then felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he raised the blade of radiance to shield his chest. Boom. The blade of radiance blocked the shadow wolf's claws, but Gregor was sent staggering back by the force. A woo. The shadow wolf's howl was filled with contempt. A shadow emerged from beneath its paw and shot toward Gregor at incredible speed. "My god of light!" Gregor let out a fierce roar, his joints cracking audibly. He drove the artifact blade of radiance heavily into the ground, where the white flame collided with the shadow in a thunderous explosion. Lancelot knew his moment had come. With a flicker of movement, he appeared on the battlefield. The eerie black mist made him look like an emissary of the underworld. His knight's sword tore through the air with a sharp crack as it arced toward Gregor's neck. Who are you? Who dares to ambush me?" Gregor's eyes were a maelstrom of terror and rage, fury and madness intertwining. He tried to pull out the blade of radiance, but it was too late. The icy edge had already sliced through his throat. As a renowned prodigy in Sector B, his death was no different from that of any mortal. Lancelot expressionlessly took the blade of radiance in hand, pointing its blade at the shadow wolf. He channeled his faith combat technique through his mental power, and the dark mist of mana around him transformed, blazing up as if doused with gasoline. Roar! The shadow wolf felt as though a mountain were pressing down on it. The surrounding air grew viscous. In fury, it clawed at the ground, its sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva, and its fur bristled like a porcupine's quills. The stalemate between the two did not halt the battle. With Gregor's death, the remaining Crimson Knights will crumbled. Warriors without fighting spirit were no different from livestock, and death soon claimed them all. Lancelot turned a deaf ear to the screams. In his heart, he was eager to frame the wolves for the deed. Now the key was whether the shadow wolf would play along. If a knight wishes to transform their mental power into combat-capable magical energy, they must rely solely on their treasured artifacts. Although the glory of the frenzied knight is merely an auxiliary artifact, Lancelot keenly grasped one of its hidden attributes: intimidation. The dark mist seemed to embody all the negative emotions in the world: sorrow, brutality, coldness, slaughter, despair, destruction, madness. These emotions began to spread at a visibly rapid pace, and at that moment Lancelot appeared as a demon awakened from slumber. The shadow wolf was uncertain, its body crouched low, its front paws gripping the ground. As a surviving shadow wolf of the Bloody Mountains, it had its own survival rules, one of which was to avoid direct confrontation with unknown enemies. Lancelot set down his knight's sword and kicked Gregor's corpse, sending it before the shadow wolf, coldly stating, "After you finish, be gone." From his earlier observations, Lancelot believed the Wolf King could understand him. The shadow wolf tentatively bit Gregor's arm, twisting and pulling it off with a single motion. Seeing that Lancelot did not intervene, it boldly began to chew and tear into the flesh. Just as humans need the magic cores of mutated beasts that consume gene-modified knights can also achieve evolution, which has become the primary reason for their mutual slaughter for centuries. Soon the sounds of teeth gnawing on flesh echoed everywhere. Under the shadow wolf's command, no giant wolves dared to provoke Lancelot. The Wings of Light, a mid-tier artifact, can absorb 5,000 energy points. Do you wish to absorb it? As the voice faded, the wings of light sparkling like crystal quickly dimmed. The magical energy attached to it was absorbed by the system in a unique manner, revealing its true material, a dark sword-shaped stone. The material was identical to that of the altar of the bloody ritualist Lillian, both being black crystal obsidian. Lancelot stroked his chin, speaking to himself with keen interest. It seems this is quite a precious item. After being enchanted, it has become an artifact even harder than metal. Suddenly, all chewing sounds ceased. The wolf pack and Lancelot simultaneously looked towards the northwest. In the darkness, the heavy sound of hooves echoed along the mountain path, as if the ground itself began to tremble before such might. Lancelot achieved his aim, channeling his energy through his legs, as his body swiftly vanished into the forest. The shadow wolf let out a low growl, and one by one the giant wolves also disappeared silently into the forest, leaving behind only a scene of chaos with scattered bones and blood. Nearly 100 knights raced swiftly along the mountain path, riding creatures resembling horses, but with stronger limbs, and 2 curved fangs protruding from their mouths covered in gray manes. The knights' long spears glimmered with cold light, and the overwhelming aura of slaughter surged like waves. Most of these knights were still apprentice knights, but the giant man at the forefront was different, clad in heavy knight armor, exuding a frenzy of power, wielding a massive axe like a heavy tank speeding down a highway. His mount was a gigantic unicorn rhinoceros, barely able to support its own massive body while still moving quickly. "Everyone accelerate," boomed a thunderous voice. Vanderhall, the leader of the Crimson Knights and Gregor's uncle, was the most powerful knight in the northern region of Area B. He had no offspring and Gregor was his only heir. Upon returning from outside the city today, Vanderhall had heard that Gregor had entered the Bloody Mountains with a team accompanying the Bavarian family, and he felt an unease creeping in as he entered the mountain path, his whole being trembling. The strong always possess a premonition that ordinary people cannot fathom. At that moment, Vanderhall realized that his nephew might have encountered misfortune. After several minutes, all the knights stood frozen. The heavy rain could not wash away the traces completely. The horrific scene made them feel a wave of nausea, with scattered wolf claw marks clearly revealing the perpetrator. "Captain, it must have been the wolf pack. I examined Gregor's body, and there were traces of magical energy left by mutated beasts. I suspect it is the shadow wolf that did it." The vice-captain spoke solemnly. Vanderhool's eyes suddenly widened, emanating a fierce and terrifying look of resentment as he leaped down from the unicorn rhinoceros, leaving 2 clear footprints in the muddy ground. "Shadow wolf. Heh. Damned beast, how dare you harm my nephew?" Vanderhall said coldly, kneeling on one knee and embracing Gregor's remains without hesitation. After a moment, he raised his head and surveyed his subordinates, then added, "Aside from the shadow wolf, there must be another culprit, a dark knight. Though he has left, a turbulent aura still lingers in the air. I can feel it. Moreover, he also took the wings of light. Shadow wolves do not touch artifacts." The vice-captain questioned, "Captain, there shouldn't be any Dark Council elites in the outer city. Could there be something wrong here?" "Didn't Ross say that there are bloody rituals hidden within the mountains? Can you guarantee that no Dark Knight has appeared? It seems this Bloody Mountains has attracted quite a number of people," Vanderhall said, slowly touching the soil. "He won't be able to escape." "No. A person like him focused solely on escape cannot be caught, but no matter how he flees, he cannot leave the Bloody Mountains. I will not waste time on futile pursuits. I plan to trap him. Recall all knights currently on missions, search the area territory by territory. The brilliance of the wings of light cannot be concealed." Vanderhall sneered. The vice-captain was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, speaking solemnly, "I will return to the base now. If it weren't for Ross from the Scarlet Wind Knights inviting the young master into the mountains, this wouldn't have happened. They should also do their best." After deactivating the radiance of the Mad Knight, Lancelot returned to his ranks without anyone inquiring about his whereabouts. A column bearing a black cross flag advanced slowly toward the castle in Serpent Gorge. It was 2 days later when he reached the castle. During this journey, he encountered no high-level mutated beasts, instead more lone wandering knights, and small-scale, knightly orders appeared. Originally, the entrance to the Bloody Mountain range was tightly encircled by noble territories, forcing hunters to pay exorbitant taxes to pass in or out. But now the beast tide had devastated most of the territories, leaving the Bloody Mountain range completely unguarded. These people swarmed in like cats catching the scent of fish. The ferocious beast tide was no match for greedy humanity. With their momentum waning, the remaining mutated beasts slowly retreated into the depths of the mountains. The castle of Serpent Gorge glowed crimson under the firelight, but Lancelot's expression darkened. On the battlements beside the black cross flag hung an additional banner of the violet flower. The castle had swelled to over 7,000 people, and those recruited by the system remained loyal, allowing Lancelot to enter smoothly. In the inner hall, a fire crackled in the hearth. A young man in resplendent crimson noble attire sat in Lancelot's lordly seat, while behind him stood a low-ranking knight, holding the violet flower flag. Knights of the Teutonic Order and those of the violet flower family stood on either side, glaring at each other with fury as icy killing intent spread unchecked. Knight Lancelot, your mission is over. The achievement of reclaiming Serpent Gorge will earn you a knighthood from the Baron. Now take your men and leave, we shall take over here. The young man's shrill voice dripped with mockery. Lancelot didn't even glance at him. He turned to Elena and said, "Who is this moron? Does he not know whose domain this is?" Before Elena could answer, the young man stood up, strode over to Lancelot, and roared, "I am Sir Shode, cousin of Baroness Melissa. A low-born wretch like you, even if granted knighthood, cannot shed your vulgar tongue." Bang! Lancelot punched the young man in the stomach, using just enough force to double him over in agony, writhing on the ground like a boiled shrimp. Clang! As if a signal, both sides drew their swords simultaneously. The Violet Flower family had brought 50 squires and 2 low-ranking knights, one of whom wielded a curved sword artifact. At that moment, the main door burst open. New squires and cavalry of the Teutonic Order surged in, while outside stood a dense formation of over 1,000 halberdiers arrayed in perfect ranks. The low-ranking knight with the artifact paled. An artifact could enhance combat prowess to a degree, but against such overwhelming numbers, even he had to submit, especially since these were no mere peasants, but elite soldiers. Glancing sideways at Sir Shode on the ground, he steeled himself and stepped forward. "Knight Lancelot, if you still acknowledge yourself as a knight of the Violet Flower family, please remain calm and abide by the knightly code." Lancelot sneered coldly. "You're not sent by Melissa. You and this fool want to use the knightly code to seize my castle. Huh. Melissa likely knows of your actions, but didn't stop you, hoping I'd kill you instead." With a flicker of movement, his knightly sword traced a streak of white light, decapitating the knight in one stroke. He snatched the artifact and tossed it to Andorf. Andorf grinned, channeling his spiritual energy into the artifact. The curved sword hummed, and he joined Lancelot in the slaughter. Elena snorted coldly and stepped aside, adhering to the neutral principle of a priestess even as a follower. "Kill them all," roared the Teutonic Order members, charging with their swords to clash with the Violet Flower Knights. With their strongest combatant slain, the enemy lost all will to fight. Before Lancelot stood a squire in chainmail, his trembling sword thrust forward, slow, weak, and clumsy. Lancelot didn't dodge. With a diagonal slash, blood sprayed from the squire's neck through the chainmail to his waist, cleaving him in two. The low-ranking knight holding the Violet Flower flag trembled, his eyes filled with terror. This massacre shattered his psychological limits. Bang! Lancelot sent another flying with a punch, too lazy to use his sword. In the outer district, aside from a few knight commanders, squires and low-ranking knights were mere ants to him. Thick pools of blood made the hall grotesquely horrific, sticky underfoot. Halberdiers entered to clear the bodies, while pale-faced servants scrubbed the floors with water. The Teutonic Order knights, their pent-up frustrations released, looked thoroughly satisfied. Soon the hall fell silent. Fresh carpets were laid, and aside from the lingering scent of blood, no trace of battle remained. Sir Shode's trousers were soaked. He had clearly wet himself. Gone was any talk of noble etiquette. He knelt before Lancelot, wailing, "Please don't kill me. I beg you." Lancelot waved the squires away and said slowly, "Now tell me your origins, background, and purpose. Don't try to deceive me or hide anything, or you'll learn the consequences." I am a noble. I demand noble treatment. I demand bail," stammered Shode. Lancelot narrowed his eyes, 2 beams of fierce light shooting forth. "Serpent Gorge just endured a beast tide. It wouldn't be strange for some to go missing. If you don't confess honestly, I can pretend I never saw you." Faced with Lancelot, who showed no knightly grace or noble decorum, Sir Shode was utterly terrified. Trembling, he said, I was ordered by Baroness Melissa." Before he could finish, Lancelot stomped his head to the ground, breaking his nose and sending blood flying. As the pressure increased, Sir Shode screamed in agony, his bones cracking audibly. They'll talk. I was sent by Count Ross. The 2 you killed were also his men. The Count promised to make me a baron in Melissa's place. Please don't kill me." "Count Ross again. Interesting, very interesting. It seems you're determined to have Serpent Gorge." Lancelot stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Lancelot commanded his men to imprison Shode in the dungeon, then called Elena before him and said in a deep voice, "What is the situation with your father?" "This seems to have nothing to do with you." Elena frowned tightly, clearly reluctant to speak. Lancelot said in a deep voice, "You are mine, we are connected. If Bishop Mariko encounters trouble, it won't be long before trouble finds us. We must prepare early." This statement is somewhat ambiguous, which inevitably led the beautiful Elena to think wildly, her cheeks slightly flushed. For the first time, she spoke in a flustered tone, saying, Fortunately, the current pope has just ascended to the throne. Oh, he won't act so quickly. Initially, he would only cut off his power and perhaps eventually assign him a nominal position. We don't have much time and we must plan ahead. I have contacted a priest from the Dark Council who will help us leave when the time comes. Lancelot took out a skeletal ring and said slowly, his eyes never leaving Elena's. He was betting on the loyalty of his followers and the wonders of the system. As soon as Elena showed any signs of abnormality, he would strike without hesitation. Elena did not disappoint him, and after a moment of shock she said, "The Dark Council. Their influence does not extend into the sanctuary city. If that day truly comes, my father will arrange for us to enter the inner city, which is an eternal sanctuary." As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upward, clearly pleased with Lancelot's trust and concern, completely unaware that she had walked back and forth near the gates of death. "You are so confident of what exactly is in the inner city?" Lancelot's eyes lit up as he pressed for answers. Elena pursed her lips and shook her head firmly, saying, "I'm sorry, I can't say. It's for your safety. Only by entering the inner city will you know everything." "Isn't that Paladin Commander one of the inner city's people?" Seeing that Elena wouldn't speak, Lancelot shifted his focus onto someone else. "The Paladin Order is only responsible for the protection of the inner city's walls and carrying out the orders of the church in the outer city. They are not yet qualified to enter the inner city, so you should focus on your training. Once you break through to the rank of commander, you will naturally know the answer," Elena said solemnly. Lancelot helplessly dismissed his curiosity. The mysterious inner city filled even someone like Elena, who knew the truth, with awe, and it seemed his current strength was still insufficient. The source of purification was given to Elena, freeing her completely from the burdensome purification work. Now within the castle of Snake Valley, there were 80 apprentice knights, 300 cavalry, 2,000 polearmed soldiers, and 500 musketeers. The remaining farmers were also training in formation daily, waiting for the weapons from the Bavaria family to arrive, so they could also transform into soldiers. Time passed day by day. With over 10,000 points of energy value, Lancelot exchanged for a low-grade knight's lance as a treasure for himself, while summoning 10 low-grade knights, costing a total of 5,000 energy points. To his surprise, one of the knights turned out to be a high-ranking knight with a strength of 9, named Arno. His appearance was also quite similar to that of the Terminator. "You are insane to take in the Gale Thieves Guild." Elena kicked open the study door, bursting in angrily. Lancelot's excitement instantly cooled. He frowned and said, "What Gale Thieves Guild?" "Seeing that you also don't know, I will patiently explain. The Gale Thieves Guild is the public enemy of the outer city. Taking them in means provoking all the nobles. The Gale Thieves Guild is a criminal organization that rampages through the outer city, committing all sorts of atrocities while also engaging in contract killings. These thieves have an average strength above that of apprentice knights, originally composed of a group of fallen noble youths which over the years evolved into a large organization, with each of the 4 outer cities having its own leader. Arno is the leader of Area B. It was this Gale Thieves Guild that had ambushed and attempted to assassinate Lancelot. Arno had originally intended to launch a surprise attack during the Black Rain season, but unexpectedly turned into a knight recruited by the system. After hearing this, Lancelot also felt a bit of a headache. He had inquired in detail with the system. If he were to murder his subordinates without reason or execute them, it would cause the overall loyalty of all knights to drop, and after 1 or 2 times it would lead to a forced rebellion. "My meaning is very clear. They must be driven away," Elena said solemnly. Clank, clank. The door to the study was cautiously knocked upon, and Arno entered respectfully, wearing a black cross cloak, looking nothing like a robber. "Is there something you need?" Lancelot asked while signaling to Elena, who glared at Arno angrily before turning and slamming the door as she left. Arno placed his right hand on his chest and leaned slightly forward, saying, "My lord, the people I brought may cause you trouble. Well, I think it would be better to leave first." "Leave? Wouldn't that waste my energy points?" Lancelot thought to himself, shaking his head and saying, "I didn't know your identities before, and it was indeed inappropriate to place you within the castle, but that does not mean I don't need you." Arno's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up. He brought his feet together and struck his chest again, loudly declaring, "Please assign me a task. I will repay you with loyalty. I need you to rejoin the Gale Thieves Guild. This identity will be very useful to me. At the right moment, I will take on a different identity to lead you," Lancelot said solemnly, activating the treasure, and his body was suddenly enveloped by black magical mist, making the entire study feel like an ice cellar. Arno's breathing became slightly rapid. There was no panic in his eyes, only excitement. Clearly, although the system had loaded memories into him, his innate brutal nature for plunder could not be changed. Thud. Arno knelt on one knee on the ground, saying, "I will obey your orders, my lord. Your glory is the guiding light for me." Lancelot dissipated the black mist and resolutely exchanged for a two-way communicator from the system, a pair of snails capable of emitting radio signals only the size of a palm, but with shell hardness comparable to diamonds. In the outer city where communication relies heavily on horses, the price of communication snails is naturally not cheap, and the whole 1,000 energy points completely drained Lancelot's savings. You must not linger in the Bloody Mountains. As you leave through the southern exit, teach the Crimson Knights a harsh lesson and divert their attention away from the Bloody Mountains. Lancelot said solemnly. Yes, my lord. Background analysis: the Count of Ross from the Ross family mentioned earlier is the brother of Ross the Red Wind Knight from the Bavaria family. According to noble inheritance laws, only the legitimate eldest son can inherit the title, while the second son becomes a knight squire. After graduating from the Knight Academy, Red Wind Ross did not choose to return to his family, but opted to join the powerful Bavaria Principality in the south. In the Bloody Mountains, Red Wind Ross chose to seek help from Count Ross, enabling him to mobilize the Crimson Knights to search for Charlie. After days of torrential rain, there were finally signs of it subsiding. Lancelot watched as Arnold departed with a batch of supplies, leaving the castle's residents indignant. It was rumored that the lord had been forced to yield to the Gale bandits' extortion to protect them. The truth mattered little. All those privy to certain information were members of the Teutonic Knights recruited by the system. Even if spies from other factions racked their brains and exhausted every scheme, they could uncover no further useful intelligence. A brewing storm was quelled before it could truly erupt. Standing on the rooftop drenched in the drizzling rain, Lancelot practiced the faith combat art, gradually enhancing his physique attribute. The 11-point increase in constitution was far more agonizing than strengthening his strength. A familiar surge of heat circulated along an unfamiliar path within his body, each cycle feeling like an electric drill boring through bone and muscle. Sweat poured from his capillaries, turning into a misty vapor upon contact with the cold air. From a distance, he appeared shrouded in clouds. Ding! System alert: your genetic chain is on the verge of collapse. Continuing to enhance your constitution carries a 98 failure rate. The system's voice was frigid. Abort! Lancelot growled through gritted teeth. He didn't consider himself one of fortune's favored few. Without a 100% success rate, he wouldn't gamble with his life. A strong heart was not a gambler's heart. Using the system to forcibly strengthen his constitution was already a gamble, and now that he seemed to have lost, there was no room for regret. Ding! Constitution enhancement aborted. System will not refund energy points. Lancelot took a deep breath and shook his head. He could sense he was merely a hair's breadth away. This attempt had consumed the artifact contributed by Arnold, but it wasn't entirely without gain. He casually threw 2 punches the air, splitting with sharp cracks. His control over power had subtly improved. 2 shivering maidservants rushed over with blankets, carefully drying Lancelot. These 2 girls were the plainest among all the maids, their faces dotted with freckles and skin as dark as charcoal, somewhat reminiscent of the mixed bloods from his past life. Though Lancelot was now a formidable lord, he had no say in the arrangement of his maids. Eileen had taken full charge of his domestic affairs on her own accord. Fortunately, Lancelot didn't mind. Frankly, these women didn't match his aesthetic tastes. He would rather pursue Eileen, who was at least a great beauty. Lancelot sighed, recalling the height difference between them. He scratched his head vigorously, catching a glimpse of a figure standing by a nearby window in his peripheral vision. Perhaps she has some feelings for me, he muttered to himself, wrapping the blanket around him as he returned to his bedchamber. The moment he stepped inside, boom! A pillar of light descended, instantly warming his chilled body and restoring his strength. Lancelot settled comfortably into a chair, gazing at Eileen before him. Next time, don't peek at my training. Why not do it openly? Who was peeking? I was worried that if you fell ill, the Teutonic Knights would fall into chaos, Eileen retorted coldly. Just then, the waiting Andorf stepped forward to report. Baroness Melissa has arrived and is currently in the hall. At the mention of that name, Eileen's expression shifted, first her eyes flickering with an indescribable emotion. She shot Lancelot a venomous glare before swiftly turning and leaving. Lancelot cleared his throat. It seems I need to hire a steward so you don't have to run around. Go ahead, we'll be there shortly. Yes, my lord. Andorf suppressed a smile and nodded as he left. The burly bald man found his master's taste rather unique. In the eyes of the knights of Sanctuary City, docile, petite, and gentle women were the ideal spouses. A woman like Eileen was one no man would choose, as standing before her would crush a man's pride. Despite his thoughts, Andorf was well aware of the power behind the pillow. He secretly pondered how to curry favor with Eileen. Unlike Andorf, the rest of the castle's inhabitants considered Melissa the most suitable mistress. Thus, even after the recent upheaval, the Teutonic Knights remained respectful toward her. In the hall, Melissa leisurely sipped her coffee, occasionally dropping a sugar cube into her cup. In the harsh conditions of the outer district, even a baroness couldn't enjoy such a luxury every day. The coffee here was rich and mellow, a top-grade brew worth its weight in gold. Little did Melissa know the coffee in her cup was one of the spoils from the Gale Bandits gifted to Lancelot by Arnold. Baroness of the Violet Flower, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Lancelot strolled out slowly, poured himself a cup of coffee, and sank into the plush sofa. Melissa took a small sip, swallowed slowly, and savored the taste for a moment before smiling. After all, this is still the domain of the Violet Flower family. Though I granted it to you as a knight's fief, you are merely a knight. Without a title, you cannot truly be called a lord. Oh, do you wish to take it back? Lancelot asked as if amused. His eyes narrowed and a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Melissa set her coffee cup down on the table, leaning forward slightly, her fine figure tracing an elegant curve. She said calmly, I can skip the lowest rank of knight and elevate you directly to baron, allowing you to establish your own family. The fief of Serpent Gorge will be entirely yours, provided you do one thing for me. A baron. Huh. Generous terms. But whatever you want me to do must be even more beneficial to you, I presume. If I become a baron, what will you become? A viscount. A count. Lancelot sneered. A flicker of anger crossed Melissa's face before she composed herself. True, it benefits me, but it's a win-win. Miss this opportunity, and even with the strength of a knight commander, you'll never become a noble. The Red Wind Knight of the Bavarian family spent over a decade merely as a captain of the guard, possessing only a patch of land the size of a palm. Umph. He is he and I am I, Lancelot declared proudly, then added in a sinister tone, wouldn't it be simpler if I became the Baron of the Violet Flower myself? Melissa's face flushed with anger, the near-insulting words enraging her. This was precisely the effect Lancelot had intended. Only when a person is furious do their reason and logic wane, making it easier to see through their thoughts. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze as the two sat facing each other in silence. As she set down the plate, the stunning beauty, Eliana, shot a frosty glare at Lancelot, then swiftly left, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Your taste is quite exquisite, isn't it? I fear I might not be your preferred type, Melissa said mockingly. My partner's status is noble, with sacred blood flowing through their veins, incomparable to any fallen family, Lancelot replied with a cold smirk. However, the moment these words left his mouth, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! At the request of the commander, Eliana's follower status has been revoked, binding her as a partner. You have gained a hidden skill, heart-to-heart, allowing mental communication within a kilometer, granting a 5% boost in spiritual strength when on the same battlefield. Congratulations. A great man is inevitably supported by a great woman, as a knight also needs a warm harbor. The commander's wife automatically gains secondary command over the Teutonic Knights. A forced divorce would lower the knight's morale and loyalty. Hearing this, Lancelot's expression went blank. The damned system had shackled him. He was unwilling to hang himself on a single tree, yet the system had a different opinion. The last message was a blatant threat. In a daze, Lancelot seemed to see Eliana tumbling joyfully on the bed, her bashful thoughts echoing in his mind. Oh dear. It's so embarrassing, he hasn't even proposed yet, and my father still doesn't know. Lancelot resisted the urge to converse with her, deciding to keep the heart-to-heart skill a secret. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked up to see Melissa gaping at him in surprise and asked, Is something the matter? Gulp. Melissa struggled to swallow, slowly stating, So she's the daughter of that lord. How foolish of me, I should have realized sooner. I apologize for my impudence, I will leave immediately. The Serpent Valley Castle shall be your domain from now on, and I will submit a transfer request to the Noble Council. The Zijingwa family had already fallen, so they had received news of Bishop Mariko's impending misfortune. The Cardinal of the Holy See thoroughly terrified Melissa, especially when recalling the knights and soldiers outside, solidifying Lancelot's identity as a son-in-law. Aside from the Cardinal, few in Zone B would provide such resources to a knight. This misunderstanding benefited Lancelot, who naturally wouldn't clarify it. Seizing the opportunity before the Mount Tai fell, he adeptly played the part, nodding as he said, Let's keep the low profile. I want to hear your win-win idea first. I'm suddenly intrigued. Melissa cautiously settled herself, saying, The Duke of Bavaria has fallen gravely ill and needs the blood of a demon from the Lord of Hell to survive. I hope we can collaborate. Humph. Lancelot dismissed her. The Lord of Hell is an S-class entity. One can wipe out Zone B clean. She means to harm you. Eliana suddenly barged in, shouting. Lancelot's expression darkened, and he turned to scold, Be quiet. I am well aware, no need for your prattle. If you're bored, go prepare dinner for me. Melissa felt relieved, but dared not show it, cautiously explaining, You must listen to me. Still not leaving? Lancelot raised an eyebrow, speaking coldly. Despite Eliana's tall stature, she hesitated and took a few steps back, nodding submissively before hastily departing. Due to her own influence and family factors, Eliana was either met with deference or cold ridicule. Thus, after being scolded by Lancelot, she felt an unusual thrill inside, a very special and novel sensation. Seeing Eliana's reaction, Melissa gasped in awe, instantly viewing Lancelot in a new light. She tucked away her previous thoughts and respectfully explained, "My lord, the reason I say this opportunity is rare is that my ancestors left behind a map which records a location. There lies a sealed demon lord, badly injured, only of low S-class strength. Can you ensure it's intact and the demon lord hasn't regained strength?" Lancelot inquired. Melissa nodded, stating, "Only the head of the Zijingwa family knows this secret. One of the reasons for leaving the outer district last time was to investigate the seal there, which is absolutely intact. Your strength is insufficient. Hand over the map, and I will retrieve the demon blood," Lancelot said slowly, his aura beginning to press down. Melissa resolutely shook her head, releasing her own aura, and said solemnly, "Rest assured, I have the ability to protect myself. Thanks to you, I exchanged the magic core of the saber-toothed rat king for advanced genetic reagents, and fortuitously broke through to become a superior knight. Crossing from low-level knight to superior knight is impossible for most, but there exists a secret technique within the Zijingwa family that allows for such a feat." Speaking of which, Lancelot played a role in this. Had he not destroyed Melissa's treasure, leaving her disheartened, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. Lancelot was slightly surprised, hesitating for a moment before saying, "The Ross family is eyeing Serpent Valley. You should be aware. If they act while I'm away, who knows what tricks they might pull. As long as we obtain the demon blood, no one would dare offend the savior of the Bavarian family. Moreover, with that lattice influence, the Ross family would behave themselves," Melissa whispered, trying to persuade him, clearly unaware of her wardrobe malfunction. Lancelot rubbed his nose, twisting his head with sheer willpower, and said, "All right, I agree." "Wonderful," Melissa exclaimed, leaping with joy. Lancelot chose to collaborate with Melissa out of necessity. On one hand, it was due to the map, and on the other, it was because of his identity as an investigator. The investigator outside the city is a hereditary privilege of high-ranking nobles, allowing them to bypass official orders and freely explore outside the city walls. Ordinary people, even a knight commander, cannot enter or exit the city walls without authorization. Stray knights and scavengers are considered stowaways, holding a very low status. If caught, they are judged as heretics and face execution by fire. Few nobles possess the identity of an investigator. The Zijingwa family retains this status due to the strength of its first ancestor, making it their most valuable asset. Lancelot had just seen Melissa off when he spotted a warhorse galloping toward the castle from afar, followed by over 20 large carts. The knight carried a large banner embroidered with a massive lion's head, the emblem of the Bavaria family. "I am the envoy of the Duchy of Bavaria. Open the city gates at once." Before the knight could draw near, his booming voice rang out first. The soldiers of the Teutonic Order stared coldly below, while musketeers in the watchtower had already aimed at the knight, ready to fire at any moment. Lancelot waved his hand, ordering the gates opened, but also had all knights and soldiers fully armed, forming two square formations to create a single passage. The knight gazed at the formidable battle array before him, a flicker of awe crossing his face. He turned his head, awkwardly restraining his arrogance. He then dismounted voluntarily, saluted Lancelot, and retrieved a gilded, bordered letter from his chest, handing it over. "On behalf of Viscount Charles, I extend his greetings to Knight Commander Lancelot, and request your acknowledgement of these supplies. This letter is a private correspondence from Viscount Charles with its seal intact." "Much obliged." Lancelot nodded, opened it, and after a brief glance, understood the situation. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Things had become quite intriguing. In the letter, Charles also sought his help, hoping to treat Grand Duke Henry ahead of other competitors. It was evident that similar letters had been sent to many others, and if not for his need of assistance, the subsequent supplies would hardly have arrived so promptly. 3 days from now, at the 13th passage in Sector B, a group will assemble. Viscount Charles hopes to see you there, the knight said solemnly. Lancelot smiled slightly and replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall write a reply for you to deliver to Viscount Charles. I am deeply grateful for his assistance, and will surely reciprocate." Sensing the evasion in his words, the knight grew somewhat displeased. Had he not been surrounded by dozens of squires, he might have cursed aloud. After a while, Lancelot emerged, handed over the letter, and without a word directed his men to begin unloading the cargo. The knight left in a huff, but Lancelot paid no mind. Instead, he curiously opened the crates on the carts. Inside were weapons, though apart from the muskets, their quality was mediocre. As per Lancelot's request, all were spears. Some crates still bore unscrubbed markings reading Hammer Trading Company. Thus the weapons were not shipped from Bavaria, but purchased near the Bloody Mountains, naturally lacking in quality assurance. For Lancelot, it mattered little. His band of farmers had until now wielded only wooden clubs. Watching the farmers gleefully hoist their spears and swiftly don leather armor, they now bore the semblance of soldiers. Uniform attire instilled a sense of belonging and honor. A group, especially an army, must have hierarchy. Hierarchy breeds motivation for advancement. Lancelot kept it simple, appointing the farmers recruited by the system as junior officers, permitting them to wear black cross surcoats. Thump, thump, who? The crisp beat of drums mingled with the long call of horns. Soldiers who had undergone drill training quickly tidied up, returned to their formations, and were led to the grand training ground. Raise shields. 3 steps forward. Boom. In unison with the drumbeat, the orderly phalanx of spearmen raised their shields, pressing tightly together, their spears held at a 45-degree angle. Bang, bang, bang. The phalanx advanced like a wall, then the spearmen slammed their shields to the ground, bracing them with their shoulders. From a distance, the entire formation resembled a hedgehog, the 4.5-meter-long spearheads glinting coldly. Though only a month had passed, this army, cobbled together from farmers, had taken on an elite air. At the very least, their discipline surpassed that of most lords' private forces. The watching knights nodded involuntarily. Despite lingering disdain in their hearts, they had to admit that this phalanx of farmers could now inflict harm upon cavalry and squires. The farmers dared not move without further orders. In previous training, the drill sergeant's cudgels had left an indelible terror in their hearts, a fear so profound that on the battlefield they would dread military law more than death itself. This was the cudgel Lancelot, dubbed the Spirit Infusion Rod, crafted from oak, 50 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in diameter. 3 strikes on the buttocks left a punished soldier unable to walk for an entire day. Thrust! A sharp command rang out. The front rank remained still while the rear rank raised their spears, concentrating fiercely, and roared "Kill!" as they thrust forward. Train hard. On the battlefield, everything that can change your fate awaits. Glory, gold, titles, lands. Lancelot spoke slowly, then turned and walked away. The spearmen and knights alike cheered, their fervent gazes seeming capable of evaporating even the pouring rain. Outdoor training lasted at most 2 hours, after which they returned to the barracks to wash and rest. One by one, squires entered the tents to help reduce the soldiers' radiation levels. Yawning, Lancelot returned to his bedroom only to find his large bed usurped. The beautiful priestess had changed from her vestments into a pure white silk nightgown, which accentuated her slender waist exquisitely. Her delicate ankles, peeking from beneath the hem, were fair and lovely, utterly alluring. A languid smile graced her stunning face as she clutched a book in her hands, already lost in slumber. For the first time in his life, Lancelot felt somewhat constrained. The girl before him was impeccable in both family background and personal demeanor, though the height difference irked him. Standing beside Yelena always brought a sense of pressure. The dim oil lamp in the bedroom seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Lancelot simply covered it, plunging the entire room into darkness. Perhaps the inadvertent sound awakened Yelena. She opened her mouth in a gasp, then suddenly remembered something, her face flushing crimson. She quickly pulled the covers over herself, wrapping up tightly. Lancelot grew even more awkward, his heart pounding, his throat dry. Stammering, he said, "From this day forward we shall possess and support each other in good times and bad, in wealth and poverty, in sickness and health, to love and cherish until death do us part." Do you accept? Is this a proposal? How hasty. If I marry a mortal, I can no longer serve as a priestess. Elena poked her head out from under the covers, her expression tinged with hesitation. Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood up, saying, "If you are unwilling." "Who said I am unwilling? Do I have a choice now? Or have you changed your mind?" Elena flared up like a wildcat, baring her teeth and letting out a threatening snort from her nose. Well, Lancelot's mouth twitched. He was about to say something to save face when the system in his mind suddenly intervened like a seizure. Ding. Great knight, do not hesitate. Only valiant combat leads to victory. Non-mandatory quest, reward harem, count 1, system guaranteed harmony among the ladies, charm 1. Damn it. I am a devoted man and you are forcing me into wrongdoing. Lancelot patted his head in exasperation. He felt that this so-called knight system was nothing less than a demon skilled at manipulating hearts, leaving him no choice at all. Taking a deep breath, he knelt on one knee by the bedside and bowed slightly. A noble marital ritual from before the apocalypse, now largely forgotten. Yet Elena, having received the finest education, felt both surprised and shy. She gently lifted the edge of the blanket and leaned forward to return the bow. If a mirror were before her, Elena would see how enchanting she was. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze dazed like a lost star in the night sky. The next morning, Lancelot sat up with dark circles under his eyes. To him, everything had happened so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. He had reason to believe it was all the system's doing, yet he couldn't help feeling a pang of guilt. Elena lay beside him, a serene smile on her face, as if the previous night still lingered. Her soft golden hair was spread out, making her appear even more delicate. Lancelot's mind inevitably conjured a series of alluring thoughts, but he dared not make a move. Every bone and muscle in his body ached unbearably. The hidden strength within the woman before him was terrifying. The experience, though delightful, had severely wounded Lancelot's masculine pride. Stretching his limbs, he left the bedroom. Elena's eyes suddenly snapped open, and she shook her fist at Lancelot's retreating back before curling back into the warm covers for a return to sleep. In the study, Lancelot unrolled an exquisite parchment scroll. He dipped a quill in ink, but the moment the tip touched the parchment, he lifted it again. He intended to write a letter of notification to his unseen father-in-law, but could not pen a single word. How could he say that under the system's coercion he had hastily married the man's daughter without even a ceremony? There was also the crucial issue of Elena's identity as a priestess. In principle, a priestess must devote her life to the supreme god and could only leave the clergy with a bishop's permission. Lancelot could imagine how furious that father-in-law would be upon receiving the letter. But things had already reached this point. He had to write it regardless, and the outcome would be left to fate. With a flourish, he finished writing using an entire parchment scroll. Through careful rhetoric, he conveyed his meaning clearly, also adding his analysis of the current situation and plans for the future. He hoped his father-in-law would not think him frivolous. Though the man's power was waning, he was still a cardinal. If in his fury he casually dispatched a Templar Legion, Lancelot would have no choice but to flee. Who are you writing to? Elena entered silently, embracing Lancelot from behind the chair, as if he were a child. Lancelot rested his head on her softness, sighing in comfort. He placed the parchment into a scroll case, sealed it with wax, and asked, "This is a letter for your father. Can you get it into the inner city?" That's simple. Elena nodded. She meant using a precious spatial artifact for cross-temporal transmission. Though a low-grade artifact, its value rivaled that of a mid-grade one. With a hum, space shattered. A crystalline beam of light shot toward the scroll, and an intangible astral wind filled the study, rattling the doors and windows. Space began to warp. The strange spatial force slowly lifted the scroll upward as the light beam dimmed. With a whoosh, all phenomena vanished. The artifact and scroll were gone without a trace. Gone. 10,000 energy points gone. Lancelot's heart pounded as if wrenched by a knife, the pain of loss unbearable. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to ask the nonchalant woman if she had more artifacts, but ultimately stifled the urge. As a man, how can I covet a woman's belongings? His masculine pride flaring, Lancelot let it go. With the lesson of the Gale bandits fresh in mind, he had become far more cautious in recruiting knights. Elena clapped her hands, smiling as she hugged Lancelot. "Darling, I'm hungry. Let's eat." At the same time, within the Duchy of Bavaria, Viscount Charles sat at the table having lunch. The dishes were sumptuous, with a roast suckling pig at the center. Yet no matter how lavish the meal, it tasted like ash in Charles' mouth. His mind was full of his father's pale face. As the Grand Duke's most beloved eldest son, his right to inherit was unquestionable, but Charles had no desire to become a puppet. The greatest power in the entire Duchy of Bavaria lay in the hundreds of knightly orders which formed the duchy's foundation, but also threatened its authority. As long as Grand Duke Henry the Lionheart lived, no knightly order would dare rebel or be disloyal. But Charles knew he lacked the strength and prestige, so he had to seek external aid. "My Lord Viscount, this is Knight Lancelot's reply. He has refused your command." The messenger knight spoke a hint of provocation in his words. Charles frowned slightly. Lancelot was someone he had favored, which was why he had funded the knight's requests. But unexpectedly, the man was so unappreciative. He casually opened the letter, scanned it, and froze, muttering to himself, "Oh, you are that confident." He abandoned his meal and called for the steward to bring all intelligence on the Teutonic Order. "Miss Elena, so you've latched onto this big tree. But when the tree is about to fall, how long can you rely on it? Demon's blood, let's see how you deliver it to me." Charles took a deep breath and tossed all the intelligence scrolls into the fireplace, burning them to ashes. Within the inner city, inside St. Peter's Basilica, the afternoon sunlight bathed the entire cathedral in a golden radiance, as if proclaiming the glory of the Holy See. The melodious piano notes, like a mountain spring, quietly flowed through the study on the top floor of the cathedral. Sunlight streaming through the window fell upon Mariko, casting a faint halo around the elderly man in his red clerical robe. Suddenly, the idyllic world conjured by the piano piece was shattered. Mariko's eyes shot a piercing glare, and his 10 fingers pressed down heavily with intense emotion. Bang! Bang bang bang! Shocking, powerful notes suddenly echoed through the room. In that instant, Mariko's body tensed up, leaning forward. His hands began to change rapidly, and the notes surged forth like a violent storm, a suffocating rhythm that made one's heart pound with terror. Your Eminence, a letter from the young lady bearing the seal of the Teutonic Knights. An icy voice abruptly intruded upon the music. Slap. The music ceased abruptly. Mariko took a deep breath and said slowly, Utter nonsense. Bring it here. Yes. A tall, burly paladin entered from outside. The golden armor he wore was now mottled with a clear sword scar across the chest. The knight paid no heed to his own injury. He knelt on one knee and presented the scroll with both hands. I appreciate your trouble. Mariko nodded, then took the scroll and walked to the window. Looking down from his vantage point, he observed the Templars in the church garden. These armed forces loyal to the Pope made no effort to conceal their presence, standing in perfect formation. Mariko casually drew the curtain, plunging the room into deep gloom, though it did not hinder his reading. After scanning the contents at lightning speed, the parchment scroll exploded with a thunderous roar, and a surging, overwhelming aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the once bright sky turned dark with rolling clouds seemingly pulled by an invisible force into a rapid vortex. No one could believe that such godlike power emanated from an outwardly frail old man. At the same moment, the Templars outside coughed up blood simultaneously, their bodies going limp, unable to muster any strength, their expressions filled with terror and panic. Please calm your anger. The young lady must be safe. The knight knelt and spoke, his body trembling slightly under the formidable pressure. Mariko clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. It was a long while before he retracted his aura. Turning his head, he spoke in a voice bordering on harshness. My most precious treasure, my daughter, my Elena, has been stolen by a shameless little thief. A despicable, wretched little thief. A lowly wandering knight. I will kill him, I will definitely kill him. As he finished, his upper and lower teeth chattered with rage, revealing the depth of his hatred. The knight immediately understood the situation. When Elena had volunteered to stay with the Teutonic Knights, he had already anticipated this. Still, he felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps only when it came to matters concerning his daughter could the cold, indifferent cardinal reveal such temper. This was also the sentiment of any father marrying off his daughter. Go, bring Elena back and kill that wretched thief for me. Mariko spat out the words fiercely, his eyes flashing with a murderous glare that could freeze the entire room. The knight shook his head and advised, please calm down. If the young lady was coerced, my sword would surely bathe the outer city in blood. But from the looks of it, she is happy. And I believe this may not be a bad thing. I understand what you mean. I don't want to drag her into this either. Mariko murmured, a sense of loss in his voice. The knight breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is the young lady's own choice. You should trust her judgment. I know. She has always been independent, just like me, not like her carefree mother. But, not even a proper wedding, and I was the last to be informed. That damned brat. Mariko's face flushed crimson. He slammed his right hand on the piano, making it buzz with anger. The knight knew Mariko had calmed down and was merely venting. So he boldly said, perhaps considering the young lady's status as a priestess, it wouldn't be good to publicize this matter. Why not pretend you know nothing and annul her clerical status? Huh. It seems that's the only way. Damn it. That little thief even dared to threaten me, saying he'll make me a grandfather next year. Damn. Mariko panted heavily, speaking with gnashing hatred, his mind naturally conjuring up that scene. His pregnant daughter leading a slick, disreputable man. If he could, he would gladly take a sword and cleave that man in two. The knight couldn't help but laugh, then quickly stifled it, lowering his head. After the old man's anger had mostly subsided, he said, Your Eminence, everything is prepared. But for now you may have to bear with staying in the papal palace for a while. Only this can divert their attention. As the Easterners say, the victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. Everything depends on fate's arrangement. Just like that incomplete symphony of fate, who can truly seize destiny by the throat? Mariko said slowly. You will not fail. Only you can truly restore humanity's former glory. The knight spoke solemnly. Just then the door was flung open. A squad of Templars rushed in, led by another cardinal, though much younger. Mariko said coldly, His Holiness the Pope is truly impatient. Even a minor regional bishop can be elevated to archbishop. I truly lament for the Holy See. Who says I'm not the Pope's own nephew? Enough nonsense. His Holiness invites you to his papal palace as a guest. The middle-aged man sneered. The middle-aged man named Houston was actually the illegitimate son of the current Pope Borgia. This was common knowledge throughout the Holy See, yet no one dared to spread it. The Borgia family had produced 3 popes across generations, with a lineage tracing back to before the apocalypse. Their vast power and wealth were immeasurable. The most formidable fighting force in the inner city, the Paladin Order, was firmly under Borgia's control. Mariko straightened his robes and said slowly, Let's go. While I'm at it, let me sample Borgia's legendary poison Canarella. Nonsense. His Holiness has long confirmed that Cantarella is a rumor fabricated by heretics, and its dissemination has been banned. Are you courting death? Houston barked sharply. Mariko squinted his eyes and said slowly, whether it's a rumor or not, you know best in your heart. How did the previous pope die? Houston's face turned cold. He waved his hand, signaling the Templars to escort Mariko out. Due to the earlier phenomenon, the Templars were now much more respectful and cautious. Outside the city of Sanctuary, the glaring sunlight poured down, enveloping the desert in its scorching embrace, making the entire space appear to be on fire, presenting a distorted state. The weather outside the city is always so unpredictable. According to the church, it's due to the uncontrolled magical energy from the alternate dimension. Perhaps today it is a desert, and tomorrow it may turn into an ocean. In this world composed of heat, even a trace of moisture seems incredibly precious. As far as the eye can see, the yellow desert stretches endlessly. From time to time, sandstorms sweep through, exposing the dried bones of beasts beneath the ground. Woo! The sound of a car engine shattered the silence here as a jeep approached from afar. Inside the vehicle were only two people, both dressed in medieval knight armor, which looked oddly out of place in the jeep. Lancelot sat in the passenger seat, struggling to stay awake, having a half-hearted chat with Melissa. His overall mental state was extremely poor. Before setting off, Elena had made sure to deplete all his supplies to prevent him from sneaking snacks. After a whole day, he still felt sore and weak. Why isn't this mode of transportation popularized in the city? This thing is much faster than a horse. This thing called a car can only be used by the searchers when they leave the city and is managed by the Night Order stationed at the passage. You really shouldn't have offended Vanderhall today. After all, he is the leader of the Crimson Night Order, Melissa said. Lancelot shook his head and replied, you still fantasize about maintaining peace with the Crimson Night Order. For the sake of your family, you have no choice but to cling to the Bavaria family. Don't say it so harshly. What clinging? This is a wise choice. I can see clearly that the noble alliance in Area B has long since decayed and will eventually be swallowed by the Duchy of Bavaria. You. Don't try to change the topic. I can tell you are deliberately provoking Vanderhall. Why? Melissa now spoke to Lancelot without the previous restraint, as if they were old friends. Lancelot picked up the water bottle and took a couple of swigs, then coldly said, I was testing them. Given Vanderhool's legendary temper, we would certainly have a fight. But yesterday he surprisingly held back. Unless he has something more important to deal with, it doesn't make sense. What could that be? Melissa asked, not immediately understanding. If he cures the Duke of Bavaria, he could receive a large fief and hereditary lordship. Such a good opportunity would not only attract you. Lancelot sneered. Melissa bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of determination as she said, I will definitely succeed. At that moment the jeep shook violently, followed by a puff of white steam from the engine hood. Damn it. They didn't even feed the car properly. Melissa slammed her hand on the steering wheel, fuming. This time it was Lancelot who was taken aback, questioning in confusion, feed. Did you mean the fuel tank isn't full, eh? What fuel tank? I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of the car now. Melissa, still furious, reached for the engine hood latch and then got out of the car. Lancelot shrugged and followed her out. As he approached the front of the car, he immediately felt a rush of heat accompanied by a strong stench of blood. With a thud, the engine hood was opened and the stench intensified, revealing a scene of chaos inside with thick blood splattered all over the engine compartment. Lancelot frowned and said, what on earth is this thing? Disgusting, right? I threw up the first time I saw it, but you'll get used to it quickly. Melissa said, expressionlessly raising the engine hood with her right hand while drawing a dagger from her waist with her left. Creak, creak. A sharp noise came from the engine and Lancelot leaned in to take a look, stunned. Inside the engine compartment were countless sharp gears rotating, their serrated edges opening and closing like the jaws of a monster. Melissa cut her left hand with the dagger, letting her blood drip inside. In that instant, the entire engine accelerated its opening and closing speed, rumbling. Boom. The engine began to work powerfully. Due to blood loss, Melissa's face turned pale as she refused Lancelot's offer to take her place and returned to the driver's seat. The jeep indeed started instantly, which made Lancelot feel heavy in his heart. This thing had exceeded his understanding, and a strong impulse to forcibly dismantle it began to spread within him. Melissa seemed to sense Lancelot's thoughts and said, don't even think about it. This is a bizarre thing that came from the inner city. If it gets damaged, we won't be able to return. Just look closely, and as long as we are in the car, we can avoid many troubles. Sure enough, Lancelot paid attention. As they passed a sand dune, a tunterlong yellowish lizard was staring coldly at the jeep, but made no moves. The most troublesome things outside the city are not those high-level demons, but the endless low-level monsters. This vehicle can intimidate low-level monsters. As for the principle, I have no idea. I advise you not to think about it. You just ask Lady Elena when we get back, Melissa said casually. She still maintained a degree of respect for Elena, even though she already knew that the latter's father had met with misfortune, but she was not polite with Lancelot. Lancelot didn't mind. He tapped on the car window with his right hand and said, "Don't say, I didn't warn you, we might have already been targeted." Melissa suddenly turned her head back. The area behind was empty, nothing but desert and no sign of human presence. She stepped on the gas again, increasing the power output. The Jeep transformed into an angry steel beast, roaring and dashing out. 1 kilometer away, a massive convoy closely followed Melissa, with the leading Jeep waving a red flag, causing the entire convoy to accelerate. In the back seat of the car, Vanderhall occupied the space alone, arms crossed, leaning back against the seat with his eyes closed, asking, "How far is it?" "Commander, they may have discovered us. We are about to exceed the treasure detection range," said the knight in the passenger seat, sweating profusely while holding a compass-like artifact. "Useless." Vanderhall coldly snapped, punching the car door off its hinges and then leaping out of the vehicle. His speed was far greater than that of the Jeep, each step covering 5 meters. Without Vanderhall's weight pressing down on it, the lead vehicle immediately doubled its speed, and all the cars behind followed suit. The scorching sun still hung high in the sky. At this moment, Lancelot yearned deeply for the black rain season in the Bloody Mountains. Though damp, it was at least cool. Puff, puff, puff. The Jeep began to emit white smoke again. Melissa didn't get out to refill its water. Instead, she leaned wearily against the seat, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she said, "It's here, no doubt. We've arrived." Lancelot doubted whether she had seen correctly, but as he stepped out of the vehicle, he was instantly stunned. Even racking his brains, he could never have imagined that amidst the boundless desert, there would be an oasis featuring a vast expanse of primeval forest. The oasis lay within a basin surrounded by towering cliffs. Lancelot now stood at the edge of those cliffs. If one looked straight ahead, the oasis could easily be missed. It was truly hidden here. "Let's go down. Time is tight. If what you said about being followed is true, we must speed up," Melissa said in a low voice, then began tossing equipment and weapons from the vehicle. Lancelot glanced back and said solemnly, "It's too late. Let them go down first to scout. It's better that way. I have a foreboding feeling." With that, he hurled some useless gear into the oasis, then pulled Melissa over to hide near a sand dune. The two of them were left with only a canteen of water and their respective knightly swords, having even abandoned their armor. Melissa was somewhat displeased, but had no choice. "System, if I recruit a squire now, what's the chance of one appearing immediately?" "Respected Commander, the recruitment conditions require a comprehensive assessment, loyalty, family background, and even fear fall within the scope of judgment. Generally speaking, if a candidate meets 3 conditions, such as being an orphan, having a solitary personality, being unmarried, rebellious, or a fugitive, recruitment can succeed with 100% certainty." That's as good as saying nothing. Lancelot helplessly shut out the system in his mind. His recent luck had been too good, leading him to spend extravagantly, and now the sudden pinch of poverty was quite hard to get used to. Just then Melissa pushed Lancelot and whispered, "They're here." In the distance, clouds of dust could be seen, accompanied by roars. A black beast 5 meters long charged recklessly, closely following the convoy. Its black fur bristled all over. It resembled a bear with 2 pairs of sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, and when it roared, sparks of flame could be seen spraying out. Vanderhur, wielding a giant axe, circled the beast constantly, his face grim as he cursed his bad luck inwardly. This high-level aberrant blaze bear was a rare sight, and each one was troublesome to deal with, mainly due to its layer of sharp fur. Touching even a strand would ignite blazing flames, making it a walking arsenal. Boom! The giant axe swept down, splitting the air, and the ground began to churn violently as a massive earthen spike shot up. Vanderhur's artifact, the earthquake axe, can manipulate the land into spikes. Powerful, truly powerful. Melissa whispered, using powerful twice in a row to express her emotions. Roar! The blaze bear was forcefully sent flying. When it crashed onto a Jeep, its fur fell off. A red light flashed, and with a rumbling explosion, the Jeep was reduced to a pile of scrap metal blazing fiercely. The blaze bear was completely unharmed. Its thick hide and tough flesh were its forte, but it was thoroughly enraged. "Beast! Damn it!" A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Vanderhur's eyes, but he knew it wasn't the time to clash head-on with the blaze bear, or his strength would be depleted before reaching their destination. Boom! The earthquake axe struck again, and spikes 7 or 8 meters high rose around the blaze bear, forming a temporary cage that trapped it. Vanderhur reluctantly glanced at the burning Jeep. It wasn't his men he pitied, but the vehicle itself. The Jeeps in the outer city wall passage were communal property. Investigators leaving the city only had borrowing rights, and damaging one meant paying a hefty compensation. He signaled his men to grab their equipment and descend into the oasis, leaving a row of empty Jeeps behind. Boom! The blaze bear shattered the earth in spikes, shook its head and sniffed around the jeeps, but dared not approach as if it loathed them. Roar! The blaze bear stood on the cliff, roared once toward the oasis, and finally left reluctantly. Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief. This place was actually not far from the sanctuary city, where most powerful demons and monsters had been eliminated. Yet even the commander of the Scarlet Knight Order was harried by wandering high-level beasts, highlighting the dangers beyond the city walls. "Let's go down now," Melissa said impatiently. Lancelot pressed her down firmly and said, "Don't rush. Wait a little longer. Didn't you see how the blaze bear was afraid of the oasis? There must be some unknown danger inside." Melissa stamped her foot in anxiety, but could do nothing about Lancelot. Just then screams came from the oasis. A few seconds later, all fell silent. Lancelot looked down with his true sight, but the entire oasis seemed shrouded, revealing nothing clearly. Ding! True sight, a church shrouded in evil from which no one has ever left alive. Non-mandatory quest: unravel the church's secret. Quest reward skill: resilient heart reduces self-perceived pain by 10%. Damn! Another trap, and I have no choice but to go. Lancelot's first thought was of the resilient heart skill, which seemed tailor-made for him, enabling a smooth breakthrough in his constitution. The two discussed and divided the food and water, then cautiously slid down using the ropes left by the Scarlet Knight Order. The moment their feet touched the ground, a cold voice rang out. "How dare you follow us?" Such audacity. A figure leaped down from the dense canopy, a knight's sword whistling toward them like lightning. Wind roar. Lancelot's right hand held the knight's lance, a low-grade artifact, will of the wind roar. A cyan spiral wind spike shot from the lance's tip, expelling all the air around in an instant. Hum! Smack! The figure was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. An ordinary knight's sword was no match for an artifact and shattered into 2 pieces. Cough! Who are you? How dare you oppose the Scarlet Knight Order? The low-rank knight who had ambushed them spat blood and said weakly. Melissa, a ruthless woman with the strength of a high-rank knight, wasted no time. Her dagger slashed across the man's throat, and she then stripped him of his canteen and food. Lancelot shrugged helplessly, still wanting to inquire further, but now it seemed there was no opportunity. "All right, we've finally arrived," Melissa exclaimed with excitement, then retrieved a porcelain bottle from her backpack and sprinkled some white powder over herself. "This is made from the skull of a saber-toothed tiger. There's only one bottle left at home, but it will make our journey smoother," Melissa said. Lancelot naturally did not refuse, yet a vague thought flickered through his mind. Outside lay an arid desert, but within the oasis sprawled a vast primeval forest where countless towering trees stood their immense canopies intertwining, plunging the woods into profound gloom. Lancelot took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh oxygen tinged with the scent of decaying leaves in the damp air. It felt as if every cell in his body began to stir with each breath. The two advanced along the trail left by the Crimson Knights weaving through the forest. A party of over 20 had left behind considerable traces, mostly remnants of battles, with fallen monsters visible from time to time. These monsters resembled monkeys, entirely black, leaping among the trees without making a sound. Lancelot did not provoke the black monkeys, nor did they bother him. Instead, they kept leaping farther away. "These spiteful little creatures make excellent guides," Lancelot murmured to himself. Lancelot said to himself. After walking for about an hour, Lancelot halted and said in a deep voice, "Something's wrong. From outside, this area seemed small. We should have crossed the forest by now, yet we're still among the trees." Melissa hesitated, then said, "The place where the demon lord is sealed is actually in a different dimension. We just entered through the gateway, and to return we must go back the same way at a specific time." Bang! Lancelot spun around and punched Melissa in the stomach, then grabbed her neck with both hands, lifting her off the ground. He said coldly, "I don't want you to hide anything from me again, understand?" Cough! Cough! Melissa nodded, frantically, caught off guard with no time to react. Her mind clouded from lack of oxygen. She could not muster her mental strength and had no choice but to surrender. Lancelot only intended to teach her a lesson not to kill. When he felt it was enough, he released his grip. Thud! Melissa crashed heavily to the ground, but the next moment she was lifted into the air. At some point, the vines entwined around the trees had all come to life, silently encircling them. The vines twisted and coiled together like pythons. Blood-sucking vines. "These are hellish plants," Melissa shouted. She twisted her body at the waist, flipping upward, and her dagger turned crimson as she slashed through. The vine wrapped around her ankle loosened instantly, white smoke rising from the cut. More and more vines surged upward, intertwining into a net, clearly intent on trapping them. Lancelot frowned slightly, pulling a waterskin from his pocket, filled with holy water. This liquid, blessed by a bishop, could enhance a weapon's lethality against evil beings when applied. He had not planned to use it so soon, but events rarely unfold according to schedule. Melissa watched with envy and reluctance as Lancelot smeared the holy water onto his night lance, a precious item that perhaps only the inner city could provide. Wind roar. Lancelot activated his artifact skill, tucking the night lance at his waist. As his vast mental energy converted into mana, the wind roar will began to glow with a cyan light, growing brighter. By now the blood-sucking vines had formed a complete sphere, leaving no light within. Boom. A powerful pressure was released in an instant. The mana compressed the air into a cone blasting outward. A 2-meter-wide pillar of wind pierced through the vines, the roaring air blades, shredding them into fragments. Seizing the chance, Lancelot exerted force through his feet, riding the wind, to burst out of the breach. Melissa followed, closely, still shaken, not daring to fall behind. The explosion inevitably alerted Vanderher ahead, giving the seasoned Knight Commander a warning. "Two sly little mice tailing me." Vanderher sneered casually, cleaving a 3-meter man-eating flower in two with his axe. The Vice Commander, leaning on his knight sword, panted, "Ill. Send someone to deal with them. You go ahead. No, we can't split our forces in a place like this. Hurry up and move. They won't cause us any trouble. This forest will swallow them whole," Vanderher said coldly. Just as Vanderher predicted, after escaping the blood-sucking vines, Lancelot and Melissa completely lost their bearings, and the sky began to darken. Fortunately, both had experience in wilderness survival. Compared to Melissa's rough methods, the skills Lancelot had learned from Bear Grylls proved more practical. Soon a crude tent made from broad leaves was set up. Inside, a deep pit was dug with charcoal burning within. This minimized light, and after extinguishing, filling the pit with earth, made it like a heated brick bed. A kettle hung over the charcoal fire, bubbling merrily, the fresh tree mushrooms infusing the broth with a savory aroma. "I didn't expect you to know how to enjoy life," Melissa said, her eyes fixed on the kettle, her nostrils flaring slightly as she tried to hide her hunger. Outside, Lancelot was whittling branches, saying, "Combat strength is tied to food. Good food helps the body recover faster. It's not about enjoyment." "Then I don't care," Melissa said, rubbing her hands together. Unmindful of the heat, she grabbed the kettle and began to drink. Mushroom soup with a pinch of salt had a natural flavor. Before she knew it, Melissa had drained the kettle. Staring at the empty vessel, she blushed, realizing Lancelot hadn't eaten yet. "Rest first. He'll take a look around for some prey. Soup can quench thirst, but it won't stave off hunger," Lancelot said, shaking his head. Melissa nodded, pulling out her dagger to stay alert. Having roamed the outskirts alone for years, she was no ordinary girl and could take care of herself well. The moonlight was bright. In Lancelot's eyes, the moon in this post-apocalyptic world seemed larger, faintly revealing craters from meteor impacts and undulating mountains. "The moon is brighter in my homeland." A trace of sorrow rose in Lancelot's heart, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. The alternate dimension was another world with its own creatures and laws. Earth, like a great magnet, attracted them. Some, like hell, were stably connected to the main plane, while others required specific conditions to open. Since the apocalypse began, countless dimensional spaces had appeared, and just as many had vanished. Lancelot had not gone far from the camp when he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure descend from the sky, followed by a sound, like an infant's wail, a sound that pierced the bone with its chill. Eerily, it seemed to echo within his mind, involuntarily sending a shiver down his spine. With a thud, Lancelot threw himself forward, bracing his hands against the ground, then pushed off, with his legs sliding forward with the momentum. His assailant was a black bird monster, its feathers as sleek as satin with a deep blue sheen. It bore a human-like face, but its nose and mouth were fused into a hawk-like beak. Its two long, thin bird legs stood upright, claws gripping the ground. With its wings folded, it resembled a figure cloaked in a mantle. The bird monster's eyes were filled with fierce aggression, fixed on Lancelot. From time to time, it emitted an unpleasant gurgle from its throat. Ding. Eye of Truth. Guhua, bird ferocious in nature, delights in human flesh and blood. Combat Assessment 1S. Though you are evenly matched, defeat is possible. Lancelot's scalp tingled. He shook his head, helplessly lamenting his terrible luck. Not only was the enemy formidable, but he was also unarmed. The wind roar Lance had been left behind when he dodged, and now lay at the feet of the Guhua bird. The Eye of Truth enraged the Guhua bird, prompting it to screech impatiently. It then flapped its wings and lunged, summoning a gale that materialized into countless wind blades. The surrounding shrubs were instantly stripped of their leaves, leaving only bare branches. A murderous aura washed over him. Lancelot dared not hesitate. He first retreated a step, then charged directly into the wind blades, betting that his defenses were stronger. A sharp tearing sound followed. His upper garment was slashed into rags, but his skin remained unscathed, marked only by faint welts that quickly faded. The Guhua bird beat its wings, rising like lightning, then folded them and dove vertically. The sharp claws on its feet emitted a piercing shriek as it aimed straight for Lancelot. The claws glinted coldly in the moonlight. Lancelot had no doubt of their sharpness. This time he chose not to gamble. He tapped the lance with his toe, then seized it with both hands and thrust upward. With a thunderous crash, the treasure weapon met the hawk's claws. The guhua bird's eyes blazed with cruelty. Its wings serving as arms slammed down with a howl. Lancelot took a deep breath, crossed the lance in defense, and stepped back half a pace. His bones creaked under the immense pressure, but he managed to withstand the guhua bird's assault. "Get lost," he bellowed, then hurled the creature backward. The guhua bird fluttered and crashed into a tree, shaking its head, clearly dazed. Wind roar. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. Mana within his palm began to spill forth, fueled by his mental energy. He stomped his right foot hard, charging like a galloping steed riding the wind for greater speed. The guhua bird folded its wings, conjuring a barrier of wind blades. As the two opposing forces of wind collided, Lancelot pierced straight through its defenses. Black smoke billowed from the damaged wing of the monster. Perhaps realizing Lancelot was no easy prey, the guhua bird flapped its wings and chose to flee. It glared at him menacingly from midair for a long moment before speeding away. Lancelot let out a sigh of relief, stars dancing before his eyes. He gasped for air, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Using his treasure's skill twice in quick succession had drained his mental energy faster than he had anticipated. He took a gulp of holy water from his flask, which greatly alleviated his mental fatigue. Weary, he stood up and stretched his body. The recent struggle had left the area in disarray. It was then that he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Lancelot knew they must be members of the Crimson Knight Order. With a flicker of movement, he leaped into a large tree, clutching the wind roar will, and activated the glory of the Mad Knight. In an instant, he was shrouded in a black mist of mana. Those approaching were a standard trio of low-ranking knights, torches in hand, moving with swift agility and a thick, murderous aura. Impressive skills. Such a heavy killing intent. So these are the elites of the Crimson Knight Order. They truly live up to their reputation. Lancelot was secretly astonished. He compared them to his own men and grimly concluded that even the Stormwind bandit gang would suffer heavy losses in a direct confrontation. Found something. The fight just ended. They can't have gone far, one of the leading knights muttered, crouching down to carefully examine the footprints. The other two knights, their gazes sharp as blades, stood back to back. Their sinister, murderous aura grew heavier. The enemy is skilled. We must be cautious. Kirin, use your treasure to see if you can locate their escape route, the squad leader ordered in a low voice. No problem. As long as they are within the forest, they cannot escape my perception, replied the shortest knight. He was the one who had been in the passenger seat earlier. He once again produced a compass and placed it over Lancelot's footprint. As mental energy poured into the compass, it suddenly emitted a green glow. The light clung to the ground and ripples of energy spread outward. The nearby forest seemed to fall silent, instantly devoid of any sound. After less than 2 seconds, the bushes and weeds began to sway without any wind. The short knight picked up the compass and said, slightly fatigued, "How strange. I can't find any trace." "That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible. Unless the enemy is right here and never left," the squad leader said coldly, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any target. Lancelot's heart sank. Every treasure had its own unique abilities. The glory of the Mad Knight should have completely concealed his aura and form, yet the enemy seemed to have detected something. The moment he entertained the thought of killing, a faint murderous intent instantly alerted the 3 knights below. They all looked up toward the tree. Lancelot wasted no time. He stomped down hard, causing a thunderous crack, and shot down from the tree, delivering a flying kick. One of the knights was struck squarely in the chest. It was as if he had been hit by a train. He flew backward, spitting blood, slammed into a tree, and then slowly slid to the ground. The remaining 2 knights felt their scalps tingle and every hair on their bodies stand on end, their expressions shifting instantly. In such close quarters, a knight's sword was less lethal than a dagger. Acting in seamless coordination, the 2 knights released their swords and drew their daggers, lunging forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The air split with sharp whistles. A sardonic smile curled on Lancelot's lips. Facing the gleaming daggers, he instantly crouched, then kicked backward, crashing directly into the lead knight's chest. The latter was sent flying like a sack, his feet leaving the ground. Simultaneously, Lancelot lashed out with his right foot, striking the shorter knight's wrist and sending his dagger flying. He then advanced with a step and delivered a punch. The shorter knight let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The strength seemed to drain from his body, and he collapsed limply to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the elite trio of low-ranking knights was utterly defeated. The lead knight struggled to push himself up, saying, "The price of failure is death. Come on, kill me, and he'll be free." Lancelot was startled. These knights were all suicide warriors. It was hard to believe the Crimson Knight Order could cultivate such monsters, for death was the hardest trial of all. Just then a faint rustle reached his ears, the sound of plant roots being trampled accompanied by a swift rush of wind. Unwilling to linger, Lancelot used a nearby tree to spring into its canopy with 2 bounds and began racing back the way he came. Vander Hull arrived right behind him, followed by a squad of fully armored knights. "Commander, the enemy is a dark knight fleeing southeast. Please grant us another chance." The lead knight clutched his chest, speaking weakly. "A dark knight? Not Melissa? Huh. I've been searching for you everywhere, and here you are following me." Vander Hull squinted, muttering with a cold laugh. The 2 knights were forced to their knees by the killing intent, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with barely concealed terror. The next moment their heads burst open with a bang and their bodies crumpled to the ground. Vander Hull wiped his hands in disgust and said, "Proceed as planned. Secure the artifacts. That dark knight will surely reappear." "What do you think his purpose is?" the deputy commander asked, frowning in confusion. Vander Hull shrugged indifferently. "It doesn't matter. He's either an assassin or an enemy. It would be best if Melissa runs into him. That would save me the trouble." Back at the campsite, Lancelot slipped inside and lay down, refusing to move. He recounted the events, roughly omitting only the matter of the glory of the Mad Knight. Melissa listened with a heavy heart. The deployment of the Crimson Knight Order's elite forces clearly weighed on her. The first half of the night passed, but after less than 2 hours of sleep, Lancelot heard a snap. The sound of a branch breaking. Melissa and Lancelot opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and silently slipped out. In the darkness, several figures crept closer stealthily, each holding a wooden spear. Lancelot circled behind the last one. These figures were all under 5 feet tall, so he gathered his strength and kicked out. With a crisp crack, the man's ribs shattered, and his body flew forward like a bull had rammed him. Caught off guard, the others turned just as Melissa moved like lightning, as agile as a fish. She slid her feet and slashed their throats with her dagger. The sole survivor tried to flee, but Lancelot tripped him and pinned his chest with a foot. Frowning, he said, This isn't human, is it?" The attacker let out unintelligible roars, gnashing his teeth viciously. Melissa peered through the moonlight, her brow furrowed. "I've never seen anything like it. They look like dwarf soldiers, but legend says their civilization is advanced. Why do they seem like primitives?" Records of pre-apocalyptic history were scarce, but fragments remained. The dwarf on the ground wore only a loincloth woven from banana leaves, his skin pitch black. "Kaka." The dwarf forced his head around, every muscle vibrating. His eyes rapidly turned from white to red. Bracing his hands on the ground, he erupted with a surge of immense power. Lancelot released his foot, watching the dwarf flee, and blocked Melissa, who was about to give chase. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her face dark. Lancelot turned coldly. "Put away your aristocratic temper, and show me the respect you had for Gregor. I am a knight commander, not a lackey of the Violet clan." Melissa trembled with rage. In her eyes, Lancelot was merely a doomed knight commander, hardly comparable to the strongest knight order in Northern Zone B. But she knew this was no time for conflict. Dying here would be too costly. "Fine, let's pursue him." "Stay quiet," Lancelot said flatly, stomping his foot. The immense force cracked the ground like a spiderweb, and he shot forward with a boom. Melissa bit her lip, took a deep breath, and followed closely. The fleeing dwarf was swift, using his small frame to dart through tree hollows and bushes. Lancelot strode forward, keeping his center of gravity low to minimize air resistance. His feet seemed fitted with springs, each step covering 5 meters. If he unleashed his full speed, he could catch the dwarf in under 10 seconds. Unlike Lancelot's ease, Melissa strained to even see his silhouette, a pang of envy stirring within her, the envy of an ordinary mortal for a genius. After a full half-hour run, Lancelot halted on a high slope and crouched low. Below, a winding-shaped river glittered, its cold sheen more pronounced under the moonlight. A massive, magnificent cathedral stood on the riverbank, towering like a giant. "We've arrived. Finally, the Royal Cathedral of Berlin, once the monarchy's church. Legend says it's the closest place to the supreme god. Holy angels, I give thanks." Melissa knelt, clasping her hands, tears welling from sheer excitement. A cold smirk flickered at the corner of Lancelot's mouth. He was now certain this woman harbored many more secrets. Melissa composed herself and took the initiative to explain to Lancelot. The Berlin Royal Cathedral once stood in a corner of the West End on the north bank of the Thames in London, covering a vast area where royal coronations were held. Unfortunately, part of it was destroyed during the apocalypse, and the remaining main structure fell into an alternate dimension. The place we need to go is through the arcade to the southeast side of the main cathedral, where the treasure hall and the underground chapel are located. I suggest you not get too excited. Take a closer look at what's down there, Lancelot said coldly. Only then did Melissa notice that in the darkness around the cathedral, there were countless gnomes huddled together, their numbers impossible to determine. Boom. As if on cue, hundreds of bonfires were lit simultaneously, the towering flames illuminating the area below as bright as day. The gnomes cheered and danced, and at the center 7 or 8 struggling humans were tied to wooden stakes like livestock, surrounded by gnome chefs sharpening their knives. Lancelot recognized that those people were knights of the Crimson Order, and his vigilance grew. These gnomes seemed far more formidable than he had imagined. Yet it was within expectation, with over 1,000 fearless monsters below, each possessing the strength of an apprentice knight. Even Vanderhull would have to flee upon encountering them. Melissa swallowed hard and looked at Lancelot for help. Victory was within sight, and she didn't want to fall short at the last moment. If you don't want to give up, you'll have to wait. Lancelot shook his head and said. He was no fool. Forcing his way through 1,000 monsters would only end up like those fellows tied to the stakes. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Help. Captain, save me. I surrender. I surrender. The screams erupted abruptly as a gnome chef in a white coat brutally disemboweled a captive, the scene utterly gruesome. Melissa remained expressionless, her face cold, showing no emotional change. She gripped her dagger tightly, waiting for the so-called opportune moment. After an entire night of revelry, when the first rays of dawn arrived, a large group of gnomes emerged from the camp, led by the one Lancelot had released the previous day, who was gesticulating animatedly to his companions. The camp's gnome population dwindled by 3/5 while the remaining gnomes lay on the grass, dozing off. A glint flashed in Lancelot's eyes as he spotted a peculiar gnome beside the largest bonfire, wearing a hat woven from colorful feathers, his body painted with white totemic designs. From the deferential attitude of the other gnomes, it was clear this was likely a shaman-like figure in the tribe. Now you lure them away while I kill that shaman, Lancelot whispered into Melissa's ear. Melissa nodded, curtly leaped down the slope, and charged forward. Her dagger gleamed with a fiery radiance as she let out a long howl. The gnomes quickly stood up, spotting Melissa and shouting excitedly. Though they couldn't fathom why this human would come to die alone, their low intelligence left little room for thought, and they all rushed toward her en masse. As the distance between them narrowed to less than 5 meters, Melissa shifted her footing, twisted her waist, and turned her body at a 90-degree angle, deftly outmaneuvering the gnomes. Like hounds lured by a fox, the gnomes adjusted their course and gave chase. Now fewer than 20 gnomes remained in the camp, all clustered around the gnome shaman. Lancelot took a deep breath, feeling a flame blazing in his chest. Boom. He broke into a sprint like a charging leopard, the earth exploding with each footfall, converting the impact into forward momentum. His speed far surpassed Melissa's. In the blink of an eye, he was within arm's reach of the gnome shaman. Ding! Eye of Truth, dark gnome shaman, a berserk creature bereft of reason, capable of manipulating low-level magic and shape-shifting. Combat Assessment 1S. The hidden attribute of the Eye of Truth never failed. The gnome shaman roared and pointed at Lancelot, and the guarding gnomes immediately threw themselves at him without hesitation. To achieve maximum speed, Lancelot had not brought the Windroar will, but his instinctive, unarmed combat skills were even more terrifying. Using his momentum, he leaped into the air, his right knee shooting up to his chest, the hardest part of the human body, and like a battering ram, it smashed the head of the gnome in front of him before his right foot lashed out straight. The gnome's corpse knocked back 2 of its companions, causing the surrounding guards to freeze momentarily. Lancelot didn't stop, his legs worked like pistons, kicking left and right. Crack! Crack! Each crisp sound, like a whip cutting through the air, claimed a life. He had never objectively assessed his 11 points of strength, but now it demonstrated an overwhelming advantage against low-level beings. The gnome shaman danced in fury, raised a conch shell from his waist, and blew a long, mournful note that echoed in all directions. The gnomes pursuing Melissa halted simultaneously and madly rushed back to the camp. Bang! Lancelot landed a simple straight punch that sent the gnome shaman flying into the bonfire. Boom! The bonfire's red flames eerily turned blue, and within them the gnome shaman could be faintly seen praying to the heavens. Seeing this, all the gnomes knelt, raised their hands, and shouted La! Lala! Hu! Bah! Their eyes burned with fanaticism. The gnome shaman transformed rapidly within the azure flames. His once stunted form inflated like a balloon, his skeletal frame becoming as solid as steel, muscles bulging grotesquely, the stretched tattoos glowing with blue light. Roar! The gnome shaman slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, muttering prayers incessantly. Leaping from the bonfire, he threw a devastating punch. Lancelot, riding high on his momentum, made no move to dodge. He suddenly exerted force, kicking diagonally with his right foot. His foot collided with the shaman's fist, producing a muffled thud. The sound echoed through the air like a punctured bicycle tire. His strength is inferior to mine, but his defense is incredibly strong. So strong, it's a crushing disparity. Lancelot retreated 2 steps, shaking his numb right foot. Then the two figures clashed again, fists meeting fists in a rapid exchange. Thud, thud. Amid the continuous dull impacts, the figures separated and collided repeatedly. Lancelot was not prepared to remain in a stalemate any longer. He stepped forward with his right foot kicking out, and the air instantly erupted with a sharp sound akin to fabric being torn. To his surprise, the gnome shaman adeptly used his knee to lift it high, preparing to smash Lancelot's ankle. Imitation can only ever be imitation, Lancelot said coldly, a smirk crossing his face. He was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation, as he had already seen Melissa rush into the church from the corner of his eye. His task was complete. In an instant, he transformed his kick into a stomp, landing on the gnome shaman's knee, propelling himself into the air. The gnome shaman did not expect that after losing his target, his body could not adjust in time, and he charged forward several meters. Taking advantage of this moment, Lancelot had already entered the church. The gnome shaman pounded his chest, letting out a frustrated roar, but did not pursue, seemingly filled with dread, towards the church. The reason this dark gnome tribe gathered around the church was due to its deterrent power against higher-level beasts, something they with their low intelligence could not fully comprehend, yet it did not hinder them from being smarter than the monsters. The gnome's fury ultimately attracted Vanderhall, who rushed over and saw the bloody corpses of his subordinates being devoured, erupting with equal rage. The two sides immediately began to clash, with Vanderhall no longer holding back, wielding his giant axe, the earthquake, like the wind. On the other hand, Lancelot kicked open the main door of the church with a thud. His expression changed slightly as he halted his steps. There was no trace of Melissa in the church's vaulted hall. The woman had vanished without a trace. The chairs in the entire hall were arranged neatly and cleanly, as if someone often tidied them up. The red carpet led directly to the statue of the crucifix. Have you finally lost your patience? Heh. It seems you did not come purely for the demon lord, Lancelot murmured with a cold smirk. He entered the church from a side door into a returning shaped back garden, suddenly halting and coldly saying, "Show yourself." Suddenly the central fountain erupted with a burst of clear water which flowed together and slowly formed a humanoid shape. The figure formed of water was a beautiful woman, her hair as red as fire cascading down to her waist like a magnificent waterfall. Her face was soft and beautiful, and her eyes seemed to contain a clear spring, giving a breathtaking feeling. She wore a form-fitting black dress with two transparent thin straps on her shoulders, while the lower half was a high-slit skirt that accentuated her curves, the prominent peaks of her chest causing the front of the dress to bulge, creating a strikingly alluring cleavage. With a pop, a pair of small demonic wings sprouted from the back of the red-haired beauty, and a black tail flicked out. Ding dong. True sight humanoid creature, a sealed succubus demon, a hybrid of frost elf and succubus, possessing the magical manipulation abilities of the frost elf and the sensuality of the succubus, filled with violence and greed. Combat power assessment 3S. Can be tamed as a mount. A mount. Damn, this is ridiculous. Lancelot slapped his head, shaking off the bad thought. He felt as though the system had set some kind of trap for him again. Hey handsome, do you want to play a game with me? The succubus winked, teasingly saying. Lancelot suddenly felt a hint of threat rise in his heart, shaking his head and asking, what happened to the woman who came in earlier? To buy time, he quickly exchanged for a weapon through the system, hardly noticing its attributes, only glancing that it was a katana. Haha, don't you know that introducing another woman in front of someone else is very disrespectful? The succubus laughed, and suddenly several sparkling objects appeared in her right hand. Lancelot's heart sank as he leaped aside, but as he moved, he tripped over an object in the garden. It was a decrepit long knife stuck diagonally in the ground. With a broad back and thin blade, the knife's body had smooth lines and a slight curve, but it was heavily rusted, covered in yellow-green rust. Instinctively, Lancelot grasped it, and a chill of murderous intent surged into his body, transforming his vision into a bloody red, as though a dam had burst with torrents of blood surging forth, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. This illusion lasted only a second. Lancelot blinked, and both the sea of blood and the murderous aura vanished without a trace. Ding dong. Low-level treasure, sea of blood and deep grudges, character biography. An indomitable warrior from another world whose wife was 8 months pregnant was killed by bandits, and then his belly was cut open to roast the unborn child. This warrior transformed into a killer, and the gleaming katana became a symbol of vengeance. Skill wins blade, concentrating all power into one strike, cooldown time of 10 minutes. This was the first time Lancelot had seen a character biography on a low-level treasure, proving that the weapon in his hand was originally an ordinary weapon, which had turned legendary because of the person and was summoned forth. He felt deep sympathy for the unknown warrior, and at the same time, he felt a surge of blood boiling within him. Lancelot gripped the hilt, humming ominously. The katana began to tremble violently, exuding an indescribable sharp aura. My. The succubus expression changed and she withdrew her teasing demeanor. Ice whirlwind. With a cold shout, a ripple of ice blue energy spread from her right palm, and then the clear water transformed into grains of white ice driven by an invisible force, turning into an icy storm that rushed towards Lancelot. Clang! The katana was drawn and Lancelot raised it above his head, channeling his spiritual energy into it. A sharp blade light burst forth like dazzling fireworks exploding in the night sky. Clang! 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 The blade clashed against the icy storm, sparking countless tiny sparks as if steel were colliding. During this process, the rust gradually faded away, and finally the entire blade became exceptionally polished, radiating a cold aura like a new sword. The succubus landed on the ground, her small demonic wings flapping as she rushed forward at high speed, with ethereal blue light flickering around her hands, each conjuring 2 long ice spears that were 2 meters long, hurling them towards Lancelot. Hate! Lancelot roared, gathering his strength again. After breaking through the icy storm, he horizontally blocked the blade. But to his surprise, the ice spears melted upon colliding with the cutting blade, quickly turning into liquid that tightly wrapped around his arm, and then transformed into a thick layer of ice. This is magic. Demons can wield magic without using artifacts. How intriguing. Lancelot was somewhat astonished, feeling as if his arm had lost all sensation, as a chilling cold crept through the meridians of his limb, spreading throughout his body. There's even more fascinating things to come. The demoness face remained expressionless as she condensed an ice blade in her right hand and slashed toward Lancelot's neck. Just as the ice blade was about to touch Lancelot, he twisted the katana with his left hand. A crisp crack rang out, and the layer of frost on his hand shattered into a pile of ice shards on the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand instantly seized the demoness' ice blade. Even as she increased her force, she could not advance another inch. Detestable human. The demoness' expression finally shifted. She released her grip, leaped back 5 or 6 meters, and swiftly began forming hand seals. A flicker of vigilance arose in Lancelot's heart. Gripping his sword with both hands, he fixed a cold stare upon the demon before him. Such highly intelligent demons were exceedingly troublesome. He dared not let his guard down in the slightest. With a bang, the clear water in the pool surged skyward, forming pillars of water midair that spiraled around the demoness body in an unending dance. A mysterious force tore through space and poured into the water pillars. With a resonant hum and a metallic clang, the pillars transformed into a gleaming silver metal sculpture of a flying fish amidst a dazzling radiance. Then the flying fish sculpture exploded, scattering into pieces that assembled into metallic armor adorning the demoness form. Endless darkness come forth. Clenching her fists, the demoness lips curled into a satisfied, malevolent smile. An aura 10 times more formidable than before surged like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Lancelot with overwhelming force. Lancelot instantly felt as though a great mountain had been pressed upon him. The surrounding air turned into viscous liquid, trapping him in its suffocating grip. Ding! Eye of Truth, flying fish constellation, legendary armor forged by the gods, ultimately becoming a powerful defensive suit. Tainted by the ice fairy's fall, it became imbued with an evil origin. Isn't this just a sacred cloth? Lancelot's mouth twitched as the image of 5 indomitable warriors involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Though he had no idea how much the flying fish armor enhanced combat prowess, Lancelot had already steeled himself. With a crash, he was still knocked back several steps by the demoness, punched the ground beneath his feet, shattering completely. Diamond dust. The demoness let out a cold shout and threw another punch. An azure magical force erupted, conjuring snowflakes as beautiful as stars, which surged toward Lancelot with a bone-chilling cold. Skill, wind-cutting slash. Lancelot snorted, channeling his spiritual energy into the katana. The entire world before him turned blood-red, resembling a hellish landscape. Then, stepping forward into a lunge, he exerted force through his feet, leaped into the air, raised the katana high with both hands, and brought it down with all his might. A resplendent blade aura tore through the air, generating a fierce gale. Meanwhile, the diamond dust fist had formed a torrential cascade of ice. The two opposing forces collided, and the explosion reduced everything within 10 meters to dust. You cannot withstand this. Even with merely 1,000th of my power, no mortal can block it. Frozen meteor. The demoness took a deep breath, shrugged her shoulders, and spread her arms like wings. As she flapped them up and down, a flying fish formed of frost took shape. Crackling sounds echoed as the ground and nearby buildings burst apart from the frost. Lancelot would not allow the demoness the chance to gather energy. Ignoring the weakness from the wind-cutting slash, he lunged forward at full speed. At that moment, panic flickered across the demoness face. Her gathering aura rapidly diminished, and several milky white chains of light faintly emerged, binding her tightly. Recalling the words sealed from the eye of truth's skin, Lancelot understood and sneered. Perhaps you were a formidable being before being sealed, but not anymore. Damn it. If only I had a little more time. Curse you. The demoness roared in venomous fury. The next second, Lancelot delivered a heavy punch to her stomach, then grabbed her hair and drove his knee into her face. With a muffled grunt, the demoness spun through the air like a top crashing to the ground and rolling far away. The flying fish in the sky, deprived of energy, gradually dimmed and vanished bit by bit. Aside from some blood trickling from her nose, the demoness face bore no serious injury. However, the seal momentarily robbed her of muscle control. Struggling to her feet, her blood-red hair cascading wildly, exuding a feral allure, the demoness suddenly shifted her demeanor. With seductive silk-like eyes, she smiled. Spare me, and I am willing to follow you. Ding! The demoness, forced by circumstances, chooses to pledge allegiance to the Teutonic Knights. Do you accept? Reject? Lancelot answered decisively. He could no longer think or analyze clearly. The hatred and bloodlust brought by the katana had been eroding his dwindling composure. With a swift motion, he placed the katana against the demoness' neck. The sharp blade exuded waves of chill, and with a gentle stroke the sword hummed softly. With a roar, thick black smoke billowed from the demoness' body. The flying fish armor burst into a flash of starlight, then reverted to clear water splashing on the ground. The icy air in the space dissipated entirely. Gasping in shock, she clutched her neck and staggered backward, her body beginning to petrify. Within a mere dozen seconds, the demoness had turned into a stone statue, her hands still frozen in the gesture of clutching her throat. Outside the church's main entrance, Vanderhall leaned on his great axe, panting heavily. Behind him lay a dense pile of dwarf corpses. The shaman's head was pierced by a long spear firmly pinned to the ground, while beside him lay the corpse of the Scarlet Knight Order's vice-captain. All the knights Vanderhall had brought were annihilated. If this expedition yielded no reward, the decline of the once illustrious Scarlet Knight Order was all but certain. No one can stop me. Vanderhall tightened his grip on the great axe, smashed the church door wide open, and strode inside. Rumbling sounds echoed as the once bright sky suddenly churned with dark clouds. Several red-eyed crows perched on the tree outside the church, flapping their wings and letting out piercing cries as if foretelling doom. After passing through the long corridor, Lancelot pushed open a heavy oak door and stepped inside. The nave was the essential passage from the west gate to the central domed church, serving as the main gathering place for worshippers and the public during major liturgical events, and also as the vital pathway for clergy and the choir proceeding toward the altar. Flanking the sides were three chapels: the All Souls Chapel St. Dunstan's Chapel, designated for private prayer, and the Chapel of St. Michael and St. George, along with imposing monuments. Now it stood utterly empty, and due to the sudden overcast weather, an extraordinary gloom pervaded the space. A chilling gust swept in from the end of the corridor, billowing Lancelot's hair backward as he involuntarily quickened his pace, hastening deeper inside. In a great hall, Lancelot encountered Melissa once more. The woman was in dire straits, slumped against the steps with a pool of blood spreading beneath her. Don't come closer. All the statues around are sealed demons. Upon seeing Lancelot, Melissa's expression shifted, yet her voice carried a tone of warmth and concern. Lancelot, naturally unswayed by her performance, replied coldly, "Can I have my knight's lance returned to its rightful owner?" Melissa bit her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably. The knight's lance, roar of the winds, had already been destroyed, a truth she could not bring herself to utter. Clutching a dagger, her slender fingers turned white and bloodless as a surge of intense regret welled up within her. How could she have been so bewitched as to venture in here alone? Lancelot shook his head, slinging his katana across his back. The knight's lance, now dim and lusterless, was embedded in a statue. He walked over, ready to grasp it. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of crisp sounds, a statue at the topmost level began to shatter. It depicted an angel slaying a demon with a sword, but now the angel crumbled into fragments, while the demon, fluttering its wings, slowly awakened. This demon stood less than 1.5 meters tall, its body pitch black, emitting wisps of dark smoke. 2 fangs jutted from its mouth, and its tail was thick and powerful like a lizard's. Its 2 horns faintly shimmered with a silvery light, and its eyes gleamed with an almost human intelligence. Huh, what fortune! To awaken and find such succulent blood meat, not bad at all, the demon suddenly spoke. Ding dong. Eye of Truth, infernal creature, horned demon sealed. The most common infantry in the hellish legions, partially immune to fire and toxins, proficient with crushing weapons, possessing an iron will and multi-attack capabilities. Combat Assessment 9R. Lancelot immediately felt relieved. His opponent's power was inferior to his own. the only weak adversary of the day. So he said, "Heh, a mere lesser horned demon from the abyss without even a title, nothing but cannon fodder in infernal wars. What gives you such audacity?" The horned demon sneered in response, "So what? No matter how weak I am, I'm still stronger than you humans. After devouring you, I'll break the seal." With that, its form flickered and vanished, instantly reappearing above Lancelot's head before plunging down at tremendous speed. Midair, the horned demon extended the razor-sharp claws on both hands, glinting with a cold light far deadlier than any blade. Even before the claws struck, the demonic energy coalesced, and several invisible sharp edges tore through the air. Arrogant human. Feeling belittled, the horned demon doubled the intensity of its sharp, rippling force. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Only a few white marks appeared on Lancelot's back, not a single wound, and even those pale traces quickly faded away. The resilience of his body far exceeded the demon's expectations. What is this? The horned demon's eyes nearly bulged out. A freshly awakened it struggled to comprehend. Yet driven by a demon's fierce pride, it raised its right claw again and slashed viciously, latching onto Lancelot's shoulder. Wretched human, I'll tear you limb from limb. A vast wave of demonic power radiated from the horned demon as its wings began to beat, generating a hurricane-force gale that sought to lift Lancelot into the air. "Foolish demon, no wonder you were sealed away," Lancelot sneered, allowing the demon to hoist him into the sky. The moment his body rose 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly tensed every muscle, channeling force into his leg, and delivered a high kick that shot upward like a meteor toward the demon above. Boom. Overwhelming power combined with a devastating kick proved unstoppable. A hole burst open in the horned demon's chest, spewing forth a cloud of foul, fishy black smoke. The horned demon roared in agony, involuntarily releasing its grip. It flapped its wings frantically, trying to put distance between itself and Lancelot. But Lancelot had no intention of letting it escape. The moment he landed, his katana left its sheath. He leaped up, ascending rapidly, and as he soared above the demon, he brought the blade down in a thunderous, crushing slash. Thud! The horned demon plummeted like a falling star, carving a large crater into the ground, dust billowing instantly. Damnation! The pain! You're no knight, you're a martial artist from the East, aren't you? Impossible! They are all dead, this cannot be, the horned demon gasped hoarsely. Lancelot furrowed his brow, an uncontrollable, murderous aura surging from him. Unable to dwell on the demon's words, he charged forward again, blade in hand. Let me show you what true power is," the horned demon declared coldly, pressing both hands against the ground. A tremendous wave of demonic energy vibrated through the space, and in an instant all light seemed to be devoured, draining every surrounding object into shades of gray. Lancelot glanced around. The scene remained the church's interior, but every ornament and furnishing exuded a decayed, withered aura. Tiny embers of hellfire flickered at the corners of some tables, casting an eerie glow. It felt as though in the blink of an eye he had been transported to another world. The horned demon before him had also transformed dramatically. It now wore a triangular helmet, its body shifting from demonic form to a near three-metertal humanoid shape. Its tail had become a massive battle axe clutched in its hand, and its uneven yellow-black teeth exhaled plumes of mist. Boom. The horned demon opened its maw wide, emitting a high-frequency roar beyond human auditory limits, then swung its colossal axe downward at Lancelot. Lancelot shifted his stance, retreating swiftly to evade the most ferocious strike, then immediately lashed out with a powerful kick. This cannot go on. Lancelot raised an eyebrow. After several consecutive battles pushed to the limit, even though holy water restored his mental energy, the physical exhaustion was undeniable. The Blood Sea Deep Vengeance was the most formidable among the low-grade treasures he had encountered, yet its side effects were also the greatest. He was loath to use it unless absolutely necessary, but now he had no other choice. The horned demon general's massive axe was held horizontally before him. The force from Lancelot's attack, though diminished upon transmission, still acted upon the ground beneath his feet, propelling his body backward as he carved a trench into the earth. "Do you think this can stop me?" Wind-cleaving slash. A faint mocking smile curled at the corner of Lancelot's lips as his katana slid from its sheath. A sudden chilling wind arose, carrying an unparalleled sharpness that surged toward the horned demon. The demon sneered. "It's useless, utterly useless. The magical power channeled through a weapon can never rival that of the demon race. Die. Then add this to it. Faith combat art." Lancelot bellowed, and a milky white radiance flickered from his hand, slowly rising to envelop the katana. In that instant, the blade seemed gilded, its blinding brilliance soaring skyward. The surrounding space began to rumble and tremble. "Damn Temple Knight. No, you're just a knight. How is this possible?" The horned demon roared in shock and fury. The moment the katana touched its body, an unbearable burning sensation seared its nerves as if its very soul were ablaze. The wind-cleaving slash was too swift. With a thunderous boom, surging magical power erupted like a tidal wave entwined with white light, engulfing the horned demon. A rumbling roar, then all fell silent. Aside from scattered stone fragments on the ground, no trace of the demon remained. Lancelot steadied himself with the katana, shaking his head. He now realized that the demon's transformation had been nothing but an illusion. If not for the faith combat art being a purely spiritual attack, even the might of the wind-cleaving slash would not have freed him, let alone vanquished the horned demon. At this thought, Lancelot broke out in a cold sweat, silently reminding himself not to grow too careless. Just then the surrounding stone statues began to tremble, and a black mist spread as more sealed demons started to awaken. Lancelot ascended the steps in swift strides. He had noticed earlier that Melissa remained unharmed here, so he should be no exception. And so it was. The moment his foot touched the step, the statues ceased their trembling, and the entire hall fell into stillness. "We should cooperate." Melissa spoke slowly, her only hope now lying in Lancelot's mercy. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I can trust you? Perhaps killing you would be a better choice." His katana pressed tightly against Melissa's fair neck, and a trickle of blood immediately ran down the blade. "Treasure. A treasure. The church hides the blood of a god capable of instantly granting a mere mortal immense power." Melissa cried out, pain flickering in her eyes. With immense willpower, Lancelot sheathed the katana, rubbing his brow. "Now, I need to know everything." He pressed his right foot firmly onto Melissa's shoulder, grinding down slowly with force. Melissa was drenched in sweat from the pain. When Lancelot finally released his foot, she gasped. This place was once occupied by a powerful demon lord, eventually sealed here by a god. The seal is powered by the blood of a god. I plan to break it and absorb that divine blood. Breaking the seal would release the demon. Though I don't know the demon's rank, one who could contend with a god must be formidable. Still not telling the truth. Lancelot's hand clamped around Melissa's throat, showing no trace of chivalry, as he slammed her heavily onto the steps. Dazed and seeing stars, Melissa reluctantly pulled a scroll from her bosom. "A contract. My ancestor once made a pact with that demon lord. As long as a member of the Violet Thorn family releases the lord, we would gain not only the god's blood, but also boundless wealth." "A demon's contract. You actually believe it?" So the Violet Thorn family are heretics after all." Lancelot snatched the scroll away coldly. The scroll indeed bore faint traces of magical energy, its seal a skull emblem exuding an aura of evil. Melissa sat slumped on the steps, utterly despondent. The moment she surrendered the scroll, the pillar of her faith crumbled, leaving her dazed and mute. "Let's go." Lancelot snorted roughly, hoisting the icy beauty onto his shoulder. If he didn't still have use for her, he would have killed her on the spot. Ascending the staircase to the top floor, beneath an intricately carved armchair in a room, a secret passage led underground. The passage was short, making direction hard to discern. Soon torches hidden in the dark corridor lit one after another, the light stretching to the end as Lancelot advanced. 10 minutes later, a spacious hall appeared before him, with a colossal knight statue standing at its center. It depicted a towering, proud, middle-aged man gazing skyward, as if nothing but the sun and stars deserved his glance. Every detail was carved with lifelike precision. His armor was studded with numerous crystal gems, dazzling and illuminating the entire chamber. Most striking was a massive stone block before the statue, embedded with a nearly corroded western longsword thick with dust. We've arrived. The legendary sword in the stone and the blood of a god." Melissa looked up entranced. The sword in the stone, once the sword of King Arthur, lodged in a square stone inscribed with golden words, "Whoso pulleth out this sword from this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England." It later shattered in a duel with King Pellinore. This sword was the sword of destiny, a symbol of royal authority. With a thud, Lancelot dropped the woman from his shoulder. After scanning with his true sight, he let out a contemptuous sneer, strode forward, grasped the rusted hilt, and with all his might the sword in the stone snapped with a crack. How could this happen? Melissa sat on the ground, her body limp, murmuring to herself, illustrating the principle that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lancelot raised an eyebrow, a hint of scorn appearing at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "The sword in the stone. The legend says it was destroyed long before the cataclysm. It seems we have returned empty-handed." No, my ancestors would not deceive me." Melissa's face turned pale as she suddenly lunged forward, crashing her head against the stone platform. Bang! Blood splattered. Such a force of impact was certainly not fatal for a knight, merely breaking the skin slightly. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. A powerful energy fluctuation emerged from the massive stone statue in the chamber, gradually radiating outward. Lancelot pulled Melissa's collar and took a few steps back as the statue resembling King Arthur began to emit a pure radiant light, flickering incessantly, pulsating like a heartbeat. He cautiously gripped the hilt of the sword, blood, deep grudge ready to unleash at any moment. Crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds erupted as the mottled statue began to split down the middle, ultimately collapsing into a pile of rubble. Inside the statue was a painting depicting a slender-faced woman dressed in regal attire, holding a scepter. The painting was strikingly lifelike, almost as if it were real. Lancelot slapped Melissa across the face, shaking her head as he asked, "Do you know what is going on here?" "I don't know, I know nothing." Melissa clutched her head in pain, her pupils beginning to dilate. At that moment, a thick smell of blood filled the air, followed by a series of barely audible incantations. Woo! The painting of Queen Victoria slowly turned her head, glaring intently at the two, her eyes filled with brutality and her expression grotesquely terrifying. Oomph! Just as Lancelot prepared to act, an invisible energy suddenly emanated from the painting, and the scenery around them shifted, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing noise. Another illusion, but I won't be fooled again. Lancelot held Melissa like a shield, calmly observing everything before him. Just moments ago they were in a church, and now they found themselves in the midst of an ancient battlefield in the west, the small hill only accommodating the two of them, surrounded by an endless horde of enemies. Knights clad in heavy armor led the cavalry charging towards them, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing like an earthquake, filling the entire world with a sense of bloodshed. Lancelot summoned his mental energy, creating countless arrows that rained down from the sky. The arrows fell like rain, yet the heavily armored knights remained unfazed, the sharp arrows clanging against their armor, unable to breach their defenses, leaving only faint white marks as they slid to the ground. As the knights charged through the rain of arrows, crashing into Lancelot, with tremendous force, blood, deep grudge was drawn, and a frenzied, icy, killing intent surged into the air. In this space formed purely by mental energy, this low-grade treasure was as formidable as a mid-grade one. The killing intent formed a transparent barrier protecting both Lancelot and Melissa within. Bang! The knights collided as if they had smashed into a mountain, the lances of the heavy cavalry bending and breaking, followed by those rushing from behind, turning into a bloody pulp. Wind-cutting slash. Lancelot sneered, using his skills in the mental realm, which would not harm his physical strength. He raised his warrior's blade high and swiftly slashed down 3 times. The surging blade light cleaved through the air, transforming the path into a river of blood, shredding the knights, obstructing them into pieces. Woo! A long horn sounded, and the dense ranks of knights parted like a tide, creating a 2-meter-wide path. A female knight clad in blood-red armor, holding a battle standard, charged forth, her imposing aura palpable even from a distance. The battle standard fluttered violently in the wind, adorned with an image of a fearsome giant dragon. "It is the demon lord, the bloody Queen Victoria. The contract, bring forth the contract." Melissa pointed ahead, not at all afraid, but rather inexplicably excited, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. Lancelot raised the contract high, and all the knights immediately halted their movements. The bloody Queen Victoria rode forth, the sound of her horse's hooves pounding the ground, sending terrifying echoes throughout the space, as if the god of thunder was enraged. Lancelot exchanged only a glance with her, and felt his heart suddenly constrict, the hairs on his body standing on end. This was the first time he had seen the legendary queen so closely. This queen had a charming face, appearing to be in her 20s, with exquisitely beautiful features radiating a captivating allure. Her green eyes seemed capable of devouring the sanity of all men, and her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding a wild aura. The blood-red armor could not conceal her perfectly voluptuous figure, especially the glimpses of pale snow-like skin visible between the armor plates, more enticing than being completely nude. The black nightmare beneath Victoria's legs stomped impatiently, red flames erupting on the ground, but soon calmed down under her soothing touch as it approached Lancelot. The challenger this time is just a knight commander. Has the city of Sanctuary fallen?" Victoria said coldly. Lancelot frowned, casting a cold glance at Melissa, shaking his head as he asked, "What challenge? I am not clear. I only learned that this is a contract by chance." "A contract? It can indeed be called a contract. I was sealed here by that damned man, unable to use more than a fraction of my mental power. Based on the time you remain in my domain, that will determine how long you can absorb divine blood," Victoria said coldly, dismounting from the nightmare. Melissa was taken aback, exclaiming, No. This is a contract. I can release you in exchange for power." "Aunt, how could a mere knight talk to me?" "You have no contract, then go to hell." Victoria lightly waved her hand, sending Melissa flying back, her pupils already dilating as she landed on the ground. Lancelot's heart sank into an abyss. Even though the opponent claimed to possess merely a tenth of her true power, it was still overwhelmingly terrifying. He dared not use his truth seer to pry into her secrets. Instead, his mind raced in frantic deliberation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he said in a low voice, "Since this is a trial, then it cannot be an inescapable death sentence. No matter how formidable the examiner, there must always be a chance to pass. You are both clever and foolish." Victoria raised an eyebrow and sneered. "If you choose to abandon the trial, you will simply be expelled. But once you choose the trial, my power will be suppressed to match yours. However, failure will result in the complete collapse of your mental fortitude." Lancelot flexed his limbs and declared, "Come then." Due to the influence of the blood-drenched vendetta on his psyche, he felt an irrepressible urge to release his pent-up emotions. His blood began to boil, and a torrent of murderous intent intermingled with battle fervor surged forth. A flicker of unusual light gleamed in Victoria's eyes. The blood-red longsword suddenly vibrated with explosive force as countless runes appeared on its blade, flickering intermittently. Even the illusory space seemed unable to bear the abruptly surging power, emitting cracking sounds, as if splitting apart. All the knights along with the entire scene vanished, plunging the world into a state of nothingness. Ding-dong. Truthseer Demon Lord Victoria, the most powerful female demon in hell. Biography. Once the most formidable queen of the never-setting empire, she was called the Bloody Queen for her cruel and bloody methods against her enemies. Before her death, she made a pact with a hell monarch through a sacrificial ritual in pursuit of immortality. Upon failing, her soul fell and was corrupted within hell. Combat Assessment 1's Sealed State. You have no hope of victory. To hold on with dignity for 10 seconds would be your greatest fortune. Is she truly that formidable? Lancelot was somewhat astonished. All he could do was push his combat instincts to their absolute limit, leaving life and death to fate. Whoosh! Victoria's own aura began to diminish noticeably, yet the level of danger she posed skyrocketed. The battle erupted in an instant. Victoria didn't even use the blade, she merely thrust the hilt of her sword forward. A fierce gale howled, carrying a sharp and terrifying force. Lancelot had no chance to react at all. He was sent flying in an arc through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. A slight sweetness rose in his throat, and he instantly spat out a spray of blood. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered into fragments. Damn it, is this sensory deception? Lancelot muttered to himself. His body was originally exceptionally tough, though untested, far surpassing that of an average knight commander. Yet now he could feel that his body, deceived by the lifelike illusion, was manifesting real wounds. Victoria shook her head expressionlessly and said, "Weak, far too weak. I find it hard to believe you made it this far. In the past few centuries, you are the weakest one." Her eyes were icy cold, exuding a murderous aura. "I have yet to fully master my own power, but I believe I am invincible among those of the same rank." Lancelot slowly rose, using his katana as a crutch. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and lifted his head to stare fixedly at the woman before him. Victoria raised her sword, assuming an offensive stance, and said coldly, "That is none of my concern. With the next move you shall die." Having spoken, she closed in with a swift step. A flash of sword light flickered and vanished in her hand. The entire space was instantly filled with a bone-piercing chill. Lancelot's consciousness seemed to freeze solid. His body felt like a fly trapped in a spiderweb, his muscles rigid and uncontrollable. In his field of vision, a brilliant star seemed to absorb all light, growing brighter and brighter. No, that's not a star. It's the sword light. Lancelot's survival instinct began to struggle desperately, but a sudden chill touched his brow, and his entire consciousness plunged into darkness. The scarlet longsword pierced clean through Lancelot's head. Victoria withdrew the blade with effortless ease. She felt no excitement, though everything was utterly calm. But then she frowned slightly, glanced around, and murmured to herself, "What? He hasn't died in reality yet." Lancelot's survival in the real world meant the trial continued. Victoria stared at the corpse lying on the ground, unable to believe her sure-kill strike had failed. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a chilling expanse of sword light spread out, this time intent on shredding the corpse to pieces. Boom. An indescribably powerful aura erupted, sending Victoria flying backward. Lancelot stood up with a vacant stare and slowly intoned, "My blade gleams with light, existing solely to eradicate evil. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that wards against the cold, the light that heralds the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, and the shield that guards the realm. The oath of the ancient paladins. You were a knight from the Doomsday War. Impossible. Those people have all fallen." Victoria exclaimed, her voice filled with shock and uncertainty. Abandoning her earlier nonchalance, she now gripped her sword with both hands. Lancelot gripped his katana tightly with both hands. Immediately, a brilliance brighter than the sun radiated in all directions, and crackling sounds like firecrackers erupted around the blade's edge. After the intense light faded, the katana had transformed into a sword. A golden hilt, its pommel set with a green magic crystal. A pure light like holy radiance floated upon the blade's edge, and the entire sword was densely inscribed with a line of runes. Victoria took a deep breath. She did not fully understand what was happening, but her hatred for the paladins from before the Doomsday War was etched into her very bones. Unleashing her full power, her sword light flashed. The blood-red longsword and the white blade clashed together, unleashing a terrifying explosion. A colossal wave of energy erupted from the single point of impact. After a stalemate lasting less than 3 seconds, Victoria was sent flying backward. A tiny grain-sized chip had been forcibly hacked into the edge of her blood-red longsword. Boom! Lancelot's figure flickered, and Victoria was pinned heavily beneath a crushing force. Then a supremely majestic and ancient abyssal language resounded, "Submit or perish." Victoria's beautiful pupils contracted instantly. She could scarcely believe what she was hearing, thinking it must be an auditory hallucination. But then a searing pain lanced through her head, as if scorched by fire. Even the resilient demon lord couldn't help but groan. The radiant, brilliant sword was now pressed against Victoria's chest. She had no doubt that the moment her heart was pierced, it would be her end. Damn it. What can I do? Is he a reincarnated saint or a favored one of the gods? No matter how hard Victoria racked her brains, she could find no solution. She simply could not fathom how someone with equal mental strength could summon a sacred artifact capable of slaying consciousness. "It appears you have chosen death." Lancelot spoke in the ancient abyssal tongue, raising his radiant longsword slowly. Victoria's scalp tingled as she cried out, "I choose to submit, but I demand freedom." "Humph. Seal an ancient covenant, and I shall grant you liberty." Lancelot's pupils abruptly narrowed into slits, his gaze piercing like needles. Victoria felt the foot upon her release, yet she trembled and curled up her face, turning deathly pale. Under such overwhelming superior pressure, she could summon no strength. "This is impossible. I am a demon lord." Victoria thought in horror, utterly helpless as Lancelot inscribed a rune upon her forehead. The once fearsome female demon was left with no recourse. The agony of her soul being torn apart was unbearable. She wished for death. The sole conviction sustaining her was Lancelot's promise to restore her freedom. Throughout this ordeal, Lancelot wore an eerie smile, his gaze roving over Victoria. Lancelot's scorching eyes swept over her sensitive areas. Victoria felt as if her sturdy armor could not shield her, as though she were stripped bare. A mix of fury and dread stirring within. Boom! The illusory world shattered. The lofty painting burst into emerald flames, consuming the paper before vanishing. A globule of golden liquid enveloped Lancelot. Had he been conscious, he would have heard the system's chime. Ding! High-level energy detected. Absorb. Default to non-absorption. System optimizing. Selection successful. Rumbling. A series of explosions shook the chamber. With the magical barrier gone, the entire church began to collapse. Hum. A female knight in blood-red armor, clutching a dragon banner, materialized slowly, her suffocating aura surging skyward. "I am finally free." Victoria stared at her own hands in disbelief. Outside the church, the vast clouds turned crimson in an instant. After a few muffled thunderclaps, blazing meteors streaked down with trailing tails and deafening roars. The world was steeped in a thick scent of sulfur. In the primeval forest, mutated beasts and dwarves alike looked up and fled in panic. Against such apocalyptic calamity, they had no defense. Rumbling. As meteors continued to fall, the mountains blazed with fire and dust clouds blotted out the sun. Beyond the extra-dimensional space, a once verdant oasis was swiftly buried under sand, leaving only the remnants of a church. Victoria squinted, sniffed, and said disdainfully, "The radiation hasn't faded. Humans are truly garbage. They've ruined the prime world. Best return to the underworld." For demons, nuclear radiation was as harmful as to humans, as higher life forms with their own evolution radiation could cause unpredictable genetic mutations. Victoria waved her right hand, opening a black portal. Just then a fragment of rock fell beside her. The dying Melissa stretched out a hand, weakly, her mind clouded, driven by survival instinct. "Save me, save me." Victoria snorted, initially ignoring her. But after a disgusted glance at Lancelot at her feet, she changed her mind. "You're in luck," she said coldly. Willing or not, she had to protect Lancelot from harm. According to the Covenant's sanction, if Lancelot died, her soul would vanish as well. Victoria took Melissa away, reasoning that Lancelot possessing such hidden power would face no danger. But she gravely overestimated Lancelot. As of now, he was utterly unaware of his transformation. All that had happened seemed like a dream forgotten upon waking. Boom. Hull rose from a pile of rubble, his face dark. He too clutched a scroll, but he was too late. Legend had it that divine blood could grant breakthroughs. He had spent his fortune on a scroll from the inner city, yet gained nothing. Hull was murderous. His fury soon found an outlet. Spotting Lancelot in the clearing, his eyes lit up as he approached. "You must know what happened, don't you?" Hull kicked Lancelot away coldly. Lancelot remained unconscious. Even as his body hit the ground heavily, his eyes did not open. "Even dead, it'll tear you apart." A cruel glint flashed in Hull's eyes as his great axe descended upon Lancelot's neck. Just as the axe blade touched skin, crackling, a surge of immense voltage erupted from Lancelot. Caught off guard, Hull convulsed, his skin smoking. Bang! Hull's heavy body crashed to the ground, grimacing before blacking out cleanly. Half an hour later, Lancelot awoke first. He glanced at the axe beside him, then at Hull, understanding everything. "Trying to kill me. Huh. Absorb." Lancelot placed his hand on Earthshaker, reducing it to scrap metal in seconds. Struggling to stand, he was about to deal with Hull when a roar echoed. Lancelot recognized the sound of a jet-like engine. He had no choice but to abandon his plan, dragging himself toward a distant sandpit. He let the scorching sand bury him, leaving only his eyes exposed. Rumbling. A black speck flew from the horizon, drawing closer. It was a bizarre airship, a metal cabin with a huge gas bag above, rows of exhaust vents on each side spewing white smoke, driving massive propellers into a furious spin. The airship hovered above the church, venting more steam. With a screeching, grating noise, it began a slow descent. As the airship descended, a flock of pitch-black crows trailed behind, their wings flapping noisily as they swarmed around the vessel in a dark, oppressive cloud. Caw! Caw! These crows were clearly mutated creatures, their shrill and piercing cries akin to demonic howls from the abyss, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. With a thunderous roar, a violent sword aura burst forth from the airship. In a mere flash, the sky full of crows fell like raindrops. Lancelot held his breath, sensing the immense energy within the sword aura, unlike anything he had ever witnessed. The airship's propellers ceased spinning, and the heavy hull crashed onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The vessel was coated in pure white, with a prominent red cross emblem on each side. At the bow stood a six-winged statue, its hand clutching a bolt of lightning, its eyes blazing with fury. Its exterior exuded opulence and elegance, with not a single rivet joint visible on the hull. Intricate patterns were engraved into the steel plates, each detail crafted to perfection, a true testament to luxury. Cardinal Houston of the inner city descended from the airship with a grim expression, his rage palpable even from a distance. Behind him stood a young man with a piercing gaze, his back straight as a pine. He wore a high-collared black military uniform, the 2 rows of brass buttons impeccably fastened, and a gold star epaulette on his shoulder signifying his extraordinary status. Lancelot's heart tightened. His suspicions were confirmed. The technology and social structure of the inner city far surpassed that of the outer city. If the outer city was akin to the Middle Ages, then the inner city had advanced to World War II. The unfamiliar military uniform and rank insignia of the young man proved the existence of a regular army distinct from the Knights Templar. Houston said coldly, "Victor, this trial ground has been destroyed. Does the military have any news?" "Father, there are only a few in Sanctuary City who could release a demon lord, and none of them are within my reach." The young man shook his head. The 2 were father and son, yet no one in the outside world knew of their relationship. Houston threw the scroll in his hand to the ground and stomped on it viciously. "We'll have to find another way. You've been in the Silver Hand too long. You must advance further, and the blood of God is indispensable." "Thank you, Father." Victor nodded, though his expression betrayed little gratitude, as if it were all simply his due. At that moment, Houston's gaze fell upon Vanderher. With a mere thought, he sensed the man was merely a knight commander. He clenched his hand in the air, telekinetically dragging Vanderher before him. Witnessing this, Lancelot's heart sank. He regretted not killing Vanderher earlier. Under the interrogation of these 2 formidable beings, Vanderher would sell him out with just a few words. Lancelot's luck, however, was truly exceptional. Just as Houston's hand clamped around Vanderher's neck, the residual electricity on the latter's body transferred instantly. With a crack, the shock triggered Houston's instinct, causing him to fling Vanderher away. The man flew over 10 meters, crashing through a solid wall. Victor frowned, moving like lightning to Vanderher's side. He pulled a vial from his pocket and poured its contents down the man's throat. The mysterious reagent saved Vanderher's life, but his mind suffered severe damage, leaving him dull and sluggish. Houston moved to finish him off, but Victor stopped him. "I know him. He's the Crimson Knight commander of Sector B. If used wisely, he might help you eliminate some vermin." Victor sneered. "Humph. You mean Merrick's illegitimate daughter?" Houston raised an eyebrow and snorted. With one order from me, that woman wouldn't live to see another day. But her father is still a cardinal, isn't he? A flicker of mockery passed through Victor's eyes before vanishing. Houston nodded involuntarily. You must do this flawlessly without anyone discovering. You are the pride of the Silver Hand. You cannot have any blemishes. I understand, father. Victor leaned forward slightly, watching his foolish father depart, his gaze icy cold. Lancelot overheard every word of their conversation. Neither of them imagined that a communication snail was buried nearby, and another was pressed to Lancelot's ear after he had summoned it. The airship ascended into the sky and vanished in an instant. Lancelot dared not move. There was no telling if they might launch a surprise attack. His caution proved justified. An hour later, a thunderous boom echoed from the sky. Victor descended like a meteor, his feet striking the ground and creating a massive crater. After scanning the area with confusion, he muttered to himself, could it really be no one? As if to confirm, he drew a knight's sword and plunged it into the earth. Instantly, the desert began to tremble violently. The already ruined church was utterly annihilated, and a raging shockwave buried the area layer upon layer. Having done this, Victor turned and left without looking back. In the dimensional space hell. The sky of hell was perpetually dark, lit only by occasional flashes of lightning that brought brief illumination to the realm. The parched earth bore no plants. Red magma flowed freely, emitting a pungent sulfurous odor. The solidified rock was black and honeycombed, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. A beam of light pierced through the clouds, cutting across the spatial plane of hell, like a beacon shining down upon a massive black castle. Moments later, every powerful being in hell sensed Victoria's return. With a rumble, thick, heavy clouds once again shrouded the castle, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lightning bolts writhed within the clouds, unleashing deafening roars. In the deepest natural cavern of the castle, scorching magma cast a crimson glow on the rock walls. The air was thick with sulfur, and waves of heat surged forth. Molten rock oozed from the jagged walls like viscous blood, trickling along the crevices to gather in a vast pool at the cavern's bottom. This terrifying pool of magma bubbled incessantly, each burst raising the cavern's temperature further. Within the terrifying magma pool, a series of bubbles continuously surged forth, and after they burst, the temperature of the entire cavern rose once more. Victoria slowly opened her eyes, the irises of her entire eyeballs turning a stark white before instantly returning to normal. She laughed arrogantly. My power has finally returned, ha. The magma was actually a container that had accumulated magical energy, and by absorbing it, Victoria quickly regained her peak combat strength. What delighted her even more was that after the apocalypse war, many of the surrounding lords were either sealed away or slain, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile land for her. These lands were far more fertile than the radiation-dusted territories of the main world, and also more suitable for demons to inhabit. After a series of ripples in the air, Victoria, clad in a violet robe, emerged from the magma and returned to the hall of her castle, seating herself upon the throne. The entire castle was empty, devoid of any figure. In the Apocalypse War, Victoria's demon legions had been completely annihilated in the baptism of nuclear bombs, but this meant little to her. As long as the Lord existed, she could always recruit followers from the boundless abyss. Now she prepared to create her very first minion. In an instant, immense magical power began to converge above the castle. Gale winds howled, as if countless tormented souls were weeping. Victoria bit her own index finger, drawing a symbol on the forehead of the unconscious Melissa, then pressed her right hand against the latter's heart. Zazas, Zazas, Nazatanata Zazas. Amidst the mysterious incantation, Melissa's body began to emanate a frosty aura, and a set of azure female armor slowly took shape. Under Victoria's lavish infusion of magical power, Sophia's strength surged more than tenfold compared to before, directly reaching the level of 9S. Some of the magic that had not completed its transformation lay dormant as potential. Victoria's complexion turned slightly pale. Withdrawing her right hand, she declared in a deep voice, I bestow upon you eternal power and formidable armor. You shall command invincible dark magic. You will be my sword, you will be my shield. I grant you the new name of Death Knight. Rumble. Melissa slowly awakened from her slumber. Gazing at Victoria seated upon the throne above, memories flooded into her mind, and she understood everything. With a light clench of her fist, the air burst with a roar, a power she had always dreamed of. Yet now there was not a hint of joy. She said coldly to Victoria, have I become your subordinate? What do you need me to do? A small matter. Protect that man named Lancelot, or rather keep an eye on him. Victoria leaned lazily against the cushion, adopting a languid pose. Forgive my frankness, but this is virtually impossible. No demon can enter the sanctuary city. The moment I appear within the city, death awaits me. Rest assured, I have only completed half of your transformation. No one in the outer city will discover you as long as you are cautious, understand. That man Lancelot is very important to me, Victoria said slowly. Melissa could not fathom why, but suddenly she knelt on one knee and said slowly, I wish to obtain your protection and become a true Death Knight of Hell. The Death Knight was the most powerful entity beneath the demon lords, but Melissa was merely an incompletely transformed Death Knight, still retaining human traits. Unless Victoria deigned to grant her the fire to become a true demon. You are ambitious, that is good. But you must understand one thing, the consequences of failing the mission, Victoria said slowly, clenching her right hand in the air. Melissa immediately felt her heart tighten, agony sweeping through her body. The suffocating pressure vanished only after Victoria released her grip. Cough. Cough. Melissa, as if she had died, once collapsed to the ground, then barely managed to kneel on one knee and said, I understand, great master. I will obey. Victoria nodded with satisfaction. Very well. I will open a passage to send you to the nearest point to the sanctuary city. There is still some time now, come up here. Melissa was puzzled, but after the recent warning, she reluctantly walked over. With each step, a piece of her icy armor fell off. By the time she stood before Victoria, only a thin garment remained on her body. Victoria's expression turned somewhat peculiar, and her gaze grew even more intense. Reaching out to pull Melissa closer, she said, there is still plenty of time. What should we do? Melissa's pupils dilated, her body began to tremble, her heart filled with disgust and despair. Yet she could do nothing but close her eyes, tears streaming down from the corners. Victoria relished this feeling of toying with a cat, turning a woman into her beloved plaything, a pleasure she had not indulged in for a very long time. Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed outside the castle, yet it could not prevent what was happening. Other lords in hell grew restless. Some sent envoys to the Bloody Queen's territory, while others maliciously began to amass their forces. We cannot let this woman ride roughshod over us again. Agreed. With Victoria's sudden return, hell was destined to welcome a storm of blood and iron. None of this concerned Lancelot. At this moment he stood atop a sand dune, staring blankly as a convoy of jeeps gradually receded into the distance. Woo! Woo! No one was driving the jeeps, yet they started on their own right before Lancelot's eyes. No matter how he observed, he could not discern how. The scorching sun blazed in the sky. Lancelot shielded his forehead with his hand, gazing into the distance, muttering to himself, this is a huge problem. No wonder those guys weren't worried about the jeeps at all. What on earth is that thing? Lancelot leaned against the shadow of the sand dune, licking his cracked lips, his hands instinctively coming together, crackling. A dazzling flash of lightning and fire erupted. What the hell? Am I electrified? Lancelot widened his eyes, stunned for a moment, before hastily opening the system panel. Teutonic Order Leader Lancelot. Strength 11, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Combat Assessment 1S. Skill Heart of Tenacity. Companion Elena. Follower Victoria Summonable. Lancelot noticed the follower section abruptly anxious. He couldn't remember anything after losing consciousness, but if the system prompt was accurate, then this follower seemed rather peculiar. Summon Victoria. Sorry, your spiritual power is too low. You can only summon a follower if you exceed them, or if they are willing to come forth. The system said coldly. To reach the level of a demon lord in a short time was simply impossible. Lancelot twitched the corner of his mouth, frustratedly shifting his attention to his bodhi's changes, asking, what's going on with the electricity in my body? You have been baptized by the mysterious energy of divine blood, causing changes in your entire genetic structure, granting you an extraordinary affinity for thunder and lightning, while simultaneously inducing mutations in your cells. This mutation is not bestowed by the system. Please develop its specific functions yourself, leader. How is that possible? Can a person electrified not touch anything? The human body is primarily composed of large chemical molecules made of carbohydrates. When approaching the two positive and negative endpoints of an electric field, conductive particles in the human body will form electrons under the influence of electric field forces. A concentration gradient of ions forms inside and outside the nerve fibers, allowing for directional electric currents within the nerve fibers. Using the action potential of the brain's central nervous system, an electric voltage gradient is formed, stimulating cells and altering the permeability of cell membranes, causing various ions to become highly active, engaging in potassium-sodium ion exchanges across cell membranes, ultimately resulting in super high voltage electricity. This forms an electric field around the human body, so the voltage can be controlled according to spiritual power. Bang! Lancelot instantly sat up from the ground. All his previous despair vanished, excitedly snapping his fingers as he watched bursts of electric sparks, which appeared extraordinarily adorable in his eyes. Once he calmed down, he began to ponder how to develop his abilities. Generally, electricity and magnetism are inseparable. If he could fly like Victor, he would soon be able to return to the sanctuary city. First, speaking of electrified characters aside from the 100,000-volt Pikachu, there were only Misaka Mikoto the Railgun Girl and Max the antagonist from Spider-Man, one claiming to be the strongest electric shock user, and the other the Electric King. Misaka was said to manipulate high-voltage currents of up to 1 billion volts electromagnetic waves and magnetic forces. Her railgun was simply a god-slaying existence. Electric King Max was also an abnormal presence possessing a voltage of 10 million capable of explosively increasing his physical strength and speed by storing electrical energy. In addition to launching powerful electric shockwaves, he could effortlessly control all electrically charged machines, even moving them at will. Lancelot stroked his chin, realizing his situation was quite similar to Max's, but the voltage contained within his body was at most 100,000 volts, far inferior to the two gods. The more tragic part was that after releasing 100,000 volts, there was a cooling time of 24 hours before his cells would recover their electrical charge. Crackling. Amidst a burst of electric sparks, Lancelot's strength, speed, and constitution surged by 50% on the system panel. Lancelot lightly stepped down and started to sprint, the sudden growth taking him quite a few attempts to adapt, ultimately waiting until the current was completely exhausted as the sky gradually darkened. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. From the first day, Lancelot continuously summoned 2 apprentice knights to act as guides, but by the 3rd day, there was still no sign of them, with only a cold system notification indicating that one of the recruits had died. It was obvious that aside from being taken out of the city by the inspectors, no one could ignore the 100-meter-high city walls and the knights guarding them. At this moment, Lancelot leaned against a pile of cacti shadow, letting the hot winds carry away the little moisture left in his body. Not far away, the sand moved slightly, revealing a nearly 3-meter-long giant python, slowly emerging, its body blending almost seamlessly with the sandy environment, its 2 snake eyes glinting with a cold sheen topped with a sharp horn. Hiss! The yellow giant python sprang up like lightning, opening its massive mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp fangs. Lancelot suddenly opened his eyes, delivering a powerful punch, rumbling. A massive current surged through his arm, directly smashing the python's head into a pulp, followed by a thunderous explosion. The air was filled with the sound of roasting meat, the snake's body still writhing in agony, not yet lifeless. Now Lancelot was both hungry and thirsty, yet he dared not touch that pile of roasted meat. Without this source of purification, and a priest, his radiation levels were nearing their limit, and according to the system's estimates, he could barely last 3 days. He didn't even look at the roasted snake and headed straight towards where the python had emerged. Even mutated snakes favored shady spots. Starting to dig in a small pit, it wasn't long before he found moist sand about half a meter down, emitting white smoke due to the scorching air. Lancelot quickly stripped off his clothes, wrapping all the wet earth inside, pressing his mouth against it and twisting his hands vigorously. The slightly bitter yellow water tasted surprisingly sweet in Lancelot's mouth, as if all the cells in his body came alive. This sip of water sustained him until nightfall, as the sand provided no insulation, causing the temperature to drop swiftly. Lancelot rubbed his hands together and dissected the giant python, gathering the thick fat together and igniting it to create a fire. After completing all this, he curled up, squinting his eyes, and began to enter a resting state. At this moment, a sound of bells approached from afar, and Lancelot alertly raised his head, seeing a giant camel slowly approaching in the cold moonlight. This camel was at least 5 meters tall, resembling a small mountain covered in long fur that only a radiated camel could attain. The camel stopped in front of the fire, dropping a person who fell to the ground with a thud. This person was dressed in a noble robe with a sword hanging from his waist, weakly pointing at Lancelot, before slowly lowering his hand. Ding dong. The apprentice knight you recruited has died. The system's notification snapped Lancelot back to reality, and he frantically rushed towards the camel. Lancelot found water and food from the corpse, and after quickly satisfying his hunger, he injected himself with a vial of serum. Once the radiation levels stabilized at a safe point, Lancelot finally caught his breath. The apprentice knight before him was only in his teens, looking like a child, and he had no idea how he had ended up here. With a thought, Lancelot searched the boy thoroughly, finding only a black cross cloak and a family crest. A noble indeed. Only a noble could allow an apprentice knight to leave the city. What a pity, though. Lancelot lamented, then donned the black cross cloak. The mutated camel beast sneezed, curling up by the fire, its eyes closing as it began to doze off. Lancelot rubbed his hands together, enviously gazing at the camel beast's mane, and then his eyes brightened at the sight behind the hump. In his earlier haste to eat and drink, he hadn't noticed that the camel beast was actually carrying a semicircular structure with a diameter of over 2 meters steadily resting between its humps. He stumbled slightly, his body leaping up. As he entered the tent, the temperature immediately warmed up. The ground was covered with a pristine white beast hide, and a delicate tea table held a plate of fresh fruit. Lancelot could hardly remember the last time he had seen fruit. Elena had once told him that even in the inner city fruit was highly precious. Affected by the radiation rain, fruit yields were hard to guarantee and most had to be processed into juice. Yet even juice was expensive with limited monthly supplies. Lancelot gulped as he looked at the apple he despised the most, which suddenly seemed exceptionally adorable, and he couldn't wait to pick one and bit into it sitting down. Woo-woo. A petite figure wriggled out from under the goose-down quilt, shaking her head at Lancelot. Lancelot cautiously lit the oil lamp in the corner, and in the dim light, the figure's features became clearer. It was a girl of about 11 or 12 with her chin held high like a proud little swan. With fair skin and aquamarine eyes, her long neck hinted at the potential of becoming a stunning beauty in Lancelot's eyes. The strip of cloth that had been covering the girl's mouth was just loosened as she immediately said, "You are a knight, right? I command you to take me back to the city immediately." "Who are you?" Lancelot raised an eyebrow and asked in a deep voice. This girl clearly was not an ordinary person, at the very least hailing from a prominent noble family. Common nobles couldn't afford the light blue gown she wore, which was made of silk, and the silver-white silk sash shimmered with a magical aura, perfectly cinching her tiny waist. "Umph. Insolent, I am Elizabeth II. Oh, and you, a barbarian from the outer city, dare to be disrespectful to me." The little girl snapped coldly, exuding an inherent sense of authority. Lancelot was unmoved, his gaze as cold as a machine. He reached out and pulled the girl into his embrace, raising his palm to spank her backside. Smack, smack, smack. "Insolent. Oh, it hurts, don't hit me. It hurts so much." The girl struggled, cold sweat pouring down her face, her beautiful features contorted in pain. With her noble status, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. A bit of family education she received from a young age made her more mature than her peers. After being struck on a shameful part, although the pain was unbearable for some reason, a peculiar feeling surged within her as she experienced a sense of unusual safety in this person's presence. This sense of safety gradually transformed into a unique stimulation, causing the girl's face to go from pale to red, and her cries became softer, finally turning into the lazy mewling of a newborn kitten. From her earlobes to her neck, her snow-white skin turned into a lovely rose hue. "I want to pee," the girl said shyly, burying her little head into Lancelot's chest, too embarrassed to lift it. Lancelot was momentarily stunned, feeling that something was amiss, and inwardly incredulous, he murmured to himself, "Could it be Stockholm Syndrome?" Stockholm Syndrome refers to the emotional bond that develops between a criminal and their victim, to the extent that the victim may even assist the perpetrator. This emotion causes victims to develop affection dependence and even assist the perpetrator. Ding. True, I humanoid creature combat power assessment 8S. Lancelot's previously indifferent expression suddenly changed, and the hidden anger attribute of the true I awakened the girl in his arms, who immediately jumped and dashed to the corner of the tent. Instinctively, Lancelot grabbed the girl's delicate ankle, pulling her back forcefully as he reached for the object in the corner. It was a standard magic wand, intricately engraved with countless complex runes emanating faint green light, and at the very top a gemstone the size of a chicken egg was embedded. Ding! True Eye legendary artifact Medusa's Eye mental power amplification of 200% skill petrification. Crafted from the eyes of the snake-haired Gorgon Medusa, it possesses incredible magical power. Bound cannot be absorbed. Lancelot gasped. This was a legendary artifact, a priceless item in the system's inventory, now quietly lying in his palm. That was too close. This girl might belong to a profession similar to a magician, and 8's combat power required a magic wand to unleash its full potential. If he hadn't acted quickly, relying on the amplification of the Medusas, I could have turned him into dust. The girl calmed down, covering her buttocks, curling up in the corner, her eyes devoid of anger, now filled with curiosity. "State your identity," Lancelot asked expressionlessly, carefully hiding the magic wand. The girl smiled and said, "You haven't even heard of Elizabeth II. You must have never been to the inner city. I was kidnapped, and after you take me back, I can knight you as an honorary knight. Save your tricks, them not so easily deceived. You're clearly trying to seduce young men from outside to help you run away from home." Lancelot sneered. He had felt something was off while searching the corpse, so he decided to bluff. The girl exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" Then immediately realized her mistake, covering her mouth tightly with her hands. Lancelot coldly smiled, raised his palm, and began his punishment. Smack, smack, smack. After a series of crisp sounds, with new injuries not yet healed, old wounds reopened, and the girl truly couldn't stand it any longer, crying out in pain. Lancelot's body stiffened. He felt embarrassed to continue. Setting aside her potentially noble status, if he continued to beat her, it might lead to lasting enmity, leaving him with no choice but to resort to lethal measures. Influenced by the artifact blood-feud, Lancelot's murderous intent was now extremely heavy. The moment a hint of such thoughts stirred within him, the temperature inside the tent began to plummet, turning the atmosphere chillingly sinister. The girl shivered, pouted, and said, "You want to kill me? Heh. Don't you know that divination and astrology can track down murderers?" Lancelot took a deep breath and sneered. "This is the wilderness. Dying in the maw of a mutated beast wouldn't be strange at all. If divination were truly so miraculous, why haven't your family come looking for you?" The girl's expression shifted as she instinctively touched her neck, a gesture that was all too obvious a signal to Lancelot. Forgetting all propriety between the sexes, Lancelot directly tore open her collar, revealing a blood-red gemstone necklace hanging around her fair neck. The gem radiated a warm, gentle luster under the dim oil lamp. Ding! Eye of Truth, Demon Trueblood. Demon Trueblood is the essence of a high-ranking demon lord's bloodline. Its main function is to evolve bloodlines and transform the body, allowing weak demons to ascend. It possesses the effects of slowing aging and shielding against curses and prophecies, with a coverage radius of 10 meters. Demon Trueblood was even more precious than Demon Blood, which confirmed the girl's identity. Lancelot rubbed his nose, musing that fate had a way of bringing things full circle when least expected. He had already given up on obtaining the Demon Blood promised to Charlie, yet after a roundabout journey, it had eerily appeared before him again. After questioning her for a long while, the girl who called herself Elizabeth II refused to reveal even a hint about the inner city. Like Elena, she seemed to harbor a sense of apprehension or fear. From the limited information he could gather, it seemed the girl was being forced into marriage, and she had persuaded a noble youth from the inner city who had always secretly loved her to help her escape. Then that boy was recruited by Lancelot as a squire, his memories altered before he knocked Elizabeth unconscious, ultimately perishing under the intense radiation. "I'm hungry," Elizabeth sniffled and said in a small voice. "Gurgle, gurgle." The hunger caused her small intestine to produce audible sounds which irritated Elizabeth. She glared at Lancelot with displeasure, and a wave of resentment began to fill the tent. "Just wait." Lancelot shook his head and rolled back onto the ground. With the radiation-reducing reagent, he could now process the python meat. He cut a large chunk of snake meat, sprinkled some seasoning, and slowly roasted it over the fire. As the fat dripped, it crackled. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. To be fair, if not for the radiation, the meat of mutated beasts was far superior to that of ordinary animals. The skewered meat delighted Elizabeth, who devoured it ravenously. After wolfing down 2 large skewers, she elegantly wiped her mouth and asked, "Not bad. Are you a chef?" "No, I'm a knight from District B with my own nightly fief." Lancelot feigned pride. Elizabeth snorted dismissively. "So what? I own 3 cities. If you serve me well, maybe you'll take you back to the inner city." "The inner city has cities?" "No, that can't be right." Lancelot squinted, pondering silently. Elizabeth yawned, rolled over to one side, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Lancelot took a deep breath and lay down as well. "You have no chivalry. This tent should be reserved for a lady alone," Elizabeth said indignantly. Perhaps the proximity was too much for Elizabeth, who was unaccustomed to it. Combined with the injury on her buttocks, her entire body was tense, and she dared not move a muscle. Receiving no response within seconds, Lancelot began to snore. "What a pig," Elizabeth muttered, slowly reaching her right hand toward the magic wand at his waist. Lancelot rolled over without opening his eyes and said flatly, "I always sleep with my eyes half open. No one can take anything from me. You little miscreant needs a lesson." Before Elizabeth could react, her hands and feet were bound tightly, and she was tossed into a corner of the tent. "Let me go. Let me go. You despicable pig, do you know who I am? Bastard. You won't get any sleep tonight. Let me go." Elizabeth's ruckus failed to stir Lancelot's emotions in the slightest. "From now on, if you say one more word, I won't hesitate to stay up all night and make you a real woman." Elizabeth was frightened and clamped her mouth shut tightly. This time she behaved. After all the commotion and fright, she soon fell asleep as well. A strange cloud hung in the sky, a dark green hue. Under the sunlight, it emitted an eerie fluorescence, looking highly unnatural. The air was completely still, making the entire desert oppressively stifling. These clouds were actually radioactive dust, and the threat of radiation rain at any moment forced Lancelot to find a place to rest. Like the jeep, the camel beast also needed to feed on fresh blood, as if it were a hybrid life form of biology and machinery. Lancelot selected a den of a mutated beast, barely managed to feed the camel beast, and then lay down in the tent, unwilling to move anymore. The tent, made of some unknown material, maintained a comfortable room temperature. Lancelot let out a long sigh, picked up an apple, and began to bite into it. "Lancelot, I'm thirsty," Elizabeth said indignantly. Though no longer bound after several lessons, she dared not reach for anything herself. Lancelot chuckled and tossed the half-eaten apple over. She caught it, wiped it vigorously with disgust, and then took tiny bites from the clean part. Through methods of fasting and restraint over the past few days, much of Elizabeth's arrogance and petulance had been tempered, at least in front of Lancelot. At our current pace, we should reach the transport station in District B in at least 2 days. Since we have no money for tickets, we'll have to pawn this camel beast, Lancelot said. Elizabeth shrugged. That's none of my concern. This beast belongs to the Kinda family. You'd better find a black market dealer to handle it. Transport beasts were a general term for vehicles like jeeps and camels. They were troublesome to maintain, so most knight orders and inspectors chose to rent them, with any damages deducted from the deposit. Only true great nobles would breed transport beasts, modifying them for personal conveyance. Lancelot learned about the transport beasts and the transport station from Elizabeth. These two matters had been vaguely glossed over by Melissa, while Elaine assumed Lancelot already knew and thus refrained from mentioning such trivial details. Lancelot fumed inwardly, but dared not inquire further. He was acutely aware of his own mysterious origins and guarded this secret with utmost vigilance, striving to blend into the daily life of Sanctuary City like most of its inhabitants. Whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the wind began to howl outside the tent, followed by rolling dust and sand, the entire sky turning a murky yellowish-brown. The camel beast curled its limbs beneath its body, pressed its head tightly against the sandy ground, and remained motionless with eyes shut. A surge of magical energy rippled through the seemingly flimsy tent, and a transparent protective barrier emerged, completely isolating the wind and sand, yet the light vanished in an instant. The howling wind, like the roar of a demon, mingled with the crackling sound of gravel striking the barrier, evoking a sense of an impending apocalypse. It was Elizabeth's first encounter with such a terrifying scene, something she had never witnessed since birth. After enduring a series of setbacks, she now yearned intensely for the bright sunlight and her own warm little bed. Rumble. A thunderclap erupted, and the girl couldn't help but burrow into Lancelot's arms. Feeling the warmth of his broad chest, her heart relaxed, and her eyelids slowly closed. The foul-smelling rain poured for an hour, and under the scorching sun the stench grew even more unbearable. Mutant beasts would not venture out to forage at this time. Lancelot urged the camel beast forward, hastening their journey. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the transport station in District B. The entire station resembled a desolate western town, yet Lancelot caught a glimpse of a shadow from before the apocalypse. Mutated green plants struggled to grow from the cracks in the gray concrete pavement, winding their way toward the station. On the cleared areas beside the road, numerous ruins and collapsed buildings were exposed. Among them, a billboard bearing Colonel Sanders' image, weathered by centuries of sun and wind, still showed traces that had not been completely erased. Lancelot decisively set the camel beast free. It was a transport tool belonging to District A. After Elizabeth issued the return command, the camel beast slowly departed. I really can't understand why we have to walk on foot, Elizabeth complained vehemently, her feet stepping on the scorching pavement, the heat causing a fiery, stinging pain. Lancelot shifted his backpack to his left hand, then crouched down, patting his shoulder, and said, "From now on, I am your guardian knight. Once we're inside the city, this will no longer apply." "Heh, you said it." Elizabeth's eyes lit up, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She pounced directly, straddling Lancelot's shoulders, and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the sky, and a fiery red fireball the size of a washbasin, trailing a streak of light, slammed down fiercely. The target was not Lancelot, but a hillside over 50 meters away. Boom. With a violent explosion, the entire hillside collapsed in a roar. Amidst the billowing dust, a giant cockroach 4 to 5 meters in size scurried out. Half of the giant cockroach's body was gone, but the remaining part still retained its momentum. Lancelot's scalp tingled. He tensed his legs and bolted into a frantic sprint. "Hurry up, it's almost catching us," Elizabeth said cheerfully, her eyes gleaming with excitement, showing no trace of fear, as if she were enjoying a fun game. Rumble. Fireballs continued to fall. The giant cockroach seemed to sense the danger, its entire body trembling violently. The 2 antenna-like feelers on its forehead swung back and forth, deflecting all incoming fireballs. "Damn it." Lancelot frowned as the wind howled behind him. He stomped his right foot, spun his body, and veered away from the giant cockroach's path. At that moment, a fireball coincidentally descended from the sky, landing squarely and unerringly into the cockroach's mouth. Rumble. The giant cockroach's half-body exploded with a bang, white brain matter mixed with dark green blood splattering everywhere. Lancelot narrowly avoided being drenched, having just reached the small town of the transport station. However, his disheveled appearance drew jeers from the guards on duty. "Open the gate," Lancelot said coldly. "Transport serial number, inspector's ID. You're not scavengers, are you? Scavengers must pay 1 grade magic core." A voice came from the other side of the gate. Lancelot frowned slightly. He had come out with Melissa, so naturally he had no serial number, but he had plenty of magic cores. He pulled out a few from his pocket and tossed them over. The gate remained shut, but a greedy voice came from the other side. Too low grade, this isn't enough. Moi. Lancelot's face instantly turned icy cold, and his right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his katana. A surge of killing intent stirred within him, every cell in his body seeming to crave blood. Perhaps provoked by Lancelot's sudden burst of killing intent, the man behind the door spat viciously and cursed, "Cheapskate, just wait until I fetch the inspector. You'll be in for it." Footsteps faded away. "I do have a serial number, of first-class one at that. I can prioritize the entire station's resources," Elizabeth whispered teasingly into Lancelot's ear. Lancelot sneered and shook his head, saying, "Your serial number is too dangerous. I'd rather handle this on my own." Recruitment 1 official night. 30 apprentice nights. Elizabeth yawned, lying on Lancelot's shoulder, and chuckled. "Maybe we should just walk to the city wall instead. First, we have no vehicle. Second, using the transport station is the fastest way." Lancelot bantered with Elizabeth half-heartedly, all the while pondering inwardly. This was a crucial hub outside the city. Logically, there should be some wandering knights or scavengers around. Recruiting a few under the guise of nobility shouldn't be a problem. He just hoped the system wouldn't set a time limit of just a few days. Just then the gate slowly creaked open, and a squad of soldiers in uniform wielding flintlock rifles rushed out. At the head was a superior knight, his face dark and grim. As his gaze swept over Elizabeth, it paused, briefly, a flicker of lust flashing in his eyes. "So you're the scavengers who crossed the city wall illegally, huh? Heh, quite daring." Men seized them. Boom. All the soldiers simultaneously raised their guns, knelt on one knee, and aimed at Lancelot and Elizabeth. From Lancelot, this high-ranking knight could vaguely sense an extraordinary aura, yet within this transport station, he was confident enough to suppress anyone. Clang! The katana was drawn, a flash of cold light, and in almost the same instant, all the flintlock pistols were severed in two. The high-ranking knight exclaimed in surprise, "You dare resist arrest? Damn it! Do you think you can be arrogant just because you have a noble phantasm?" He drew his own knight's sword. Lancelot frowned slightly, sensing a dangerous feeling rising from the depths of his heart. Recalling the fireball that had struck like a missile moments ago, he swiftly leaped backward. Boom! A fireball descended from the sky with a wave of heat. Wind-cleaving slash. A crescent-shaped blade of light shot forth, colliding with the fireball, causing an explosion. The residual force, still powerful, surged toward the high-ranking knight. Damn, a knight commander. The high-ranking knight's scalp tingled. Those who could unleash such power were renowned strongmen. He truly should not have provoked this opponent. Regret came too late. As the sharp blade of light was nearly upon him, a figure suddenly flashed over, swung a right fist, and deflected the blade, which only left a deep gash in the ground. This man had his hair tied back, a slender build for a knight, and a scimitar hung at his waist. He stood motionless, yet Lancelot could sense a faint, beastly aura emanating from him. This man's strength was definitely not inferior to Vanderhul's. "I am the station master. If there's any issue, you can speak with me." "Oh." Lancelot sneered, "Your men broke the rules." The station master frowned slightly, glanced at the high-ranking knight, who, pale and trembling, handed over the magic core. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the high-ranking knight was kicked flying by the station master, spitting blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. "Those who break the rules should be punished," the station master said slowly. Lancelot had Elizabeth move aside, and he stretched his limbs, saying, "It seems a fight is unavoidable." Cells within his body began to stimulate his muscles, and his strength surged instantly. "Not bad." The station master nodded, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He drew his scimitar with a casual flick, and magical power coalesced into a massive crescent-shaped blade of light, appearing like a reaper's scythe, howling as it cleaved toward Lancelot, splitting the air itself. Lancelot swung his katana, forming a curtain of blades that effortlessly deflected the light blade. He stepped forward and slashed diagonally. Clang! The scimitar and katana clashed, sparking a brilliant shower of light. On the surface it seemed to draw, but Lancelot knew he was outmatched. Not only was his noble phantasm of a lower grade, but even after his strength amplification, he was still suppressed by the opponent. Bang! The two separated after the strike. The station master was somewhat surprised, his expression growing more serious. He casually unbuttoned his shirt, revealing muscles as solid as rock. Boom! Lancelot let out a low shout, attacking first. His form turned into a bolt of lightning, and the katana in his right hand crackled. The station master raised his scimitar above his head, squinted, and as his muscles exploded with power, he coldly shouted, "Moonlight Trace." A cataclysmic wave of magical power erupted. Each blade of light fluttered like delicate butterflies, instantly enveloping Lancelot. "You can't hurt me." Lancelot had confidence in his defense. He held the katana horizontally across his leg, then swept his right leg forward with the force of a battering ram, nearly draining the air. SSS. 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 The fine blades of light left a dense network of wounds on Lancelot, but they were shallow, and little blood was drawn. The station master's noble phantasm skill had proven ineffective, yet he could not ignore Lancelot's kick. He shifted his form and dodged just in time. Impressive, young man. Are you from the inner city? The station master's eyes glinted with a sharp light. Lancelot remained silent, turning to look at Elizabeth, who sat demurely on a rock, as if none of this concerned her. The atmosphere grew tense, but it was soon broken by the arrival of a convoy. Ding dong. The knight you recruited has arrived. Congratulations on your knightly order's continued growth. Lancelot felt a flicker of joy, but then frowned. The convoy bore the banner of the Violet family. Ding dong. Melissa Death Knight Combat Evaluation 8S. Due to her special relationship with Victoria, her fate is intertwined with yours. This is a special recruitment costing the same as a formal knight. Your current status and territory cannot accommodate more knights. The recruitment system has been temporarily suspended. Please continue your efforts. What is this system up to? Lancelot's heart sank. Only the system could so wantonly break its own rules. Soon the convoy arrived at the gate. Melissa had a cold expression, clad in heavy full metal armor over a black cross surcoat exuding a mountainous pressure. Her fierce aura made it impossible to look directly at her. The station master noticed that Melissa's knight's surcoat was the same as Lancelot's and was somewhat surprised, but as a strong man, he would not allow an opponent to release their aura unchecked. Boom. A gale exploded outward from him in all directions like lightning, and a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the area. The two auras collided, forming a whirlwind. May we enter now? Melissa retracted her aura, speaking coldly. The station master nodded. Of course, no problem, Inspector. You may enter. But he cannot. Clang. A synchronized scraping of metal rang out. The squires of the Teutonic Knights simultaneously gripped their knight swords tightly, pulling the chill blades halfway from their scabbards. Footsteps echoed from within the station walls, and a squad of knights rushed out to guard behind the station master. Oh, interesting. The station master looked back and forth between Lancelot and Melissa, rubbed his chin, and halted his men's actions. He then said, You may enter, but I still hope you will abide by the rules. Melissa said nothing, instead deferring leadership to Lancelot, acting like a subordinate. I'm hungry. Let's go. Elizabeth's eyes darted about, an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. She didn't want Lancelot to be too close to this woman, so she took his hand and pulled him forward. The guard knights parted to make way, watching the convoy slowly enter the station town. The station master enjoyed great prestige within the station, so even though the crowd was dissatisfied, they could only suppress their feelings, not daring to show it. The bleeding high-ranking knight had tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. He clenched his fist tightly, a trace of venom flashing in his eyes. The station town was a place where chaos intertwined with order, serving as the most vital supply point for both inspectors and wanderers, much like a city in its own right. Knights and soldiers in uniform patrolled back and forth, while gaunt beggars lined the streets, and women driven by hunger sold their bodies by the roadside. These people, to varying degrees, bore genetic mutations on their bodies. Expelled from the sanctuary city, they eked out a miserable existence in the station town, like stray dogs. Their presence served as a warning to the people of the outer districts, forcing ordinary folks to work tirelessly in exchange for the church's priests to reduce their radiation levels. Lancelot, with his arm around Elizabeth, walked side by side with Melissa, chatting. Amid the crowd and prying eyes, they communicated only through coded words and exchanged glances. Elizabeth sensed a secret between the two, pouting in frustration as she couldn't join the conversation, but soon her attention was diverted by the novel sights around her. The deterrent power of over 30 knights was formidable. It was rare to see such an organized knightly order mobilized together. Those who scraped a living on the streets had sharp eyes and knew better than to court trouble. Ahead is where the transport vehicles are returned. I've already sent someone to handle it. The hotel is booked too. The next train back to the city doesn't leave until tomorrow morning, Melissa said in a low voice. Lancelot had no objections. Unfamiliar with the area, he was relieved to have Melissa manage the arrangements. As they walked slowly forward, the road was tightly blocked by a crowd from which came continuous noise and cries. Lancelot frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks, and the entire knightly order halted as well. Any more? This batch has just been exiled. 2 low-grade magic cores. Anyone raising the bid? 3 magic cores. Someone's raised it to 3 magic cores. Any more? 4. No more. Sold. Several knights of the Teutonic Order parted the onlookers, allowing Lancelot to stride in calmly. A platform had been erected outside a shop by the roadside where an auctioneer in a leather jacket with blackened teeth jumped about excitedly. Two burly men, whips in hand, herded a dozen scantily clad women into a cage. These women were not unattractive, but their eyes were vacant like puppets. Around their slender, pale necks were ring-shaped collars that occasionally glowed blue. A pot-bellied merchant rubbed his hands together, gleefully stamping a seal on each woman to mark them with his family crest. Appearing pleased with the goods, he let out occasional chuckles. The merchant's face paled slightly at Lancelot's intrusion, but he quickly lowered his head, boarded a truck, and sped away. The auctioneer's expression soured as well. He flashed a fawning smile, and a group of fierce-looking thugs rushed out to carry the platform and the merchandise back into the shop. With the excitement gone, the onlookers dispersed, and the street emptied in an instant. Puzzled, Lancelot turned his gaze to Melissa, but said nothing. These women are actually ordinary people from the outer city, mostly trafficked. Many merchants use this place as a transit hub, selling those from District B to other areas. Though it's illegal, the forces behind it are substantial. It's best we don't meddle, Melissa explained proactively. Just then the auctioneer approached Lancelot with a grin and said, "Our boss has reserved a VIP room for you at the Grand Hotel. Please rest well tonight." "Your boss is a?" Lancelot raised an eyebrow, asking. The auctioneer did not reply, offering a mysterious smile, took off his top hat, bowed deeply, and quickly departed. Melissa lowered her voice. "The station master, Cameron. We met him earlier. That man is a lunatic. I hope he hasn't taken an interest in us." "A lunatic? I don't think so." Lancelot narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. The group soon arrived at the town center where a relatively well-preserved high-rise building stood. At its top, a 2-meter-tall transparent crystal was erected. Curious about its purpose, Lancelot watched as a surge of magical energy swelled within the crystal, turning it a deep crimson. Boom. A fireball the size of a wash basin materialized out of thin air, streaking across the sky to strike a distant target. Ding! Eye of Truth legendary artifact Mana Convergence Tower. A mysterious magical creation that condenses mana at a 1:1,000 mental energy ratio. A siege forces nightmare equipped with auto-targeting and locking functions. Bound cannot be absorbed. Lancelot felt a pang of envy. If his Serpent Gorge castle had such a device, it would be impregnable. He quickly dismissed the thought. Given his current status, such things were beyond his reach, though that might change in the future. The Tulip Hotel, a modest 3-star establishment before the apocalypse, had miraculously survived the nuclear devastation. Protected by the Mana Convergence Tower, it had become the premier luxury venue outside the city. With Melissa's baronial fortune, she couldn't even afford a standard room at the Tulip Hotel. This time, she entered on Lancelot's coattails. There was naturally only one room. Lancelot gave some low-grade magic cores to dismiss the knights who lodged in a nearby inn. What had been ordinary before the apocalypse was now synonymous with luxury. Melissa's eyes were dazzled. She plopped onto the plush sofa, sinking into its softness. Elizabeth, accustomed to such comforts, lay on the bed and kicked off her shoes with her pale feet. Finally, a place to sleep. "This bed is mine tonight. No arguments." Melissa let out a cold snort. She too longed to experience the spring mattress, but was too embarrassed to vie for it. Her reluctance only fueled Elizabeth's smugness. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Several scantily clad women entered carrying trays, their faces fixed with mechanical smiles. Each had a voluptuous figure, and they deliberately struck provocative poses before Lancelot. Lancelot knew exactly what these women were for. As he reached for a low-grade magic core, Melissa fished out a few silver coins from her pocket and tossed them at the women, driving them away. Magic cores are hard currency. Even a low-grade one could enable an ordinary person to break through. So never waste them. If you have extras, give them to me instead. Melissa said coldly, recalling her own arduous struggles. Seeing Lancelot's wastefulness, her tone was tinged with resentment. The table was laden with food: a bucket of fried chicken legs, 3 hamburgers, a small plate of vegetable salad, and a jar of canned oranges. Melissa could hardly contain herself as she opened the can. This legendary delicacy was something she had only heard of but never seen, let alone tasted. With utmost care, she used her fork to place a slice of orange into her mouth. The sweet and tangy sensation exploded on her palate, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, murmuring, "This is absolutely delicious." "Heh, you can have it all." "Oh, I wouldn't touch it. It's loaded with saccharin and preservatives. Only the worst fruits end up canned," Elizabeth retorted disdainfully. Melissa felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. She didn't know Elizabeth's background, but she could glean something from Lancelot's attitude. After taking a few more bites, she stopped. "Is there a black market in the station?" Lancelot asked first. "Absolutely. Wandering knights and scavengers bring their finds here to trade. Sometimes even some important figures show up," Melissa said gravely. "In that case, I can't afford to miss it." Lancelot raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Both women were full and weary, so Lancelot decided to step out of the hotel on his own. His entrance had been dramatic, drawing the attention of many factions. In the dark corners, some bold individuals trailed closely behind. A sudden torrential downpour descended without warning, the once bright sky instantly shrouded by rolling dark clouds. The scorching heat plummeted with the heavy rain. Street vendors hastily took cover, terrified of being tainted by the radioactive rain. The station town's drainage system was poor. The streets were soon flooded, ankle-deep water rapidly spreading through the slums. Lancelot held an umbrella, occasionally glimpsing figures collapsed in corners, their bodies undergoing violent mutations, abscesses robbing them of even the strength to scream. Following Melissa's directions, Lancelot arrived at a shantytown. Low, dilapidated sheds stood haphazardly, like a maze, the only path awash with a mixture of filthy water and sewage flowing unchecked. Not a single shed showed any light, deepening the gloom of the slum. After walking a short distance, Lancelot stopped, sensing the malevolent gazes peering from within the sheds. Finally, someone could no longer resist. A man covered in oozing sores leaped out from the side, raising a blade aimed directly at Lancelot's head. His sword had barely descended halfway when he felt his vision go dark. A heavy kick struck his chest, followed by a sharp crack of breaking ribs. He was sent flying several meters as if riding on clouds. "Yeah!" The dead man's companion let out a furious roar, opening his mouth wide as he lunged at Lancelot. Lancelot twisted and threw a punch, the immense force directly exploding the man's head. Splat! The skull emitted a clear cracking sound, brain matter mixed with blood splattering everywhere. Lancelot wiped his hands, sensing something amiss. These people usually wouldn't dare attack a formal knight unless someone was pulling the strings. With Station Master Cameron ruled out, only the vomiting upper knight remained suspect. A rustling sound of footsteps came from all directions. Before long, a dense crowd of scavengers surged forward, with many wandering knights hidden among them. "Kill him!" Blades flashed, and battle cries drowned out the roar of the rain. Lancelot smirked coldly. At his level of combat prowess, numbers alone couldn't bring him down. The mastermind behind this was likely just trying to annoy him. Gripping the bloody grudge, his heart surged with murderous intent. With a slight tremor in his arm, he dropped to the ground just as the blades closed in. His katana flashed in a continuous arc, severing the ankles of several nearby scavengers. The moment the encirclement broke, he sprang to his feet, swinging his blade in a reverse arc. Without any magical condensation, the sheer sharpness of the edge cleaved through 3 heads. Hot blood spurted from the wounds like geysers. The scavengers were not truly fearless. Witnessing Lancelot's brutality, fear crept into their hearts. Now driven by the bloody grudge, Lancelot's murderous rage surged uncontrollably. Fortunately, the people before him were nothing but scum. With a slanting step and a gliding motion, he shot forward like an arrow. Some scavengers wanted to retreat, others to charge, and chaos erupted. Yet no one could come within 5 feet of Lancelot. The blade flashed continuously. Along the entire street, less than 100 meters long, bodies fell one after another, blood staining the concrete pavement red like a crimson carpet. Driven to desperation, the scavengers finally revealed their jackal-like frenzy. Their eyes bloodshot, they lunged at him with savage ferocity. 5 minutes later, the last scavenger daring to attack was split in 2 by the icy blade. The rest scattered in panic. Lancelot patted the blood off his clothes and said coldly, "Had enough watching." Creak. A shed door opened, and a white-haired old man stepped out, saying icily, "Forgive us, honored guest. Sometimes shelter comes at a price." "No matter. But you should also know the cost of offending me," Lancelot said slowly. As his words fell, 30 fully armed squires marched forward in orderly steps, their chilling, killing intent spreading. Squires were not unfamiliar to the scavengers, but so many appearing together was enough to sweep through the entire settlement. The old man was stunned, his face turning grim. He realized he had been set up. Cursing under his breath, he said helplessly, "The Raven mercenaries are willing to offer compensation." Mercenary groups were what the scavengers called themselves, with an organization similar to night orders. Typically, a station town had at least 3 or 4 large mercenary groups. They usually took on tasks issued by inspectors, occasionally moonlighting as bandits. 3 auction items. "Whichever one I fancy, you must bid and secure it for me." Lancelot raised a finger. The old man's face flushed red, but seeing the Teutonic knights watching intently, he quickly calmed down. After calculating the knight's auction items, he said, "1. You can get a 20% discount on the rest." "Deal." Lancelot waved his hand. Having demonstrated his strength, there was no need to keep his men standing in the rain. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door wide, and made a gesture of invitation. Rumbling. The torrential rain soon washed the streets clean. The bodies were loaded onto carts, leaving only scattered remnants visible in the corners. In the shed there is a passage leading underground entirely made of metal plates, while the ventilation fan above continuously draws in air producing a buzzing noise. Lancelot followed the old man and arrived at a vast underground area where there were no streetlights, but vendors lined both sides. A dense flow of people moved about, each holding a lantern and wearing masks. Occasionally 2 individuals could be seen huddled together, completing a transaction with a handshake. The entire process was remarkably quiet. Interesting, there are indeed many powerful individuals in the outer districts. This is merely a small station town. Lancelot touched the mask on his face and muttered to himself. A casual glance revealed that 9 out of 10 people in the crowd were knights, with the rest being knight captains. "Sir, you may need a guide." A small, slender apprentice knight approached wearing leather armor and displaying a raven medal on his chest. "Get away." The old man turned and barked. The apprentice knight froze, cold sweat immediately dripping down his forehead as he stammered, I'm sorry. I'll leave right away." With a grim expression, the old man led Lancelot to a room and said, "Wait a moment, someone will bring the catalog for the next auction. You have 10 minutes to choose, and then we will remove the auction items for you. Won't anyone oppose this?" Lancelot asked with a smile. A cold glint passed over the old man's grim face as he replied, "We will raise the average auction price to ensure the seller's interests. This has nothing to do with you." After saying this, he quickly left. According to Lancelot's estimation, this place should be underground. No wonder it could evade a nuclear strike. The room was decorated in a style reminiscent of a Japanese tea room, with tatami mats on the floor and a classical tea table in the center atop, which sat a teapot and several cups. A faint aroma of tea mixed with jasmine scent wafted through the air, relaxing one's spirit. Creak. The door was knocked open and a dark-skinned woman entered gracefully holding a catalog. She bowed at a 90-degree angle to Lancelot and said, "Dear guest, the auction catalog has arrived." This was the highest-level VIP room in the black market, where female attendants often earned considerable tips through special services, but unfortunately these temptations were of no use. At this moment, Lancelot's attention was entirely focused on the catalog. Although there were no physical items, each one had notes. Perhaps to accommodate his conditions, the value of all items was very stable, and the treasures were limited to intermediate level. Intermediate treasure: Flame Lion skill, can summon fire magic to form a lion for auxiliary attack, duration 50 seconds. Low-level treasure: Magical Eyes, which can enhance vision but require implantation into the body. Basic beginner magic, discussing the origins and uses of magic. Low-level meditation. Note: those without a bloodline should proceed with caution. The diverse array of treasures and items thrilled Lancelot. He even discovered several books deemed heretical. This proved that the Raven Mercenary Corps did not care about the church at all, or rather those behind the scenes could protect this black market. Towards the last few pages, Lancelot's body stiffened. The catalog featured a right-hand gauntlet covered in mottled rust. Low-level treasure: Nameless Gauntlet, belonging to an incomplete body. No skills, possesses the sturdiness of a high-level treasure. The patterns on the gauntlet seemed familiar to Lancelot, vaguely resembling the glory of the Mad Knight. Should he waste an opportunity for an intermediate treasure to take a gamble? Lancelot pondered. Even if the compatibility wasn't high absorbing, it would still be a significant wealth. "I have made my choice, the Nameless Gauntlet. I hope to receive it soon," Lancelot decisively stated. In the adjacent room, Cameron stood by the single transparent glass wall, quietly observing the scene, his right hand rhythmically tapping on the table. Before long, the old man entered holding the Nameless Gauntlet, respectfully stating, "Sir, this is what he chose, taken from the ruins by a low-level wandering knight. Upon appraisal, it holds no value. Abandoning an intermediate treasure for a low-level one. What do you think his purpose is?" Cameron casually inquired while picking up the knight's gauntlet. The old man scratched his head and replied, "Is it that he doesn't want to offend us? Fool. We are merely a station here with over 30 apprentice knights and 2 knight captains. Such a knight corps, though powerful, is still beneath my notice. No one can withstand the onslaught of the demonic tower. The fact that they could act ruthlessly against Marge shows they do not care about us. Such individuals often hail from the inner city." Cameron vented, seemingly letting off steam. Being able to stand firm outside the city, their true strength could easily crush Lancelot, but the mysterious girl beside them made him cautious, which is why he let Lancelot enter. "So, what does that mean, sir?" the old man asked. Cameron tossed the gauntlet aside, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he coldly laughed to himself. "No one can offend me without facing punishment. I hear the nobles of the inner city value purity the most." The old man felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Plotting against the nobles of the inner city was no small matter, and it was clear that he was being asked to act. If there was a slip-up, it would be his life on the line. With this thought, his mood plunged as if falling into an abyss. 5 minutes later, Lancelot finally saw the gauntlet. Using the Eye of Truth, he was instantly overjoyed, feeling as though he had struck a jackpot. Ding dong. Eye of Truth Intermediate Treasure Incomplete Knight does not die from bare hands right hand. Skill endows the weapon in hand with the attributes of a treasure and uses it automatically lowering one level. Due to the absence of a left gauntlet, it is limited to one-handed weapons. Compatibility 100%. One of the Mad Knight set with added property of enhanced magical concentration speed. Once the gauntlet was worn, the mottled rust immediately vanished, replaced by a surge of dark magical power. Taking a deep breath, Lancelot used his mental strength to conceal the form of Knight does not die from bare hands. His right hand became empty, devoid of substance, as if wearing a thin, transparent glove. He had assumed the old man would not divulge the client's information, but unexpectedly Lancelot effortlessly obtained everything he desired, even the location of the ruins. The squire who escaped from there was a member of a small team under the Raven Mercenary Corps. The ruins were located in a mountain range, and after several explorations nothing of value was found. Lancelot committed this matter to memory, also learning the current whereabouts of that squire, and then hurriedly left the black market. It was already late at night. After walking along the street for a few minutes, he arrived at the Old Gun Tavern. Some drunkards as limp as mud staggered out holding bottles. Some had women in their arms laughing lewdly. Lancelot glanced at his black cross cloak, shook his head, and immediately removed it, wearing only a chainmail vest, as he pushed open the oak door and walked in. His ears were instantly filled with the clamor of orchestral music and noisy chatter, the air thick with the scent of tobacco and alcohol, creating a boisterous atmosphere. The first floor had nearly 100 tables and a long bar, all fully occupied. Wandering knights and scavengers sat together in groups of 2 or 3, drinking the cheapest oat beer and bragging about their recent hauls. Scantily clad barmaids moved back and forth, and after negotiating a price, they would take patrons upstairs to small rooms for transactions. Under the influence of alcohol and women, these desperados were particularly prone to impulsiveness, resorting to fights or even armed brawls over the slightest disagreement. Within less than a minute of standing at the entrance, Lancelot witnessed 2 groups brawling, only to be knocked unconscious and thrown out by a burly man. The music in the dance hall shifted to rhythmic jazz, the ceiling lights dimmed instantly, and scantily clad strippers performed erotic dances, exuding a seductive allure that drove every man wild. Lancelot's entrance went unnoticed. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being captivated by the strippers, he approached the bar and said to the bartender, "A whiskey on the rocks." "You're not a regular, so you pay first," the bartender with a goatee said sternly. "It's the rule, even for knights." "Huh, did this little one run away from home? They'll buy him a glass of milk, put it on my tab. The little one needs some nourishment, ha." A burly man over 2 meters tall laughed wildly, revealing a row of yellowed, decayed teeth, pounding his beer mug on the table incessantly. "Careful not to make him cry, don't bully him, ha ha." The burly man's companion slurred mockingly. Lancelot glanced at the group, all heavily armored brutes with only their leader being a squire. Each of them had tattoos from their faces to their arms, and their weapons stood arrogantly on the ground. The bartender shook his head, poured a glass of milk, and slid it to Lancelot, muttering, "These men are from the Raven Mercenary Corps. Finish your drink and leave. This isn't a place for a noble youth like you to come alone. I only want whiskey." Lancelot reached out and poured the milk onto the floor, then tapped his fingers on the counter. "Give everyone at that table a bottle of whiskey on me." 3 low-grade magic cores appeared on the table, shimmering with a captivating glow in the dim light. Magic cores generally only appeared within level monsters, making them difficult to hunt and a form of hard currency. However, in the town, they were rarely seen. Most were exchanged for silver coins or gene serums at the exchange. The bartender swallowed hard. He knew full well that Lancelot was deliberately provoking trouble, but he couldn't bear to part with those 3 magic cores. Moreover, whole bottles of whiskey were expensive, and as a bartender he received a commission, so he chose not to interfere. Those who heard this were stunned, and the atmosphere grew tense. When several large bottles of whiskey were placed before the wandering knights who had mocked Lancelot, their expressions shifted abruptly. In a bar environment, offending someone of unknown origin was the most taboo. Someone like Lancelot, who casually produced 3 low-grade magic cores, was a rarity. "We're from the Raven Mercenary Corps." The squire leading that table set his face contorted with menace as he approached. To assert his dominance, he deliberately pressed down on his seat, making it creak loudly. Lancelot sneered, "The Raven Mercenary Corps. Nothing impressive." With that, he picked up the whiskey with one hand and began drinking straight from the bottle. The strong alcohol did not intoxicate him. Instead, it made him more alert, his body growing warm. The squire paused and reached out to pat Lancelot's shoulder, but his hand was blocked by a katana. A bone-chilling coldness made him tremble all over. "Damn it, it's you." The squire stammered, his breathing quickening, a glimmer of terror appearing in his eyes. Lancelot had already finished the whiskey. He casually set the bottle on the table and said flatly, "Finish your drink and get lost. I don't want to see you tonight." Yes, I understand. The squire who had been domineering for so long was humiliated, publicly wishing he could crawl into a hole. But compared to his life, drinking was a minor matter. Due to the loud music, few heard their exchange. Amidst astonished gazes, the squire returned to his seat with a sullen face and immediately began chugging from the bottle. Not everyone had Lancelot's tolerance for alcohol. As the strong whiskey hit his stomach, the squire's mind grew sluggish. After struggling for a while, he couldn't help but collapse to the floor, vomiting violently. The tavern was well-versed in handling such situations. Someone quickly cleaned up the mess. The members of the Raven Mercenary Corps stared at Lancelot with a mixture of fear and awe, clearly having guessed his identity. The bartender who had observed everything was inwardly shaken. Carefully, he poured Lancelot a glass of lemon water as a gesture of apology. The price of a single slice of lemon could match 10 large mugs of beer. "I'm looking for a man named John," Lancelot said calmly. The bartender froze, his gaze shifting toward a spot behind Lancelot. His mouth twitched slightly as he whispered, "The one who offered you milk just now. That's him." Lancelot raised an eyebrow, casually flicked the lemon slice, and it hit John squarely in the face. "Who's attacking me?" The burly man named John turned around fuming, but when he saw Lancelot beckoning him, his face twisted as if he had swallowed something foul. John was merely the most ordinary scavenger on the outskirts, his strength barely approaching level, a mix of both luck and misfortune. He had successively joined 2 mercenary companies, both of which met with utter annihilation. The final incident was particularly gruesome. 7 knights, 13 squires, and 50 top-tier scavengers all perished within an unnamed ruin. It was truly horrifying beyond imagination. Mutant beasts surged out in droves from every hill and dale, their ranks far more formidable than those in the bloody mountains of the outer district. I once considered returning to explore it, but when I got there, the entire mountain structure had shifted. There was no trace of the ruins, as if they had vanished into thin air. Damn strange. Lancelot listened quietly to John's account, his brow furrowed. "You mean to say you never went down yourself?" he asked in a deep voice. "That's right. I was tasked with guarding the supplies." Before half a day had passed, the captain emerged alone, laden with treasures on his back. John said gloomily, "I handed all those items over to the Crow Mercenary Company in exchange for some coin and a membership slot. Whom you may leave now." Lancelot waved his hand, showing no trace of courtesy. John opened his mouth, holding back some intelligence he had yet to reveal, hoping to extract some benefit from Lancelot. Seeing the other man had no such intention, he cursed his bad luck under his breath and slunk away with a crestfallen air. Lancelot chose to abandon any further exploration of that ruin. The noble phantasm Knight of Honor was likely not there, nor would it be in the hands of the Crow Mercenary Company. Otherwise, the auction would have featured a pair rather than a single item. "They'll come back to take a look when I've grown stronger," Lancelot mused silently, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, a seductive bargirl reeking of cheap perfume approached with a coy smile and whispered, "Sir, won't you buy me a drink?" She pressed her 2 ample bosoms against Lancelot's arm with practiced ease. "Of course, no problem. But I'm about to leave." Lancelot curled his lips into a faint smile, touched his nose, and casually pulled out a coin, slipping it into the cleavage of the bar girl. Then he rose and departed. At the Tulip Hotel, Melissa made no attempt to hide from Elizabeth as she removed her knight armor and clothes, deliberately revealing her exquisite figure to the air. She herself was uncertain of her motives, but ever since yesterday her feelings toward Lancelot had undergone a seismic shift, leaving her profoundly unsettled. Elizabeth glanced at herself, then gritted her teeth. "If we were in the inner district, I would have you executed. How dare you insult the great Elizabeth II? Humph. What's so great about the inner district? The black market is full of female slaves from fallen inner district nobles crushed by their enemies, faring worse than the commoners of the outer district." Melissa sneered. Elizabeth said coolly, "What do you know? Those people were nothing but a bunch of failed slaves to begin with. The inner district? Huh. It's far more brutal than you can imagine." In another room, not far away, the old man from the auction house was mixing cocktails with a complicated expression, occasionally adding a dash of seasoning. "Don't blame me for this. Sometimes one has no choice." 2 cocktails were delivered before Elizabeth and Melissa. The liquid shimmered with an otherworldly beauty under the light, layered in 7 distinct colors. "It's beautiful. Have you ever had this in the inner district?" Melissa's eyes sparkled as she spoke in a low voice. Her tone remained icy, but it had noticeably softened. Elizabeth, too, was captivated by the cocktail. Stiffening her resolve, she blustered, Of course. Of course I drink it all the time. It's absolutely delicious." Melissa licked her lips and exchanged a glance with Elizabeth. "Then what are we waiting for?" The 2 women simultaneously picked up their glasses and began to savor the drink. The rainbow-colored cocktail was sweet and sour with a hint of chocolate, utterly devoid of the sting of alcohol. Yet once it reached the stomach, it felt as if one were immersed in a warm spring. Waves of warmth spread through every limb and every cell in the body, seemed to bask in a blissful euphoria. Hot. So hot. Is something wrong? Melissa's frosty face flushed crimson, and a layer of unfading mist veiled her eyes. The Death Knight, whose body had been modified, lost all control under the influence of that miraculous cocktail. She felt flames licking through her entire being. Her reason began to blur, and a strange, buried sensation surged forth from within. Cough. How should I know? I've never drunk before. Cough. Elizabeth was in an even worse state, reduced to a dazed fool, hiccuping as she spoke. Before long, stars began to dance before Elizabeth's eyes. Her body grew lighter and lighter, her gaze grew hazy, and she instinctively clung to Melissa, murmuring, Am I drunk? Is this what being drunk feels like? It's wonderful. I feel like I'm flying. A cold draft seeping through the window gap raised goosebumps on Melissa's skin. Her instincts screamed that something was wrong, yet she found herself nodding dazedly. Yes, I feel like I'm flying too. When Lancelot stepped into the room, it was pitch black. Before he could react, two bodies hot as furnaces entangled him. Hey, have you both lost your minds? Damn it, don't touch my clothes. At the topmost floor of the hotel, Cameron sat cross-legged beneath the demon-gathering tower, gazing into the distance, as if he could pierce through the rolling storm clouds. Torrential rain poured down, yet it failed to wet his clothes, forming a visible barrier around him. My lord, the deed is done. Shall we monitor the situation? The old man stammered as he approached. Cameron shook his head. The matter of scheming against inter-district nobles must not leak out. As long as the other party has no evidence, they won't know who did it. How long have you been with me? 30 years, my lord. Sensing an ominous turn, the old man instinctively stepped back. I think your life can extinguish the other party's resentment. Cameron smiled faintly, his right hand suddenly slicing through the air. A massive surge of air parted the curtain of rain, severing the old man's neck cleanly. So swift was the strike that a torrent of blood only spurted forth when the corpse hit the ground. Cameron's face was expressionless. Lancelot, the Violet Clan. Interesting. Crackle. Boom. Lightning split the heavens, striking straight down. Ding. Recruited knight Melissa has been transformed into a follower due to special circumstances, possessing a degree of autonomy. Warning, loyalty is nearing rebellion threshold. Ding. Through your unremitting efforts, loyalty has increased. Ding. Your efforts have brought follower Melissa's loyalty to a normal level. The atmosphere at breakfast was tense. Melissa sat expressionless on the bed with the unconscious Elizabeth beside her. She appeared even more cold and aloof, a chilling aura continuously emanating from her. Elizabeth opened her eyes half an hour later, clutching the blanket tightly, as she turned over, sobbing mournfully. Get out. Melissa shot Lancelot a fierce glare before beginning to console Elizabeth. All right, I'm leaving. Lancelot sighed in relief, as if shedding a burden. Bastard. Who said you could leave? Elizabeth sat up abruptly, her grievances and rage surging forth. Her petite frame somehow summoned unexpected strength as she hurled the bedside lamp. Lancelot frowned, sidestepping the lamp, then advanced and pinned Elizabeth down, saying coldly, If you still remember, think carefully about who was the instigator last night. An unnatural flush crept across Melissa's face. She quickly stood up and said, I'll wait outside. After you've sorted things out, come find me at the station. Having said that, she hurried away. Let go of me. Don't you know it's shameful to lose something so precious before marriage? Elizabeth roared angrily, her pearly white teeth sinking into Lancelot's arm like a wild beast. Elizabeth roared angrily, her pearly white teeth sinking into Lancelot's arm like a wild beast. Lancelot's arm suddenly tensed, muscles hardening like stone. So what do you want? I already have a partner. I can't marry you. Elizabeth was livid with rage, laughing bitterly. As if you're worthy of marrying me. Huh. I will kill you, I swear I will kill you. Lancelot's pupils contracted. He clamped one hand around Elizabeth's neck, applying slight pressure. Without her magic staff, Elizabeth had no means to fight back. As the air grew scarce, she writhed desperately, her slender waist and hips twisting, her long legs kicking wildly. Am I going to die, eh? Elizabeth saw stars, a helpless dread rising within her. Gradually, a strange, yet familiar, exquisite sensation stirred in her body. When Lancelot released his grip, the first rush of fresh air flooded her lungs. Elizabeth's entire body convulsed, her mouth gaping wide like a dying fish. Lancelot was also drenched in sweat. The sudden attack was not his intention, it was the result of an uncontrollable surge of killing intent within him. With that in mind, he resolved to reluctantly abandon the katana and find a new treasure weapon later. Having recovered from the brink of death, Elizabeth felt an inexplicable closeness to Lancelot, intertwined with a profound fear. Her Stockholm Syndrome, which had been in its early stages, had now bypassed the intermediate phase. From then on, if Lancelot asked Elizabeth to do something, she would comply, without resistance, even against her will. Unaware of this psychological shift, Lancelot felt a twinge of awkwardness seeing the red marks on Elizabeth's neck from his grip. After all, he had bullied the weak. He reached out and touched at a faint electric current sparking. The current could rapidly heal muscles and skin, though the stinging pain had to be endured. Expecting Elizabeth to flinch or curse, he was surprised when she obediently complied, even unconsciously nuzzling her head against his palm. Elizabeth's eyes were tightly shut, her face flushed crimson. She fidgeted, pressing her legs together, letting out soft whimpers like a kitten. An hour later, Lancelot dressed and carried Elizabeth to the station in a bridal-style hold. Lancelot didn't fully grasp Elizabeth's psychological change, but he instinctively felt it was a good thing. Best to avoid becoming enemies. "You're finally here." Melissa's expression soured as she spoke, coldly snatching Elizabeth from Lancelot's arms and holding her close. Lancelot shivered, sensing something odd about Melissa. This inexplicable jealousy seemed directed at him. Could they be? The two women whispered intimately to each other, the resemblance growing stronger. A few people sat sparsely in the waiting hall. The Teutonic Knights entered and claimed a corner. Woo! The whistle sounded as an airship slowly descended from the sky. This vessel was far shabbier than the one Lancelot had seen Houston ride, like comparing a Lamborghini to a taxi. The airship's exterior was extremely dilapidated, its metal cabin rusted, and pitted weld joints severely damaged, and even the gas bag was covered in patches. "Will this thing crash?" Elizabeth asked doubtfully. Melissa gently stroked her hair and said, "Of course not. It's protected by a special defensive barrier." The fare for over 30 people was exorbitant. The treasure Bloodsea Vengeance was pawned as payment. If not for Cameron's reduction, they might not have been able to board. The hatch clattered shut, and with a sensation of weightlessness, the airship began its journey towards Sanctuary City. The cabin was pitch black, and everyone rested in silence. After whispering with Melissa for a while, Elizabeth gently nestled into Lancelot's arms and whispered in his ear, "I've convinced Melissa to cede her barren title to you. He'll appoint her as a guardian knight and take her away. What do you think?" Expecting praise, she instead received 2 sharp slaps on her bottom. Ding! Melissa's loyalty has dropped to 0. The system has terminated her follower status. As punishment for Rebellion 1, you may strip her of her title and claim it for yourself. 2. Obtain a random item from her possession. 3. Cause a random organ in her body to vanish. How is this possible? Didn't you say loyalty isn't so easily lost? Love can break all rules. I choose option 1, damn it. Lancelot was furious. After a morning of effort to raise loyalty to normal levels, this foolish woman had sent Melissa's loyalty plummeting. Fortunately, the system's recruitment magic kept it just above the rebellion threshold. Once the follower contract was dissolved, Melissa and Lancelot no longer shared a special bond. In a way, every loss brought a gain. Trading a follower for a title was a clear profit. During the long journey within the dark cabin, time always passed with excruciating slowness. Yet for some time flew by all too swiftly. As the cabin door opened and sunlight streamed in, Elizabeth adjusted her skirt, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her mood seemed exceptionally bright. Melissa's face darkened, and her gaze at Lancelot was as sharp as a flying blade, her right hand never leaving the hilt of her sword. Were it not for the dual warnings from Victoria and Elizabeth, she would have struck to kill right then. Lancelot was fully aware of this, but felt helpless, for his once loyal subordinate had turned into an enemy in the blink of an eye. After undergoing cleansing and inspection, the group entered the outer city. The Knight Order guarding the city gates was no longer the Crimson Knights, but the Lionheart Knights, now under the banner of the Bavaria family. Van der Hulst's elite forces had been wiped out outside the city, and he himself had lost his memory. Merely surviving with his life was already a stroke of fortune. The moment Lancelot stepped into the outer city, he felt a wave of relief. The radiation levels here were low and the air was fresh, a stark contrast between the two sides of the city wall, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Once the Black Rain season passed, the number of mutated beasts in the outer city would drastically decrease. Until the next Black Rain arrived, the entire outer city would remain relatively safe. Melissa had resolved to follow Elizabeth not only due to a certain special affection, but also to escape Victoria's control with the help of this inner-city benefactor. Thus the barony fell effortlessly into Lancelot's hands as a form of exchange. In the outer city, for an ordinary person to become a squire, it only required reaching the requisite level of strength. However, for a squire to become a full-fledged knight, noble recognition and a knight's fief were essential. The step from knight to noble was entirely a matter of luck. Some toiled their entire lives only to remain knights. 3 days later, within the castle of the Violet family, Melissa produced a deed of inheritance transfer. As she handed it to Lancelot, her emotions were tangled, and she spoke slowly. "I will follow Miss Elizabeth to establish a new family. I entrust the Violet family to your care. I have always been curious. Why?" Lancelot raised an eyebrow and asked. A trace of mockery flickered in Melissa's eyes as she said the original Violet family was deeply divided. Many family members within the fief were beyond my control. I have no idea what sorcery you used to make them all join your Knight Order in an instant. Under these circumstances, do you think I had any other choice? Then, I apologize. Lancelot shook his head and said, wishing you a smooth journey. I hear entering the inner city is a tremendous opportunity. I would like to go as well, but unfortunately I have no chance. Melissa said coldly, everyone can enter, but it is not paradise. Miss Elizabeth and Miss Elena have high expectations of you. Until certain conditions are met, developing in the outer city is the best choice. I do not appreciate others arranging my future. Those two women are far too presumptuous. Lancelot shrugged and said, bang. The door was pushed open and Elizabeth rushed in with great fanfare, shouting, I heard you speaking ill of me. She crashed into Lancelot's arms like a young deer, then wrapped her arms around his neck, letting her entire weight rest upon him. Lancelot helplessly held Elizabeth's petite form in his arms and said, aren't you supposed to be contacting your family to leave? Those old geezers are furious, they want to drag me back right now. But I asked them for a month's leave. If they agree, I'll obediently go back to school when the time comes. Elizabeth squinted like a sly fox that had stolen a chicken and said, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? How could I? Lancelot took a deep breath and said. By then Melissa had already assumed the role of a guardian knight and prepared to leave of her own accord. Elizabeth said, Melissa, the minimum rank for my guardian knight must be an earl. When you return, someone will give you a badge and equipment. So don't bother with any unnecessary trash lest you embarrass me. Lancelot and Melissa both froze. Unlike Melissa's ecstatic surprise, Lancelot raised an eyebrow and said coldly, are you mocking me? Of course not. If you became my guardian knight, you couldn't marry me. So you must develop in the name of the Violet family. That way we might have a chance. Elizabeth laughed. Lancelot was repulsed by this presumptuous attitude and said icily, we are impossible. You should know who Elena is. What's so great about that giantess? Isn't she just a washed-up cardinal? Do you know I am? I am. Elizabeth's eyes darted around, and in the end, she forced herself to swallow her true identity. Lancelot had a vague suspicion, but dared not dwell on it. A noble who could have an earl as a guardian knight was no ordinary figure. Melissa's disappointment vanished, replaced by boundless affection and gratitude. In the following days, the entire Violet family became a hive of activity. Lancelot planned to relocate the entire family back to the Bloody Mountains. Since all the direct and collateral branches had become his subordinates, there was no opposition. Serpent Gorge Castle was a military fortress easy to defend and difficult to attack. Situated at a vital transportation hub, once trade routes were open, tariffs alone could sustain the entire family. Anyone with discernment could see its development potential. When some learned of this news, they naturally sought to create trouble for Lancelot. A messenger galloped from the south bearing a decree from the Noble Council. The previously approved inheritance transfer had been forcibly overturned. The Noble Council, citing Lancelot's unclear origins, intended to reopen the discussion. This is utterly outrageous. To overturn an already ratified decision, it is a disgrace to the nobility. Elizabeth slammed the table in fury, her red leather shoes stomping with indignation. Unmoved by honor or disgrace, Lancelot said nonchalantly, we have stirred someone's pot. It's only natural they strike back. Nothing strange about it. This must be the work of the Ross family. I will kill him tonight. Melissa's face was ashen, her eyes gleaming with cold menace. Miss Elizabeth shook her head, a sly smile curling on her lips, and said, among nobles certain rules must be observed. Those who break them will face punishment. No one is exempt. Therefore this deed was certainly not carried out by a noble, but by someone of higher standing than the local Noble Council. Lancelot has always possessed a mindset of supremacy, completely indifferent to others' recognition, and directly claimed the title of Baron of the Judas Tree. The grand caravan advanced toward the Blood Mountain, leaving only a small number of cavalry and an apprentice knight at the castles within the territory of the Judas Tree family. A fist only possesses true deterrence when clenched together, Lancelot said lightly in response to Melissa's doubts. Along the way, several unidentified individuals appeared around the convoy, but upon seeing the neatly uniformed and strictly marching Teutonic knights, they quickly vanished without a trace. As they passed a castle the convoy had to stop. This was the territory of Viscount Harrison. Due to the black rain season causing floods that destroyed the bridges, the convoy heading to the Blood Mountain had to take a detour. The entire castle was square-shaped with 2 tall arrow towers garrisoning a knight order of 20 men, 50 musketeers, and 300 archers. A few guards in leather armor stood at the entrance while a tax officer sat at a nearby table. I am the Baron of the Judas Tree, requesting passage through your territory. Lancelot rode his horse to the foot of the castle and said slowly, The resplendent Judas tree banner represented noble status. No one would dare to forge it. The tax officer frowned, glanced at Lancelot, and took out a sheepskin scroll with a seal, saying the Judas tree family does not belong to the tax-exempt families. It is 1 silver coin for a horse and 3 for a large cart. The Judas tree family belongs to the Northern Noble Alliance and must be tax-exempt. Melissa rushed forward, her face icy cold. A trace of mockery crossed the tax officer's face, quickly concealed, as he said the Judas tree family has been expelled from the Northern Noble Alliance and will soon face sanctions. Damn it. What did you say? A murderous aura surged from Melissa as she suddenly gripped the tax officer's throat, lifting him off the ground. Suddenly, many warriors poured out from the castle, but under the oppressive momentum of the top knight commander, they were unable to stand firm, with many even dropping their flintlock guns to the ground. What are you doing? I am the tax officer representing the Harrison family. Let go of me. The tax officer struggled, his eyes filled with fear. Lancelot squinted his eyes and coldly laughed. Let him go. We must flee. Melissa turned her head in disbelief, and then growled, Miss Elizabeth needs rest, and our warhorses need supplies to recover their strength. Let go. Boom. Melissa waved her hand, casually throwing the tax officer out. The tax officer was smashed into the ground by the terrifying and brutal strength of the female knight commander, creating a pit. His entire face twisted and deformed, the bridge of his nose completely crushed, and after spitting out blood, he fainted. Attacking the tax officer was akin to attacking his master, and the apprentice knights of the Harrison family instinctively drew their knight swords. Melissa's icy gaze swept over the crowd, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder, lacking the courage to advance. It was only after Lancelot gradually walked away that they reacted, lifting the tax officer back to the castle. The portly and big-eared Harrison yawned as he crawled off a plump young woman, the hard work of the entire night, leaving him utterly exhausted. However, upon seeing his tax officer, he immediately exclaimed in anger, Who did this? Baron of the Judas tree. The guard replied. Harrison shook his head, suddenly jolting awake, grinning maliciously. So it's them. I can't miss out on the bounty from Count Ross. Bring me George. George was the strongest knight under Harrison, albeit merely a level 5 in ordinary knight. George, do you have confidence? If successful, I can grant you a fief. Harrison said excitedly. If George had not witnessed the power demonstrated by Melissa, he might have been tempted. However, now he feared getting involved even slightly, and lowered his voice, saying the Judas tree family is powerful, especially since that Baron has over 20 apprentice knights by his side. As the knight commander, our castle's defensive strength is sufficient. Trash. Harrison stood up, walked around for a few circles, then sat back down. Gather all knights to assemble at the castle. All of them. Are you still planning to attack? All of them, including those on leave and those from fiefs. Do you think we will be attacked by the Judas tree family? Harrison said with a worried expression. George nearly fell to the ground, wanting to laugh, but not daring to reply. Of course not. They are still nobles after all. Attacking another noble's castle is against the law. No one dares to do so except for robber bands. Moreover, I am confident in defending against any enemies. Harrison sighed in relief, but still felt somewhat uneasy, saying, Close the castle gates. I have a foreboding feeling. The clear river water flowed gently, and the sunset's afterglow cast down, making the forest appear even quieter. The returning birds chirped as they left their former dwellings. The Judas tree family's caravan set up camp in an open area. The soldiers helped the knights start cutting grass to clear the encampment, while the knights walked their warhorses to the creek and carefully maintained and cared for their weapons. Among these individuals was not Melissa. At this moment, she was attending to the carsick Elizabeth. Has Lancelot left the convoy? Elizabeth wiped her mouth and weakly asked, Yes, my lady. I don't know what important matter he has. Damn it, the glory of the Judas tree family has embarrassed him. Melissa said fiercely. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, smiling mysteriously. That may not necessarily be the case. I bet you that the Harrison family will surely have bad luck tonight. What do you mean? Melissa raised her eyebrows, feeling somewhat uneasy. I said nothing. Let us wait and see. Elizabeth murmured to herself, hoping he wouldn't let her down, her body weak and unable to muster any strength, half leaning against Melissa. Melissa's frost-like face turned slightly red, her movements gradually becoming gentle as she whispered, May I hold you? Of course, when Lancelot is not around, you are my closest companion. We have fought side by side before, haven't we? Elizabeth smiled. At the same time, behind a hillside near Harrison's castle, a squad of fierce cavalry was already prepared for an attack, with over 200 cavalry and a dozen apprentice knights, the green wolf-head banner fluttering in the wind. The sky above the castle of Duke Harrison was thick with dark clouds, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression, a harbinger of the impending storm. All the cavalry and knights of the Gale Thieves Guild had wrapped their steeds' hooves in thick cloth, and their lances and swords were smeared with black paint. After preparing for the ambush, an indescribable killing intent surged forth. Lancelot was enveloped in black mist, an aura of brutality emanating from him. Upon appearing on his warhorse, the surrounding thieves felt a jolt of fear. The thieves who were unfamiliar with him all bowed their heads in respect, tacitly acknowledging Lancelot's leadership. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Lancelot spread his palm, a raindrop lightly falling into his hand, and coldly said to Arno beside him, "Wait until the rain falls harder." "Boss, even if it doesn't rain, a mere duke's castle is still nothing to worry about." Arno replied, but his words were mere bravado. The Gale Thieves Guild had never dared to attack a noble before, usually settling for extorting ordinary knightly territories. Lancelot wouldn't expose him. This attack on Harrison's castle was not only for revenge against the humiliation he suffered earlier, but also to establish a new identity, using the glory of the Mad Knight. Boom. The thunder in the sky grew louder, accompanied by streaks of lightning that sliced through the firmament. It was a night of murder under the dark moon. The Gale Thieves Guild set off with an air of bloodlust, the sound of hooves hidden amidst the rumbling thunder. Raindrops pelted against armor, creating a discordant melody, yet could not halt their murderous advance. The sudden downpour caught the guards inside Harrison's castle off guard, causing them to scurry into the Arrow Tower. Only a few unfortunate souls were sent out to patrol, while the rest huddled together, drinking and boasting. The unfortunate souls among them were the ones who had fared poorly, yet they were unwilling to get drenched. Most found a corner to hide, yawning and occasionally glancing at the castle walls below. Ding dong. Knights do not fall unarmed. Activated throwing spear gains artifact properties, increasing strength by 10% and accuracy by 10%. Due to it not being a reality artifact, mental energy consumption increased by 100%. Lancelot was quite pleased as he gripped the throwing spear. There had never been a perfect artifact in the world. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of power, condensing it into the spear. Boom. The thunder struck the spear, was launched, its sound hidden beneath the thunder akin to a siege crossbow. The guards patrolling the walls had no time to react, their bodies exploding into a pulp from the spear, causing the entire wall to tremble. What happened? Did the sky fall? Why do I feel something is off? The awakened guards ran out in confusion. Some began to shout alertly, while the rest remained unconcerned. The power of the spear exceeded Lancelot's expectations. Seeing the ambush was bound to fail, he simply decided to attack openly. Knights do not fall unarmed was gripped in a massive axe, which was instantly enveloped in a swirl of black mist, intricate runes glowing with a blood-red light. "Open up for me." The massive axe spun and cleaved through the bridge's steel cables, which were as thick as a wrist. The heavy bridge creaked before crashing down. The Gale Thieves Guild charged in, their armored cavalry resembling demons in the night, their green wolf head banners glaringly visible. The guards stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, and as the cold knights' swords swept through their ranks, screams rose one after another. Just a moment ago they had been full of life, and now they fell into unconsciousness. As Lancelot swung his massive axe rapidly, it created a hurricane-like pull. Any guards who obstructed his path were instantly torn apart into a slurry of blood. A rain of blood fell from the heavens, and the mangled bodies spread along the road. Amidst the rumbling of hooves, the Gale Thieves Guild surged forward like an unstoppable torrent of steel. Arno followed closely behind Lancelot, feeling exhilarated as his knight's spear pierced through one enemy after another, then sweeping horizontally, sending corpses flying. For him, this life of a brigand was the most suitable. In the blink of an eye, they reached the front of the inner fortress. In the dim light of the torches, Lancelot, shrouded in magic, appeared even more terrifying. His majestic warhorse was caked in a thick layer of blood, and the brutal knight howled like a tempest, making it impossible to look directly at him. The stench of blood filled the air. A chill crept into the hearts of the remaining guards, causing the weak-willed to tremble and begin retreating. "It's the Gale Thieves Guild. It's the Gale Thieves Guild. Fire arrows. Prepare the musketeers." The high-ranking knight, George, shouted loudly. Still not armored, he felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the situation. Swish. Bang. 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 Arrows and bullets began to inflict casualties on the Gale Thieves Guild, primarily among the ordinary cavalry. Harrison, clad in his nightgown and pale as a ghost, urged his subordinates loudly, saying, "I have money. 1 silver coin for every enemy killed, 1 gold coin for every knight." Though this price was not low, unfortunately, during times of crisis, not everyone could muster the courage. Lancelot threw his battle axe to the ground, leaping up, his hands gripping the inner city wall. With a surge of strength, he jumped up. Then with a fierce punch, the explosive wind of his fist created a dull roar in the air. Is that the heretical Dark Knight? George's heart tightened, as if someone had grasped his throat, his eyes filled with despair. Boom. This high-ranking knight who had lost his will to fight had his head smashed open, blood and brain matter spilling out as he fell to the ground. Lancelot casually picked up George Knight's sword. After transforming it into an artifact, it erupted with a bizarre blood light, instantly dismembering the surrounding guards with its violent power, forming a bloody circle around Lancelot. For centuries, the church had instilled fear of demons and the Dark Council in the B-Zone, shattering the will of all in this moment. Harrison trembled all over, backing away in fear as he saw the demon approaching him, collapsing to his knees and wailing, "I surrender. Don't kill me." The demon god is supreme. In order to save his own life, he chose to betray the church. "We surrender. We surrender too." Harrison's words were the final straw that broke the resistance in everyone's hearts. Weapons clattered to the ground, ringing with a crisp metallic sound. The air gradually stilled. "My." Lancelot's icy gaze swept across his right arm, lifting gently. The knight's sword shot through the air like a meteor, directly shattering the lock of the inner city gate, allowing the Gale Knight Order to enter. Harrison curled into a ball. The title he had once prided himself on was utterly useless now. How would the demon before him deal with him? Uncontrollable fear churned in his mind. "Kill this man, and all of you shall live. One cut each." Lancelot's voice boomed like thunder. Harrison's pupils suddenly constricted, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Just as he tried to flee, two bandits pinned him to the ground. Arno and his bandits wore vicious grins as they slowly drew their weapons from their sheaths, a chilling, murderous aura spreading in all directions. Such a method by Lancelot had never occurred in Shelter City before. Bandits who captured nobles rarely killed them, usually taking them for ransom instead. Now this form of blood pact appeared for the first time, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Kill or not kill? The question echoed endlessly in the minds of the guarding knights. Indeed, he was a demon who manipulated hearts. Finally, someone could not bear it. A thin squire stepped forward, glaring venomously at Harrison, and said, "I'll do it. You dare kill me? Have you forgotten who promoted you to squire?" Harrison's legs gave way as he roared. The squire gritted his teeth and retorted, "When you took my newlywed wife, did you ever foresee this day? Heh, by the grace of the supreme god, I finally have my chance for vengeance. I am the lord, I have the right of the first night, it has nothing to do with me." No sooner had Harrison spoken than a chunk of flesh was viciously sliced from his thigh, exposing the stark white bone. The pain was so intense that he fainted instantly. Among the guards, some remained loyal. A middle-aged man suddenly charged out from the shadows, a dagger glinting coldly as he thrust it fiercely toward Lancelot's lower back. Arno moved like lightning behind Lancelot, breaking the man's arm with a single punch. Then, seizing his arms like a rag doll, he tore them apart with brutal force. Blood sprayed through the air. The middle-aged man's body convulsed a few times before falling silent. The remaining guards exchanged glances, left with only two paths before them. Thud, thud. Harrison's body was soon hacked into mincemeat. Killing a noble meant declaring war on the entire noble class. Harrison's guards could only become Lancelot's accomplices, a stark testament to how swiftly humanity could descend into depravity. With minimal effort, Lancelot took control of Harrison's castle. The most valuable treasures were brought before him in a steady stream. Due to time constraints, he could only select easily portable items such as magic cores and gold coins. The Gale Bandit group had its own channels for selling goods, so there was no concern. Lancelot was in an exceptionally good mood. That fat lord had hidden no fewer than 5 low-grade precious artifacts in his castle, yet his knights wielded only ordinary weapons. He deserved to be robbed. Even though the Gale Bandit group had taken most of the loot, the remaining amount was still astonishing. After Lancelot and his men left, the guards and servants looted everything else before scattering in all directions. The rain could not quench the fire that blazed through the night. Along with the fleeing people, the news of the Gale Bandit group's annihilation of the Harrison family spread far and wide. Shock, fear, unease. All these emotions spread through the hearts of the northern nobles in District B. The Harrison family was by no means weak. They ruled over more than 12 villages, their knights occupied 8 knights' fiefs, and they governed a population of over 20,000. They could muster 500 cavalry and 1,000 heavy infantry in the shortest possible time. That such a family's castle could be breached in less than half an hour proved the Gale Bandit group's combat power was formidable enough to dominate the north. There must be a knight commander with strength surpassing strength among them. The Northern Noble Alliance was convened within the Ross family's territory. All knights were assembled, and with the Harrison family's fate as a warning, none dared to be careless. The knights were divided into 2 teams, fully armed, their right hands resting on their sword hilts as they paced back and forth. Ross' mood was as dark as the clouds in the sky. While others felt fear, he was consumed by disbelief. For the Gale Bandit group in District B had grown up under his patronage. They were Ross hounds specifically raised to eliminate his enemies and handle his dirty work. Damn it, What the hell is Arno doing? Ross slammed the table, furiously muttering to himself. Now the Gale Bandit group had become a thorn in the side of all families. The Noble Council had issued the strictest decrees and generous bounties. If the Gale Bandit group fell into someone else's hands, Ross' past deeds would be impossible to conceal. Ross braced his hands on the table, leaning forward, and said to his trusted knight, Daruda, You must find the Gale Bandit group before anyone else. My lord, forgive my frankness. The Gale Bandit group has likely already defected to the Dark Council. Rumor has it that their current leader is a Dark Knight. Daruda shrugged his shoulders, speaking with considerable helplessness. Ross said in a deep voice, Go tell that Dark Knight that a big shot from the inner district has come to handle this matter personally. If they want to live, I can let them leave the outer district and temporarily hide in a town outside the city. They'll even give them a sum of money. This? Daruda furrowed his brow. He felt Ross was utterly mad. Knowing the inner district was watching and still meddling was no different from courting death. But at that moment he understood Ross' feelings all too well. Ross narrowed his eyes and said coldly, A knight's fief along with the precious artifact you now hold will be yours regardless of success or failure. With that he took a parchment scroll from a drawer and handed it over. Daruda's blood began to boil. Taking it with trembling hands, he quickly scanned it, nodded, and turned to leave. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ross' mouth as he murmured to himself, No one can stand in my way. You all must die. Don't blame me. You know too much. Daruda was destined to return empty-handed as the members of the Ross family and other nobles searched the northern area of Zone B thoroughly, but found no trace. The Gale thieves seemed to have vanished into thin air. A rumor began to spread in the north that the Gale thieves were actually subordinates of the Bavarian family, and this action was specifically taken to unify Zone B. This absurd information surprisingly convinced many people, which was something Lancelot did not expect. The entire north fell into panic while the Zijingwa family's convoy entered the bloody mountains with ease. Elizabeth and Melissa, understanding each other well, did not inquire about the 2 extra vehicles and the dozen unfamiliar knights. There were no traces of the beast tide left in the bloody mountains. Instead, bustling caravans replaced them, 80% of which had to pass through the Serpent Valley. A cold wind blew by, causing Lancelot to shiver inexplicably. He turned to look at the carriage beside him, feeling a vague sense of worry about what Elena in the castle might think. Both women had backgrounds, and if they collided he wondered what kind of sparks would fly. Then there was Melissa, who appeared nonchalant on the surface, the top-tier knight commander. Just thinking about it gave Lancelot a headache. My guardian knight, why not come in and sit for a while? The charming Elizabeth peeked her head out, smiling as she spoke. Lancelot snapped back to reality, letting out a helpless sigh as he jumped down from his horse and entered the carriage, saying, Noble Elizabeth, we will arrive at our destination soon. Do you have any instructions? Melissa huffed in dissatisfaction from her nostrils, unwilling to be a third wheel. With a sullen face, she walked out, giving Lancelot a hard bump as she left. Elizabeth smiled and squeezed into Lancelot's embrace, tilting her head to kiss him, lowering her voice to say, Return my magic wand, or you won't be able to handle the troubles ahead, and you might even die. Slap. Lancelot gave the girl a hard smack on her well-rounded rear, casually, saying, If it really comes to that, I will definitely return it to you. Just then the galloping carriage suddenly came to a halt, and the sound of arrows whistling through the air could be heard. Melissa leaped into action, holding her sword with both hands. The howling wind formed a barrier, deflecting all the arrows aimed at the carriage. The others were not so fortunate. Those who were hit by arrows lay on the ground wailing. Gale thieves, attack! A massive battle cry echoed from the hillside. The thundering hooves of horses sounded like muffled thunder, shaking the very earth. 500 cavalrymen along with knights were deployed in formation. Each wore a mask, clearly a private army of nobles, yet they fought under the banner of the Gale thieves, which infuriated Arno. He jumped onto his warhorse, picked up his knight's spear, and shouted loudly, Block them. Lancelot stepped down from the carriage. He did not enter the battlefield, but activated the Eye of Truth, revealing detailed information about the leading enemy. Ding. The Eye of Truth Humanoid Creature Combat Power Assessment 7. Our skill Innate Divine Strength can increase power to 300 for a limited time. Please exercise caution. Lancelot was slightly startled. Although the opponent's level was not high, that skill was terrifying enough to pose a threat, even to knights 1 level higher. For galloping warhorses, a mere few hundred meters could be covered in the blink of an eye. The Teutonic Knights had fewer than 200 cavalrymen, but they had a large number of apprentice knights serving as the vanguard, even suppressing the enemy in momentum. Kill. The two sides collided fiercely on the wide mountain road like two walls of steel with a crackling sound. Amid the constant pressure, blood splattered. During a brief stalemate, the Teutonic Knights struggled to push forward. A massive figure wielding a giant sword cleaved 2 apprentice knights of the Teutonic Knights in half with a single horizontal slash. Do not be arrogant, Melissa shouted in fury, leaping from her horse. Her knight's sword struck down like lightning, unleashing a tremendous momentum. The giant knight showed a hint of surprise in his gaze as he blocked with his sword, intercepting Melissa's strike. The two swords clashed, creating a dazzling spark. Melissa, initially full of confidence, was suddenly swept away by an overwhelming force completely beyond her expectations. The giant knight seized the opportunity, charging into the ranks of the Teutonic Knights with the speed of an arrow, rampaging through the cavalry, crushing or slicing through anyone who stood in his way. Damn it, Melissa frowned. As a Death Knight, she could use magic power even without her artifact, but under these circumstances, she could not reveal her identity. On the other side, Lancelot narrowed his eyes, suddenly having an epiphany, as a name surfaced in his mind: the giant bear knight Fox. A baron neighboring the Serpent Valley, known as the strongest upper-tier knight. In situations where both sides lack artifacts, the strength of mental power becomes less significant. Power and speed are fundamental. Lancelot had the ability to enhance his strength by activating his cells with electricity and felt he should not be weaker than his opponent. With a firm step on the ground, the tremendous rebound force propelled him into the battlefield, his knight's sword gleaming with cold light, cutting through the air in an instant. The giant knight was indeed Fox, who was currently reveling in his invincible strength. After just knocking a knight commander away, his confidence had soared to its peak. Unfortunately, a flash of cold light passed by. Even though Fox instinctively dodged the vital spot, he was still wounded under his ribs, leaving a deep gash as he fell from his horse. Without Fox clearing the way, the cavalry lost their momentum, and the two sides engaged in a bloody melee. The Teutonic Knights had too many experts, and the entire situation shifted overwhelmingly in their favor in an instant. In this world, knights were capable of facing hundreds of opponents alone. The forces brought by Fox had no chance to resist, and were slaughtered without mercy. "Oh, Lancelot, I will kill you," Fox roared, thrusting his giant sword fiercely into the ground. With a clockwise twist of the hilt, the sword shattered into two pieces, revealing a Crimson Knight's sword. Under normal circumstances, Fox rarely used this artifact, but now he had no time to think about that. The crimson treasure radiated an eerie glow, and under its illumination, Fox's body shrank rapidly, like a deflated balloon. It seemed as if all his vitality was absorbed by the treasure. In the blink of an eye, Fox transformed into a skeletal figure, his armor swaying unsteadily on him. "Lancelot, you forced my hand. You all must die today." Fox slowly straightened up, howling at the sky, while the blood-red knight's sword traced a circle on the ground. Booming sounds echoed as magical power surged like roaring waves, instantly turning the dirt a blood-red hue, and a foul, decaying odor filled the air. At this moment, Fox was enveloped in a layer of black aura, somewhat reminiscent of the glory of the Mad Knight, though the mist was rather thin. Elizabeth had approached without her knowledge, saying to Lancelot, "How interesting! I never expected to find a fallen from the Dark Council in the Outer District. You should be careful." The treasure in his hands absorbs blood, allowing the wielder to unleash extraordinary levels of psychic power. "My lord, please be cautious as well." Melissa, dissatisfied, shielded Elizabeth behind her. She could sense the familiar dark magic emanating from the opponent, causing her heart to sink slightly. Lancelot squinted, his bones crackling like firecrackers under the stimulation of electricity as he lunged forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to Fox, thrusting the knight's sword upward. "Useless!" Fox roared, raising the blood-colored knight's sword above his head and bringing it down with ferocity, as if intending to split Lancelot in half. Clang! Lancelot's knight's sword shattered into two pieces, yet he did not retreat an inch. He sidestepped the opponent's attack, delivering a powerful punch to Fox's abdomen. Too weak, too weak," Fox sneered, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a surge of powerful electricity coursing through him. Before he could react, his whole body went numb, causing him to involuntarily release the treasure. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. In Elizabeth's eyes, Lancelot had defeated Fox using his own strength. Boom! Fox was kicked away by Lancelot, the tremendous force propelling him several meters back. Crack! Several ribs fractured instantly. Pain surged through him, and with his mental energy scattered, he could no longer maintain the treasure, causing all phenomena to vanish. Lancelot stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. "We captured the Gale Thieves, ha! I never expected the infamous Gale Thieves to actually be Baron Fox." "You..." Fox attempted to lift himself off the ground, but upon hearing Lancelot's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood in rage and fainted. Heaven have mercy, this giant bear knight merely intended to use the name of the Gale Thieves to annihilate the Zijingwa family's convoy, eliminating his internal troubles, while also gaining a substantial bounty from the Ross family. Unfortunately, this time, he not only hit a brick wall, but also took the fall for Arno and others. After Fox passed out, the remaining members surrendered one after another, especially the wolf-head banner, which was cautiously preserved. How did you do it? Fallen knights can fight across ranks, and their defense is formidable, Elizabeth asked with interest, tugging Lancelot's sleeve. Lancelot used the lightning within him as a secret weapon, so he couldn't casually reveal it. Instead, he ruffled Elizabeth's hair and said, "My punches are strong too, don't underestimate me." Forget it. The Gale Thieves are truly unfortunate with a leader who is a fallen knight. The truth of it doesn't matter anymore. Elizabeth laughed. Lancelot pretended not to hear her and ordered his subordinates to spread the news of capturing the Gale Thieves. He intended to pin down Fox completely. What? Baron Fox, that can't be possible. It's hard to say. Oh, I heard Fox is actually a fallen knight, so it wouldn't be surprising if he secretly became a thief. I wondered why I couldn't find the Gale Thieves. That turns out this group had been hiding here. In the entire B district, discussions erupted. Countless nobles were indignant, yet they gradually relaxed their vigilance, simultaneously developing an inexplicable awe for the new Baron Lancelot from the Zijingwa family. In the outer district, the noble council Victor brazenly occupied the speaker's office in military attire, with Vanderhull standing behind him like a shadow. Interesting, truly interesting. Just as I was about to make a move, the Gale Thieves were wiped out. What a coincidence. Vanderhull, what do you think? Victor muttered to himself, gently swirling the glass of red wine in his hand. Vanderhull remained expressionless, his gaze vacant, showing no reaction after hearing this. However, on the surface, he appeared even more ferocious, his skin marred by countless wounds layered into a hide-like tough scab. So boring. Victor reluctantly set down his glass, suddenly raised an eyebrow, stood up, and said with mild surprise, "I didn't expect Judge Jonah to also arrive in the outer district. What a coincidence." Out of nowhere, another person appeared in the room. "I didn't expect the military to be interested in the outer district. Is there something here that attracts you, eh?" Jonah's voice remained ancient and frail, as if he could take his last breath at any moment. Vanderhull gasped heavily, having lost his consciousness, yet the instincts of a beast surged within him many times over. As he stumbled forward, Victor forcefully pinned him to the ground. Boom. Vanderhull knelt on the ground, his eyes rolling back, and he fainted. Victor shook his head and said, "Sorry, this beast hasn't been tamed yet. I am here on the military's orders to investigate the outer city's defenses as a routine check. The trade route in the Blood Mountain range has reopened, and some in the Merchant Guild can hardly wait." Heh, those jackals wouldn't spare even a shred of meat, would they? Jonah mocked. The bloody sacrifice, that cursed Duke Bavaria has been captured, and now fallen knights have emerged. It seems assigning the outer city's defenses to the military was a poor choice. This has nothing to do with either of us, does it? Victor raised his glass, and after a toast, downed it in one go. The adjudicator Jonah listened to Victor's words, his eyes emitting a sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk. Although his figure was concealed beneath a black cloak, his restrained aura still hinted at the terrifying energy lying within his frail body. Indeed, the matters of the outer district have nothing to do with us. I almost forgot. When will Lord Victor return? Jonah spoke slowly. Victor looked at Jonah, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as an overwhelming spiritual force surged forth like an abyss. Jonah merely waved his hand and uttered a strange syllable, causing the air between them to explode with a thunderous sound. Whether willingly or not, they could only bring their conversation to a halt. This was merely a small reflection of the relationship between the church and the nobles of the inner city. Jonah let out a cold laugh and then turned to leave. The door was gently pushed open and Count Ross cautiously entered, saying, "My lord, the Gale Thief Guild has been captured." You know about this too? Are you certain that Baron Fox is the leader of the Gale Thief Guild?" Victor said indifferently. "Well, I'm sure, especially since there is now evidence to support it," Count Ross said decisively, feeling obliged to speak on behalf of Lancelot. Victor nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "In that case, Baron Azalea must be rewarded. I've heard that the Noble Council of District B has some unfavorable opinions about Baron Lancelot. Is that true?" Count Ross broke into a cold sweat, thinking he was being warned, and quickly replied, "Mainly. It's just that Baron Lancelot did not graduate from the Knight Academy, and the inheritance rights were transferred while the former Baron Melissa was still alive. We believe this is somewhat inappropriate. If it's inappropriate, then it must be actively corrected. Those who violate noble rules should be punished," Victor said casually, yet his underlying meaning was clear. Count Ross was initially startled, then filled with delight, saying, "I understand. I will immediately command the surrounding lords to hunt down Lancelot in the name of the council." "What if the Duke of Bavaria opposes this?" "The Duke of Bavaria will not object. I will stay here for about half a month, hoping to receive good news from you," Victor said slowly. "Yes, my lord, I will take care of it right away." The Snake Valley Castle had become more prosperous than before, with a constant stream of supply caravans coming and going. The Teutonic Knights had over 300 apprentice knights with 5 low-level knights. This strength was already enough to intimidate the forces within the Bloody Mountains. Lancelot's return sent the castle into a frenzy, especially after the news spread that he had inherited the Azalea family title and became a baron, causing the crowd to erupt in thunderous cheers. Amid the long and resonant sound of the horn, Lancelot stepped into his ancestral castle. The Black Cross battle flag waved like the wings of a mighty eagle fluttering in the wind. Surrounded by knights, Lancelot waved his hand, attracting even greater attention as the warriors expressed their loyalty, with fervent faces raising their right arms. I hope the Azalea emblem can shine brightly in your hands once more." Melissa felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart, forcing herself not to think about it, as she was no longer human. After settling Elizabeth, Lancelot quickly walked towards his bedroom, secretly praying for a smooth outcome. The letter only vaguely mentioned Elizabeth and Melissa. The intelligent Elena would surely understand that as a partner recognized by the system, if the harem was not peaceful, it would not bode well for Lancelot. Elena lay on the bed, eyes closed, looking as if she were sleeping soundly, her hands tightly grasping a corner of the blanket, as if lost in a dream, with a thin silk quilt draped over her forming a graceful arc. Lancelot sat on the edge of the bed, his palm just resting on her fair calf, when without warning a tremendous force knocked him down. Elena furrowed her brows, pressing her body on top of Lancelot, and said fiercely, "You still dare to come back?" Oomph. Lancelot was most prone to being bullied by a woman, and being handled by one was a tremendous humiliation. He immediately turned from defense to offense. The two began to wrestle directly on the bed. The servants outside heard the clamor inside, and felt their scalps tingling, none daring to enter. An hour later, Elena emerged with a new outfit radiantly glowing, while Lancelot's face was pale, leaning against the door, following her step by step. When the two women met, the expected immediate conflict did not erupt. To Lancelot's surprise, they actually knew each other and had a decent relationship, but as they chatted, the tension began to escalate. "Aunt Elena, I didn't expect you to get married. You are a member of the clergy," Elizabeth said with a smile. "Aunt." Elena's face turned slightly pale. She was already bothered by being older than Lancelot. The little girl in front of her was clearly mocking her. She immediately replied, "I have left the church, but of course I am free now, my dear niece." The words "my dear niece" were spat out with gritted teeth, causing Lancelot to feel a chill down his back as he hurriedly said, "Let's eat first, let's eat first." His words acted like a fuse, and both women simultaneously turned their heads, shouting, "Women's matters do not require your involvement." Elena, relying on her strength, forcibly dragged Elizabeth into the room, the latter shocked, and struggling with all her might, but with no one to help, she ultimately fell victim to the poisonous hands. Melissa shook her head helplessly and said, "Both Miss Elizabeth and Lady Elena hold esteemed positions. I dare not speculate on your fate. I wish you good luck." "I wish you luck as well. If I have the chance, I will help you out of your troubles," Lancelot said meaningfully. After Melissa lost her status as a follower, her memories were altered, retaining only the task Victoria had given her. Listening to Lancelot's words now, her heart was tumultuous. Lancelot's earlier clumsiness completely vanished, his gaze becoming astute again as he diligently cut his steak with a knife and fork. Before long, the two women in the room concluded their dispute, with Elizabeth ending in a pitiful defeat, tearfully covering her backside, glaring resentfully at Elena. Elena, however, seemed unconcerned, sitting opposite Lancelot, elegantly raising her wine glass, saying, "May the Azalea family flourish under the leadership of Baron Lancelot." After an awkward meal, Lancelot wandered alone in the castle. The castle was very quiet except for the sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps. In contrast, the caravan camping outside the castle was bustling with activity, and the noise could be heard from quite a distance. "It seems expansion is necessary. This all costs money." Lancelot stroked his chin and muttered to himself. At that moment, Andolph rode in swiftly on horseback, dismounted, and lowered his voice, saying, "Viscount Charlie has arrived with several attendants." Hiss. Could it be for the demon blood? Lancelot frowned and helplessly let Andolph lead the guests to the hall, while he rushed to borrow the necklace of true demon blood from Elizabeth's room. Elizabeth, despite her reluctance, had no choice. She kicked Lancelot hard a few times with her snowy feet, huffily turning over to lie on the bed and sleep. In the hall, Viscount Charlie looked very weary, appearing dusty and out of breath as soon as he sat down. As soon as Lancelot walked into the hall, Viscount Charlie immediately stood up, dismissed his attendants, and said, "Lancelot, your troubles have begun." "My troubles?" Lancelot frowned and asked in confusion. "Indeed, I just received word that the Noble Council is preparing a decree of attack against you, for you have usurped the Zijingwa family. Considering that you once saved me, I came personally to warn you," Charlie said solemnly. Lancelot raised an eyebrow and replied slowly, "The former Lord Melissa transferred her inheritance rights, and I have already reported this to the noble council. He chuckled. How interesting. Just as I was about to acquire the means to lift the curse on Duke Bavaria, this happens. Charlie's expression shifted, and shaking his head, he said, Your matter has nothing to do with the Bavarian family. There must be another reason. To be honest, my father's curse has been cured by the adjudicator in the inner city, and the bloody priest who cast the curse has been captured. Oh, that's wonderful, Lancelot said casually, intentionally revealing a corner of the true demon blood, the overwhelming magical power suffusing the space. This is true demon blood. Charlie forcibly suppressed his shock and stammered. Yes, it was given to me by a noble from the inner city. Lancelot didn't mind exaggerating a bit and smiled slightly. Charlie was secretly astonished and felt fortunate he chose to come in person. After all, it is better to provide timely assistance than to just add luxury. If the man before him truly had connections with some of the great nobles in the inner city, the so-called attack would be a joke. Thinking this, he decisively said, The Bavarian family will not participate in this attack against you. That's not enough. Oh, I need you to support me with a batch of bullets and weapons. Lancelot said slowly. Charlie looked somewhat troubled and said, I can only try my best to help you contact them. The Duke has awakened, and this matter must go through his consent. The friendship of the Duchy of Bavaria will be rewarded, Lancelot said, patting Charlie on the shoulder. This was an action of an upper-class person towards a subordinate, and for Lancelot's rank it was a humiliation towards Charlie, but Charlie was completely oblivious, even feeling it was justified. As a Viscount, Charlie's influence was insufficient compared to the Harrison family. Lancelot had no intention of aiding him. To establish a foothold in the outer city, one ultimately had to rely on oneself. As a great battle loomed, Lancelot summoned all his subordinates together and recounted the information he received from Charlie. Aside from the knights recruited by the system, the remaining individuals were somewhat anxious. After their territory was destroyed by the beast tide, they had no choice but to align with the Teutonic Knights, their emotions swinging like a roller coaster. Seeing Lancelot about to be captured and executed, they clearly did not wish to die alongside him. One of the low-ranking knights stepped forward first and said, Please forgive me, my lord, I must leave now. Oh, I remember your name, Inkos. Was it me who rescued you from the jaws of the wolf? Is this how you repay your benefactor? What about your loyalty as a knight? Lancelot mocked. Inkos' face flushed slightly but quickly turned serious as he spoke with righteous indignation. Though you saved me, your actions do not align with the knightly code. Bullying the weak and usurping the lord's title, I will not become your sword to harm the good. Who else? Who else can stand up and share the same thoughts? Lancelot looked around and said slowly, Clang, clang. 7 or 8 apprentice knights stepped forward, drawing their swords and plunging them into the ground, following Inkos closely. More and more people hesitated, and Inkos loudly declared, If you insist on having me fight, please grant me a knight's territory. Shameless. This was the thought of many, but right now it was the best opportunity. However, before they could step forward, a streak of crimson cold light whistled in. Inkos' pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Enveloped by that chilling, murderous aura, he felt as if all strength had left his body, watching helplessly as the cold light traced around his neck. Puff! The head fell, blood gushing like a fountain. Everyone stared in horror at the woman standing beside the corpse, holding a dagger emanating a surging magical power. Melissa at this moment looked like a demon. Usurped the Zijingwa family. If it weren't for my willingness, who could take it away? Melissa said coldly. A wave of panic spread among the crowd as they now realized this was merely an excuse from the noble council. The top knights were invincible in the outer city, and with this thought their morale suddenly surged. After stabilizing the internal situation, the remaining soldiers were not a concern. Using the system, Lancelot recruited 1,000 musketeers for defense, while over 1,000 cavalry and knights followed him out of the castle. Passive defense was not his style. Before leaving, Melissa with a frosty expression told Lancelot, You are the Baron of Zijingwa, so I will not participate directly in this battle. Otherwise, after the victory, you will not be able to establish yourself. Lancelot nodded and handed over the magic staff from behind, saying, Return it to Elizabeth, and let her wait for my return in the castle. Melissa was both angry and amused. If Elizabeth were added to the castle in the Snake Valley, even if everyone from District B combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to conquer it. Once the latter joined the battle, she would undoubtedly be unable to stand by. Everything was within the calculations of the man before her. It was truly terrifying. There are always those daring to be the first to try something new. After the decree of punishment was issued, nobles from various regions began to stir with ambition. Following Fox's execution, all the servants and guards at Fox Knight territory looted the valuables and fled without a trace. Lancelot planted a flag of the Bauhinia family atop the castle, left no guards behind, and departed with his knight order. This bait cast out, there would always be greedy fish unable to resist temptation, dutifully taking the hook. A baron summoned all his knights, formed a grandiose army, and upon entering Fox Knight territory immediately cut down the war banner of the Teutonic Knights and the emblem flag of the Bauhinia family. The baron, brimming with pride, declared the land his own territory and ordered his limited knights to occupy other villages. All of this unfolded according to Lancelot's plan. Not far from Fox Castle, from a high slope, one could clearly see the bustling comings and goings. Attack! Lancelot waved his hand. Woo! The trumpeter beside him puffed out his cheeks and blew the horn with all his might, its sound echoing across the open land like a demon's roar, chilling to the bone. Thunderous hoofbeats shook the ground as a phalanx of over 1,000 warhorses surged forward, a moving mountain bearing down upon the stunned enemy before them. Enemy attack! It's the Teutonic Knights of Baron Bauhinia. A panicked cry rang out from the watchtower. The Baron himself panicked, unable to recall his men in time. A crowd clogged the city gate, allowing Lancelot to storm the castle with minimal effort. Compared to the previous assault on the Harrison family, this campaign went smoothly, with no force able to halt the Teutonic Knights. The Black Cross war banner flew high. After a one-sided massacre, the surviving soldiers were herded together. Bastard! Despicable! The Baron drew his knightly sword, his voice filled with grief and fury, and lunged at Lancelot. With a clean stroke, Lancelot beheaded him, a reward for his valor. Apart from the cavalry, Lancelot slew all the rest without hesitation. Operating alone in enemy territory, only cavalry proved useful, other troop types were of no value. Fox Castle, the best supply point before entering the Bloody Mountains, faced a wide plain. Its geography was favorable, but the Serpent Gorge Castle's commanding height made its rear a vulnerability. After Lancelot lured and killed the most powerful nearby lord, the entire southern side of the Bloody Mountains became his personal hunting ground. Ding! Congratulations! The Teutonic Knights now effectively possess over 30 villages and 5 towns. Your reputation is gradually spreading. Congratulations, you have effectively become a noble knight. As a reward, you will randomly draw a treasure with a default compatibility no less than 80%. Draw. Lancelot did not hesitate. He was in dire need of a suitable weapon. Even 80% compatibility would suffice, as long as it didn't carry side effects as severe as the blood feud. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a legendary treasure, but due to a missing part, its grade has dropped to high-grade treasure. Crimson Rose of Demon Breaking, enhanced destruction of magical defense barriers, 30% chance to ignore magical defense barriers, speed increased by 5%, compatibility 80%, mental energy consumption increased by 20%. Skill Bloody Rose, condense magical power into a single strike with a 100% chance to break magic, weapon sharpness increased by 10%. Weapon Legend, one of the weapons of Diarmuid and Aodnate, a warrior known as the Radiant Countenance, peerless in martial skill, the most chivalrous knight in the world, fighting for glory and loyalty. Legendary. No. High-grade treasure. Lancelot's heart pounded uncontrollably. Though it was a pity that the other spear was missing, preventing it from being a legendary treasure, it was still an exceptional high-grade artifact, especially its demon-breaking attribute, which was absurdly overpowered. My lord, a treasure was found in the castle. Its magical energy fluctuations are strong, and only you are worthy of wielding such a divine weapon. Andolph said respectfully, holding a curved blade and carrying a box on his back. Lancelot took out the Crimson Rose from the box. It was a blood-red long spear shimmering like crystal jade with a layer of radiance. As he grasped it, a wave of coolness washed through his mind. Ding! Crimson Rose of Demon Breaking has been auto-bound. It is recommended that you disguise it. Disguising will weaken the treasure's attributes by 5%, but prevent enemy prying. Disguise. Lancelot was not one to flaunt, understanding the principle that an innocent man may suffer for his jade. The crimson spear slowly turned bronze, yet its edge still exuded a formidable presence. Lancelot gave it a gentle flick. The Crimson Rose spear hummed and whined, its intangible magical ripples distorting the surrounding space. The Teutonic Knights left behind 200 men, all system-recruited squires. Using the method of a pledge of allegiance, Lancelot conscripted a portion of the prisoners, reforming a knight order of 1,000 men, and galloped toward the Bauhinia family's territory. On the other side, the coalition army, organized by Count Ross, captured the Bauhinia family's castle on the plain, but their commander was livid. The expected treasures were nowhere to be found, though everything had been stripped clean by Lancelot. The treasury contained nothing but rats and scurrying cockroaches. The coalition's morale plummeted. A large portion of the troops had joined not for lofty ideals, but for the hope of plunder. Having captured the castle without any spoils, and with compensation seemingly out of the question, discontent erupted. We quit. Gold coins. Gold coins. We want gold coins. Liars. We want gold coins. The The first to stir were the common soldiers, occasionally firing their flintlocks into the air. The knights stood by with folded arms, watching coldly. If not for their lords convening in tents, these very men would have been the first to rebel. Under mounting pressure, Count Ross had no choice but to borrow money from a merchant guild in the name of the Northern Nobles Alliance to temporarily appease the men. With this delay, 2 days passed. Lancelot calmly reclaimed one Bohemia territory after another, while the coalition could only follow behind, constantly being led by the nose. Finally, Count Ross made a ruthless decision, ordering the army to ignore Lancelot and focus on attacking Serpent Gorge. Even so, by the time the coalition reached the Bloody Mountains, they had unknowingly lost a quarter of their soldiers and combat strength. The nobles within the city of Sanctuary have regressed to a point where they value open confrontation between two armies. A force of over 5,000 has come within close proximity, only to be halted before the Bloodied Mountains. Lancelot completely disregarded Count Ross' challenge, brazenly raiding the enemy's supply lines. A sudden torrential rain poured down as the coalition soldiers exhausted their remaining strength amidst the cold wind. Even the knights, drenched by the rain, began to shiver. "Hurry up and set up camp," shouted a senior knight, his clean leather boots now muddied, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Exhausted coalition soldiers weakly responded, rubbing their hands as they slowly struck wooden stakes. At that moment, a light cavalry scout galloped into the camp, dismounted hastily, and shouted, "Urgent military situation. The food supply has been attacked." The faces of the coalition soldiers turned pale as they realized they might go hungry again today. More and more people dropped their tools and sat on the ground. Rumbling. A squad of heavy knights burst forth from the camp, charging southward. These heavy knights numbered around 500, all of them at the apprentice knight level, riding beasts resembling horses covered in scales like fish. Leading them was a knight with a stoic expression, wielding a meteor hammer, exuding an extremely intimidating aura. Not long after this knightly order left, Arnaud, hidden in the distant hills, took out a communication snail and began reporting to Lancelot in a hushed voice. "Lure the tiger away from its mountain." This strategy has been employed by countless generals throughout the vast history of the East and West. "Charge!" Lancelot raised his red rose spear, with over 800 cavalry forming a wedge behind him, bursting forth with the sound of thunderous hooves. Initially, their speed was not fast, but as they accelerated, the entire formation surged forward like a flood, impossible to stop. At this moment, if someone fell off their horse, they would first be trampled into a bloody mire by their own comrades' steeds. The coalition's camp clearly did not expect to be suddenly ambushed at this time, reacting only when the blades were already upon them. Except for the lower-tier soldiers, the trained apprentice knights quickly gathered together. Unfortunately, without their mounts, they felt as though they had lost half of their combat strength. Swish! Lancelot cracked his whip and leaped onto the camp, the red rose radiating a fierce, killing intent, effortlessly piercing through the armor of an enemy knight. The razor-sharp red rose sliced through like it was cutting tofu. With a slight shake of his arm, Lancelot flung the corpse hanging from his spear aside. Seeing the terrified expressions of the surrounding enemies, a surge of bloodlust welled up within him. The cavalry following him also unleashed a massacre, immediately drawing out their long swords to slash around after breaking their spears, causing blood and flesh to fly in all directions. Generally, cavalry spears are wooden wrapped in iron at the front. The impact from the charge can break the spear after piercing through a few people, otherwise the strong recoil could injure the rider. Knights rely on their physical prowess, so knightly spears are typically made of pure steel. Lancelot's red rose transformed into a flurry of cold lights, instantly killing all enemies within a fan-shaped range ahead, creating gaping wounds regardless of where they were struck, and those without armor were even reduced to nothing. "God, I don't want to die." "Demons, the demon cavalry has arrived. It's the Teutonic Knights battle flag, damn it." The defeat was swift and disastrous. The terrifying fear spread quickly. Even if the knights wanted to retaliate, it was futile without support. The elite force of 5,000 was in chaos, worse than a rabble of farmers fleeing like panicked sparrows. The Teutonic Knights swung their knightly swords, effortlessly reaping one head after another, blood gushing forth as bodies were continuously knocked down or trampled. How could human speed surpass that of a horse? In the end, out of 5,000, less than 800 survived to flee, most of whom were severely injured and perished shortly thereafter. Count Ross had initially intended to run, but his close aides had all been dispatched, and his untrained body made him gasp after just a few steps, his plump figure becoming the best target. "Are you Count Ross?" Lancelot said slowly. The chilling red rose was pressed against Count Ross' neck. The latter's face turned ashen, maintaining an air of noble dignity as he replied in a deep voice, "I am the chairman of the Northern Noble Alliance, as well as a member of the B District Noble Council." Lancelot surrendered. "This shameful victory of yours, relying on despicable ambush tactics, will be for naught, for a full 30,000 troops are gathering. You have no chance of winning. Heh, disgraceful. Lancelot smiled slightly taunting. What of 30,000 men? I intend to use your head to warn those who harbor ill intentions towards me. The killing intent was palpable, and Ross' face turned pale as he realized Lancelot was not speaking idly. In an instant he felt drained of all strength, his body weakly collapsing to the ground, his teeth chattering as he stammered, Lancelot, you dare to kill me. The nobles in the inner city will not let you go. Inner city. Lancelot raised an eyebrow. His only connection to the inner city was through Elena and Elizabeth, with the former being the most likely. Ross' complexion flushed a bit, and he spoke with newfound confidence, believing that Lancelot was wary of the inner city, thus sneering, You have offended that noble, so you are doomed. You'd best surrender obediently. Heh, how foolish. I truly doubt how you became a count. If that powerful figure you mentioned is so formidable, why not act directly through you to kill me? I boldly speculate that the strong ones in the inner city cannot act directly, so what do I have to fear? Haha. Lancelot laughed wildly. Upon hearing this, Count Ross involuntarily felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly realized he had made a foolish mistake. Indeed, the strong ones in the inner city cannot act in the outer city, but they can easily fabricate a charge to mobilize the Holy Knights to arrest someone. And with Victor's status, it is even more convenient. The fact that he is unwilling to act himself in such a situation only proves that Lancelot stands behind a powerful backer, someone whom even Victor fears. Not could I've offended someone. Count Ross was a very clever man, otherwise he wouldn't have thrived in the Northernby district. In an instant he realized he could not wait idly by and must find a way to escape. Thus he said, I can represent the Northern Alliance to acknowledge you as the Baron of the Bougainvillea family, but you must let me go. I guarantee the Ross family will remain neutral. Lancelot did not refuse Count Ross' offer for peace, watching as he stamped the noble council's seal on the parchment. From this moment on he was a legitimate Baron of the Violet Flower family. No one could question his background and identity. Count Ross let out a long breath, his expression grim, as he said, Baron Lancelot, congratulations on entering the noble class. However, I hope you can quickly pass the Knight Academy's assessment and become a formal knight, otherwise your Teutonic Order will always remain a band of wandering knights. I accept your goodwill. Lancelot replied, coldly kicking the horse's belly and swiftly leaving with his subordinates. Not long after, the deceived knights returned, their eyes filled only with the sight of dead bodies and shivering remnants of their ranks. Count Ross saw the knight commander, and his expression darkened. He said in a deep voice, because of you we have caused a massacre, so the commission for the Hurricane Knights is gone. I need to return and recuperate now. Useless. I will bring back Lancelot's head, and the noble council had better prepare my commission. The Hurricane Knight, Drizzy said coldly. Count Ross waved his hand and said, do as you wish, though I have no money left anyway. The Hurricane Knights were the second strongest armed faction after the Crimson Knights. After Drizzy took in some members of the Crimson Knights, his confidence swelled, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to swallow the Violet Flower family's territory, refusing to give up easily. Drizzy knew that Lancelot's subordinates were merely ordinary cavalry, so he did not linger and followed the direction the Teutonic Order had departed. Fool. Count Ross sneered at Drizzy's retreating figure. A cold shiver ran through him as he recalled the chilling spear that flashed in his mind. The news of the coalition's defeat spread faster than the flight of birds. Some noble knights of the Northern Alliance had just gathered, and upon hearing this news they dispersed in chaos. After Count Ross publicly acknowledged Lancelot as the legitimate heir of the Violet Flower barony, he promptly fell ill. This left those who intended to deal with Lancelot without an excuse, and the so-called decree of punishment became a joke. Everyone was quietly waiting for the outcome between the Teutonic Order and the Hurricane Knights. The sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly emitting scorching rays. After several days of heavy rain, the weather turned frighteningly hot, making the air humid. Drizzy was no fool. After realizing Lancelot's strength, he immediately gathered all the forces of the Knight Order. Among the more than 7,000 warriors, over 1,000 were flintlock shooters. This force surpassed that of the coalition led by Ross, and was more united. The Hurricane Knights had 7 formal knights, 380 apprentice knights, and 1,000 cavalry. Aside from their personal equipment being entirely heavy armor, their mounts were uniformly mutated horses. These mutated horses did not eat grass, but only meat. They were tall and robust, able to achieve the speed limits of ordinary warhorses, even while carrying hundreds of pounds of armor and knights. Drizzy confidently tracked Lancelot's trail across the plains, but after several days, he found no traces. By noon, scouts hurried back with news that the Teutonic Order had returned to the Bloody Mountains. Great. The rabbit has finally returned to its lair. Drizzy said excitedly, urging his subordinates to advance overnight. At the same time inside Fox Castle, Lancelot was leading the Knight Order to transport dozens of barrels filled with gunpowder into the castle, carefully burying them in various locations. "My lord, do you intend to use divine punishment?" Andolph asked, his face pale, his hands trembling as he held a barrel. Lancelot inquired, "What do you mean?" In the past, some nobles in the outer districts used divine punishment during sieges, but they were quickly taken away by the inner city's temple knights, and since then no one dared to use it again. Andolph said in a low voice. Lancelot chuckled and said, "I actually hope someone stands out. The one behind the scenes needs an excuse, and I will give it to him." Sometimes using divine punishment is not a crime, but rather the absence of anyone behind it. Andolph nodded thoughtfully, looking at the barrels of gunpowder buried in the soil. When the Hurricane Knights arrived at the castle, it was already the next evening. The entire castle was quiet, with not a single shadow in sight. Drizzy felt something was strange. Cautiously, he dispatched a small team into the castle to search, but ultimately found nothing. "Commander, should we camp outside?" a senior knight asked. It wasn't just Drizzy who felt strange, his seasoned subordinates were naturally more cautious. Drizzy shook his head, looking at the drunken gunman, and said, "Lancelot should have returned to the Serpent Gorge. The terrain there is treacherous and can nullify our advantage in numbers. What our soldiers need most now is rest and increased vigilance. Go arrange it." "Yes, I will go now." The senior knight patted his chest and replied respectfully. Soon the entire castle became lively. Pots were clanging and laughter echoed everywhere. Lancelot confidently walked towards the camp in a Hurricane Knight's gunner uniform, blending in without a hint of discord. As he approached the roaring bonfire, someone handed him a bowl of pig bone soup, rich and aromatic. A squad leader stepped forward, holding up a bowl and loudly proclaiming, "Thanks to our generous Knight Commander Drizzy, we can enjoy the world's most delicious pork soup. How should we repay him?" "Fight hard and eliminate the enemies." "Huh. Let us repay him with our loyalty." The soldiers gathered around the bonfire cheered loudly. Lancelot felt somewhat speechless. He scooped with a spoon and found that aside from a piece of pig bone, there was not even a pig head. He then pulled over a nearby soldier and asked, "Is it really that exaggerated for just a bowl of pig bone soup?" Of course, before the apocalypse, pigs were slaughtered to the point of becoming rare animals. Now, after repopulation, their numbers are still low, and only noble lords can have a piece of pork during festivals. Being able to drink pig bone soup is a blessing from the heavens. The soldier said, drunkenly savoring the pig soup as if it were the most cherished thing in the world. Lancelot twitched his lips. He truly knew nothing about such trivial matters. Perhaps building a pig farm was a lucrative business after all. Pigs are arguably the best creatures in the world, with every part being valuable. Theoretically, their breeding difficulty is lower than that of cattle and sheep, and they can be ready for market in as little as 3 months. Lancelot was completely immersed in the planning of the breeding farm when the squad leader who had just spoken turned to him, saying with a dissatisfied tone, "Yes, you, why aren't you cheering? Are you dissatisfied with the captain?" After saying that, he kicked out directly. "Moi." Lancelot snapped back to reality and instinctively grabbed and threw. A series of cracking bones echoed, and the squad leader let out a terrible scream, flying through the air like a meteor before crashing headlong into the campfire. The crowd, initially excited, froze in shock as they saw a flaming figure rush out, panicking and trying to dodge. "What is happening?" Drellick walked out with a frown, looking at the commotion not far away. He thought someone had drunk too much and fallen into the fire, and his anger surged. At this moment, a flash of blood-red light darted by and screams erupted from the scene. "Bastard!" A flash of anger crossed Drellick's face as he picked up his meteor hammer and strode over. Lancelot casually waved his spear, the red rose blossoming with bright red light, and blood sprayed the ground like a fountain. The dead were all ordinary soldiers, and the Knights of the Hurricane Order surrounded Lancelot, slowly closing in. Boom! Drellick's meteor hammer suddenly swung out, gathering magical energy, as the chain inexplicably extended by over 10 meters, tearing through the air like a meteor, creating a spatial collapse in its wake. What a powerful artifact! Lancelot raised an eyebrow, feeling a prickling sensation as he ducked, slipping under the chain of the meteor hammer like a great bird. After evading, he gripped the front end of the spear, stepping into the 8 trigram, drifting dragon stance, twisting his waist as the red rose pierced out from under his arm. This strike was an ancient battlefield general's secret technique known as the backward spear. When executed, its cold glimmer resembled the most beautiful star in the world. The spear tip grazed the chain of the meteor hammer, sending sparks flying as it fiercely stabbed toward Drellick's neck. "Hiss! Who are you?" Drellick was startled, his nostrils flaring as he sensed the thick aura of battle, yet he remained calm. Despite the enemy's power, his absolute confidence in himself kept him motionless and unflinching. After the meteor hammer struck air, the chain whipped back like a venomous snake, aiming for Lancelot's back of the head. If Lancelot did not wish to perish alongside Drellick, he had no choice but to abandon his attack. Drink. Lancelot roared, the red rose trembling continuously as he exchanged blows with the meteor hammer, clanging twice. Clang. The two strikes echoed, sending sizzling sparks flying, the metallic clash resounding painfully in the ears. In contests between masters, victories often hinged greatly on weapons. There is a saying, "A flickering spear determines two gods," and there is no other. I advise you not to view it as commonplace, for a moment of brilliance belittles this body. Seeing that he could not defeat Lancelot in a short time, Drellick withdrew his meteor hammer and took 2 steps back, preparing to call his subordinates to launch a siege. Now was not a time for knightly duels, so there was no need to worry about consequences. A trace of mockery crossed Lancelot's lips as the spear tip of the red rose suddenly scraped along the ground, sparking a burst of fire. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sparks spread outward in straight lines. A sense of foreboding surged in Drellick's heart as he shouted loudly, "Stop it now!" But it was already too late. Boom! Rumble! The thunderous sound erupted like winter thunder, and a white mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire castle in smoke. Immediately the ground began to shake violently like boiling water. The soldiers of the Hurricane Order instinctively covered their ears, yet many were still left spinning from the shock. With each explosion, the Hurricane Order faced an apocalyptic catastrophe. Soldiers closest to the blast were obliterated into wreckage, while those further away were hurled into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. The bodies still emitted thick, white smoke, their features unrecognizable. To achieve maximum lethality, Lancelot had mixed iron shards and steel balls into every barrel of gunpowder. Endowed with the tremendous kinetic energy from the explosions, these small projectiles would inevitably take large chunks of flesh from human bodies. In the blink of an eye, the Hurricane Order lost 3/5 of its forces, including 2 low-ranking knights. Heavens! Is this hell? Drellick's meteor hammer slipped from his hand, crashing heavily to the ground. His face turned pale as he struggled to believe his eyes. All his ambitions vanished in that moment. No, this is not hell, it is the divine punishment created by me, Lancelot. A gust of mountain wind blew the smoke away as Lancelot inhaled deeply with excitement, spreading his arms as if he had just witnessed a splendid fireworks display. "You demon, I will kill you!" Drellick roared wildly, pulling out a magic scroll from his bosom and tearing it apart with force. Boom! A ghostly blue halo appeared beneath Drellick's feet, 3 ice shields encircling him. Ding! Humanoid Creature Combat Power Assessment 2S, Emotion Rage. One-time artifact Frost Shield with a 50 increase in magical power and a 100 increase in defense for a duration of 120 seconds. Die! Drellick pushed off the ground, his muscles swelling like they were inflated, swinging the meteor hammer down fiercely. This time the sound of breaking air was even more ferocious, exuding a terrifying magical power that exploded like thunder. Upon colliding with the red rose, a chilling energy surged up the spear shaft into Lancelot's arm, almost instantly covering the weapon in a thick layer of frost. Taste the flavor of the frost hell. Drellick sneered, directing the meteor hammer to change its course as the chain began to entwine around Lancelot, the cold air intensifying, causing the ground to freeze instantly. Skill Bloody Rose. Lancelot's eyes sparkled as he unveiled the disguise of the red rose, the blood-red spear, shaking the very soul. Advancing step by step, the spear shot out like a swift lightning bolt. No one could describe this strike. The instant became eternity, with the beautiful rose signifying the decay of life. Boom! The frost shield collided with the red rose, producing a tremendous sound. The skill Bloody Rose possesses a 100 demon-breaking attribute, and the frost shield shattered into dust, failing to provide any resistance. Bloody Rose seemed to absorb all light in an instant, plunging heaven and earth into darkness. Delazie's expression shifted dramatically. He never imagined that his ultimate treasure would prove utterly useless. This spear thrust pierced his heart directly, and blood soaked the crimson rose, making it bloom even more brilliantly. Lancelot kicked Delazie's corpse aside. Just as he picked up the meteor hammer from the ground, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted not far away. With a rumbling thunder, the mutated rhinoceros charged forward, carrying Vanderhall, a sinister grin twisting his disfigured face. Even from a great distance, Lancelot could feel the profound, killing intent radiating from the man, which sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Ding! Truth Eye Humanoid Creature Combat Rating 9S, Status, Berserk. Sacrificing life force to forcibly raise all attributes by 50%. A level 9 spiritual power was several times greater than Lancelot's, and when channeled through a treasure, the disparity in combat strength became dozens of times. This was no longer something that could be bridged by treasure grade alone. Damn, is this guy on some kind of stimulant? He's at least 10 times stronger than before. Must be at the limit of strength. Lancelot muttered, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. With a booming crash, the treasure, earthquake, shimmered. As Vanderhull swung his giant axe, the ground trembled violently, and everything within 2,000 meters began to collapse. A cold glint flashed in Lancelot's eyes. He used electric currents to instantly stimulate his potential, then exerted force through his legs to sprint across the crumbling earth. Behind him, a dense, almost tangible pressure was rapidly closing in. The shattered ground beneath his feet exerted a pulling force, as if forming a massive vortex that dragged his body downward. Roar! Vanderhull let out a beast-like howl. Where his rhino mount passed, a path automatically formed. When he was 6 or 7 meters from Lancelot, he extended an arm covered in bulging veins, fingers opening and closing. A hurricane of pure spiritual energy howled forth. Lancelot was more pleased than alarmed. This indicated that the enemy had no intention of killing him. If he only wanted to capture him alive, then there was an opportunity to seize. He twisted his waist, took half a step, then suddenly turned back. The spear shot out like lightning so fast that only a red afterimage could be seen. The straight shaft twisted in that instant, vibrating like a venomous snake, emitting a series of muffled hums. Ordinary spiritual pressure had no effect on Lancelot, merely slowing his reaction slightly. Realizing this, Vanderhull decisively swung his giant axe, holding back 3/10 of his full strength. The axe blade turned into a streak of silver light, like a celestial river cascading from the sky, its momentum akin to the Yellow River bursting its banks, rolling forth with unstoppable force. The very air seemed torn asunder. With a crisp clang, a clear collision sound echoed abruptly. 2 dazzling cold lights exploded, and the gale tore through the air with a wailing shriek like ghosts and gods. Lancelot's hands trembled violently. Every pore on his body oozed droplets of blood from the shock, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. With a thud, he was sent flying dozens of meters by the rhino's charge. His chest felt tight, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. With a rumbling thunder, Vanderhull lightly raised his axe. The ground churned, and earthen spikes burst forth, forming a massive cage. Earthquake was merely an intermediate-grade treasure, but in Vanderhull's hands it had reached its pinnacle. Lancelot lay quietly on the ground, his mind racing for a countermeasure. At the same time in hell, Victoria had just decapitated a lich and seized a territory. Before she could celebrate, a sudden dread seized her, as if a great calamity was imminent. Her smile instantly turned icy cold, and a terrifying aura surged from her body. Countless demon warriors knelt trembling on the ground, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Melissa was the bodyguard Victoria had assigned to Lancelot, but she had abandoned her post. Victoria was unaware of this, yet as long as their contract remained unbroken, Melissa could not resist her summoning. 10 minutes later, Melissa stormed out of the Serpent Gorge castle with a grim expression, followed by Elizabeth. She had anticipated that if Lancelot faced an enemy he couldn't overcome, she herself would be no match and would need Elizabeth's power. When Elena and the castle learned of their departure, she was completely taken aback, unable to fathom the reason. Death prison. Lancelot returned once more. A bucket of cold water was poured over his head, jolting him awake from unconsciousness. Unlike the last time, he was now sent directly to the deepest level of the prison, his hands and feet bound in chains. Still groggy, Lancelot felt himself being hoisted upside down, followed by a barrage of heavy punches to his abdomen. The boss wants him taught a good lesson. Put some muscle into it. Got it, boss. Lancelot held his breath and focused, squinting to observe his surroundings. In the dim light, within a cell of less than 20 square meters, 7 or 8 men lay about or stood. The man addressed as the boss had a hideous face with a gaping hole where his nose should have been, making him look like a demon. Boss, he seems to be awake, a shifty-eyed man said fawningly. Go break his legs, let's have some fun. The demon waved a hand dismissively. The cell erupted with howls of glee. You're all dead men. Lancelot said slowly, eyes narrowed. The demonic brute paused, then grinned savagely, flexing his powerful muscles. Looks like you haven't had enough, huh? With that, he delivered a textbook right hook smashing into Lancelot's abdomen. Lancelot held his breath, using electric currents to stimulate his abdominal muscles. Boom. His muscles suddenly bulged. With a tearing sound, his clothes were ripped apart by the expanding muscle. Thick blood vessels and sinews covered his body like a fishing net, as if he were wearing a vest forged from steel wire. With a thud, Lancelot's defense surged. The moment the punch landed, the force was completely absorbed by his muscles. The demonic brute frowned. Normally, anyone hit by his fist would either have their internal organs ruptured and fall unconscious or be pounded into a pulp. But the slight pain in his hand bones told him that this young man was far tougher than he had anticipated. Earlier, while Lancelot was disoriented, no matter who struck him, they didn't feel the rebounding force of hitting steel. Now that he was lucid, things were no longer the same. Kid, I don't care who you were, once you're in death prison you have to behave. The ghoul-like man said coldly. As one of the cell's bullies, failing to subdue Lancelot would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride. One of his underlings pulled a bone spike from his pocket and sneered as he approached Lancelot. A cold glint flashed in Lancelot's eyes. His mental energy transformed into a hammer of retribution, erupting with a surge of profound spiritual force that filled the space. The prisoner holding the bone spike shook his head, feeling a dullness in his mind, then mocked nonchalantly. So you're a mental energy expert. Too bad the entire prison is equipped with devices that absorb such power. Aside from your fists and feet, you're useless. Even a knight commander has to toe the line here. You speak of an ordinary knight commander, not me, Lancelot said coldly. Now that he knew the rules, he had nothing to fear. He began to exert force in his legs, the muscles in his calves swelling like balloons. The cloth binding his ankles tore apart with a sharp rip. Freed Lancelot's right foot snapped up like a razor, the immense muscular power generating a white shockwave. The prisoner with the bone spike, caught off guard, was struck square in the abdomen. He fell to his knees, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then stopped breathing. Get him. Well, gnaw on pig bones tonight, the ghoul-like man roared. The remaining 5 prisoners' eyes lit up as they all focused on Lancelot. Oomph. Lancelot's expression was icy. He stimulated his muscles with electric currents, unleashing another burst of formidable power. His fists hammered out in rapid succession, the whistling sound of their passage like a tiger descending a mountain. Even though they were formal knights with considerable physique and strength, they were far inferior to Lancelot. Moreover, his mastery of hand-to-hand combat techniques made his fighting prowess even greater. One prisoner tried to grapple Lancelot from behind, but had his kneecap shattered by a single punch. He curled up in a corner, howling in pain. The others became wary, circling Lancelot. Finally, a burly prisoner lost his patience and delivered a side kick aimed at Lancelot's waist. Oomph. All of you are useless. Lancelot sneered, twisting his body to meet the attack with a side kick of his own. Their legs collided in midair with a sharp crack. The sound of bone shattering and a scream rang out simultaneously. The burly prisoner's entire leg was bent at a 90-degree angle, blood spurting out instantly. Cowards, trash, get out of the way. The ghoul-like man's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He pushed aside the fearful prisoners and lunged at Lancelot, his right fist slamming forward. Lancelot formed a cross with his hands moving with lightning speed. He precisely locked onto the man's wrist and in a fluid motion executed a shoulder throw. Boom. The ghoul-like man's head smashed hard against the floor. His spine nearly snapped, and he groaned in pain. Damn it. He'll kill you. Then he'll kill you first. Lancelot said, his voice dripping with bloodlust. He raised 2 fingers and slowly, deliberately pushed them into the ghoul-like man's eye socket, gouging out his eyeball with his bare hand. He'll kill you. The ghoul-like man's face was covered in blood. He struggled violently, the searing pain driving him into a frenzy. As an upper-level knight, being blind made him little better than a cripple. He struggled to his feet, flailing his arms randomly. Grabbing someone, he began biting them with his teeth, not caring if it was Lancelot. The entire cell instantly became a hellscape, the air thick with the coppery smell of blood. Lancelot smiled coldly, pointing at the ghoul-like man. Kill him, or you die. The remaining 2 prisoners exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, one said, Boss, it's either you or us. With that, they both pounced. The 3 of them became entangled in a chaotic brawl. The ghoul-like man emerged as the victor, but barely. Not a single bone in his body was intact. Leaning against the wall, he barely managed to stay upright, whispering weakly, Who are you? Lancelot ignored him. He lifted his leg and kicked, shattering the man's throat, granting him final release. Footsteps echoed from outside. A figure glanced into the cell, then frantically blew a whistle. More and more guards swarmed in. Once the cell door was open, fully armed guards jabbed at Lancelot with electric batons. Crackle. Sparks flew from the batons. When they touched Lancelot's body, a burst of electricity erupted at the tips. But Lancelot was not harmed. Instead, he absorbed the electrical energy, his cells becoming more active, and he grew more energetic. The guard in charge was frustrated. He clicked the switch on his baton. Has it broken from overuse? Take him to the dark cell. Let him stew in there alone. He'll go report to the warden. Lancelot knew this was not the time to resist. His hand-to-hand skills were formidable, but the guards now wielded enchanted weapons that could easily subdue him. Inside the warden's office, Sean lounged with his legs crossed, sipping coffee nonchalantly while flipping through a Playboy magazine, looking utterly relaxed. When the guard relayed the news from the lower cells, Sean spat out his coffee. Everyone in cell 7 is dead. Damn it. Who put that guy in there? Didn't you order to teach him a lesson? The guard asked, puzzled. Sean frowned. I said to teach him a lesson, not to lock him up with those lunatics. Never mind. What's the situation now? He's been confined to the dark cell for reflection. Should I bring him out now and put him on the first floor? The guard asked in a low voice. Sean waved his hand. Leave him there for now. He'll decide how to handle it after I've thought it over. Yes, sir. The guard nodded. Though he didn't fully understand Sean's intentions, he guessed that Lancelot had connections. The guard's guess was spot on. Sean's father held a high position in the Inquisition, so Sean was well informed about the changes within the church. Lancelot's father-in-law was the renowned Cardinal Merrick, several ranks above Sean's father. Even though rumors said Merrick had fallen from grace, no one could be sure he wouldn't make a comeback. Such cases were all too common. However, with Victor in charge, Sean dared not release Lancelot on his own authority. He planned to stall for time before making a decision. Sean's coffee was doomed to remain unfinished. An elderly man dressed in a magnificent robe entered uninvited, bowing politely and slowly saying, "I am the steward of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce here to collect the scheduled fighter." Ah, the fighter. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Sean's forehead. He didn't even bother to wipe the coffee that had spilled all over him, hastily standing up and stammering, I apologize, there has been a slight issue." The elderly man's brow furrowed and his expression turned grim as he said, "Can I take it that you have breached the sacred contract?" I dare not, it's just. Sean wiped his face with a handkerchief, secretly lamenting. Finally gritting his teeth, he said, "The fighter you scheduled was beaten to death in prison cell. So I am truly sorry." The elderly man was taken aback and asked, "Was it a unknown, unarmed battle?" "It was 8 against 1, all 8 prisoners are dead," Sean said with a mournful expression. The elderly man's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and said, "Since one is dead, let's use this person as a substitute. We will settle the remaining payment. You should know the consequences if you deceive the Miranda Chamber of Commerce." No, that prisoner has a special identity." Sean repeatedly shook his head and said. The elderly man exuded a chilling aura and said word by word, "Are you certain your life is more special than his?" After a series of threats, Sean relented, feeling a sense of relief. With the Miranda Chamber of Commerce backing him, no one could blame him. The Miranda Chamber of Commerce was established by the Duchess of Miranda. As the wealthiest widow in the inner city, the Duchess, barely in her 30s, wielded immense power. Even Victor could only retreat in the face of her influence. When the steward saw Lancelot, he could hardly believe that this handsome youth could unleash such formidable combat power, but that was not his concern. He knew everything would be judged by the great lady. Lancelot was blindfolded and pushed into a cage. With a familiar sensation of weightlessness, he realized he should be inside an airship. A long time passed, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a different cell, approximately 50 square meters in size. The cell door opened, and the steward walked in with a solemn expression, standing before Lancelot and slowly saying, "I know you have many questions. I can explain them to you gradually. The great Duchess of Miranda will grant anyone the right to choose. What do you want? What can I give you?" Lancelot sat cross-legged and said slowly. This was the first time the steward encountered such a calm prisoner and was momentarily unsure how to respond. After hesitating, he said, "This is the arena of the inner city. You are here as a fighter for the Miranda Chamber of Commerce." After the initial apocalypse, the Chamber of Commerce appeared alongside the sanctuary city. After enduring a bloody and murderous period, the noble council enforced rules for the chamber. After a conflict arose, the outcome would be determined by unknown, unarmed combat between fighters, with the losing side forfeiting their stakes. To prevent the depletion of human strength, all fighters must be prisoners of knight rank or lower. Additionally, to ensure fairness, all fighters' spiritual energies would be suppressed to the same level. So it's just like the beasts in the arena? A cold smile appeared on Lancelot's lips. The steward nodded expressionlessly and said, "If you ultimately win the match, you will gain your freedom along with a substantial sum of money, enough for a lifetime of indulgence. It seems the power of your chamber is quite significant." "Deal," Lancelot said coldly. "The match is scheduled for 3 days from now, so prepare yourself as soon as possible." The steward took out a contract, had Lancelot sign it, and then turned to leave. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lancelot's eyes as he quickly glanced at his attributes, his heart sinking. Lancelot, identity captain of the Tidon Knights, combat power assessment 1S, sealed state, possesses strong affinity for lightning, strength 11, speed 11, constitution 11. Fortunately, the electrical energy within him still remained, which meant he could amplify all attributes at any time. In the following time, a dozen more prisoners entered the cell, all of whom were burly and scarred, among whom Lancelot was the smallest. To prevent mutual fights, each prisoner's cage was separated. One man, nicknamed Tyrannosaurus, constantly provoked Lancelot, occasionally making lewd gestures, drawing bursts of laughter to satisfy his own vanity. Lancelot remained serene throughout, eating and drinking as he pleased, and when tired, he simply lay down to sleep. In the early hours of the 3rd day, a group of servants entered the cell, and Lancelot and the others were released. "Today is the day you will fight in the arena. To avoid repulsing the nobles, you must be thoroughly cleaned. the steward said slowly, waving his hand. Thick water columns shot out from the servants' water guns, instantly washing away all drowsiness from the fighters, who after a barrage of curses were forced to change into coarse linen garments. Very good. Perhaps today is your last meal. The great Duchess of Miranda grants you a feast, and I hope you cherish it. The steward clapped his hands. Soon the tables in front of the fighters were filled with food, each receiving 3 pieces of white bread, a small jar of fruit preserves, and a braised pig's trotter. Except for Lancelot, none of the others had ever tasted such food, and they all eagerly began to devour it, indulging in the deliciousness. So delicious. So delicious. This is simply a divine indulgence. Am I dreaming? I actually gotta eat pork, my heavens. Dying today is worth it. So delicious. Lancelot ate slowly, and by the time the others finished their pig trotters, he had only taken 1 bite. The prisoner, nicknamed Tyrannosaurus, threw the bones away and snarled, "Give me your pig trotter, or else I'll get so hungry you'll eat people. Have you ever eaten a person? That taste is truly delightful." Lancelot swallowed the white bread and suddenly leaped up, lunging at Tyrannosaurus' neck and biting down. "Ah, murder! Murder!" Tyrannosaurus let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with terror. Slap! Slap! Several servants struck Lancelot's back with electric batons, forcibly pulling him away. "Am I dead?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex covered its neck in terror, its face pale and ghastly, unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground. "What happened?" The old steward frowned and stepped forward, speaking in an extremely authoritative voice. Lancelot struggled to sit back in his seat, sneering, "I originally intended to expose you later, but it seems you delivered yourself to me." Don't scream like a pig being slaughtered. I didn't bite you at all, just gave you a little squeeze." All eyes turned to the prisoner called Tyrannosaurus Rex, who, terrified, touched its neck, and then tried hard to put on a fierce expression, saying, "You bastard, I will surely eat you. You are the son of a farmer. Perhaps you never received love from your family, leading to your introverted personality. Though you are tall, you are frequently bullied. The scars on your body were earned this way, weren't they?" Lancelot said nonchalantly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's pupils suddenly contracted, its expression becoming flustered as it stammered, "You. What nonsense are you talking about? I have eaten human flesh." Human flesh. Those who dare to eat human flesh usually have psychological issues. They have a particular mindset towards pain, finding stimulation in suffering. Who screams like you when they kill a pig? Claiming to have eaten human flesh is merely a means of intimidation," Lancelot said disdainfully. After hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's momentum dissipated, shrinking back into its seat, completely unlike its earlier demeanor. "Hush, hush, hush." After a commotion among the other fighters, they all focused on the food, facing imminent slaughter, with no one paying attention to anything else. The old steward cast a deep glance at Lancelot, but said nothing further, allowing the servants to take the fighters back to their respective cells before leaving. The arena was suspended in midair, a vast floating structure. The morning sunlight cast down, dyeing the entire arena a brilliant red like agate. All buildings here were established around the main arena, with major merchant guilds gathering to sell their goods. The arena was adorned with flowers and ribbons, with colorful balloons drifting by, occasionally bustling, as if a grand festival were being held. In the center of the arena lay a demon corpse, towering 5 meters high, pierced through the heart by a golden spear, transforming it into a standing sculpture supported by the spear. Frenzied mental pressure emanated from the demon corpse, enveloping the entire sky arena. Consequently, all knights entering would be forced to suppress their own mental strength, unable to activate their magical artifacts. Gradually, some noble women from the inner city appeared on the steps, each one excited, occasionally covering their mouths with fans while giggling and playing. The top-level suites were separated by single-layer reflective glass, with a total of over a dozen rooms. The old steward of the Miranda Guild respectfully approached a room's entrance where a dozen armored knights stood. He dared not show any disrespect, bowing low and humbly reporting the situation. A gentle voice like flowing water emerged from inside the room, enveloping the listener in a sweet, honeyed warmth. "Oh, thank you for your hard work. The Borgia family is determined to seize this new trade route, and I have decided to take a step back and yield this time." "I understand, my lady. This time we will not administer potions to those fighters," the old steward nodded and replied. "Though I do not intend to win, we must still put on a show. Just provide a few low-tier potions. The ranking cannot be too low. Are there any interesting individuals among the fighters this time?" The image of Lancelot first surfaced in the steward's mind, and he described the earlier events in a rush. It was initially a joke, but Lady Miranda listened with particular seriousness. After a moment of silence, she said, "This person is indeed talented. Go ask him if he would be willing to become a servant." "Oh, becoming your servant would be his greatest blessing, allowing him to avoid this destined death. How could he possibly refuse?" the old steward said. However, in reality, Lancelot truly rejected Lady Miranda's invitation, calmly responding, "As a knight of honor, I refuse to be anyone's lackey. That would be an insult to me. Freedom, I will fight for it with my strength." The old steward was furious, stomping his foot, leaving behind a few potions before swiftly departing. Lady Miranda held a high position and had never encountered anyone refusing her before. It is known that among her servants the lowest rank is that of Knight Commander, with a status equivalent to a baron, piquing her interest unconsciously. Little did she know Lancelot had no concept of the merchant guild at all. Had it been an ordinary person from the outer city, they would have been overjoyed. Ding dong. Intermediate Frenzy Potion enters a frenzied state at the cost of vitality, increasing all attributes by 50%, enhancing battle instincts by 10%. The potion emitted a purple glow, looking exceptionally alluring. A nearby servant scoffed, "Hurry and pack it up. In a critical moment, it might just save your lives. Quick, give it to me. This is mine, and don't break it. Be careful." Upon hearing this, the fighters carefully tucked it into their clothing. Only Lancelot tossed the potion to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who fell into confusion, instinctively stowing it away. Borgia Houston, feeling triumphant, arrived outside Lady Miranda's suite, only to be met with a closed door. "The lady is resting and cannot receive you," the burly knight said coldly, surrounded by an overwhelming killing intent resembling a sword that had seen bloodshed on the battlefield. "Umph." Houston squinted his eyes, his right fist slightly clenched within his sleeve, unaffected by the pressure, and coldly said, "Then I shall take my leave." Returning to his own suite, Houston angrily sat on the sofa and said to his attendant beside him, "How are our fighters?" "They are already prepared. Oh, all are knight commanders from the outer city, possessing immense physical strength. Coupled with the effects of the potions, this time no one can contend with the Borgia family in the competition," the attendant whispered. Houston shook his head coldly, stating, "Not enough, not enough. Distribute the high-level frenzy potions to them, and let them annihilate the fighters of the Miranda Guild." Yes, I will arrange it right away," the attendant nodded. One frenzy potion costs more than a low-level knight, indicating that Houston was willing to spend heavily for victory. Lancelot was confined within a wooden box resembling a coffin, and in the darkness, he could feel it being lifted by 4 individuals before being placed upright in a certain location. Suddenly, a resounding and prolonged trumpet sound echoed in his ears, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic cheers from countless people, the deafening noise spreading in all directions alongside the trumpet. "Today the grand arena opens once more. Let us welcome the first group of contestants from the Hall of Harry and the Hall of Deca, with the stakes being the mining rights of the Aryan trade route for the next decade. Each side has 15 fighters, and to heighten the thrill of the competition, 100 slaves will be randomly thrown into the fray. If the final victor is not one of the fighters from the 2 major guilds, the stakes will be declared null and void. I declare, begin." The cheers grew louder, yet Lancelot could not hear the voices of the fighters. All he saw was an expanse of darkness. Time passed slowly. The same announcement had been made 3 times, yet it was still not Lancelot's turn. After the cheers, a suffocating silence enveloped the atmosphere. With his eyes closed and ears deaf to the world, Lancelot gradually lost track of time. The food he had consumed at dawn had been completely digested, and a gnawing hunger was beginning to rise. Finally, it was time for our last competition, a match between the Hall of Miranda and the Hall of Borgia, with the stakes being the rights to develop the new trade route. As the announcement concluded, Lancelot suddenly opened his eyes, the panel beneath the coffin disappeared, and he plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily onto a square. This was a square the size of an ordinary playground, with a demon's corpse standing at its center, surrounded by a circle of food enough for about 10 people. Lancelot squinted and surveyed his surroundings, realizing there were no spectators, which meant they were shielded by a specific barrier. Those people were watching their slaughter in some manner. Ding. True Eye, the deceased demon lord. The corpse exudes a natural pressure. The closer one is to the corpse, the weaker their physical strength becomes. Its inherent murderous aura can also infect all living beings within a 10-kilometer radius. Lancelot understood that this was what suppressed mental energy. Lancelot instantly grasped the situation. He first touched the mask on his face, which had not fallen off. The mask was mandatory for every fighter, designed for commentary ease. Lancelot's face bore the eerie and sinister visage of a clown with a wide mouth, filled with an aura of wicked resentment. More and more people fell into the square, most still in a state of confusion, but soon a massacre began. These individuals had likely consumed a potion while in the coffin, rendering them unrecognizable. Upon seeing blood, they went into a frenzy. Suddenly, a container fell from the sky, bursting open to unleash a surging crowd. Though frail, they charged fearlessly, their eyes filled with madness, clawing at the fighters. Roar! The slaves emitted a series of excited roars akin to wild beasts. In contrast, the fighters were unprepared. Despite their great strength, they lost their ability to move when overwhelmed, screams escaping as they were torn apart, blood splattering everywhere, the air thick with the scent of carnage. Amidst the chaos, Lancelot blended into the crowd, took a deep breath, crouched low, and elegantly leapt onto the backs of the throng, sprinting toward the corpse of the demon in the center. Roar! A slave mimicked Lancelot's leap, arms outstretched to embrace him. Lancelot furrowed his brow, instinctively extending his right hand, fingers wide open, and with a crack, he directly clutched the slave's head, and with a forceful throw sent him crashing to the ground. Thud! The sound echoed as the slave's head burst like a watermelon struck by a stick. This was merely Lancelot's first strike, swift as lightning. Aside from a few, no one noticed him. The nobles in the arena were now cheering for a fighter clad in a rhinoceros headgear. This rhinoceros fighter exuded a terrifying aura of killing intent, capable of smashing a slave's head with a single punch. The 3 fighters from the Hall of Miranda had already perished at his hands. Lancelot paid no heed to the others as he approached the basket and began stuffing bread into his mouth. His actions instantly piqued the audience's curiosity, though most responded with dissatisfied mockery. "Oh, look at that guy, what a coward! Does he think he can hide forever? Eating a full meal before dying, this clown is quite clever." I deem this an insult to the fighters. The opinions of the nobles in the private box varied, but Lancelot successfully aroused the curiosity of these high-profile individuals, as he was the only one to prioritize eating since the competition began. That food won't be easy to swallow. The residual pressure from the Demon Lord can continuously weaken a human's stamina and combat ability. He can't hide for too long. Houston remarked coldly, taking a hefty bite of an apple. Lady Miranda widened her eyes, biting her pale fingers before suddenly saying with a hint of amusement, "This is the right choice. This fighter truly is clever." The outside world's chatter did not trouble Lancelot. Instead, his actions attracted some individuals to follow suit and snatch food. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An eerie wave of psychic energy emanated from the corpse of the Demon Lord, causing everyone, including Lancelot, to feel their blood surging, their eyes reddening, filled with a violent, killing intent. The closer one was to the Demon Lord's corpse, the more intense the murderous intent became. Lancelot tossed aside the pig's trotter in his hand. There were now less than 50 people left in the arena, and he decided to stop hiding and leapt forward. With continuous kicks, he swept away the surrounding slaves. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the slaves were sent flying, spitting blood. Yet spurred by the killing intent, some still charged at Lancelot. The ground was already soaked with blood, and stepping on it felt sticky. In such an environment, the moral foundations of humanity would be shaken by the primal instinct for survival. Lancelot transformed into a demon, beginning his onslaught toward the periphery. His fighting technique was practically designed for slaughter, the bloodshed, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. Well done. Kill him. Oh, his head has shattered. Are his arms made of steel? Incredible kill. At this moment, the audience finally recognized Lancelot's strength, cheering wildly from the stands. If Lancelot's slaughter was imbued with a sense of artistry, then the other gladiator, donning a rhinoceros mask, embodied terror by pushing violence to its extreme. Even after consuming the potion, the gladiator, wearing a lizard mask known as Tyrannosaurus, felt a profound sense of helplessness before the rhinoceros warrior. Watching the dwindling number of people around him, he gritted his teeth and finally shoved the vial Lancelot had given him into his mouth. Until now, no one in the arena had ever consumed 2 potions simultaneously. Tyrannosaurus was breaking new ground. With a roar, he felt as if his entire being were melting, his blood surging like a runaway stallion. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding air rushed into his lungs with a frenzy. Bang! Bang! Tyrannosaurus' body visibly swelled to nearly double its size, in an instant, his height shooting from 1.9 meters to 2.3 meters. His clothes were torn apart by the bulging muscles, and a primal bestial aura emanated from his entire being. With a thunderous crash, Tyrannosaurus' eyes snapped open. He stomped his right foot, shattering the ground into a spiderweb of cracks, and launched himself toward the rhinoceros gladiator. Both were towering, burly men colliding like primordial beasts, exchanging blows that landed flesh against flesh. Yet after merely a dozen seconds of stalemate, Tyrannosaurus' strength began to wane. The side effects of the Berserker potion manifested, and the accelerated loss of vitality rendered him unable to sustain the immense power. Seizing the opportunity, the rhinoceros gladiator flipped Tyrannosaurus onto his back and rained iron fists upon his head. Boom! Blood sprayed everywhere. With a savage roar, the rhinoceros grabbed one of Tyrannosaurus' legs and each hand lifted him and pulled with brutal force. With a sickening tear, the man was ripped in two. Entrails and blood splattered across the arena. This was the spectacle the audience craved, and the entire Colosseum erupted into frenzied screams like a pandemonium of demons. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. From the sequence of movements, he recognized the true identity of the gladiator in the rhinoceros mask, the most formidable knight commander of Sector B Vanderhull. Now only he and Vanderhull remained in the arena, surrounded by corpses and blood. With a grating creak, the sound of gears turning filled the air. As the soundproof panels slowly descended, the cacophony and cheers from the audience exploded forth, causing Lancelot's ears to ring momentarily. Rhinoceros! Kill the clown! Tear him apart! Kill! Kill! Eventually, the entire audience's chant converged into a single word. In her private box, a cold expression flickered across Lady Miranda's face. Even though she considered this match a voluntary forfeit in the eyes of the surrounding spectators, it might be seen as a symbol of the Miranda Merchant Guild's decline. For the first time, this astute lady felt a pang of regret. She had calculated the overall situation, but had forgotten the greed and cowardice inherent in human nature. My lady, this gladiator is a clever man. Perhaps he can win, the steward ventured cautiously. Lady Miranda took a delicate sip of wine and said slowly, "Wisdom cannot always bridge the gap in power. If this gladiator can prevail, I would not mind granting him a residency permit for the inner city." The steward was stunned, as were the other knights and servants nearby. Envy and jealousy were evident in most of their eyes. The inner city was a place of strict hierarchy where most were mere servants. Residents held a higher status, enjoying various rights and privileges. On the arena floor, Lancelot patiently circled Vanderhull. With their artifacts gone, they were now on an equal footing in terms of physical prowess alone. And Vanderhull's innate strength was undoubtedly superior. After 2 futile attempts to catch Lancelot, Vanderhull began hurling corpses at him like a human catapult. "This won't do." Lancelot frowned. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, dodging a falling corpse, and in the blink of an eye closed in on Vanderhull, leaping into the air. He extended his middle and index fingers, stabbing them like daggers straight for Vanderhull's eyes, swift and vicious. Vanderhull let out a couple of sinister laughs. He simply lowered his head, meeting Lancelot's fingers with his skull. His body exploded with force, and the surface of his muscles became covered in a web of bulging veins. Simultaneously, he reached out to grab Lancelot's lower back. Unsure if he could pierce the man's skull, Lancelot was unwilling to engage in such a mutually destructive exchange. He thrust his right knee forward and executed a backflip, evading the attack in an instant. Their clash was over in a flash, and before the audience could react, the standoff resumed. A portly nobleman suddenly stood up in the stands, scattering a handful of gold coins onto the arena floor. "Damn it! No dodging," he roared, "or all you scum will die." Hiss! Clatter! More and more people stood up, showering the arena with gold coins that fell like rain. In the outer city, a single gold coin equaled a low-level knight's income for 10 years, or half a year's net revenue for an earl's domain. Lancelot remained unmoved, letting the coins bounce off his head. Across from him, Vanderhull also ignored the gold, his murderous gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lancelot. Vanderhull suddenly charged at Lancelot. Before even closing in, he threw a punch. The combination of speed and force caused the air to explode, and the resulting pressure pinned Lancelot in place. Gasps erupted from the stands. "Oomph." Lancelot let out a cold sneer. He took a half step back and launched a kick, his toes splitting the air with a harsh tearing sound like fabric ripping. "Got you." Vanderhull bellowed deeply, his charge reaching its peak speed, bringing his fist to its maximum velocity. Lancelot narrowed his eyes, letting his entire body relax. He surrendered to the overwhelming sensation of impending death, choosing in that moment to trust the other self hidden within him. Vanderhull was puzzled. His fist had clearly struck Lancelot's chest, yet it felt as if it had met no resistance. Lancelot had blocked the blow with a deceptively slow movement. Lancelot twisted his body, borrowing the momentum. He suddenly whipped his right arm forward, producing a sharp crack, and slammed it viciously into Vanderhull's waist. Boom. Vanderhull was sent flying by the force of his own attack, his feet scraping the ground as he fought to stay upright. Whoa, what just happened? Is this some kind of sorcery? That clown is incredibly strong. He just gave the rhinoceros a little shove and sent him flying. The audience exclaimed in astonishment. Having watched arena matches for years, today's events had brought them far too many surprises. Inside the VIP box, Lady Miranda set down her wine glass, astonished as she exclaimed, "Tai Chi turn and block hammer. Is this an Eastern martial artist?" "Madam, there are no martial artists in the East anymore. This fighter is merely an ordinary prisoner from the outer district. Perhaps he learned a few skills by excavating ruins," the steward whispered. Lady Miranda shook her head, remaining silent. Given her status, it was beneath her to discuss such matters with a servant, yet the thought lingered in her mind. In the arena, Vanderhull, furious and humiliated, hurled 2 corpses at Lancelot, before charging forward like an enraged bull. At that moment Lancelot appeared dazed as if he had lost all perception, yet his movements grew sharper. After dodging the falling corpses, he faced Vanderhoel's charge, not retreating, but instead meeting it head-on. Bang! His left foot landed on Vanderhoel's knee, and his right knee shot up, like lightning, cracking Vanderhoel's jaw with a single strike. Roar! Vanderhoel fell back, his jaw a bloody mess, yet seemingly unaware, he tripped Lancelot with his legs as he fell, and then wrapped his muscular arms around Lancelot's head. The outcome seemed inevitable. No one would question the strength contained within Vanderhoel's powerful arms. Houston had already stood up, straightening his clothes in preparation for the impending victory. Lancelot's face had turned ashen, but concealed beneath the clown mask, it was unnoticeable. As the air dwindled, his consciousness began to fade into chaos. Die! Vanderhoel shouted, channeling strength through his arms. However, instead of the anticipated sound of a broken neck, a terrifying force surged forth. Lancelot forcefully pried Vanderhoel's arms apart and lifted him overhead, tossing him aside, as if he were a sack. Then, as Vanderhoel fell, Lancelot kicked out with his right foot, leaving only an afterimage in the air, causing Vanderhoel to soar upward once more. Kill! He'll kill you! Vanderhoel cried as he hit the ground, trying to rise. Yet after struggling for a while, he found himself unable to move, his spine having been snapped in that instant, resembling a dying beast. Lancelot approached, showing no mercy, his fists carrying immense power, raining down blow after blow upon Vanderhoel's head. Bang! 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 Each strike echoed as if he were pounding on a wooden stump. The arena fell into a sudden silence before erupting in loud cheers. These people, spiritually empty, were the weakest and most vulnerable. Clown, well done. Kill him. Clown. Clown. Beautiful. Streamers and gold coins cascaded down. Lancelot raised his arms high. Vanderhoel on the ground had turned into a pile of mush. After the host announced that the Miranda Chamber of Commerce had won, Lancelot finally collapsed. Open your eyes if you are awake. A melodious feminine voice sounded warm, yet magnetic, causing one to feel a delightful weakness throughout. A flicker of wariness arose in Lancelot's heart. He sensed a hint of mental enchantment. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a large round bed covered with a brand new quilt, his clothes also fresh. Beside the bed stood a woman in her 30s, beautiful, her skin exposed and whiter than snow, more delicate than jade, devoid of even the slightest fluff, as if her skin were translucent. Lancelot felt that if he focused, he could even see the flowing veins beneath her skin. This woman's appearance should have been even more striking, but through deliberate embellishment, she seemed less conspicuous. Who are you? Lancelot feigned ignorance, asking knowingly. You may call me Lady Miranda, brave little one. I admire your fighting spirit. Lady Miranda slowly continued. Would you consider staying in the inner city? I can ensure you become a resident. Lancelot smiled slightly, replying. It is said that the inner city has no radiation, food is abundant, and everyone lives in peace. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What will I have to pay as a resident? You will become the exclusive fighter of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce. As long as you achieve victory after victory, your status will quickly rise to great heights. Lady Miranda gazed at Lancelot, feeling an unusual sensation within her, unaware of why she was speaking so much today. Lancelot shook his head, stating, Please have the Miranda Chamber of Commerce fulfill its previous promise and restore my freedom. I respect your choice, but you are a born fighter. You will eventually step back into the arena. Lady Miranda said before standing up and turning to leave. Lancelot, unsure of what he was thinking, unexpectedly reached out and grasped her arm, regretting it the moment he realized. Young man, you are not yet qualified to pursue me. You must work hard. Lady Miranda smiled as she turned, tapping Lancelot's forehead with her other hand. Lancelot's mouth twitched, quickly lowering his hand, but after hearing her words, his masculine pride flared as he declared, There will come a day for that. Then I look forward to it. Lady Miranda smiled and left a waft of fragrance following her. If the people of the inner city knew Lancelot had held Lady Miranda's hand, countless would want to turn him into mincemeat. Outside the door, the steward elder watched Lady Miranda, silently muttering to himself, yet he dared not ask further. After resting for about an hour, Lancelot was once again donned with a black hood and sent onto the airship. Everything he had experienced these days felt surreal, as if in a dream. A small bag of cold, heavy purple crystal coins in his pocket reminded him that all of this was real. The exchange rate of purple crystal coins to gold coins is 1100. As the airship of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce just flew out of the inner city walls, Victor, standing on the wall, lowered his binoculars and coldly ordered, Identify the smuggling airship and shoot it down immediately. But my lord, this airship bears the flag of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce. Could there be some misunderstanding? The lieutenant quietly inquired. Victor turned his head expressionlessly, coldly stating, Are you questioning my intelligence sources? The lieutenant broke into a cold sweat. He was just an ordinary officer of the Holy Temple Knights and could not afford to offend Victor, so he hurried outside to issue orders. On the inner city wall, a massive cannon slowly moved along the iron tracks, its mouth, raised as magical energy, gradually gathered together. Suddenly, after a loud boom, a black beam of light as thick as a bowl sliced through the sky. At the same time, Lancelot, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest. Intense premonitions of death surged in his mind, a feeling akin to jumping off a cliff with cold wind penetrating to his very bones. He was currently trapped in a cage wrapped in a black cloth with no means of escape, forced to leave his fate to chance. Booming sounds echoed as the entire airship disintegrated in midair, its gas bags turning into a massive fireball that blazed fiercely. Lancelot was fortunate. When the airship was destroyed, the cage was blasted away, and as it fell, the cloth covering was torn off. The howling wind swept through as the cage landed in a forest, crashing heavily onto the ground after slowing down through the branches. Lancelot spat out blood, flipped over, and began to breathe deeply. This slightly humid air was incredibly sweet at this moment. After resting for a while, Lancelot stood up. He had no idea who dared to attack the Miranda Merchant Guild's airship, but such power was not something he could provoke at present. After a quick rune-up, he leaped up and swiftly climbed the tall tree, disappearing into the treetops. To everyone else, Lancelot was merely an insignificant character, yet he had inadvertently become the fuse that ignited the explosives. From today, the Borgia Merchant Guild and the Miranda Merchant Guild were about to engage in a protracted war. An antique car reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse Bentley slowly drove into Lady Miranda's luxurious mansion. A wizard in a black robe respectfully placed a crystal ball before Lady Miranda. After a long time, a faint magical energy gathered around the crystal ball, then the wizard placed his withered palm upon it. Slowly rubbing in a clockwise direction, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a dazzling light, twinkling like stars in the night sky. According to the prophecy, the person you divined poses no danger to their life. Thank you, Lady Miranda nodded as the butler presented her with a crystal-clear, high-grade magic core. The wizard turned to leave. The butler asked in confusion, "Madam, why waste such a precious divination opportunity?" "Waste? No. You don't understand. I have a feeling that the young man is someone who can change my fate. Since he is alive, I am even more certain there's no need to overly concern myself. I believe he will appear before me in due time," Lady Miranda said slowly. Inside the castle of the Serpent's Valley, Elena and Elizabeth sat together, the two women unusually refraining from arguing, both wearing troubled expressions. Lancelot had been missing for 2 weeks with no word, yet Melissa insisted that Lancelot was not dead. "What should we do now? If I return to the inner city, I might never have a chance to come out again," Elizabeth said, worried. Elena replied solemnly, "I currently have no way to contact the inner city. If possible, please deliver a letter for me. To Cardinal Malico. You should give up. Even if I were to reach the papal palace, I wouldn't be able to get clothes," Elizabeth said dejectedly. "I refuse to believe there are things that the future Queen Ingrid cannot accomplish." Elena mocked. Elizabeth slammed the table and retorted, "You mentioned she is the future queen, not the current one." At that moment, a loud boom echoed outside the castle, and a sudden, terrifying aura descended, causing all the knights to look up in fear at the airship, their bodies losing control as they all fell to the ground. Elena's expression changed instantly as she angrily shouted, How dare anyone unleash such power in the outer city? Go out and take a look." Elizabeth jumped from her chair, grabbing her wand and rushing outside. Victor, clad in military attire, slowly descended from the airship, calmly stating, "The Bougainvillea family has recklessly invoked divine punishment. According to regulations, all members of that family must face punishment." "Where is Lancelot?" Melissa shouted, the man before her exuding an aura that felt like an abyss, causing her heart to sink involuntarily. Victor raised an eyebrow, his gaze brightening as he looked at Melissa coldly, saying, "I sense the aura of death emanating from you. No matter how you conceal it, that stench of decay cannot deceive me." Within the B District's ecclesiastical domain, the Bougainvillea family now had all the more reason to be obliterated. After speaking, his aura suddenly surged. After exchanging a glance with him, Melissa suddenly trembled and collapsed to the ground, an unprecedented fear spreading within her. Elena stepped out, and seeing this scene, assumed Melissa was injured. She quickly gathered a bright light in her palm and cast it upon Melissa. Melissa was a death knight, and the light of holiness which she feared and loathed the most fell upon her, making her feel as if she were burning in hell, unable to move, forced to endure the torment. "It's useless. This is a technique that utilizes one's killing intent projected through the eyes to immobilize the opponent, a secret skill of the Eastern martial arts, heart of one's side. To break it, the caster must be killed," Elizabeth said coldly. Victor was somewhat surprised. His secret skill was not particularly remarkable, but few could recognize it at a glance. However, he had come with murderous intent and would not let anyone escape regardless of who they were. Elizabeth raised her wand, softly chanting a spell. The mental power boost from the legendary artifact allowed her to directly break through to S rank. The previously clear sky darkened instantly, and a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters materialized out of thin air, plummeting rapidly from about 50 meters high. An heretical wizard. Victor shouted furiously, the knight's sword unsheathing with a roar as he slashed through the air, the howling magical wind blade colliding with the fireball, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Elizabeth cast a levitation spell on herself and quickly left the Serpent's Valley. Battles of their caliber could easily destroy the entire castle. They'll kill you first, no one can escape, Victor said coldly as 2 radiant wings of light burst forth from his armor, flapping as his body shot up like lightning. Elena was the first to react, her face changing drastically as she realized the situation was dire. A lady of noble birth like her must not suffer any harm, so she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Recruit soldiers for me." Whether knight or mage, ultimately the intensity and duration of magical condensation are determined by one's spiritual power. Once spiritual power is lost, even a formidable warrior rapidly declines into an ordinary person. Elizabeth's concern was not unfounded. Even if the two were locked in a stalemate, Victor, being a knight, would ultimately hold the advantage. Victor followed closely behind Elizabeth. After a sudden burst of speed, a faint white glow emerged on his knight's sword. He gripped the hilt with both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed downward. A crescent-shaped sword aura howled forth. "Despicable," Elizabeth said angrily. She barely dodged the sword aura, losing her balance and landing on a hillside. She raised her magic staff high. A howling gale erupted around her, the invisible wind whipping up mud and gravel, forming a spiraling dragon that soared into the sky. "Heretical magic," Victor said disdainfully. His body shot into the gale like a meteor, his blade thrusting mercilessly. Elizabeth could feel a chilling cold emanating from the sword, making her shiver involuntarily. However, she quickly and calmly aimed the Medusa's eye at Victor, muttering an incantation. The Medusa's eye bloomed with a dazzling purple halo, and a strange wave of magical energy spread out. Crack, crack. The gale began to solidify into stone, encasing Victor within. Being merely surrounded by stone would not have troubled Victor, but he sensed something peculiar about this magical attack. The mysterious magical fluctuations seemed to seep into his body, then spread towards his very soul. Petrification. The Medusa's eye. A terrifying artifact flashed through Victor's mind. It had briefly appeared at an auction in the inner city district, sold for a sky-high price, and then vanished without a trace. Withholding his strength no longer, an endless killing intent surged from within him. His knight's sword blazed with dazzling brilliance, instantly shattering all the magical fluctuations. Elizabeth's face turned pale, her breathing rapid. Just as she was about to be slain, a figure suddenly rushed out, pulled her into an embrace, and rolled down the hillside in a most inelegant fashion. The newcomer was Lancelot. Having just returned from a long journey to the Bloody Mountains, he happened upon this scene. Victor frowned slightly, and his knight's sword erupted with a powerful aura, cleaving straight down from the sky. You can't kill me. I know you're Legion Commander Corgi." Elizabeth screamed, clinging to Lancelot's neck, refusing to let go. The sword aura dissipated. Victor's expression shifted between uncertainty and menace, his murderous intent flickering. "What is your relationship with the Legion Commander?" he asked coldly. A sharp glint flashed in Lancelot's eyes. He immediately supported Elizabeth with respect, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly to her, "My lady, do not worry. I have already notified the family. They will arrive shortly." Oh, that's wonderful. I must have my uncle teach this scoundrel a proper lesson," Elizabeth said through gritted teeth. "State your name." Victor frowned. He couldn't tell if she was bluffing, but antagonizing a family from the inner city district over a mere outer city district baron was hardly worth it. "You are not worthy of knowing it, humph. I will have my uncle expel you from the Holy Knight Order, and your family will not escape blame either." Elizabeth straightened her dress, seething with rage. Lancelot groaned inwardly. Now was not the time to provoke Victor. His story might fool him temporarily, but it would soon be exposed. Victor's pupils contracted sharply. A clumsy performance. A noble from the inner city district would never be accompanied by only a single knight commander. "You almost fooled me. Die." Elizabeth realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Just as Victor raised his sword, an invisible force descended from the heavens, pressing down heavily. Within the golden radiance of a cross, the Inquisitor Jonah slowly emerged, using power of a forbidden level in the outer city district. "You must all be punished." Victor's face darkened. "I am on official duty. Please leave immediately, Lord Jonah. The Inquisition and the military had always been at odds. Having found an opportunity, Jonah was not about to back down easily. He glanced at Elizabeth and said, "A heretical mage should be handled by the Inquisition. You have no objections, do you?" "Impossible." Victor refused without a second thought. If he allowed Jonah to take her away, that legendary artifact would surely be lost to him. Lancelot clenched his fists, a cold light flickering in his eyes. The feeling of being at others' mercy was unbearable. He had a vague epiphany that he might have been using the mysterious system in the wrong way. After all, this world revered the strong. A group of strong ants were still only ants. They could not bring down an elephant. Humiliated, Elizabeth's face flushed red, and she ground her small teeth. Suddenly she tugged at Lancelot's clothes and said triumphantly, "My backup is here." At that moment, Jonah and Victor both looked up. A monster with two curved horns poked its head out from beneath the clouds. Opening its massive maw, it let out a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth. The monster flapped its wings. Its mountain-like body was covered in black scales, and it was shrouded in an invisible aura. Its four talons were as large as small cars. This was a dragon, a creature from Western legend. A royal dragon knight. Victor's brow was deeply furrowed, his wariness evident. His right hand instinctively rested on his sword hilt. Jonah looked at Elizabeth, then at Victor. His body trembled slightly, as if he understood something. A hint of mockery curled on his lips as he cautiously stepped back 2 paces. The dragon landed a dozen meters away. On its back sat a knight clad in white heavy armor, holding a 5-meter-long dragon lance. An overwhelming and surging aura erupted skyward. He looked down at Victor and the others with haughty eyes. When his gaze fell upon Elizabeth, he immediately bowed his head and dismounted from the dragon. Victor said solemnly, "Why is a dragon knight appearing here?" Unexpectedly, the dragon knight completely ignored him. He walked past Victor, approached Elizabeth, knelt on one knee, and said slowly, "Your Highness, I am ordered to escort you home. Please come with me." After speaking, he shot a sharp warning glare at Lancelot. Lancelot felt as if a giant hammer had slammed into his chest. He could barely breathe and involuntarily released his hold on Elizabeth. Elizabeth stood between Lancelot and the dragon knight, saying, "Stephen, I understand. But these 2 men have insulted me, and only their blood can wash away my honor." A torrent of murderous aura instantly erupted from the dragon knight Stephen. He turned his gaze toward Jonah and Victor, his voice icy as he declared, "As you command, Your Highness." The great dragon, stirred by its master's emotions, threw back its head and began to roar. Victor's expression shifted slightly, a wave of unease washing over him. Nevertheless, he raised the emblem in his hand and said, "I am the silver hand of the Temple Knights, sent here to apprehend the criminal who unlawfully used divine punishment. Even a member of the royal court cannot defy the law. Moreover, she is a heretical mage, is she not, Inquisitor Jonah?" Jonah cursed inwardly, realizing he could no longer remain aloof. He stepped forward and nodded, saying, "I have just arrived. If there is any misunderstanding, I too hope to receive an explanation." Dragon Knight Stephen was well aware of Elizabeth's temperament, but this was not the time for trivial matters. His duty was to uphold the dignity of the royal court. He spoke in a deep voice, "Before you stands Her Highness Elizabeth, the descendant of the great sacred king, the protector of all citizens of the sanctuary city, the first heir to the throne of the Inger royal court, the possessor of all honor and glory in the world. Now both of you kneel." As Dragon Knight Stephen finished speaking, a surging aura enveloped his entire being. The very space around him twisted, and a blinding, radiant white light shot up to the heavens. Having anticipated this, Jonah was not surprised. He placed a hand over his chest, took a half-step back, and said, "Respectful Princess Jonah, Inquisitor of the Church Tribunal, pays his respects to you. Let the secular belong to the secular, and faith belong to religion. Please forgive my insolent intrusion, and permit me to take my leave now." His candid and humble attitude somewhat quelled Elizabeth's anger. She lifted her chin and said, "In the name of Elizabeth II, future Queen of Inger, I absolve you of your transgression. You may go. I do not wish to see you in the outer district again. Thank you for your magnanimity." Jonah nodded. A luminous cross of light and shadow appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished in an instant. In contrast to Jonah's graceful exit, Victor was in a dire predicament. Having once raised his hand against Elizabeth, a thorough investigation would surely brand him with a grave crime. To secure a pardon, he would have to mobilize the influence of the Borgia family, which would inevitably expose his connection with Houston. Thus, he could not follow Jonah's path. He had to use the military department as his shield and remain unyielding. He declared a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even if the queen herself were present, she would have to answer to the sacred law. Clang! The knight's sword was drawn from its scabbard. The high-grade artifact condensed magic power, releasing an invisible force field that caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. Stephen gave Victor a profound look. He actually admired the man's steadfastness, but as a royal dragon knight, he was distinct from the military department. He raised his dragon lance slightly. Boom. Two different auras collided, producing a series of muffled sounds. The knight's sword and the dragon lance clashed in an instant. The violent friction sparked a chain of fire, and the explosive blast wave shattered the ground for 100 meters around. Truly worthy of a royal dragon knight. Victor did not move his body, but his legs were driven deep into the earth. Blood trickled from his ears, nose, and throat, and fine cracks spread across his armor. Stephen, why didn't you use your ultimate technique? Elizabeth said, displeased. Stephen knelt on one knee and said slowly, Your Highness, for the sake of a knight's honor, please forgive me. Lancelot wanted to speak, but was suppressed by Stephen's aura, unable to move even an inch. He cursed inwardly. This dragon knight must have a screw loose, probably thinking of him as some kind of sycophant. Elizabeth was left speechless. She could detect the implicit warning in Stephen's words. After all, Victor had done nothing technically wrong, and as a member of the military department, killing him without cause would be hard to justify to the noble council. So she had to let the matter drop. At that moment, Stephen said to Victor, Before I came, Lord Corgi, the Legion commander, was very angry. He instructed me to convey an order. You are to return to the inner district immediately to face an investigation. Orders from the military department require an official document, Victor said coldly. I am merely relaying the message. Whether you heed it or not is your affair. I believe your department has its own protocols. Stephen replied, his expression impassive. Victor's heart sank. He realized that because of Elizabeth, he might have offended the high-ranking officials of the military department. Unauthorized use of forbidden energy in the outer district, no matter how noble the justification, was a testament to his incompetence. A dragon knight of Stephen's standing had no reason to lie. So Victor sheathed his knight's sword, turned, and prepared to leave. Elizabeth's eyes darted. Suddenly she turned, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Lancelot on the lips. Then she said, This Baron of the Orchid is my lover. You must keep my secret. If a single whisper of this gets out, such a childish threat would have no effect on two powerful beings, yet neither could afford to ignore it. Victor now understood that this youth before him was his true target. Yet he was the husband of Elena and the lover of Princess Elizabeth. Heaven knows how this youth possessed such allure. As his thoughts turned, a new worry arose. What if Cardinal Merrick managed to contact the royal family? That would be disastrous. He leaped away at top speed, his first priority being to get in touch with Houston. Stephen looked up at the sky, pretending to have seen nothing. Only after Elizabeth had seated herself on the dragon's back did he gaze thoughtfully at Lancelot and say, Her Highness' favor cannot shield you forever. You would do well to consider your own conduct. I have no desire to rely on a woman's protection. We shall see about that, Lancelot replied coldly. Just then the thunderous sound of hooves rang out. Hundreds of knights charged forward, lances raised with Melissa and Elena at their head, their momentum awe-inspiring. A flicker of nostalgia and emotion passed through Stephen's eyes. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a disciplined cavalry charge. In the inner district he had gained much, but had lost even more. But the moment he saw Melissa, Stephen's brow furrowed. A beam of magical light coalesced on his dragon lance and shot forth with a roar. Don't kill her. She is my knight of honor, Elizabeth shouted urgently. Stephen lowered the dragon lance, swung himself onto the great dragon's back, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, your joke has gone far enough. This is a human corrupted by dark magic, her soul enslaved to a demon. She has become a death knight. According to the ancient covenant, only humans may dwell within the sanctuary city. Dragons reign supreme among the world's creatures. Although Stephen's dragon was merely a lesser draconic species, its draconic aura remained terrifying, summoned as it was from an alternate dimension. When the Teutonic Knights were about 200 meters away, their warhorses began pawing the ground restlessly, refusing to budge an inch despite the knights' lashing. Elizabeth felt somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that she failed to grasp the questionable nature of Melissa's identity, but she hadn't expected Stephen to be so perceptive. Thus she urged the dragon to ascend slowly. Lancelot watched Elizabeth depart. At that moment, a crystalline red object fell from the sky, the demon true blood necklace. Dragon Knight Stephen. It seems matters have concluded, Elena said solemnly. Lancelot squinted, shook his head, and replied, Things are not so simple. Let's return and discuss this further. After a long while, the Teutonic Knights escorted Lancelot back to the castle. Throughout the journey few spoke, and their spirits were low. In the early hours of the following day, Melissa departed Serpent Gorge alone, sneaking out of the city via illicit means. At a pond hundreds of kilometers away. She cast one final glance back at the sanctuary city, her gaze shifting from confusion to cold indifference. Then she drew the demon true blood from her bosom, cut her palm, and let the blood drip onto it. The once crystal-clear blood-colored crystal instantly swirled, with a wisp of gray mist ethereal as morning fog. The gray mist spun incessantly around the demon true blood. A powerful psychic force like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake sent ripples of spiritual energy spreading across the panel, gradually merging with Melissa. Boom. In her complete death night form, Melissa's skin turned a deep gray. Frostfire blazed within her pupils, and a massive double-edged knight's sword materialized in her right palm, its blade sheathed in a layer of white frost. The space, unable to withstand such immense power, shattered into a ring. After Melissa stepped through, all anomalies vanished. Held the domain of the Bloody Queen. Dense ranks of demon warriors gathered before the castle, while on the battlements a horde of terrified succubi strained their bows. Blazing flames shot into the sky. From within the inferno, a colossal demon slowly emerged, its muscles grotesque and rugged as rock. Its vast demonic wings spanned nearly 10 meters, and with each gentle flap, they unleashed a cascade of fiery tornadoes. This was a Baylor, one of the covetors of Victoria's territory. Victoria, your era is over. Surrender your domain and become my woman, and I will permit you to live. Heh, how amusing. It seems the denizens of hell have forgotten my terror. A potent magical force churned the dark clouds above, and a voice terrifying and brimming with authority spoke slowly. The pressure of a true lord-tier demon rivaled that of a dragon, and the besieging demons all paled. Just as the Baylor was about to speak, a black rift suddenly tore open, followed by the emergence of the Death Knight Melissa. Her surging, deathly aura swept across the battlefield like a cold night wind. The nightmare steed, swift as lightning, charged straight toward the Baylor with Melissa astride. Every demon in its path was frozen solid by a burst of energy. Sanctuary City within the Bloody Mountains. 2 days had passed. Lancelot had been training with cathartic intensity, pushing both his psychic power and physique to their limits. Ultimately, all his attributes reached 11 points, and his psychic level attained 2s. Around him lay broken wooden stakes. Some snapped cleanly in half, others shattered explosively. Boom, boom. Lancelot's eyes glinted coldly. He took a deep breath, and his muscles swelled rapidly, especially those in his calves. His kicks were swift as the wind, producing terrifying whooshing sounds in the air. Boom. Another tree stump thick enough to require 3 men to encircle was snapped cleanly by his kick. The residual force sent the upper half flying over 10 meters. Elena attentively handed him water and a towel, saying, "I don't want you to push yourself this hard. Your health is paramount. Entering the inner city isn't solely about strength." "I want to know about the inner city," Lancelot said, wiping sweat from his brow. Elena lowered her head, bit her lip, and replied, I've said before, it's not yet time. If you learn prematurely, it will harm you. I think the harm you refer to isn't about some faction or person threatening my life, but rather a blow to my confidence. Ever since I entered the outer city, I've felt something amiss. In just a few hundred years after the apocalypse, civilization has regressed nearly to the Middle Ages. That's utterly inconceivable. Lancelot squinted, his gaze fixed on Elena. Elena grew uneasy and stammered. Well, what's so strange about that? You said it yourself, it was an apocalypse. The regression of an entire civilization is perfectly normal, isn't it? Humanity before the apocalypse had reached a highly advanced level with stable social structures. I find it hard to imagine anyone willingly becoming a serf, serving their master with utter devotion. How did Sanctuary City come to be? Why do the strong in the outer city all yearn to enter the inner city? Why, with a complete formula for gunpowder, are cannons not developed, leaving soldiers with only simple flintlock rifles? The vehicles leased by outer city investigators run on human blood, and there are airships that fly through the sky. All of this. These signs indicate that the entire civilization of Sanctuary City has been deliberately orchestrated in this manner, Lancelot said flatly. Elena stepped back 2 paces. As Lancelot's companion assigned by the system, her loyalty was absolute, but her flaw was excessive autonomy. She would act on her own whenever she deemed something detrimental to Lancelot. Lancelot's interrogation proved effective. Elena clearly hesitated. Her psychological defenses were crumbling bit by bit under his words. You are my woman. Surely you don't want this matter to weigh on my mind forever. Rest assured, my nerves can withstand any blow. Lancelot added fuel to the fire, gently pulling her into an embrace. Due to their height difference, the sight appeared somewhat awkward. Elena took a deep breath, stroked Lancelot's head, and whispered, "Since you insist on knowing, I'll tell you slowly." 50 years after the apocalypse, the order of humanity collapsed entirely. The emergence of the Sanctuary City provided a glimmer of hope for human reproduction, founded by the Ingle family, which established the empire. Nuclear contamination severely polluted the world, and most demons lost interest in invading. With the increasing strength of mutated creatures, humanity has begun to sense the impending crisis of extinction. At this moment, a great invention emerged, a biological chamber, created using fallen divine essences capable of transferring human consciousness into the bodies of the lowest-tier creatures in an alternate dimension. It is akin to playing a game. As the lower creatures evolve, the humans within the biological chamber also experience slight evolution, with a few gaining special abilities, such as becoming mages. At this time, the strong in the inner city split into two factions. The Holy See aims to close all portals to the alternate dimension, while the Dark Council seeks to transform humanity into higher beings aiming to occupy and dominate the alternate dimension. The Ingle Court maintains a balance between the two major factions and does not intervene in their disputes, as legends suggest that the court possesses the power to suppress all strong beings. The Outer City serves as a battleground for the talents of these two factions. Similar to raising venomous insects, only the most outstanding individuals from the Outer City have the opportunity to possess a biological chamber. Over the past century, the Holy See has maintained overwhelming superiority over the Dark Council, causing mages to lose most of their territory in the Outer City. Although the top combatants remain, signs of decline are already evident. This situation has been tacitly hidden, and no faction or individual dares to make a grand proclamation in the Outer City. The people in the Outer City, like plow oxen, hunt mutated beasts to obtain magic cores, using them as energy supplies for the biological chambers. It is easy to imagine that once the news leaks, the entire Outer City may fall into chaos, as no one is born willing to be weak. Unfairness breeds discontent, and this principle applies at all times. Ileana previously told Lancelot that the power of the Dark Council does not exist within the Sanctuary City. This is in fact a lie, primarily because as a member of the Holy See, she is unwilling to acknowledge her opponent. What about you? Do you possess a biological chamber? Lancelot asked. Ileana shook her head and replied, only those whose mental strength exceeds grade S can own a biological chamber, referred to as residents or citizens. Their descendants, if they do not exceed grade S, can only become lowly guard servants or be expelled from the inner city, living out their lives as minor lords in the Outer City. Hiss. If I told you I once had the opportunity to become a resident, would you believe me? Lancelot said with a strange expression, recounting his experiences from a few days ago. Ileana's mouth dropped open as if she could fit an egg inside, stammering, You actually became a fighter, and a fighter of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce. This is simply unbelievable. If you had revealed your identity back, then not only would Victor not have dared to harm you, but even that Dragon Knight would not have dared to act against you. The Miranda Chamber of Commerce is among the top 3 largest chambers in the inner city. Unfortunately, Lady Miranda hoped for me to become her exclusive fighter, but I declined, choosing freedom instead. After all, what kind of existence is a chamber? Lancelot sighed and said. Ileana bit her lip and replied, it's better to refuse. After all, fighters can die at any moment in the arena. As for the chambers, some individuals have established powers in hell and heaven that require strong human bodies, necessitating the chambers for transportation. The chambers navigate between the alternate dimension and the world, searching for the safest routes. Their power is formidable, arguably the fourth force besides the court, the Dark Council, and the Holy See. There is another force that is too far away, we cannot reach it at all right now. Is it possible for us to establish a chamber ourselves? Lancelot squinted his eyes and asked with interest. Ileana replied helplessly, it's basically impossible. To establish a chamber, 3 conditions must be met. First, there must be a stable supplier in the alternate dimension. Second, there must be sufficiently safe routes and powerful guards. Third, one must have a member of the Chamber Alliance as a guarantor. These are the most basic requirements, and even in the inner city, there are very few factions capable of establishing a chamber. Interesting. Lancelot was suddenly inspired. He first thought of the Bloody Queen in Hell. With the assistance of this seasoned demon lord, the first condition would not be difficult to resolve. The third condition could also be accomplished with the help of the Miranda Chamber of Commerce. The only challenge lies in the second condition, which requires hard power, and that must be figured out gradually. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the temperature in the air to plummet, and a figure clad in a black cloak appeared like a specter. Apostle of the Dark Council. Ileana instinctively opened her right hand, and a brilliant sphere of light quickly formed, radiating a powerful aura. Wait a moment, esteemed ones. I am an apostle under Priestess Lillian, here to request Lord Lancelot's assistance for a very important matter. The apostle clutched their chest, staggering a couple of steps before weakly leaning against a tree and speaking. Lancelot's nose twitched slightly as he caught a faint whiff of blood. The Dark Council's apostle before him seemed to be injured, and so he coldly replied, according to my agreement with Lillian, only I may seek her out. She is absolutely forbidden from coming to find me. Your actions have broken the contract. Boom. The mental pressure generated by the faith combat technique struck the apostle, directly catching them off guard and forcing them to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Lancelot felt it was about time and withdrew all his imposing aura, signaling to Ileana with a glance. Be careful, the people of the Dark Council are a bunch of lunatics. Ileana nodded, lowered her voice, and then turned to leave. Because the apostle had touched the serpent's gorge, the lady commander was furious afterward and thoroughly reprimanded the guard knights. Speak, what is it? Lancelot said indifferently, his tone extremely cold, making anyone who heard it shiver involuntarily. The apostle, being the one in need, spoke with even more humility, saying, My lord, Priestess Lillian is about to be executed by Duke Bavaria under the charge of heresy. We implore you to lend your hand to help Priestess Lillian out of her predicament. This is quite interesting. As far as I know, the Dark Council is not inferior to the Holy See. Why? The bloody priestess has been captured and you wish for me, a mere knight commander, to rescue her. This is perhaps the most absurd joke I have ever heard. I advise you to be honest with me. Lancelot scoffed. The apostle hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, In fact, the matter concerning Priestess Lillian is something the Dark Council will not interfere with. They might even punish her, but that is another story. Within the Dark Council, apostles occupied the lowest echelon akin to the priests of the Holy See of Light. This faction, predating the apocalypse, naturally adhered to its own established hierarchy. Their structure was primarily built upon the mentor-apprentice relationship, forming a complex and interwoven network of connections layer upon layer. While a blood sacrificer might still have the possibility of switching allegiances, a lowly apostle was bound to share life and death with their master, a blood sacrificer. 50 years ago, the Dark Council's champions lost the arena competition, and thus Sector B became entirely the domain of the Holy See of Light. We can only preach in secret and recruit talents in the shadows. If we are caught, the Dark Council will not speak for us. Therefore, Lady Lillian, we must rely on you. The apostle bowed deeply at 90 degrees, speaking in a solemn tone. Lancelot shook his head and said, A blood sacrificer is equivalent to a regional bishop. Don't tell me Lillian has no friends within the Dark Council, not a single soul she can turn to for help. Well, the apostle hesitated awkwardly, lowering his voice. The prevailing ethos in the Dark Council is that the strong rule and everything demands a price. Lady Lillian is currently imprisoned, and we cannot gather the resources needed to secure the aid of the powerful. Which is why we have come to beseech you. So you think I am an easy target, or that my assistance requires no payment? Lancelot laughed in exasperation. Oh, no. You misunderstand. It is because you possess the blood ring that we believe you share an extraordinary bond with Lady Lillian, the apostle said cautiously. The blood ring is a symbol of a sacrificer's honor. It was once widely popular within the Dark Council as a token of betrothal. A token of betrothal. Ridiculous. Lancelot had no way to verify the truth of the apostle's words, yet such a matter seemed unnecessary to fabricate. In the end, Lancelot decided to rescue Lillian. It was hard to guarantee that a person on the brink of death would not divulge all secrets. If it were discovered that he had dealings with the Dark Council, it would undoubtedly stir up another storm, especially with Victor watching closely. At this thought, Lancelot's legs suddenly shot out. A howling gust of wind carrying an irresistible force blasted the apostle before him to death. After bidding farewell to Elena, Lancelot set off alone towards the southern part of Sector B. Of course, before leaving, he had to go through the usual formalities, which left him utterly exhausted. The governance in the south was markedly superior to that in the north. Perhaps because they were under the same lord, every castle and town was well-ordered, fostering a thriving commerce. On the wide roads, a continuous line of transport wagons stretched as far as the eye could see. Lancelot lay quietly in a wagon filled with soft cloth, resting with his eyes half closed. After he single-handedly dealt with a band of thieves, the wagon train's steward was practically on his knees begging him to travel with them. His demeanor and attitude were a complete reversal from the beginning. After centuries of rule by the Bavaria family, New Baden City had reached the pinnacle of Western ancient architecture. It occupied an entire mountain peak with towering majestic walls below and the main structures ascending like bamboo joints along the mountainside. Most terrifying of all was the 50-meter magical defense tower at its center, several times larger than the one in Station Town. The crystal at its apex radiated surging waves of magical energy. The road leading to New Baden City gradually changed from gravel to cobblestone, producing a rhythmic clatter under the horses' hooves. Neat rows of plane trees lined both sides of the road. Though it was already autumn, the green leaves had not yet begun to fall, appearing vibrant and full of life under the sunlight. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard, making Lancelot feel as if he were strolling through a pre-apocalyptic campus. Creak. The merchant caravan's wagon suddenly halted, followed by a loud commotion outside. By order of the Duke, all caravans entering New Baden must undergo a thorough inspection. Pull your wagons to the side quickly. Without our permit, you won't get into New Baden. This was followed by the fawning pleas of the caravan steward. Lancelot knew well that this caravan carried contraband, and this was exactly the situation they feared most. What they thought could be resolved with a little extra money failed this time. Those inspecting the goods were the Duke of Bavaria's personal guard knights. At a checkpoint of fewer than 50 men, 2 priests were secretly stationed. Yes, I understand. The caravan steward cursed his bad luck and resignedly opened each wagon. But to his surprise, the knights only inspected the people, showing no interest whatsoever in the goods being transported. They even turned a blind eye to the contraband inside the wagons as if they were searching for something specific. Has any stranger boarded your wagon recently? Someone who kept to themselves and barely interacted with you, the knight asked in a deep voice. Injustice. A grave injustice. I know nothing. The steward was stunned. His first thought was of Lancelot, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards him. The knight had only asked casually, but seeing the steward's reaction, he immediately drew his knightly sword and signaled to his comrades. Be careful. These rats from the Dark Council are not easy to deal with. Understood, sir. Several dozen knights cautiously surrounded the wagon. The priest first cast a detection aura over it. When the light faded, he gave a slight shake of his head to the knights. The knight leader frowned, opened the wagon door, and found nothing inside but soft cotton cloth. They had already checked earlier, and after a more thorough search this time, there was still nothing. Detain the entire caravan. Have the steward draw a portrait of that person, the knight leader said, waving his hand. The caravan steward collapsed to the ground in despair. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have pretended to know nothing. Unlike merchant guilds, caravans like theirs only did business between outer districts and dared not offend the great lords of any region. Because of Lancelot, this caravan's journey had ended prematurely, and they faced endless interrogations. Not long after, a vague wanted poster was issued depicting a figure in a cloak. It read, Apostle of the Dark Council, cruel disposition. Anyone who discovers and reports this person may claim a bounty at the municipal treasury hall. At the same time, Lancelot, clad in heavy armor and posing as a squire, slowly entered New Baden Castle. The permanent population of Newbelin Castle exceeds 200,000, not including the station legions and knight orders. It is truly a large city. However, it is evident that the commoners here live relatively well. The linen clothing worn by the men and the long skirts of the women, though somewhat worn, are far better than those in other territories, where the common folk suffer from hunger and lack adequate clothing. Lancelot blended into the crowd, moving forward quietly, acutely sensing a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire city. Burn the witch. Burn the witch. In front of the cathedral, everyone hurried to see. Witch? A sacrificial being of the Dark Council, far more cruel than any witch. Come on, hurry up. If we wait too long, there won't be any space left. Amidst the clamor, a mix of fear and excitement emerged, reflected in the faces of the crowd. Lancelot glanced at the sun above, a vague sense of ominous premonition stirring within him. He initially intended to use the glory of the frenzied knight to disguise himself to save someone, but during the day the concealment effect was minimal, leaving almost no chance of success. If it weren't for the thought of doing his part and leaving the rest to fate, as well as a plan to silence others, he would have turned to leave. Moreover, it was evident from this scene that the Dark Council's standing within the city of refuge was already precarious. After all, light is generally more benevolent than darkness. Following the crowd, they slowly moved to a square where a massive and solemn cathedral stood, topped with a golden cross. The square was already crowded with people, most of whom held stones, rotten eggs, and spoiled tomatoes, their faces displaying eager anticipation. Whoa! Whoa! Amidst the long sound of a horn, a group of knights parted the crowd, creating a pathway. Behind them was a cart with a wooden cross upon which a disheveled woman in a black robe was tied. Oh, it's the bloody sacrificial offering crusher. Thanks be to the Almighty for allowing the Great Lord to seize this evil heretic. Thanks be to the Almighty, thanks to the Great Lord. Bang bang. Various objects were hurled at the woman in the black robe, with rotten eggs smashing against her head, yet she showed no response, only occasionally letting out a muffled groan as she suppressed the pain. Lancelot frowned, a sense of curiosity creeping and prompting him to activate his True Eye. True Eye, shape-shifting demon, a special species from hell possessing no attack capabilities, yet able to perfectly mimic any creature within one level of its own, including appearance and aura. Once transformed, it takes 24 hours to revert to its original form. It turns out she is not Lillian. Oh, what kind of trick is Duke Henry of Bavaria playing? Lancelot's eyes glimmered with a hint of brilliance as he muttered to himself. The True Eye attracted the attention of the shape-shifting demon, inciting inexplicable hostility. The disheveled woman abruptly lifted her head, despite her beauty, a chilling aura of resentment and malice emanated from her. The onlookers instinctively took 2 steps back, which further sparked a chorus of curses. Suddenly, a blue-black beam of light shot toward the shape-shifting demon, disguised as Lillian, infused with a surge of magical energy and a sharp edge. Unfortunately, before it reached the cross, a beam of light reflecting the golden cross fiercely blazed down, obliterating the black light into a cloud of mist. A black-robed apostle did not attempt a second attack. Upon bowing his head, he turned to flee, but he had long been targeted by the surrounding knights. Several magical beams of energy immediately sliced through his body, and he barely took 2 steps before being reduced to a heap of corpses. Screams and sounds of panic surged, and it appeared that the populace was on the verge of a riot. Silence. Children of God, the Great Father watches over us from the heavens. With loyal and brave knights present, no one can harm us. Eradicate the heretics. The regent bishop, clad in a white robe, emerged from the cathedral, wearing a transparent crystal cross around his neck, his expression extremely solemn and grave. Humans are all blind followers. As soon as he spoke, the entire square fell silent, followed by a deafening roar. Eradicate the heretics. Eradicate the heretics. Burn her at the stake. Burn her. The crowd erupted, their faces no longer showing fear, replaced instead by fervent expressions. Lancelot was somewhat surprised. The fervor instilled by this religion rivaled high-level mental temptations. To avoid detection, he also shouted a couple of times before lowering his arms. The regent bishop nodded in satisfaction, raising his hands and then pressing them down. Once the square quieted again, he slowly began to speak. Today we judge the witch Lillian, a sacrificial being who has been bewitched by demons and turned into an evil accomplice. She conspired against our great Lionheart Duke, invoking the Lord's call. The great Duke is safe and sound, yet this bloody sacrificial offering must face the Lord's judgment. Another round of calls for burning her appeared, and the crowd's anticipation reached its peak. The regent bishop glanced at the sun, took out his pocket watch to check the time, then signaled to the priests nearby to commence. The priest approached the shape-shifting demon, desperately concealing his pity, and spoke in a cold tone. Before you die, do you wish to repent to the merciful Almighty? The shape-shifting demon suddenly opened its mouth wide, biting down hard on the priest's wrist, its demeanor frenzied and cruel simultaneously, emitting shrill cries like that of a night owl. Madwoman, truly a madwoman. Burn her, let her go to hell. The priest activated the judgment holy power technique, a bright flash erupting from his right hand. After breaking free, he shouted loudly. The shape-shifting demon's face was enveloped in black mist. After receiving the flash, it felt as if it had been doused in sulfuric acid, releasing a painful wail. The regent bishop frowned, fearing that delaying time would allow the shape-shifting demon to revert to its original form. He cursed inwardly and had no choice but to spread his right hand. A dazzling beam of light, bright as a small sun, shot directly into the sky, then descended straight down. Boom! The firewood beneath the shape-shifting demon ignited fiercely, enveloping it. Due to the beam blocking the view, the surrounding people could only vaguely see a figure struggling desperately, accompanied by piercing screams. Eradicate the heretics. The emotions of the onlooking crowd erupted completely, each person shouting at the top of their lungs. Lancelot, hidden within the crowd, quietly slipped away, his gaze filled with mockery. From a divine perspective, this clumsy trick truly insulted one's intelligence. Bavarian family, Lillian, no matter what trick you are playing, I will uncover the truth. No one can scheme against me. The New Balin castle was shrouded in the shadow of night, with only the pinnacle of the magic tower emitting a faint glimmer, as illusory and ethereal as the stars in the sky. Lancelot was entirely enveloped in a shroud of black mist, not a trace of his aura leaking out. He stared fixedly at the magic tower, where a window lay on the middle floor. The ring of blood within his bosom pointed the way with unmistakable clarity. The closer he drew to the magic tower, the higher the ring's temperature climbed. The magic tower stood at the center of a cross-shaped street, with patrolling knights on all 4 avenues, each led by a warrior of at least upper knight rank. Moreover, within the tower lurked several obscure and unfathomable auras. With such a level of defense, unless Lancelot possessed the strength of Dragon Knight Stephen, even the main gate would likely remain impenetrable to him. After waiting nearly the entire night, around 4 in the early morning, the magic tower's door suddenly swung open. 2 knights escorted a handcuffed figure in a cloak into a carriage, who, judging by the silhouette, it was Lillian. Hurry up and don't waste any time on the road, one of the knights growled in a low voice. The carriage then set off at a steady pace towards the western side of the castle, a district of commoners rarely visited by nobles. Interesting. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lancelot's mouth as he silently followed behind. The 2 mere upper knights were utterly oblivious to his presence. The carriage halted before a two-story building. A woman stood waiting at the entrance. The two knights departed immediately without a word or a greeting to her. Lillian, her power seemingly sealed, struggled in vain against the stout, robust woman before her. She was half-dragged, half-pulled into the house. Lancelot transformed into a phantom akin to a nightingale. From across the street 10 meters away, he took a few running steps, then burst forward, leaping up and gliding silently to the rooftop of the second floor. He hooked his hands over the eaves, the entire maneuver executed without a sound. Take her to the room next door first. Be careful and don't remove her shackles. Understood, my lord. The voices of two men echoed from the corridor, followed by the creaking of heavy footsteps on the stairs. Lancelot waited until the sounds faded completely, then exerted force with his arms to pull himself up, pushed open the window, and slipped inside. The room had clearly been in use for a long time, serving only as a temporary space. Furniture was draped in white cloth, the floor thick with dust, and the air carried a musty, moldy scent. I thought I heard something. Probably a stray cat. Go check it out. I'm heading downstairs for a drink. Creak. The door creaked open softly. A squire staggered in, glancing around. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden fierce gust of wind swept from behind. Lancelot dropped from the ceiling, clamping his hand over the squire's mouth. He drove his knee upward, smashing it brutally into the small of the squire's back. A crisp crack rang out. The squire's lumbar spine shattered, the broken bone piercing through the skin. All strength in his body vanished in an instant. He crumpled limply to the floor, unable even to raise a hand, staring at Lancelot with eyes wide in terror. Crack! Lancelot drove his foot into the squire's temple, granting him a final release. As crimson blood gushed from his ears, nose, and mouth, the squire's body convulsed violently a few times before going utterly still. He concealed the corpse and changed into the uniform of a Bavarian family knight. He gambled that the men here were only hastily assembled and did not know one another, otherwise the previous two would not have separated so carelessly, lacking any coordination. As he had anticipated, when he passed a low-ranking knight face to face, the man failed to see through his disguise. From the second floor, he could see several people seated around 2 or 3 tables playing cards, while the stout maidservant diligently handed out cups of wine. The knights behaved with remarkable restraint, not uttering a single sound, whether winning or losing. If not for having heard them speak earlier, one might have mistaken them for mutes. Just then the door swung open, and a man in a gray cloak entered. All the knights rose to their feet, their expressions a mixture of reverence and fear. Several squires even began to tremble. Relax, lads. Don't think of me as your lord for now. I'm just an ordinary man. A slightly magnetic voice of a middle-aged man rang out, abruptly cold, yet imbued with a metallic, resonant quality that exuded authority and solemnity. The face of the cloaked figure was indistinct, but the hair visible outside was a brilliant gold, dazzling and striking even in the faint candlelight. Grand Duke Henry the Lionheart. Lancelot's pupils contracted. He sensed an aura reminiscent of Victor from this man, though it was forcibly suppressed. According to Elaine's information, the strongest force that could be displayed in the outer district was the Knight Commander, an iron law that no one violated. Lancelot never underestimated the power of a high noble who could dominate half of Sector B. What the hell? Could he be keeping a mistress? Lancelot's expression twisted with curiosity, but after much speculation, he still couldn't fathom Henry's purpose. Grand Duke Henry did not linger and went straight to the second floor. Perhaps because he had suppressed his own strength, his 5 senses were dulled, and he failed to notice Lancelot, who was not far away. Like a gecko, Lancelot flattened himself against the wall, peering through the gaps between the bricks into the room. The person in the room was indeed Lillian. Judging by her appearance alone, it was hard to believe she had once been a cruel blood priestess. Dressed in a splendid aristocratic gown, she now exuded an air of elegance. Henry pushed open the door and entered. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the maidservant, then sat down before Lillian and said, "From today onward, the blood priestess Lillian is dead. You will reclaim your original name, Bavaria Lillian. Great Duke, are you not afraid I will cast another curse?" Lillian sneered. "Heh, you are wearing mana-suppressing shackles. Do not even think of wielding magic again. Regardless, my blood flows in your veins. Do not provoke me like your contemptible mother did, or you will not be so fortunate." A flicker of anger passed through Henry's eyes, but his voice remained calm. At these words, Lillian suddenly flew into a rage. She swung a punch at him, roaring, "You have no right to speak of my mother. You know full well it was your current wife who poisoned her to death. Where were you then?" Henry dodged, his expression stiffening. "If you've had your tantrum, get some rest. Someone will come to give you etiquette lessons tomorrow." After Henry left, Lillian collapsed onto the bed, her shoulders trembling slightly, revealing her emotional instability. Lancelot could sense the deep sorrow and anger emanating from her like a daffodil on the verge of wilting. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Lancelot decisively slipped in and silently approached Lillian. "Who are you?" Lillian asked, her eyes reddened as she cautiously looked up, shrinking quickly into the corner. "Long time no see, Lillian." Lancelot rubbed his face with both hands, restoring his original appearance, and sneered, "Should I address you as Princess of Bavaria or the Bloody Priestess?" "It's you? How could you be here?" Lillian exclaimed, a mix of surprise and disbelief crossing her face, given that this was new Baron. Lancelot coldly replied, "Wasn't it you who had the apostle threaten me to rescue you? I'm now having second thoughts about whether to kill you to silence you." Suddenly Lillian smiled, her demeanor oddly reminiscent of Elizabeth Sly, like a little fox that had stolen a chicken, and carelessly said, "If you were going to kill me to silence me, you wouldn't have come, especially since I currently have no means to fight back. Don't test my patience. You have two choices now: first, stay and be your princess; second, come with me immediately." Lancelot said, gripping Lillian's neck menacingly. "No need to choose. Let's leave now. Consider it a personal favor owed to you, and I will repay you later. The magic suppression handcuffs I'm wearing can only be unlocked by a high-grade artifact, so I currently have no combat power." Lillian nodded in agreement. Just then footsteps suddenly echoed. Lancelot swiftly hoisted Lillian onto his shoulder, activating Glory of the Mad Knight, causing him to emanate a wicked black mist. "You are a Death Knight." "No, wait. Your aura is too weak, a branch of the Dark Knight." Lillian asked, her expression filled with uncertainty. Lancelot had no intention of answering. He had no suitable weapon at hand. The red rose, being the exclusive weapon of Baron Zijingwa, was too conspicuous and was left behind in the Serpent's Gorge, so he could only rely on knights do not fall unarmed. The ordinary knight's sword held in his hand was instantly stained black as mental energy flowed into it, revealing a faint crimson halo. Perhaps Lancelot's surprises had overwhelmed Lillian too much, leaving her expression in a daze. Crack! The people outside halted, realizing something was amiss, and suddenly burst through the door. The knight's sword, using the cover of the shattered wood, whistled towards them. Once Lancelot's knight's sword transformed into a magical artifact, its sharpness dramatically increased, arriving first and directly splitting the body of the incoming assailant in two. The fight happening in a flash inevitably drew the attention of everyone in the house, with the sounds of swords being drawn ringing out continuously, followed by the chaotic footsteps and anxious shouts. Lancelot avoided the front door, crashing through a window and landing on the ground, then suddenly accelerated and charged out. The knight who had just emerged from the door was caught completely off guard and was instantly knocked away. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the surrounding patrols rushed over, while Lancelot had already vanished into the vast darkness of the night, merging with the shadows. Meanwhile, at the magic tower, through the crystal ball, Duke Henry observed everything clearly, snorting coldly before saying, "The Dark Council is becoming increasingly audacious, openly violating the contract. Do they intend to start a war? Please don't be angry yet. According to my analysis, the Dark Council would never offend you. This should be a personal matter involving the lady. Based on his build and speed, he should be a young knight commander," an elderly wizard remarked. Henry slammed the table, exuding killing intent as he declared, "Then we must not let him go. We must conduct a citywide search. They cannot escape." The wizard thought for a moment, spreading his arms wide, channeling mental energy into the magic tower, causing the top crystal to instantly project a light green barrier, enveloping the entire castle. "If they leave the city, the magic tower will alert us. The time frame is 3 days. Don't say 3 days. Even if it's 30 days, without my command, no one will leave alive," Duke Henry said coldly. With the command, New Baron Castle erupted into chaos. Countless night squads were awakened, searching house by house in designated areas. Even those who were dissatisfied could only endure. In New Baron Castle, Duke Bavaria's words were like divine decrees, and no one dared to defy them. Old Mike sent off the knights who came to search, and then returned to his bedroom with a mournful expression. Lancelot and Lillian crawled out from under the bed, covered in dust, but neither of them minded. "Go make something to eat," Lancelot said in a low voice. Old Mike sighed as he entered the kitchen, obediently starting to peel potatoes and then bringing out the little beef that remained in the house. Lillian lowered her voice and asked curiously, "Can you really curse someone? How is that possible?" "It's just a little trick with my meridians," Lancelot replied nonchalantly, curling his index finger and then flicking it out like lightning. The moment she was flicked at the elbow, Lillian felt her entire arm go numb, rendering her powerless, filled with dread, and it wasn't until a while later that her arm returned to normal, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "What will you do next?" Lancelot asked. "Of course I will recover my strength and then return to the Dark Council to find out who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes. I was originally confident about retreating unscathed, but my hidden location was discovered, which indicates that someone doesn't want me to return. I will not let them succeed." Lillian's gaze was as cold as ice, seemingly having a specific person in mind. Lancelot sighed, inwardly realizing the strange relationship between this father and daughter. Henry, being high-ranking and powerful despite secretly missing this illegitimate daughter, was too embarrassed to acknowledge her and could only indulge Lillian in her assassination attempts, hoping to take the opportunity to see his daughter. This game-like assassination may have continued for a long time until Lillian's enemies somehow discovered it and then betrayed her to Henry. The mastermind behind it never expected that Lillian was actually Henry's illegitimate daughter, and Henry, mistakenly believing it was a mistake, simply allowed his daughter to leave the Dark Council. Only the aggrieved Lillian, unaware of all this, remained immersed in her quest for revenge. Outside, the wind howled fiercely and a blinding flash of lightning cut across the sky, followed by a deafening rumble of thunder. After eating, it was already daytime, but the sky remained somewhat dim due to the dark clouds. Liliana had not slept well for a long time, and as she lay down on the bed, she quickly drifted into dreams seemingly filled with an inexplicable sense of trust towards Lancelot. After warning old Mike, Lancelot walked alone onto the street, wanting to verify Liliana's position in the heart of Duke Henry. First arriving at the city gate, the main gate was completely sealed off with a murderous knight brigade standing guard. Anyone approaching the gate would inevitably face strict questioning. The street was plastered with wanted posters depicting a terrifying knight shrouded in black mist with red eyes. Though only a few strokes, it displayed a fierce visage. The poster only mentioned Lancelot wanted in the name of the Dark Council heresy, seemingly aware that ordinary people could not capture him, thus only requesting civilians to provide clues. Lancelot, clad in a cloak, swaggered through the street as the sky began to drizzle. After safely walking through several streets, when he reached an intersection, several knights in heavy armor wielding knightly swords were questioning passers-by with a parchment scroll. Using old Mike's son's name, Lancelot adeptly responded to the knights' inquiries, his words carrying the local accent. "Go home and stay there, don't wander out." The captain of the knights waved his hand, sizing up Lancelot, intending to drive him away. However, at that moment, a priest suddenly stepped out from the group, pointing at Lancelot and saying, "Wait, I have something to ask you." As the priest spoke, his pure white pupils erupted with spiritual energy, rushing towards Lancelot. Lancelot turned around, a sudden heaviness in his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Channeling his faith combat technique, the surging spiritual energy instantly transformed into an invisible force field, shattering the invading spiritual energy. "Oh!" The priest let out a brief panicked scream due to the intense pain, but it was cut short. Bang! His head exploded outward as if a grenade had been buried within it. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Pedestrians on the street screamed in an instant, and the knights who reacted quickly raised their knightly swords. The knight captain bellowed, "Raise your hands, damn it. I command you to raise your hands immediately and kneel on the ground." Lancelot delivered a swift kick, sending the knight's sword flying. Then, like a streak of black lightning, he leaped onto an armored vehicle, propelling himself towards a 3-story building beside the street. Grabbing the window frame of the second floor with both hands, he pushed off the wall, fiercely using that violent momentum to leap directly to the top floor. Bang! Bang! The arriving gunmen raised their flintlock guns, firing like raindrops, but Lancelot had already vanished without a trace. The first squad has located the target and is fleeing southeast. Attack without restrictions at all costs. Do not fear civilian casualties. This is the Duke's order. Understood. Everything for the great Lionheart, Duke. Several Bavarian family-consecrated magicians were enveloped in a layer of green vortex, the howling wind propelling them swiftly across the sky. In the Holy See, magicians were also considered heretics, but the priest on the ground pretended not to see, skillfully playing the double standard. Lancelot glanced back, a series of cold smiles crossing his face. He had already realized that ever since Liliana was rescued by him, Duke Henry had lost his former calmness, resulting in reckless orders for the magicians to act, using the pursuit of the Dark Council as an excuse for a short time, but it would not be long before others noticed something was off. In fact, if possible, Duke Henry would prefer to keep a low profile, but his immense pride and confidence filled his approach with tyranny. Desiring to maintain a low profile while unwilling to lose face, Duke Henry, in this conflicting mindset, did not deploy the most elite knight brigade for the pursuit, but instead sent out magicians. He aimed to forcibly locate the target with overwhelming force and suppress the situation to a controllable range. Once the target was captured, there would be plenty of ways to mitigate the fallout. Under full sprint, Lancelot's speed was akin to flying, weaving through the streets, while the magicians in the sky could barely keep up. If they were not careful, they would lose his trace. With a 15-meter gap between buildings, Lancelot merely pushed off forcefully with his feet, effortlessly leaping across, showing no signs of slowing down as he continued to dash forward. For the flying magicians above, this was a great humiliation. These lofty masters were practically driven to madness with frustration. Damn it! Launch fireball spells to cover his entire route. The leading magician shouted loudly, raising his staff and waving it downwards. A fireball the size of a basin, trailing a red tail, roared down, exploding with a loud bang, creating a large hole in the rooftop. Lancelot's brain was momentarily rattled by the deafening explosion, but at the critical moment, he leaped directly from the three-story building and continued to sprint down the street. Due to the castle being under lockdown, there were not many pedestrians on the street, making Lancelot stand out. A fully armed squad of gunmen closely followed behind, firing without hesitation. Bullets flew and Lancelot leaped up, planting his right foot on a cart, then performing a front flip to land on the ground, grabbing the cart's body with one hand and using it as a shield. Ordinary lead bullets could not penetrate the thick cart body. At that moment, the magicians also descended, unleashing tiny fire points that transformed into a chain of light. The shockwave from the magical explosion was much stronger than that of the flintlock bullets. Lancelot, carrying the cart, was forced backward 4 to 5 meters, carving a groove into the bluestone pavement. This is still far from enough. Lancelot's eyes glinted coldly. He pushed off hard with both feet, his arms bulging with veins, forcefully throwing the cart away. Oh, damn it, brutish barbarian. The magician screamed in terror. Gathering magical power for attack required time, and ordinary magicians generally had knights as protection. However, this magician, eager to achieve success, was surrounded only by a group of ordinary gunmen, utterly unreliable. The cart descended at an alarming speed. Bang. The magician was directly smashed into a pile of meat paste, blood flowing from beneath the cart. This scene stunned the pursuing knights, and the gunmen scattered in panic. To these men, magicians were practically invincible beings, and such a casual death was so terrifying that it instantly crushed their fighting spirit. Lancelot did not give the knights a chance to surround him. Suddenly exerting his strength, he began to sprint toward the magic tower. After a burst of explosive acceleration, he leaped into the air and planted his right foot against the wall. At the same time, beneath his feet, a crimson electromagnetic levitation field flickered incessantly. Lancelot was not yet adept at this application of electromagnetic fields. He could not fly through the air. He could only use the levitation force to briefly adjust his balance, stepping on the wall as he dashed upward at a startling speed. Since the tower was perfectly vertical, the spectacle was particularly horrifying. Where his foot stamped, the wall instantly shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, chunks of masonry falling away. In less than half a minute, Lancelot stood atop the highest level of the magic tower, overlooking the entire New Balin castle. A mage flew over in panic, but before he could draw near, Lancelot casually snapped off a steel rebar. Infusing it with his mental energy through Knight of the Unbroken Fist, he hurled it like a javelin. No one would have expected anyone to throw a noble phantasm. The steel rebar whistled through the air and embedded itself straight into the mage's head. The interrupted spell erupted in a thunderous explosion, leaving the mage nothing but a pile of ash in midair. The magic tower began to rumble, and a spatial gate appeared. The tower's master had sensed Lancelot's arrival. The cost of constructing a single magic tower rivaled that of 10 New Balin castles. Even a top-tier dragon knight would be reluctant to set foot lightly into the magic tower of a low-level mage. The entire tower functioned as a mental energy amplifier, or held the power of a legendary noble phantasm possessing both defensive and offensive capabilities. Some were even equipped with ultra-long-range teleportation arrays. This magic tower stood 6 stories high. According to Alina's intelligence, this meant its master was a mage with a mental energy rating of Super's class. Relying on the tower, he could effortlessly unleash Super's class magical attacks. Lancelot was transported by spatial forces to the tower's core hall. The room was entirely constructed of dark gold metal covered in intricate magical runes densely packed together enough to make one dizzy. Anyone with trypophobia would likely vomit on the spot. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, their hollow echoes reverberating endlessly. This was Lancelot's first meeting with Henry. Dressed in the most ordinary noble robes, he moved with an overwhelming presence, his gaze fixed on Lancelot as proudly as if he were looking at a subject. Lancelot was forced back a few steps by the pressure, but refused to show weakness. He activated Glory of the Wild Knight, using the black mist of magic to partially shield himself from the aura's influence. A dark night. Henry scrutinized Lancelot with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you act so insolently in my domain?" He instinctively regarded Lancelot as an equal opponent, for a Dark Knight was already considered a mid-level leader in the Dark Council. Lancelot keenly sensed this. In a voice devoid of emotion, he spoke slowly, "A trade. Let us make a deal. Lillian is your daughter, and she is in my hands now. You seek death. How dare you threaten me?" Henry bellowed coldly. The ethereal aura around him exploded, distorting the surrounding space. A ferocious lion, its mane wildly disheveled, seemed to materialize faintly. The aura instantly gained a savage, brutal edge. The air crackled like firecrackers. "You dare not act because Lillian is with me. Doing so would be pointless," Lancelot said calmly. Henry quickly withdrew his aura and said coldly, "State your terms. I can make Lillian stay obediently by your side. What price are you willing to pay?" Lancelot countered. 10,000 gold coins. Not enough. 100,000 gold coins. Not enough. Henry's face was ashen as he said coldly, "Are you toying with me? I want you to declare that Lillian will be eligible to compete for the position of the next Grand Duke. She must have equal rights and status as the other heirs," Lancelot said slowly. This was the last thing Henry expected, yet his heart stirred, though he showed no trace of it on his face. "The Dark Council wants to back Lillian." "Humph. Are you trying to break the agreement? This means war with the Noble Council." "Who told you I am from the Dark Council? The relationship between Lillian and me is far more intimate than you can imagine. Lillian's deepest dream is revenge. If she becomes Grand Duke, killing your wife should be a simple matter since by then you will already be dead," Lancelot said disdainfully. These words were blunt, even carrying a hint of a curse. But Henry felt relieved. Though somewhat uncomfortable, he could understand. He asked, "Are you certain the Dark Council won't take advantage of this?" "That has nothing to do with me. By the time you choose your heir, you should have everything handled," Lancelot said with feigned arrogance. Clap, clap. Henry applauded and sneered. "You've planned well. Support Lillian to become the Grand Duchess, then marry her. You'll gain the entire duchy without lifting a finger. A truly fine deal. Are you lacking confidence in your sons? Or in Lillian's abilities?" Lancelot laughed. Provocation was effective on men like Henry, especially those with an overinflated ego. "I agree." Henry waved his hand grandly. Given his power, he still had a long human lifespan ahead. He was fully capable of reshaping Lillian to ensure she would not be seduced or controlled by this man. "Good." Lancelot retracted glory of the wild knight and nodded in agreement. Whether it was 10,000 or 100,000 gold coins, they would eventually be spent. But the Bavaria family was different. It was a goose that laid golden eggs. Following the example of Lu Buwei, who schemed to seize a kingdom, Lancelot was determined to take the gamble. As the saying goes, a petty thief is hanged, a great thief is in theft as a lord. The two men revolving around Lillian each began their own schemes completely unbeknownst to the party involved. Henry watched Lancelot be taken away by the teleportation array. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said slowly, "What do you make of this?" "You are playing with fire, my lord. The struggle for the succession has already caused some chaos within the Bavaria family. If Lady Lillian joins in, it could very well lead to a schism. Therefore you must consider this carefully," the old mage said gravely. Henry sighed and said, "As long as I live, the Bavaria family will never split. This is the perfect opportunity to use Lillian to teach those worthless sons a lesson. Ever since my avatar was destroyed in the underworld, my true body has been weakening. I do not know how much longer I can hold on." When Lancelot emerged from the magic tower, the streets were devoid of the nightly patrols that had been searching for him. Aside from a few scattered pedestrians, the thoroughfare appeared desolate and forlorn. After meandering through Newburn Castle for an entire afternoon and changing his attire several times, Lancelot returned to Old Mike's home. "You're back." Lillian sat at the table, her tone nonchalant as she spoke. Lancelot nodded, gently striking Old Mike unconscious with a single palm, then seated himself across from Lillian. "I just met with Grand Duke Henry and negotiated with him under the guise of the Dark Council." You're utterly insane. You're not even a member of the Dark Council." "Negotiate? About what?" Lillian inquired casually. Lancelot offered a mysterious smile, embellishing his earlier conversation with Henry before recounting it. Lillian spat out the water she had just drunk, and Lancelot darted aside like lightning. You madman. You've conspired with Henry to sell me out, haven't you?" Lillian exclaimed angrily, casting a wary glance toward the window. No knights burst through the door as she anticipated. After a moment's pause, Lancelot spoke slowly. "The Dark Council won't risk offending an outer district Grand Duke for your sake. You know that well enough. Henry's rise to power relies on his wife's connections in the inner district. You're aware of that too. So unless you become the next Grand Duke, there's no chance of success. The Noble Council will never permit it. I know all too well how stubborn those decrepit old men are. Even if Henry agrees to grant me equal rights, I suspect it's only to spur on his heir. I have no real hope of success." Lillian shook her head as she spoke. One had to admit Lillian understood Henry well, but Lancelot said with unwavering confidence, "That nominal right is enough. Who becomes the next Grand Duke of Bavaria isn't about whom Henry favors, but who wields greater strength. You don't grasp how terrifying Henry is. Even the demon's kiss couldn't curse him to death. As long as he lives, he'll always command the situation, Lillian said, somewhat disheartened. Lancelot approached and patted her shoulder. What if Henry dies? Humph. Fate is the most elusive thing. Act, and there's hope. You do nothing and failure is certain. Besides, even if you don't become Grand Duke, once you're embedded in the Bavarian family, opportunities will surely arise, won't they? Lillian was taken aback, then sank into deep thought. After a long while, she raised her head and said, perhaps you're right. But what's in it for you? In District B, I need an ally. Once you join the Bavarian family, you can successfully acquire a fief. I want you to claim a territory near the north and then declare war on the Northern Noble Alliance. With my involvement, the alliance is doomed to a crushing defeat. You'll gain renown through victory, and you'll have the chance to annex other territories. We both benefit from this process. In the future, we'll be steadfast allies. The Violet clan will spare no effort to support you in becoming the Grand Duke of Bavaria, Lancelot said slowly. Lillian listened quietly, finally scoffing, such filthy politics. But I have no reason to refuse. With that matter settled, Lancelot took a key from his pocket and unlocked the magic-suppressing cuffs on Lillian. The moment Lillian regained her freedom, her entire being radiated in intense psychic pressure, and strange runes emerged on her forehead. After a moment, she said regretfully, pity my altar and pets were destroyed. My combat power has dropped by at least 80%. You'll be a noble from now on. With your psychic energy, you can learn magic. That's hardly difficult for a great noble, Lancelot said, placing the skull ring on the table. I need a forged identity as an apostle to join the Dark Council. That should be easy for a blood priest, shouldn't it? Though apostles are the lowest rank in the Dark Council, the vetting is still rigorous. I don't know what you're planning, but don't drag me into it, Lillian said coldly, fixing her gaze on Lancelot with a stern expression. A cruel chill curled at the corner of Lancelot's mouth. My current identity is that of an ordinary Dark Council member, your admirer, not the Baron of Violet. I need a legitimate identity to contact you in the future. Does that explanation satisfy you? An immense psychic force erupted from him like a hurricane, enveloping Lillian. Lillian's lips parted slightly, a flicker of shock and fury in her eyes. Then, taking a deep breath, she clasped the skull ring in her hand and began murmuring incantations. The skull ring glowed with a blood-red aura, the space within an inch of it twisting and then shattering like fragments. Let a drop of your blood fall and choose a hidden name, a code name to walk in the darkness. Crow. Taken. Already taken. The Arbiter. No, too conspicuous. The review won't pass. Hurry up and decide. My psychic energy is nearly depleted. The Raging Knight. Success. A flash of light from the skull ring vanished, leaving a skull coin on the table. Lillian said, slightly weary, from today you're a low-level apostle of the Dark Council. They'll tell you a few meeting points in District B. Then you can request a change of mentor or pass the examination to become a blood priest yourself. Next, Lillian elaborated on several rules of the Dark Council. As a covert organization, the Dark Council didn't compel apostles to reveal their identities, but once one reached the rank of blood priest, registration was mandatory. Secrecy was well maintained. Unlike the tightly organized Holy Church of Light, the Dark Council resembled a loose alliance comprising mages, mutated humans, construct humans, and even half-breeds of humans and demons. Upon becoming a Dark Council member, one received a biopod and was forcibly dispatched to the Hell to develop. One's level of advancement corresponded to their status within the council, and personnel movement was relatively free. Thus, from time to time, class and above powerhouses of the Dark Council would appear, with the sole taboo being the use of super-class combat power in the Outer District. The Dark Council controlled only District D, while Districts B and C fell under the Holy Church of Light sphere. District A was a neutral zone rife with chaos and a tangle of various factions. All sides were vying for followers, and it was foreseeable that the opening of the Bloody Mountain Range would soon bring changes to District B. Mages constituted a formidable faction, outwardly a part of the Dark Council, yet already showing signs of secession. Beyond their own prowess, their strength lay chiefly in the support of the nobility. Thus, even as many mages served as advisors to aristocrats, the Holy See turned a blind eye. Provided no major upheaval occurred, the Holy See would even welcome the mages splitting from the Dark Council, thereby weakening their ancient adversary. 2 days later, on the highest terrace of New Balin Castle, the Duchess fixed her icy gaze upon Charles, who sat opposite her. This caused the Viscount to tremble involuntarily, his face turning pale. The Duchess, fully named Annabelle, was the daughter of a Paladin Legion commander from the inner city. Known for her fiery temper, she was called the Knight in a Skirt. Because of your stupidity, you now face another rival, and the daughter of that detestable little wench at that. Lady Annabelle's voice was cold, dripping with venomous spite. Charles shivered and stammered. It was father's decision. I had no choice. Cousin Rafferty also had his say. Rafferty is your greatest rival. Of course he hopes you'll fight that heretical witch to the death. Henry has grown utterly senile. Flames seemed ready to leap from Annabelle's eyes. Her meticulously trimmed brows twitched slightly, but then her stiff expression suddenly softened. I recall you have a friend in the north. His name is Lancelot. He now commands a formidable knightly order in the Northern Noble Alliance, and is currently vying for the guardianship of the Outer Wall Passage. Charles' spirits lifted, and he quickly replied, Among all your foolish deeds this is the only commendable one. Lillian has been in theft as a viscountess commanding 3 knightly orders. You must have your friend attack her territory. Better yet ensure she dies. Annabelle said coldly. Charles scratched his head. To him Lancelot's women were a complex tangle far more troublesome to deal with than Lillian. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would rather not be entangled with Lancelot at all. I know what worries you. None of that is a problem. Don't forget your grandfather is Victor's superior. Even offending him is no big deal. As for the Borgia family, they won't go to war over a mere cardinal's bastard daughter. That's the rule of the game. You'll understand once you become the Grand Duke of Bavaria. Annabelle's tone grew increasingly stern. Charles, long accustomed to obeying his mother, nodded and said, I understand. I will pressure the noble council to grant Lancelot the guardianship of Passage 13. Simultaneously, I will donate equipment for 5,000 men in your name. This sum will come from your territory's taxes. Isn't that too much? Charles gasped, his heart aching. Annabelle said mockingly, I have told you before, a ruler need not be clever, but must possess magnanimity. There is an Eastern saying, if you want the horse to run, you must let it graze. If you can't even grasp such a basic principle, no wonder Rafferty leads you by the nose. Charles hung his head in shame, his face burning red. Yet inwardly he sneered coldly. His submissive demeanor before Annabelle was all an act. He knew too well his mother's lust for control. Her reason for supporting him was simple: he was easier to manipulate and more foolish than Rafferty. Lancelot's expedition had been highly fruitful. Profits were already visible in the short term, and with time, he would gain even more. After resting for barely 2 days in Irina's castle at Serpent Gorge, he received his admission notice from the Knight Academy. Given his strength, this was a mere formality. After learning basic knowledge for a time, he would skip grades past the exam to earn his knighthood, and then legitimately claim guardianship of Passage 13. The Crimson Knight Order and the Hurricane Knight Order had both fallen to Lancelot. No one in the north dared to challenge him. Thus the Teutonic Knight Order had already begun its guard duties, lacking only the official mandate. The Teutonic Knight Order was now a vast organization of over 3,000 members, thanks largely to Irina's tireless work. Her prestige within the order even surpassed Lancelot's. Are you sure you won't come with me? Lancelot asked, looking at Irina as she knelt to straighten his clothes, a hint of guilt in his voice. Irina carefully sewed a button back on. Impossible. The Order's affairs are too hectic. More and more merchant caravans are entering from Sector A, and there are coordination drills for the newly knighted. I've put you through a lot. Lancelot couldn't help but pull Irina into a tight embrace, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. An hour later, Lancelot changed into a fresh set of clothes, this time without anyone's help. He took up the red rose and donned a simple leather armor before setting off. He had initially planned to bring some men, but the messenger repeatedly assured him of the Academy's absolute safety, so Lancelot relented. The Knight Academy was established by the Noble Council and had become the cornerstone of the entire aristocratic system. Whether later generations liked it or not, to gain recognition from the aristocracy, one could only graduate from the Knight Academy. In half a month, Lancelot crossed Sector B and re-entered the domain of the Bavarian family. This time, he merely flashed the admission notice from the Knight Academy, and the city guards let him pass, without even an inspection. For in the outer city, no one dared to forge an admission notice from the Knight Academy. Lancelot had assumed the Knight Academy would be somewhere in the outer city. To his surprise, the address on the notice was merely a vast empty plaza surrounded by desolate plains. Lancelot was not the first to arrive. Squires gathered in small groups, mostly forming cliques based on their families. Lancelot, simply dressed, was seen as a poor man and subtly ostracized, something he did not mind in the least. I heard the admission rate for the Knight Academy has dropped again. Looks like another wasted year. The exam costs 100 gold coins each time. Still, we have to try. If only I could achieve knight level strength beforehand. I'd only need to pass the written exam to graduate. Stop dreaming. Amidst the murmurs, a humming sound came from the distant horizon. A colossal airship descended from the heavens, catching everyone off guard. As the hatch opened, a gaunt, somber, middle-aged man stepped out. Facing the stunned crowd, he spoke slowly. This is the final transport to the Knight Academy. I am the ferryman. I will answer none of your questions. Now present your credentials and board the vessel. Hurry. Most of the squires heading to the Knight Academy were nobles well informed about this process. They remained silent, their faces taut with tension as they filed in. Lancelot made no effort to rush boarding the airship last. The ferryman glanced at Lancelot's admission letter, a flicker of surprise crossing his face followed by a slight shake of his head, as if lost in thought. The airship ascended steadily. After a sharp sensation of weightlessness, a nauseating queasiness set in. Something's wrong. The speed has exceeded the speed of sound. This is abnormal. Lancelot's heart sank. He closed his eyes to estimate the velocity and was filled with alarm. Roughly 2 hours later, the airship shuddered to a halt. As the hatch opened, the influx of fresh air revived the pale, violently ill squires. They stumbled out on unsteady legs only to freeze instantly. It wasn't just them. Lancelot was equally stunned. His pupils dilated, his breath grew rapid. What lay before him defied his comprehension. He had always assumed the Knight Academy was located somewhere in the outer district, never imagining it existed within a sealed, alternate dimension. Above, the moon loomed large, occupying half the sky, as if it might plummet at any moment. Without a telescope, one could clearly discern its basins and undulating mountain ranges. All right, stop gawking. It's merely a projection of the moon. Once you reach the academy, someone will explain it all. Now get lost. The ferryman took a drag from his cigarette and spoke impatiently. The instructor sent from the Knight Academy treated the ferryman with deference, offering a slight bow as he watched the airship depart. Then he announced, "Those here for the entrance examination stand to the left. Transfer students to the right." With a rustle, the crowd divided. Except for Lancelot, everyone was there for the examination. The instructor frowned, picked up Lancelot's admission letter, and muttered, "A direct night assessment. Hasn't happened in years." Though his voice was low, many overheard. They turned to stare at Lancelot, their expressions shifting. After all, they were mere squires while Lancelot was already a knight. "Well, since you're alone, come with me first. They'll take care of them, then escort you to the graduating class," the instructor said flatly. Lancelot shrugged, indifferent to the arrangement. They were picked up by an 8-meter-long bus. It was obvious this vehicle, like the jeeps in the outer district, was powered by blood. Once aboard, Lancelot closed his eyes. The other squires could barely contain their excitement, whispering among themselves. Traveling along the asphalt road, a city soon appeared ahead, built around a towering mountain that pierced the clouds. Even from a distance, one could sense its majestic presence. The first thing that caught the eye was a colossal 15-meter-tall statue erected in the plaza, evoking a profound sense of awe. The plaza was packed with over 1,000 people. Ultimately, only a little over 100 would gain entry to the academy, and fewer than 10 would truly become knights. These knights were different from the wandering knights of the outer district. Upon graduation, they would receive a title signifying their extraordinary prowess. Titles such as Bear Knight or Tempest Knight were akin to noble recognition, entitling them to a fiefdom from the noble council upon graduation. Some fortunate knight-level warriors like Lancelot had obtained their fiefs early, but to enter noble circles, they still had to pass the Knight Academy's assessment. Melissa was a hereditary noble. She had secured a slot after advancing to knighthood, but due to her transformation into a demon, it ultimately fell to Lancelot. A middle-aged man in his 30s strode forward, his aura erupting with a fierce and domineering force that swept across the plaza. Behind him followed a squad of formidable low-ranking knights, each holding a notebook, stepping forward in unison. The clamor of the plaza abruptly ceased. Squires near the middle-aged man turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. An entrance exam that requires a top-tier knight commander. Interesting. It seems the Knight Academy is a deep well, Lancelot mused, blending into the crowd. The middle-aged knight commander surveyed the crowd and said coldly, "Those who have made it here are the elite of their districts. Perhaps some of you will become knights, even knight commanders in the future. But compared to the academy's graduates, you are all trash." The insult hung in the air, yet no one dared to object. It seemed the Knight Academy's reputation had been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Recalling the few formidable warriors he knew, such as Vanderhull and Fox, all of whom were top-tier among their peers, Lancelot quickly adjusted his attitude, shedding any trace of arrogance. Sometimes things turned out eerily. The knight commander's face suddenly darkened. Pointing towards Lancelot's direction, he barked, "This area had the loudest commotion. All of you are disqualified." Many were bewildered by the announcement. Those quick to react nearly collapsed, their faces twisted with grief and anger. "On what grounds? We didn't say a word." Exactly. This is unfair. Unfair." Regardless of whether they had spoken, everyone began to shout. A savage grin spread across the knight commander's face as he said coldly, "Fairness has never existed in this world. I shouldn't have to teach you the rule of the strong. If any of you can defeat me, you'll be exempt from the exam." His words were shameless, an outright display of power. Just as the low-ranking knights prepared to escort the disqualified away, a figure suddenly broke from the crowd, crying out in despair, "I want leave. I want go. This is my last chance. If I fail, I'll die." He tried to cling to the knight's legs, but was met with a vicious kick that sent him flying through the air. The force of the kick was immense. The squire spat out a mouthful of blood midair, and when he hit the ground the distinct crack of breaking bones was audible. The low-ranking knight who delivered the kick wore a bloodthirsty, cruel smile as he turned his gaze to the others. Seeing that bloodthirsty smile, everyone stepped back in fear, and with examples laid before them none dared to utter another word. Those who could remain at the Knight Academy naturally carried an air of arrogance. If they did not provoke Lancelot, they would be indifferent. However, the knight who kicked had now set his sights on him. Perhaps among the crowd only Lancelot was simply dressed and appeared the youngest, as if his face bore the words "no background" in bold. Humans have a nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The knight likely never imagined he would kick against an iron plate, as in his mind they were merely ants, no more than novice knights. Smack! A hand landed on Lancelot's shoulder. "You trash, are your ears deaf? Get out of here quickly, or I will take action," the knight said viciously. He was not faring well at the Knight Academy. His greatest joy was to flaunt his authority at the beginning of the term, knowing that even if trouble arose the Academy would bear the brunt, thus satisfying his twisted vanity. Lancelot seemed not to hear, squinting his eyes, and quietly standing there, as if admiring the scenery. 3, 2, 1. Bastard, die. The knight was furious, roaring as he swung a punch. If it were an ordinary novice knight, they might have been directly killed. However, to his surprise, his fist was firmly caught. The knight's expression changed. His feet suddenly stomped the ground, and he withdrew his right hand into a combat stance, coldly saying, "Born with divine strength. I will show you that this is not a place for you to act recklessly." Boom. The fist whistled through the air, leaving a trail of residual shadow, its speed astonishing. Countless air currents dispersed from the fist, coalescing into the shape of a white wolf. This was likely a skill added by his knight gauntlet-type treasure. "Be careful." The knight captain felt a surge of ominous premonition and shouted loudly, but in the blink of an eye a loud bang echoed. He could barely see what happened. The attacking knight was sent flying, crashing more than 10 meters away before stopping. "Hawk, are you okay?" A nearby knight, filled with fear, glanced at Lancelot and hurried to his companion's side, squatting down to help him. Knight Hawk had a ferocious expression, the killing intent in his eyes almost palpable. He pushed his companions away, hissing, don't move. My spine is broken. Call Lord Dayer and also get a priest." Dayer, the knight captain, furrowed his brows. Although the fight had happened in an instant, he saw clearly that the striking young man possessed genuine knight captain strength, and he cursed inwardly. The teacher who brought Lancelot approached, tremblingly holding a list and muttering a few words. "Waste. You can't even handle this little thing, get lost." Dayer scolded, then came to Lancelot and continued, "You possess knight captain strength, why did you intentionally harm him?" Regardless of whether it was his subordinate's fault, he first placed a blame on Lancelot. Lancelot smiled slightly and said, "Respect is due to the strong. No matter my identity, at the very least he should hold respect for those of higher rank than himself. This is the rule." Nearby teachers wore serious expressions, driving away the onlooking prospective students to another nearby backup square, leaving this area to Dayer and the other examiners. A dozen knights surrounded Lancelot in unison, their right hands gripping their weapons. Dayer found himself speechless by Lancelot's words. After all, Lancelot was not wrong. If he did not punish Hawk today, how could he maintain his dignity and status if knights offended him in the future? However, he was unwilling to let Lancelot go so easily, so he coldly said, "Respect is due to the strong, that is what I just said. But the dignity of the Knight Academy must also be upheld." Instantly a fierce aura surged from him. "My lord, grant me revenge. Ooh, I want him to be torn to shreds." Knight Hawk did not understand the conversation between the two and said self-righteously, "I will give you an explanation, but you must also pay the price for it." Knight Captain Dayer said slowly, his tone remarkably calm. Bang! A kick struck like lightning, leaving a trail of shadow in the air. Hawk, lying on the ground, had his legs kicked off, white bones protruding from his skin, with blood spraying everywhere. Interesting, a decisive action. Lancelot's eyes flickered slightly. He sensed a strange mental wave emanating from this knight captain, indicating that he must possess a very powerful treasure, at the very least an intermediate grade 1. The others carried the barely alive Hawk away. "Be careful, I will only make one strike." Knight Captain Dayer coldly stated, suddenly opening his right hand, a sharp dagger emerging from his sleeve, landing precisely in his palm. In an instant, a bright blade of light as luminous as the moon appeared, accompanied by an extremely fierce, killing intent, transforming into a pure white semicircular blade of light, rushing towards Lancelot, causing the entire space to feel as if air conditioning had been turned on, with the temperature plummeting. Knights wielding swords are already rare, let alone those using short blades. Cold air rushed towards him, and Lancelot nodded slightly approvingly, stating, "Good sword techniques." Just as that bone-chilling blade was about to touch his neck, he raised his left hand, presenting a red rose forward. The sharp spear flashed by its speed astonishing. Once its demon-breaking property was activated, it directly shattered the magical protection on Dayer's body. In the blink of an eye, Knight Captain Dayer instinctively felt an unprecedented threat. The chill that surged from his heart nearly froze his body in place, making it unmanageable. If he did not withdraw, he would likely perish alongside Lancelot, which was not what he desired. Damn, cunning little brat. Dayer retreated several steps, then took a deep breath and said, "A clever little trick. I will let you off this time. The graduation assessment is coming soon. Let's see how you pass." The threat was evident. "Rest assured, I will definitely pass." A slight contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Lancelot's mouth. He was not afraid of these fellows from the Knight Academy at all. Even though each of them was strong, their long-term teaching work had caused them to lose their will to fight. To put it bluntly, they were cowards. The power of a knight is not only reflected in their treasures, but also in their inner strength. In Lancelot's view, the so-called Knight Academy was nothing more than that. Lancelot stood alone in the square with no one to receive him or inform him of what to do next. Having just offended a knight commander upon entering the Knight Academy, though it was not a grave matter, it might still bring some trouble. Looks like I need to recruit some reliable people. This is an independent space. I shouldn't be that unlucky, Lancelot muttered to himself. Knight System Recruit, a full knight. Ding dong. Respected Grandmaster of the Teutonic Knights, your knight is about to arrive. The curtain of war has been drawn, and the path to unifying the world cannot lack loyal subordinates. The system was unusually verbose this time, which filled Lancelot with considerable anticipation. However, 5 minutes later, he no longer felt the same way. The knight recruited turned out to be the very teacher who had led him into the grounds. With a bewildered expression, the man's confusion gradually faded upon seeing Lancelot. He murmured, "Damara of the Teutonic Knights greets the Grandmaster. I have been waiting for your arrival in the Academy, hoping to contribute to the revival of the Order. Enough, spare me the pleasantries. Now take me to complete the formalities. I want to familiarize myself with the Knight Academy as soon as possible and graduate without delay." Lancelot waved his hand, cutting off Damara's flattery and idle chatter. Damara nodded and said, "Please follow me. I will take you to the Knight graduation class and also give you an introduction to the Knight Academy." Then he stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Lancelot was quite satisfied with this recruit. Regardless of his combat prowess, Damara's social skills made him a diplomatic asset, and he was thoroughly familiar with the entire academy. Originally, Damara was supposed to escort the other failed squires back, but after picking up Lancelot in the bus, he completely forgot about those unfortunate souls. Driving along the asphalt road toward the foot of the mountain, the buildings clearly imitated medieval European architecture, yet there were faint traces of high technology, such as the faint red glow of cameras hidden within the streetlights. The Knight Academy divides its zones based on strength. Passing the squire examination to become a knight is the first step. As you advance in rank, the difficulty of subsequent examinations increases accordingly. You currently possess the strength of a junior knight commander. Since you did not graduate from an orthodox knight academy, you will have to take the knight commander examination alongside the senior knights. "What are the titles after knight commander?" Lancelot asked in a deep voice. "Heir. Generally, only when one reaches the level of top knight commander will a high-ranking figure from the inner city come to inform you personally. They say those important figures take the top knight commanders away and they rarely return to the outer city. Legend has it that those individuals also train within the Knight Academy, but no one has ever found them." Damara lowered his voice as he spoke. Lancelot gazed out the window at the towering cloud-piercing peaks. Somehow he had a faint feeling that those people were inside. The office building was hidden within a lush forest. After the bus parked, Damara led Lancelot into a meeting room. Though called a meeting room, it resembled an interrogation chamber more. A single chair faced a row of desks upon which 3 notebooks were neatly placed with pens clipped to them, exuding an air of meticulous order. It even had a kind of obsessive-compulsive neatness. "3 professors will grade you shortly. You have your admission letter, so this is merely a formality. I will wait outside." Damara whispered, then turned and left without a moment's hesitation. After waiting for about half an hour, Lancelot opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Damara should have informed the examiners. That such a situation persisted could not be a coincidence. Someone might be using this opportunity to cause trouble. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. 2 middle-aged men in half-armor entered from a side door of the meeting room, both around 40 years old, one tall, one short. They exchanged glances, seemingly surprised that Lancelot was so patient. After verifying Lancelot's admission letter, the tall knight casually tossed it aside. That gesture made Lancelot's heart sink slightly, confirming his suspicion. The tall and short knights acted as if Lancelot were invisible, casually chatting among themselves. Both possessed knight commander level strength, so they cared little whether Lancelot took offense. Interesting. A cold glint flashed in Lancelot's eyes as he placed his hand on the red rose, suppressing the surging killing intent within him. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman entered, also clad in knight armor, a rare sight within the academy. The tall and short knights rose simultaneously, nodded slightly, and only sat down after the woman took the central seat. It's getting late. Let's begin. The tall knight opened his notebook, pen in hand, and asked, "What is the spirit of a knight?" "Honor, courtesy, humility, perseverance, loyalty, pride, piety." This was a safe and standard answer. Whether one could live up to it was another matter, but as a knight one could never claim this was wrong. Nothing else. The short knight's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery flashing briefly. The female knight kept her head down, writing without looking up. Lancelot sensed a hint of provocation in the question, though he didn't know the source of the inexplicable hostility. But he was never one to back down. With a cold laugh, he said, "Chivalry is merely a set of rules devised by those in power to reinforce their own superiority and morally coerce others from on high. On my very first day here, a knight commander demonstrated to me what it means to respect the strong and what chivalry truly is." Smack. The biting sarcasm turned the short knight's face ashen. Unable to control his fury, he snapped his pen in two. Yet at the same time, a hint of wariness toward Lancelot arose within him. "All right, next question. What do you believe is the primary condition for becoming a strong individual?" The female knight interjected, easing the tense atmosphere. Lancelot crossed his arms and said coldly, "To live. To survive. As long as one lives, there is hope of becoming strong. The dead are worth nothing." "Preposterous. Your thoughts are akin to a demon's. The Knight Academy has no place for you." The short knight stood up fuming. Lancelot also rose, laughing boldly. "Who do you think I am?" "I am the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, the Baron of Bohemia, a lord with 5 territories, 12 castles, and 50,000 subjects, and the controller of the Outer City's 13th passage. Who are you to define whether I am evil?" These words were harsh, but true. Even the most outstanding graduate of the Knight Academy would find it difficult to become a guardian of an outer district passage. Vast territories, numerous castles, and a formidable knight order. These factors made Lancelot appear as though he were encrusted with diamonds in the eyes of the 3 examiners. Most of the teachers who remained at the Knight Academy still aspired to a promising future. Without a suitable lord to recruit them, they would rather stay at the academy and wait patiently. Now that Lancelot had proven his soft power, the tall knight and the short knight grew restless, with the short knight's face turning noticeably pale. The female knight in the center remained as steady as a mountain, her expression impassive as she said, "You may now go out and wait for your wedding." With that, she began scribbling away with her fountain pen on the notepad. Lancelot shrugged, stood up, and left decisively. As soon as he was gone, the tall knight complained, "This person Deo asked us to set up has quite a background. He probably even has connections in the inner city. This is bad. We've offended him already. What can he do to us? We're inside the academy, his influence is outside. He should know his limits," the short knight said gloomily. The female knight tapped the table with her pen and said, "What's done is done. There's no use regretting it now." She placed an assessment form before the other 2. "Isn't this the knight graduation exam?" "It's the knight commander level graduation exam." "This? I'm afraid. Sending a low-level knight commander to take such an exam could be lethal. We don't need to court trouble for Deo, do we?" The short knight and the tall knight exchanged glances, lowering their voices. "No rule says we can't, does it?" The female knight raised an eyebrow and said slowly, "Do you have any objections?" "No." Agreed. And so it was decided, with Lancelot completely unaware. It wasn't until Damara approached pale-faced and clutching a scroll that he whispered, "My lord, we have trouble." Lancelot read the scroll, his gaze turning icy, and sneered. "It seems someone really wants me dead. Who is this Glay?" She's the close combat instructor at the academy, a top-tier knight commander. You might not know her name, but you should know Fox, right? The one who attacked you under the guise of the Gale Bandit." "Fox is Glay's younger brother," Damara said in a hushed tone. Lancelot nodded in understanding and said, "I see. Can I refuse this order?" "I'm afraid not, unless you plan to never obtain your title," Damara said with a bitter smile. Damara knew nothing about the Knight Commander exam. He led Lancelot to a massive white building, but was barred from entering. The female Knight Commander Glay was waiting for Lancelot, her face perpetually cold. She said slowly, "With your connections, you should know why I'm targeting you. But everything I do is within the rules. I'll watch you fall into a miserable end." Interesting. A woman who changed her orientation after a divorce, relieving stress only through high-risk work with a Persian cat as your sole companion. I wonder how much familial affection you truly have for Fox, or if there's a secret I don't know. Lancelot taunted, sweeping a provocative glance over her sensitive areas with a sneer. "Who are you? How do you know that?" Heretic. Glay's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze turning dark as she involuntarily stepped back half a pace. Lancelot said calmly, "The mark of a ring on your right hand, your androgynous dressing style, and your hostility toward me all prove my point. And the Persian cat. Don't try to bluff." Glay stared at Lancelot, her voice low. Lancelot picked a silver curly hair from Glay's shoulder and chuckled. "Silver is unique to Persian cats. I suggest you clean up before going out next time." Glay was startled not only by his keen observation, but also because in that brief contact her entire body trembled with fear, a primal instinct of submission. After a moment's pause, her face turned even colder, as if covered in thick frost. This effeminate-looking man dared to humiliate her, so, unable to contain her rage, she struck out suddenly. She raised her right leg in a high kick like a sharp axe aimed at Lancelot's head, swift and utterly silent. A treacherous and vicious move. Lancelot had already turned around, but his ear twitched slightly. He casually raised his arm, blocking her kick with sheer force. Bam! Glay felt as if her foot had collided with steel, at the same time a strange magical force, electrical energy, numbed her lower body. Before she could react, she was sent flying 2 or 3 meters, slamming hard into the wall. Even a top-tier knight commander without activating a defensive artifact would not fare well under the stimulation of 100,000 volts of high voltage. Glay had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss. "Fine. I underestimated you," she said coldly, her eyes fierce. She kicked off the wall, propelling herself forward at high speed while drawing her dagger. It was a cyan blue artifact that emitted a chilling aura when activated. She lunged forward with a thrust astonishingly fast. Only a flash of cold light was visible in the air. Lancelot ignored it entirely, as someone had already stepped before him. Using only 2 fingers of his right hand at the critical moment, he clamped the dagger firmly. With a slight exertion of force, crack. The dagger snapped in 2. "No. Fighting here," the newcomer said, a middle-aged man with a square face exuding authority. He grabbed Glay by the neck with his left hand, lifting her into the air. "Cough. I understand, my lord." Glay struggled, her face reddening as the air thinned and her heart began to race. The man withdrew his arm, dropping Glay to the ground, and said, "I'll remind you, do your duty." Glay shot Lancelot a venomous glare before quickly rising and fleeing, abandoning even the tasks she was supposed to oversee. "Glay will no longer have the chance to interfere with your studies. The Knight Academy is relatively fair. We give every promising student the opportunity to grow," the middle-aged man said, fixing a deep gaze on Lancelot. Lancelot sensed a presence from the middle-aged man similar to that of the Dragon Knight Stephen, and instantly understood that the Academy's higher-ups had intervened. After all, the fact that Gray had set him up had become an established reality, so the Academy's higher-ups could only let the mistake stand. Lancelot was certain that even if he failed the exam, he would not be in any life-threatening danger. Thus he smiled slightly and said, "The Knight Academy is fair." The middle-aged man nodded, then led Lancelot into a room that contained nothing but a crystal coffin. Lancelot's heart began to pound wildly, nearly causing him to cry out in shock. This crystal coffin was identical to the one he had been lying in when he awoke. The middle-aged man cast a strange glance at Lancelot, perhaps recalling his background, and said, "I won't say much more, you should already know. This is a biological pod. To obtain a title, a top-tier knight commander must use it to complete a simulated mission set before the apocalypse. The score you achieve will be one of the criteria for determining whether you can enter the inner city. Since Gray has already filed your graduation application, you will have to take the assessment alongside the graduating class. Concerned that your mental strength might not sustain the biological pod, and as an expression of the Academy's apology to you, you are permitted the right to withdraw mid-session once." A simulation. Like a role-playing game. Lancelot was somewhat surprised that this seemed different from what Elena had told him. The middle-aged man, understanding that Lancelot might be privy to certain details, patiently explained, "To truly enter an alternate dimension, one's mental strength must at least exceed strength. This simulation space is actually used to assess the mental strength, resilience, and developmental potential of knight commanders." If not for Lancelot's connection to the heir of the Inguri royal family, the middle-aged man likely would not have spoken so much, nor would the Knight Academy have easily yielded. Lancelot nodded in understanding, and following the middle-aged man's instructions, placed all his equipment, including the red rose, into a storage locker. The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead and said, "Activating the biological pod requires the magic core of a mutated creature. The Academy can provide it steadily, but you will need to purchase it. We allow credit for the first time, and we will settle the account with your faction." Lancelot glanced at the list and could not help but sneer inwardly. Truly, there was a way to generate revenue. No wonder those who owned biological pods were either wealthy or noble. This level of expenditure rivaled that of the most extravagant luxury. Converted to US dollars, it cost $10,000 per minute. Lancelot readily took out the purple crystal coins he had earned as a gladiator and said, "Exchange all of this for time. That should be enough, shouldn't it?" The middle-aged man receiving such hard currency for the first time could not help but swallow hard and said, "Enough. Quite enough. The assessment will begin in 3 days. You may choose to acclimatize yourself, as training within the biological pod also provides a significant boost to mental strength." Such was the treatment of the wealthy. Though the middle-aged man was formidable in strength, he still had to bow to it. Soon the room was sealed. Lancelot lay inside the biological pod and activated his Eye of Truth. For the first time, no information appeared. Behind the pod, everything was marked with beep. The red indicator light flashed repeatedly. A long needle slowly extended from within the biological pod, piercing into the back of Lancelot's head bit by bit. The scene before Lancelot's eyes began to blur, followed by an intense sensation of weightlessness and dizziness flooding into his mind, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. Under normal circumstances, a person's brain would enter a state of self-preservation and fall into a coma, but Lancelot's situation was peculiar. Every time he was about to lose consciousness, a strange force would jolt him awake. Unconsciousness and wakefulness alternated, and time seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Like a fish on the verge of drowning, Lancelot suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for air. He found himself in a vast, spacious, sealed room with soft ambient light. Ding-dong. The illustrious Teutonic Knights will now commence the conquest of the alternate dimension. The system has automatically upgraded. Scanning reveals 0 natives in this space, 0 recruitable individuals, and it holds no value for occupation. As the system's voice faded, a cold mechanical sound echoed through the space. It was similar to the system's, yet carried an inhuman harshness. This space is a training space with a time ratio of 10:1 compared to reality. It is primarily used for adaptive training and has a minor effect on enhancing mental strength. The so-called adaptive training initially consisted of nothing more than running and lifting dumbbells. As time passed, the intensity gradually increased. Within the training space and the simulation space, Lancelot possessed the same strength he had in reality. Lifting a 1-ton dumbbell with one hand seemed impossible, yet the training space issued such tasks regardless. Lancelot gave it a try, but the dumbbell did not budge, as if it were fixed to the ground. Frowning, he asked, "I need the training method and the principle behind lifting a weight beyond my limit." The unidentified voice in the space fell silent for a moment. In truth, Lancelot's situation was rare. Most knight commanders could barely scrape together the exam fees, and none would squander their resources on adaptive training. After completing the basic adaptation provided for free by the academy, they would proceed directly to the exam. As for the Shrank Knights, they had already learned the fundamentals in the inner city, so they would not waste money like Lancelot. You can consider everything you experience in the alternate dimension as a dream, but even this dream world has its rules. If you treat it all as real, you will never lift that weight. And if you believe you have died, your brain will send a signal causing your body to receive the feedback of actual death. Interesting. So in essence, the soul is attached to mental strength and enters a body that conforms to the rules. That said, you should have set a body for me that is capable of lifting a ton. Lancelot stroked his chin and muttered to himself. His comprehension was sharp. His first thought was of a pre-apocalypse movie, The Matrix. Though the principles differed, certain aspects were remarkably similar. Lancelot quickly adjusted his mindset and threw himself into the new training with abandon. He had the space simulate 2 buildings separated by 100 meters to enhance the sense of reality. Time and again, he leaped from one building to the other, using repeated deaths to dull his Bodis instincts. This crude method, learned from movies, proved highly effective. Within 2 days, he had mastered both the jumping and weightlifting tasks. The training space could adjust its rules, allowing Lancelot to achieve this. However, he was well aware that the situation would be far less optimistic during the actual assessment or when entering a real alternate dimension. According to his analysis, only by having all attributes above 50 could he hope to complete all the training with ease. The biological pod used in the simulation space was a simplified version, distinct from the ones that allowed souls to truly enter alternate dimensions. Within a certain meeting hall of the Knight Academy, a group of people were engaged in heated discussion. "This is utterly preposterous. There has never been a precedent of withdrawal midway since the Academy's founding. There is no alternative. Originally, it was merely intended to be a Knight qualification assessment, but certain individuals within the Academy arbitrarily altered it into a Knight Commander assessment. If word gets out, it will severely tarnish the Academy's reputation. Then ensure word does not get out. After all, there are quite a few who collapse within the biological pods every year." The dean has already decided. A significant portion of the pressure comes from Princess Elizabeth. Let it be so. Commence the assessment as soon as possible. With the conclusion of the discussion, Lancelot's training was brought to an end. The nutrient fluid within the biological pod continuously supplied energy, so Lancelot felt no hunger whatsoever. In fact, his muscles were even more robust than before. The simulation space for this assessment is set in a wealthy district of a certain country 3 months after the apocalypse. Mission: gather as much intelligence as possible. Time limit: 3 days. Physical functions are weakened to 50% of the original. 10 seconds until entry into the simulation assessment space. Please prepare. 10-9-8-7. 2-1. Lancelot's vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a plaza. The sky was heavily overcast with no trace of the sun. Thunder rumbled within the rolling dark clouds as if rain could fall at any moment. Lancelot was not alone in the plaza. Over a dozen men and women in casual attire were present, their expressions confused and lost. For in the early years of the apocalypse, human technology had not yet vanished entirely. Everywhere there were dilapidated high-rises and various scrapped vehicles lining the streets. These individuals quickly calmed down. Having reached the level of Knight Commander, they possessed some understanding of the situation. They gathered in small groups, forming teams based on familiarity. In the end, only Lancelot remained standing alone. The others were astonished both by Lancelot's youth and by the fact that they had never seen him at the academy, which meant he was a student taking an ad hoc examination. Some immediately identified Lancelot as their greatest competitor. "Don't waste time. Let's go," a burly man said to his teammates. They dashed swiftly to a bus, expertly slit their wrists, and let their blood drip into the engine. The others followed suit. A thick coppery scent of blood permeated the air. A faint contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Lancelot's mouth. These fools likely did not realize that automobiles ran on gasoline, not blood. "Damn it. Why won't it start?" The burly man cursed, venting his frustration by stomping on the accelerator and clutch. Suddenly, staggering figures began to converge from all directions, their gaits unsteady, their visages hideous, their skin a pallid white. Zombies. There are so many. Everyone be careful. Don't let them catch you. They're too weak. They don't seem like zombies. The Knight Commanders, seasoned in battle, managed to take down all the figures using only their limited weaponry. Lancelot squinted. He recognized that these were not the zombies of the infernal realm, but rather the infected of a virus, a critical distinction despite the similar name. The ease of the battle had lulled them into complacency. Only after recklessly expending their stamina did they realize they had no priest to aid them nor any artifacts to assist them. A female zombie with bloodshot eyes and drool dripping from her mouth somehow managed to slither into the bus. She wrapped her arms around the burly man's neck and began to tear at it with her teeth, emitting a series of bestial roars. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. The burly man screamed, trying to escape, but it was too late. The consequence of excessive blood loss was utter helplessness. He was soon overwhelmed and devoured by the swarming zombies. Only 2 teams remained in the plaza, and they were in a precarious state. The ever-increasing number of zombies instilled fear in everyone's hearts. Lancelot shook his head. The minds of these knights had become rigid. They would not last much longer. However, among those who had left early, there were some clever individuals whose behavior suggested they had undergone special training. In the end, only 5 people managed to escape the plaza alive: Lancelot, 3 other men, and 2 women. "Hello, I'm Jenny. Let's team up," a slender man said, extending his hand with a friendly smile. Lancelot stepped back expressionlessly and said slowly, "We are not of the same path. It's best we don't travel together." Jenny's expression stiffened. Before he could speak, a woman with a comely face behind him said coldly, "Why bother with this useless fool? He'll surely lower our scores." "Camilla, shut up." Jenny turned and snapped, then offered an apology to Lancelot. Lancelot could tell that this man likely held high prestige within the academy. Yet he could also sense a subtle, sinister, killing intent emanating from him. Without acknowledging Jenny, Lancelot gave a slight nod and turned to enter a convenience store. The girl named Camilla, her face dark, asked, "Can you explain why?" "That man is formidable. He gives me a very unsettling feeling," Jenny said slowly, his gaze fixed on the direction Lancelot had gone, a flicker of malice in his eyes. "You're one of the top 10 of this cohort. There's no reason to fear a low-level knight commander, is there?" Camilla said with a dismissive pout. She and Jenny were merely cooperating. She had refrained from contradicting him in front of Lancelot, but now hearing his words, she couldn't help but retort. "Enough. Arguing is pointless now. According to the map provided by our families, we are in London, the capital of the Never-Said Empire. Let's first find the royal palace to see if we can uncover any clues." Jenny shook his head helplessly. The remaining few had no objections, deferring to the opinions of Jenny and Camilla. Meanwhile, Lancelot entered the convenience store. It was in complete disarray with little food remaining. The highly decomposed meat products emitted a foul stench. "How nostalgic," Lancelot murmured to himself. A crushed Coca-Cola can lay at his feet, a surreal sight. Within this simulated space, he could also feel thirst and hunger. Thus Lancelot began his search. A pack of instant noodles, 2 bottles of expired mineral water, and a pack of thumb-thick sausages were all he could find. As soon as the pork sausage entered his mouth, the familiar taste spread through his oral cavity, nearly bringing tears to Lancelot's eyes. Suppressing the urge to devour everything at once, Lancelot placed the remaining food into his empty backpack. He then found a machete and a compass. A sudden tempest howled in with gale-force winds plunging the world into a darkness deeper than night. Raindrops large as beans hammered against the windows like a cascading waterfall, their ceaseless clatter forming a watery curtain, and soon puddles gathered on the streets. Lancelot rested with his eyes closed, drifting in repose. Unbeknownst to him, the rain gradually softened. Though the light outside remained dim, it was far better than before. He planned to head to a place on the outskirts of London, for a faint memory lingered in his mind. The research institute that had once called him should be located there. Lancelot held no interest in so-called ratings. He only sought to reclaim his lost memories, and this opportunity he refused to squander. Taking a deep breath and stretching his limbs, Lancelot stepped out into the drizzling rain, making his way toward the London suburbs. Having lived here for a year as an exchange student, he knew the area well, even without a map. Walking northwest along the highway, a leopard suddenly sprang out before him, shaking its head restlessly as it charged straight at him. Lancelot twisted his waist, hoisting a tumter-long steel bar high above his head. Hurling it like a javelin, a sharp whistle tore through the air. The steel bar shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward the leopard. At that very instant, a fissure split the ground, and the leopard plunged straight in, followed by the crunching sound of snapping bones. Lancelot's pupils contracted, and he involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. A zombie 2 meters tall crawled out from the crack. Its head split open like a blooming flower, its skin covered in festering pustules, and its bloated belly resembled that of a pregnant woman nearing term. Its heavy footsteps thudded against the ground with a rumbling echo. Ding-dong. Truth vision, mutated zombie. Combat power assessment 2N. Possesses immense strength and infectivity. With your current physical condition, the probability of victory is 0. No, I'm no match for it now. I must flee immediately. Lancelot furrowed his brow, and with a sudden burst of force from his legs, he sprinted toward the adjacent street. The bloated, mutated zombie roared skyward, unwilling to relinquish the tempting morsel within its reach. Yet as it lunged to seize him, it grasped only empty air. Enraged, it tore at its own swollen sores. Green viscous fluid dripped to the ground with a sizzling hiss, and fist-sized chunks of flesh teeming with the virus were hurled toward Lancelot. Relying on instinct, Lancelot dodged swiftly, using a parked car along the roadside, soon shaking off the bloated, mutated zombie. After running for about half an hour, Lancelot rode a bicycle to an ancient castle on the outskirts and halted. Surrounded by dense maple forests, the howling wind lent the place an air of eerie gloom. If the address is correct, this should be the place, Lancelot murmured to himself, his heart stirring with barely contained excitement. The castle before him was impeccably maintained. A white gravel path lay upon the emerald lawn, yet the vast expanse held only this solitary structure, an oddity that seemed far from normal. The castle door stood ajar, revealing an unexpectedly pristine interior. On high alert, Lancelot noticed a beautiful woman wrapped in a towel at the corner of the second floor. Tall and graceful, she exuded an air of refined elegance. Lancelot narrowed his eyes, crouched low, and without a hint of chivalry, seized her by the throat. "Who are you?" he demanded coldly. "Why are you here?" "Hiss. My name is Elisa. Where am I?" The woman suddenly clutched her head, writhing in pain as she curled up, her pupils beginning to dilate. Lancelot, a keen judge of character, realized this woman had suffered external trauma, causing a temporary loss of memory. He released his grip and said, "The world has ended. I'm just a refugee seeking shelter." Elisa nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly. After timidly seeking Lancelot's permission, she retreated to a bedroom and changed into a seductive red neck gown. Lancelot, being a normal man, couldn't help but let his gaze sweep over that hint of fair skin before quickly averting his eyes. Within the castle, Lancelot discovered weapons that could be considered antiques. He decisively abandoned the heavy armor and double-handed cross sword, settling instead for a katana that bore the inscription Kikuchimanji on its blade. That night, Lancelot and Elisa lay on the bed. Neither could recall who initiated the conversation first. After a friendly and profound exchange, Elisa succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber, partly due to Lancelot's hypnotic influence, ensuring that not even a cataclysm would rouse her. Lancelot was not a man of loose morals, but this was a simulation space where the characters were akin to NPCs, so he felt almost no moral guilt. He dressed, laid the katana across his knees, leaned back against the sofa, and closed his eyes, beginning to rest in stillness. His breath gradually turned inward, his body temperature lowered, and he eventually became like a stone statue, losing all sense of presence. This Eastern martial arts hibernation technique allowed his stamina and spirit to remain at their peak, and Lancelot had never ceased its practice. As night deepened, the cold wind rustled the maple forest with a swishing sound. A mysterious shadow flashed by with incredible lightness, carefully avoiding anything that might make a noise. It slipped into the house and melded into the darkness. "You despicable wretch, I'll make you pay." The shadow was Camilla, ambushed by Jenny halfway, bearing wounds from the encounter. Forced to settle for the next best option, she followed the map to the second mission point. Clutching a high-voltage stun gun, she crept cautiously upstairs. Inside the room, Lancelot opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had detected Camilla long ago, but chose not to engage. He wouldn't be foolish enough to rush out, risking falling for a diversionary tactic. His strategy now was to remain still and adapt to changes. Even if an entire army descended, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Suddenly, the sound of rotor blades reached Lancelot's ears. Immediately after, Camilla's footsteps quickened as she charged toward the second floor. Lancelot parted the curtain a crack, revealing a small helicopter hovering above the castle. Then fist-sized grenades were tossed out. Bang, 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 bang. Instead of explosions, plumes of green gas billowed forth. Lancelot swiftly pressed a gas mask onto Alicia's face, then lifted her into an emergency shelter hidden within the bedroom. Outside, chaos had already erupted, for Camilla was not the only one in possession of the intel on this location. Dozens of knight commanders had converged here unbeknownst to one another. At this moment, they were but ordinary men. Upon inhaling the gas, they began to mutate in a short span of time, their veins spreading across their bodies like spiderwebs, and their eyes bloodshot. Roar, roar. These transformed zombies immediately began to seek the scent of fresh blood and living humans. A knight commander who had just entered the house, utterly unaware of what was happening, was tackled from behind by a former comrade before he could react. He was savagely torn apart as copious amounts of blood were drained from his veins into the zombie's mouth. "Damn it, what are these things? Ah, damn it, I've been bitten. Abort the mission, I'm getting out of here." The knight commanders began to fight back with simple weapons, but after firing a few shots at the overwhelming horde of zombies, they realized their limited combat skills were of little use, and panic began to set in. Especially after several of their comrades turned into grotesque zombies, their morale shattered instantly. But it was already too late to flee. Dozens of zombies had formed an encirclement, quickly overwhelming the remaining knight commanders. The air grew thick with the stench of blood. Like a snowball effect, the zombies multiplied and surged into the castle. The knight commanders hiding in the rooms could not escape the keen bloodhound-like senses of the zombies, and were soon hunted down and devoured one by one. A helicopter in midair switched on its searchlight, casting a beam as thick as a washbasin straight down, illuminating the entire castle. Soon the sounds from the knight commanders within the castle faded away, leaving only the incessant roars of the zombies. Camilla's face turned pale. She stepped onto the second-floor railing, used the momentum to leap, and in the blink of an eye landed on the massive crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The zombies in the room had already noticed Camilla suspended in midair. Driven by the instinct to find food, they raised their arms high, waving them frantically at her, like a forest of limbs roaring continuously. This spine-chilling sensation nearly caused Camilla to lose her balance, almost plunging her into the zombie horde. At the critical moment, she hooked her right foot around the chandelier. Just then, a zombie's mouth was face-to-face with hers, opening wide to bite down. Camilla used her core strength to pull herself up, drew the police pistol from her right thigh, and with a bang, blew the zombie's head apart. Foul black blood splattered everywhere, further fueling the other zombie's predatory frenzy. Finally, a zombie leaped from the second floor, its arm reaching out toward Camilla with the force of inertia. "Damn it, get away, you filthy abominations." Camilla pushed herself to her limits, quickly emptying the pistol's magazine. Not a single bullet was wasted, but unfortunately, there were far too many zombies. She had only found this one magazine and a gun from a corpse. The crystal chandelier couldn't hold out much longer and soon fell. Just then, in her daze, Camilla thought she saw a shooting star descending from the heavens. The biting wind howled. Slash, slash. The dense crowd of zombies collapsed like mown wheat, their intact bodies shattered into countless pieces. The katana was incredibly sharp, carving a bloody path through the zombie horde. Lancelot then stomped the ground with explosive force, spinning like a top at high speed. The blade blurred into countless afterimages, becoming utterly indistinguishable. Any zombie that came close was instantly dismembered into chunks, their blood unable to even stain the blade. In mere seconds, all the zombies in the hall lay on the ground, and the eerie roars ceased abruptly. Camilla scrambled to her feet, drenched in blood, her eyes vacant. Trembling, she stammered, such powerful Eastern martial arts swordsmanship. You. It's you. Who the hell are you? Do you think he'll answer that? Don't forget we are competitors now. Lancelot said indifferently. Since his arrival, he had intended to leave no survivors. Even though Camilla was a beautiful woman in his eyes, she was merely an enemy. Camilla's heart sank. She opened her mouth to speak, but before a word could escape, a loud boom resounded as the door was blasted open. Amidst the rising dust, a figure nearly 3 meters tall squeezed through. Boom. Boom. Each step made the ground tremble, as if an earthquake were occurring. Ding. Eye of Truth, mutant zombie tyrant. Besides its immense strength, the weaponry it carries is equally threatening. Combat Assessment 8N. It is recommended that you leave immediately. This is already a top-tier squire knight, with all attributes 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Lancelot furrowed his brow slightly. He swung his katana, and the blade's wind dispersed the dust, revealing a humanoid zombie monster before him. The tyrant zombie was astonishingly tall, its body covered in thick, bulletproof armor. Half of its face was hidden behind a steel mask, revealing purplish-blue skin. Viscous, disgusting slime constantly dripped from the corners of its mouth. Most strikingly, a 6-barreled rotary cannon, a Vulcan cannon, was embedded in the zombie's right arm, and behind it hung a massive steel ammunition box resembling a school bag. This Vulcan cannon had a caliber of 20 millimeters, an extremely high rate of fire, and its firepower could create a dense killing zone, making it incredibly formidable. Target identification: low-grade weapon, civilians, medium-grade weapon, security personnel. Eliminate. A metallic command suddenly emanated from the zombie. Immediately, the massive tyrant zombie raised its Vulcan cannon. Camilla's pupils dilated immensely. She barely managed to turn her head and reached out to Lancelot, shouting, "Save me." Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Vulcan cannon roared, bullets pouring out like a fiery chain, shredding Camilla's body into pieces. Then the tyrant zombie pivoted the Vulcan cannon toward Lancelot. Everything in its path was utterly destroyed. No one could stand against such a terrifying weapon. Lancelot had no confidence in his ability to block bullets, but he had no intention of confronting such an attack head-on. He began to dart around the room like lightning. At that moment, he deeply missed his red rose. If he had it in hand, he would have countless ways to deal with the monster before him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Click. The barrel of the Vulcan cannon emitted a sound of idling. Lancelot seized the moment, shifting his stance slightly as he leaped forward with his katana. For some reason, he managed to unleash the 100,000-volt electric current within him. Blue electricity crackled and extended along the blade. With a boom, the entire katana became sheathed in a dazzling blue light. Clang. The blade sliced swiftly across the tyrant zombie's right arm, producing a shower of sparks against its reactive armor. The next second, with a squelch, the zombie's entire arm along with the Vulcan cannon fell to the ground. Driven by agonizing instinct, the massive tyrant zombie punched the floor with immense force. The ground shattered into a large hole, and Lancelot was jolted into the air. Seizing this moment, the tyrant zombie, like a football player, charged sideways at Lancelot, covering the distance in just 2 swift steps. Ding! System confirmation: lightning affinity attribute aligns with spatial rules and can be carried over, even enhanced. In that case, perfect. Unleash full potential. Lancelot thrust his katana into the ground, assuming a forward lunge stance. His eyes blazed with battle fervor as electricity coursed through his body, unleashing all his power into his right arm. Compared to the slaughter of blades, Lancelot preferred this clash of raw strength. The unique thrill sent his adrenaline surging. With a thunderous roar, his fist struck, the force of the punch detonating the air. The collision between man and zombie generated a white shockwave that scattered dust in all directions. The artificially created tyrant zombie proved no match for Lancelot. It was sent flying out of the door, rolling several times across the ground, dislodging large chunks of concrete from the walls in a cloud of dust. Lancelot strode forward and stomped the giant tyrant zombie's head, crushing it. The steel mask was deeply dented, smeared with foul black blood. The helicopter, clearly taken aback, circled twice before a sudden gunshot rang out. The bullet wasn't aimed at Lancelot, but struck the giant zombie directly. A syringe-shaped projectile filled with red liquid. Lancelot frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. He cautiously began to retreat. The tyrant zombie's transformation was far swifter than he anticipated. Crack! Crack! White steam erupted from the tyrant zombie's body. Its shattered head began to regenerate, and its severed arm morphed into a slick, slimy tentacle. The tyrant zombie rose again, its muscles bulging and writhing as if countless serpents slithered beneath its skin. One by one, heavy armor plates were forcibly shed by the swelling muscles. Its dark skin had now turned a fiery red, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. So it evolved again. Is this the original mutated monster of the apocalypse? Lancelot's eyes sparkled with excitement, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his lips. With a roar, the tyrant zombie's right arm tentacles suddenly hardened into a sharp spike, shooting toward Lancelot's head at nearly the speed of a bullet. Lancelot dodged by tilting his head, then closed in on the tyrant zombie, unleashing a barrage of punches like falling rain in a ferocious assault. With each impact, the 100,000-volt current surged into the tyrant zombie's body, detonating instantly. Plumes of white smoke billowed from the giant zombie. The areas struck began to fester and rot as if corroded by acid, oozing streams of dark brown pus. The tyrant zombie staggered back, tearing away the decayed muscle from its abdomen with its left hand. Under the powerful regenerative effects of the virus within it quickly restored itself. Lancelot's pupils contracted slightly. This level of regeneration was now comparable to an average knight commander. Though his stamina remained at its peak thanks to the electric stimulation, it would soon plummet. He dared not delay and pulled the katana from the ground once more. The tyrant zombie had become far more agile. Having learned from Lancelot's prowess, it swung its tentacle to cling to the ceiling, roaring down at him from above. Then the tyrant zombie pushed off the ceiling, descending with gravity's aid, its violent momentum generating a powerful gust of wind. Good. One final strike. Come. Lancelot flicked his wrist, and the silver blade transformed into a ribbon of light, bursting with shimmering points of cold radiance. Blue lightning crackled, filling the air with a scorched odor. The tyrant zombie was forced aside midair, crashing heavily into the wall. Without a word, Lancelot raised his katana with both hands and thrust forward. The blade, combined with his footwork, moved with such speed it seemed like teleportation. The katana was ordinarily a mundane weapon, but under the influence of the electric current, it rivaled a low-grade artifact. Moreover, the tyrant zombie was now stripped of its bulletproof plating. The blade plunged directly into the giant zombie's heart. With a twist of his wrist, Lancelot tore the entire organ out, blood gushing from the wound. No matter how powerful a life form, once deprived of its heart's supply, it loses its strength. The tyrant zombie's body began to blister, then burst into yellowish-white pus. Amidst thick, billowing smoke, its towering form melted like a candle. Lancelot slowly wiped his katana clean, then stepped outside. A sniper bullet fired from the helicopter struck him squarely on the forehead. Lancelot crumpled to the ground, motionless. There was not a single mark on his forehead. The bullet had merely grazed his brow. He had deliberately taken the hit. Soon the helicopter descended slowly. 4 or 5 masked figures in black combat gear jumped out, moving with the crisp efficiency of military elites. Target neutralized. Repeat, target neutralized. Recover the Duke's remains and bring them back. Over. They quickly approached Lancelot. In that instant, he silently activated the system to recruit a knight. Ding. This world meets recruitment criteria. Recruitment level automatically reduced by 1 tier. A musketeer has been successfully recruited. You may issue commands as the captain. The masked leader subtly nodded at Lancelot, then pretended to check a photo, comparing it to the corpse on the ground. That's him. Take him away. Be careful. Leave no trace. The masked leader commanded in a low voice, then produced a black body bag to contain Lancelot. Whoa, boss, he's heavy. Wasn't the target a woman? This one must be nearly 200 pounds. I said it's him, so it's him. Cut the chatter. Looks like you've been overdoing it. Time for some nourishment. The castle was ignited with incendiary bombs. Amidst the rolling smoke, the helicopter gradually departed. Amidst a series of jolts, Lancelot felt himself being transported to the ground, then descended slowly in an elevator, until after a full 10 minutes, he finally touched the level floor again. Several masked individuals escorted Wang Luo into a cold, eerie room before swiftly departing, leaving an utter silence all around. Outside, the recruited squad leader kept a vigilant patrol, his eyes betraying a deep unease. After waiting a moment, Lancelot unzipped the body bag, grasped the Qing Feng sword, and slowly sat up. This was a morgue spanning over 100 square meters, its surroundings lined with cold storage units, while the cabinets on the southern wall were packed with various containers. The containers held muscles, intestines, organs, and hearts preserved in formalin. I just can't understand why I have to handle such trivial tasks as dismembering corpses. It's an order. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. Lancelot instantly concealed himself in the shadows of the cabinet at top speed. The door was pushed open directly, and a man in a white mask and surgical gown entered. The nervous squad leader followed, locking the electronic door behind him. Are you sure the body was returned? Why is it empty? Sorry, let me ask over the radio. There must have been some issue. Feeding it to the dogs would be fine too, saves us the trouble. There's a ball game tonight, hope I don't miss it. The man in white glanced at the empty body bag without concern, as if such occurrences were routine. Lancelot shifted his steps, his fingers gripping the floor, and appeared silently before the two. Before they could react, a flash of cold light swept past. The sharp blade of the katana severed the throat of the man in white blood spurting from the wound. You. You are. Captain, it's so good to see you. The squad leader, seeing his colleague's death, suppressed the urge to scream and spoke in a trembling, low voice. Lancelot smiled faintly, nodded, and asked, "Now tell me about this place. Where are we?" The squad leader trembled all over, shaking his head in fear, but under the system's enforced loyalty command, he spoke with a humble and respectful tone. This is the military's secret laboratory, a place specifically used to cultivate biological weapons. Who is in charge of the lab? Are they using viruses for human experimentation? Lancelot asked with a frown. He now sensed something amiss. His unconsciousness must be linked to the lab, and finding clues was the top priority. Yes, the person in charge is named Usad. I heard he's a professor specializing in genetic research and also holds the status of a Vatican cleric. The squad leader lowered his voice. From his panicked demeanor, it was clear he harbored a deep fear of Usad. The Vatican again. Lancelot was somewhat startled, a tightness gripping his heart. If the apocalypse was truly engineered by the Vatican, it would be terrifying. He wondered if the rulers within the sanctuary city were aware of this. How many people are in this underground lab? Is Usad here today? There are a total of 50 elite soldiers, 120 researchers, and 2 secret clerics. Besides me, there is a Mr. Debin who is currently with Usad in the control room. Mr. Debin is the regional bishop. The squad leader spoke unreservedly. Lancelot raised an eyebrow and continued, "Why did you attack the castle? Is it related to Elisa?" I'm sorry, Captain. I was just following orders. I don't know the specifics. As a knight recruited by the system, he still possessed his own independent personality. With Lancelot's relentless questioning, the squad leader's loyalty steadily declined. Lancelot had to suppress his curiosity and stop. He nodded, then changed into a white lab coat, had the squad leader walk ahead, and the two left the room together. The underground lab was spotless, surrounded by cameras. The floors and walls were all white, seamless, and brightly lit. At every corner and outside important rooms stood tall, fully armed masked warriors wearing military steel helmets and holding standard assault rifles of the Yangray military. Their gazes were sharp. Hearing the footsteps of Wang Luo and the squad leader, they quickly and warily turned their guns. "Move aside. Professor Usad sent me to retrieve some documents." The squad leader waved his hand impatiently. Lancelot planned to first acquire the lab's technical reserves, at least to understand what the so-called virus truly was. The warrior at the door sized them up. Perhaps through negligence, he didn't require Lancelot to remove his mask and stepped aside to let them in. The squad leader swiped a magnetic card on the door. The fan-shaped metal door creaked open, revealing many others in white lab coats moving about inside. In this vast laboratory, Lancelot saw the giant zombies he had killed before, about 20 of them imprisoned within tempered glass enclosures. Roar! One giant zombie seemed to sense the danger from Lancelot and let out a threatening low growl. At its feet lay a female corpse, gnawed to a bloody mess with rolled-up muscles and stark, white bone fragments, a ghastly and terrifying sight. "Shut up." Afraid Lancelot would be exposed, the squad leader immediately scolded, slamming his right hand onto a red button on the wall. A burst of nitrogen sprayed into the cage. The giant zombie immediately became docile, curling up, though its gaze never left Lancelot. The squad leader couldn't care less about that. He led Lancelot into an office, pulled down the blinds, quickly turned on the computer, and said nervously, "The virus. The virus data is all in here. Damn it. It'll definitely be killed. Don't worry." Lancelot wasted no words. He sat directly in front of the computer, skillfully typing away at the keyboard. After a series of code strings, the virus data appeared. In December 1997, an ancient coffin was discovered in Siam containing a perfect virus named Death. In June 2000, a major breakthrough was made in the Death virus research, capable of accelerating human evolution by 10,000 times. It could not only alter genetic structures, but also possess strong compatibility, even simulating DNA forms. In August 2005, unfortunately, the virus still couldn't escape its own biological rules. Upon entering the human body, it would first be rejected by the immune system. All viruses would be killed by white blood cells, but this would cause massive necrotic tissue in the human body. Brain cells would be the first to die. To repair damaged tissue and restore the immune system, humans would need to constantly eat and absorb energy. In March 2018, the human evolution experiment was declared a failure. The military took over the lab, intending to use the Death virus to develop genetic weapons. Lancelot felt his limbs grow icy cold as a grim truth about the apocalypse gradually emerged. Yet the data stored within the computer remained frustratingly incomplete. The next tier of experimental records demanded both password access and administrative privileges. Ding dong. A system alert chimed. All actions you are currently undertaking carry a high probability of altering spatial laws. Continued operation may trigger total collapse of this realm. Lancelot's brow furrowed. This simulated space functioned like an immense, intricately coded program, vast in scale, yet bound rigidly by logical constraints. An ordinary knight entering this domain would never gain assistance from its native inhabitants. Yet Lancelot, operating with near-cheat-like advantage, had already recruited a laboratory captain, thereby introducing a viral anomaly that began rewriting the program's very architecture. Retreat was unthinkable. Lancelot could only proceed step by deliberate step. Ding dong. This system can interface with the local intranet. For a cost of 100 energy points, partial administrative control will be granted. Confirm connection now. The system's voice was glacial, yet beneath its sterile tone lurked unmistakable seduction. Lancelot's pupils contracted sharply. He possessed precisely 100 energy points, no more no less. That the system had presented this option at this exact moment was no coincidence. Still without hesitation, he confirmed the link. A torrent of data cascaded across his vision. When the storm subsided his right eye perceived the entire laboratory in perfect panoramic clarity. The layout of every chamber, the position of every individual, all rendered instantly within his mind. 3 minutes later, Lancelot stepped into the internal elevator and descended toward the central control room. Yosard, the facility's most pivotal figure, occupied a heavily fortified chamber at the heart of the floor, its walls lined with lead shielding to block all signal detection, its perimeter guarded by elite masked combatants, while additional patrols swept methodically through adjacent sectors. These soldiers moved with flawless discipline, interlocking like precision-engineered gears, each motion calibrated to sustain the whole. The system had infiltrated the laboratory's spiderweb network of surveillance. Lancelot instantly calculated the optimal infiltration route, dispatching the captain ahead as decoy while he followed several paces behind. You're from the outer combat unit. You shouldn't be here. Has something occurred outside? A 5-man patrol intercepted the captain, first lowering their rifle muzzles slightly. I must see the professor. My mission has failed. Step aside now. The captain scowled and barked. Of course, but the gentleman behind you must remove his mask, the patrol leader commanded his 4 subordinates, instantly fanning out into a tightening encirclement. Lancelot's left hand drifted toward his mask, while his right flashed backward, drawing a concealed katana in one fluid motion. A sharp metallic whisper sliced the air. In the blink of an eye, frostbright steel pierced the foreheads of all 4 masked warriors, blades severing brainstems so cleanly that not a single cry escaped their throats before they crumpled silently to the floor. You. The patrol leader's eyes widened in shock, his finger twitched toward the trigger, but in the next instant Lancelot seized his wrist and crushed it with a sickening crack as though fed into an industrial press. The motion was absurdly effortless, yet now even basic strength eluded him. His mouth strained to scream, but before sound could form, the icy blade plunged deep into his open throat. With a subtle thrust and retraction, Lancelot dispatched the patrol leader. His sword moved faster than sight, utterly silent, leaving not a single drop of blood upon the floor. After retrieving the patrol leader's access card, Lancelot dragged the corpses into a nearby storage closet, then stripped the man's uniform, donned his helmet and mask, and assumed his identity with chilling precision. Commander, is there anything further I may assist with? The captain remained deferential, yet his gaze flickered with mounting inner turmoil. Ding dong. Owing to your anomalous conduct, the knight's loyalty has declined by 30%. Rebellion remains imminent. Lancelot placed a cold hand on the captain's shoulder and said, voice devoid of warmth, regardless. I thank you for your cooperation just now. Your death, therefore, shall be swift and painless. Terror flooded the captain's eyes. He spun to flee, but he was merely a common soldier untrained in hand-to-hand combat. A soft, brutal impact, then a brittle snap. Lancelot's palm struck the captain's neck with surgical precision, shattering his cervical vertebrae in an instant. The light faded from the captain's eyes, his lips parted faintly. Then he collapsed lifelessly atop the pile of bodies. Signal jammers blanketed this floor. Knowing the captain's loyalty had fractured, Lancelot had only one viable choice. Had the man cried out, even once, it might have drawn fatal attention. Lancelot glanced at his chronometer. 5 minutes had elapsed. During this window, the patrol's assigned route intersected with no other units. They were effectively erased from the grid. Earpiece lodged firmly, Lancelot occasionally caught fragments of encrypted radio chatter, passwords, challenge phrases, but paid them no heed, striding unwaveringly toward the central control chamber. Yet midway, minor complications arose. These masked warriors proved sharper than anticipated, instinctively attuned to danger like predators sensing tremors in the forest. One warrior suddenly turned, catching only the fleeting silhouette of Lancelot vanishing around a corridor's bend. A prickle of unease flared in his gut. He pivoted and gave chase. He'd taken barely 2 steps when his feet lifted from the ground, snatched upward mid-stride. Before he could react, a gleaming dagger punched through his forehead. Damn it, 5 seconds wasted. Lanslow muttered, propping the corpse against a fire hydrant before sprinting toward the core chamber. Though formidable, the masked warriors posed no true threat to Lanslow. As he reached the control room's entrance, the door clicked open, and 2 figures emerged. Lanslow narrowed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and stood motionless beside the doorway, his mask a perfect shield. The pair passed without pause, speaking hurriedly as they walked. Latest intel confirms Duchess Buckingham is alive. She's holding a press conference as we speak. The professor is furious. Who knew Lady Elisa would use a double? We'll need another plan, but revenge-class vessels are off-limits. Too conspicuous. Agreed. Still, this complicates matters. We lack sufficient personnel. As they passed, one paused, turning back with suspicion. Which unit are you from? I've never seen you before. Don't you know this area is strictly off-limits? The second man reacted instantly. Recognizing the anomaly, he recoiled toward the control room, mouth opening to shout, only to have his skull shattered by Lancelow's fist before a syllable escaped. A crushing kick struck his chest, fractured ribs, pierced his heart, triggering catastrophic internal hemorrhage. In an instant, both individuals met their demise. Lancelot glanced around and found no cameras or patrolling personnel, which struck him as particularly strange, so he proceeded through the main door. Before him lay a 5-meter corridor entirely composed of transparent glass, with rows of purple light tubes behind it giving off an eerie vibe. Across from him sat a masked warrior at a computer, casually sipping coffee. Ding dong. System notification: this corridor captures a person's walking pattern and spoken voice to determine identity. In case of an error, lasers will be activated. It will take 30 seconds to crack this. 30 seconds, huh? Lancelot furrowed his brow, glancing at the information on the identity verification. Seeing the masked warrior had turned his gaze towards him, he dared not delay any longer. Unhurriedly, he approached a platform, his throat and muscles slightly contorting, and spoke in a hoarse voice, Hikari requesting entry. Voice recognition: successful, entry permitted. Please proceed through the tunnel at a steady pace. A cold electronic voice echoed. Lancelot squinted and stepped onto the laser corridor. After taking just 2 steps, the silhouette on the computer turned red, accompanied by a loud alert. Fortunately, the masked warrior turned to grab a cup. By the time he turned back, the red silhouette had transformed to green. Recognition: successful, entry permitted. Hey Hikari, it's been a while since I last saw you. How have you been? The masked warrior greeted Lancelot. In a sudden motion, Lancelot lunged forward, 2 fingers piercing through the masked warrior's skull, blood and brain matter spraying from the back of his head. Lancelot tossed the corpse onto the chair and swiftly began commanding the system to modify the laser corridor's program. Ding dong. System notification: all living beings attempting to enter will be prohibited. Lancelot straightened up. He had now succeeded halfway. With the laser corridor active, even the giant zombies of the Avengers would be unable to enter for a time. After completing this, he continued deeper inside. The control room was not small, and the entire corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. Through several transparent glass partitioned rooms, he could see more than a dozen masked warriors maintaining security, some observing large screens, while others issued commands via walkie-talkies. None of these individuals noticed Lancelot. They didn't even cast a glance in his direction. At the end of the corridor, a room faintly emitted sounds of an argument. Lancelot easily discerned that the person he was looking for, Yassid, was inside along with the local Bishop Debin. Peering through the slightly ajar door, he could see a small reception area with a red carpet and several cushioned sofas. Lancelot gathered all his presence and decided to listen to the conversation inside before determining his next steps. The local Bishop Debin wore a black burlap robe tied at the waist with a brown hemp rope. Like the Inquisitor Jonah, his hood concealed his head and face so thoroughly that he seemed to vanish into darkness. A palm-sized cross adorned his chest. Typically, the crosses of Inquisitors are made of oak, but this one was crafted from pure gold inlaid with a thumb-sized green agate, appearing exceptionally luxurious. Yassid, it has become evident that your experiment has utterly failed. The so-called Avengers are no match for modern weaponry. The military will undoubtedly cease further investment in these obsolete specimens. Debin's voice was steady, carrying a somewhat drowsy magnetism. In my view, the Avengers have been quite successful, and their potential is just beginning to show. According to data analysis, the combat power of the Avengers has reached a peak level. There's no one who can rival them near that Eliza unless another force is protecting her. Can you think of who that might be? Yassid replied coldly, placing the porcelain cup he held on the table. You're suggesting the military. Absolutely impossible. Our plan is highly covert. I believe that if anyone in this world can eliminate the Avengers, it must be Lancelot. Moreover, he is the only one connected to that woman Eliza. He has already reached Buckingham County. Yasad's gaze turned sharp, his body leaning slightly forward. Upon hearing the name, Lancelot, Debon's expression slightly changed, clearly wary. He clasped the golden cross before him with both hands, and spoke slowly, the right hand of the supreme god punishing the fallen evil seraphim. It seems we must abandon this place. Lancelot's head buzzed, a familiar sensation surged within him, and for a moment his body felt as though it had lost control. He could only watch from a third-person perspective as he slowly withdrew his katana, unsure of what was happening. The individuals in the room remained unaware as Yasad crushed the cup in his hand, coldly stating, "We absolutely cannot give up now. Once this matter is exposed, the military will surely be alerted. I have no way to retreat now. All right, if you have made your decision, then let us initiate the apocalypse. Only when technology fails to save humanity will they obediently return to the embrace of the Lord." Debon replied coldly. Yasad sneered, "The top priority now is to locate Lancelot. The church has a unique tracking method that I am fully aware of. This is not the time to stay behind." "Okay, I understand." Debon nodded, and amidst a murmured prayer a faint golden light enveloped him. Moments later he suddenly opened his eyes and said in confusion, "The supreme god guides me. The person we seek is right before us. This is unlikely, right?" Yasad furrowed his brow and quickly picked up the phone, saying, "I'll have them strengthen the patrols. A Lancelot could definitely break in." When the busy signal sounded on the phone, Yasad knew something was amiss. Just then Lancelot pushed the door open and walked in. "Lancelot." Yasad's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze sharp as he spoke each syllable slowly. Crackle. The entire space began to shatter, and all the figures turned into a pile of dust in that moment of stillness. Lancelot regained control of his body, sitting up from the biopod and gasping for air as he expelled the white nutrient liquid, his heart racing uncontrollably. Lancelot and Lancelot were separated by a single character, yet the connection between them was unmistakable. "Cursed, I was so close." Lancelot's hand tightened around the red rose, a flicker of bewilderment and confusion clouding his gaze. The experiences he had lost in his memories were evidently far more intricate than he had imagined, even entwined with the truth behind the apocalypse's dawn. Bang! The door was abruptly thrust open. The middle-aged man in charge of the assessment strode in, his brows knitted tightly. "You're unharmed. Now get dressed and assemble. A high-ranking official from the academy will soon arrive to explain matters to you." "I want to know what happened right now." Lancelot deliberately put on a stern face, feigning displeasure as he casually tossed a purple crystal coin over. The middle-aged man pocketed it, swiftly glanced around cautiously, and lowered his voice. "I don't know why, but the simulation space suddenly collapsed. All examinees were ejected, and some suffered severe mental damage that might lower their rank. Still, your results remain valid. You'll understand in a moment. Kesmir, the overseer here. Seek me out if you need anything." Money could indeed make the world go round, and Kesmir was no exception. His deference stemmed not just from the purple crystal coin, but also from Lancelot's enigmatic background. Thank you." Lancelot nodded, a slight easing of tension in his heart. He swiftly stepped out of the biological pod and changed his clothes. Only 2 hours had passed since entering the pod, yet within the simulation space over 12 hours had elapsed. In the clean, bright hall, trainees trickled in one by one, their faces grim. A few staggered, barely able to keep themselves upright. The acquaintances, Jenny and Camilla, appeared last, keeping a distance between them, surrounded by their underlings. As knight commanders, such a disheveled state was a rare sight. Kesmir stepped forward with a stern expression, his voice heavy. "Rest here for now. Servants will bring gene reagents and nutrient supplements. Meanwhile, the committee will score your performance in the virtual space." "Wait, I have a question. This incident was clearly an anomaly. Theoretically, we were to explore the virtual space for 7 days, but less than 24 hours have passed. I want to know what went wrong." Jenny stepped forward, asking with reluctance. He had secured a crucial exploration mission based on his family's intelligence, only to fall short at the final hurdle. Naturally, he sought an explanation. No sooner had Jenny spoken than he regretted it. As expected, the trainees who had been eliminated early perked up, clamoring for answers in a cacophony of voices. "That's right. We paid the exam fee. We deserve to know. I've dropped a rank for no reason. The Knight Academy must answer for this. You must take responsibility." Seeing Kesmir's expression darken, Jenny felt a pang of dread and quickly tried to explain. But before he could utter another word, an unseen force sent him hurtling through the air, slamming him against the wall. His already weakened body could not withstand the blow, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Silence fell instantly. Kesmir slowly lowered his arm and said, "Anyone else who wants an explanation can step forward." But the Knight Academy has its own rules. In truth, you should count yourselves fortunate. Every year after the graduation assessments, a great many end up mad or dead. Yet you survived, you trash. After that, no one dared utter another word. Some even felt a genuine sense of relief. After all, earning results without paying with their lives was, upon reflection, not so bad. The trainees gathered at tables in their small cliques. Lancelot occupied a corner table alone with no one to accompany him. Most glances cast his way were laced with contempt and disdain. But in such dire circumstances, everyone was too preoccupied with their own troubles to start any trouble. The gene reagent was a tube of golden liquid about 50 milliliters. Once injected, it felt as though his brain was immersed in cool water, greatly alleviating his fatigue. The nutrient supplement, on the other hand, was a palm-sized object resembling a bar of soap, tasting like wax when chewed. Clang! A tray slammed down heavily in front of Lancelot. Camilla, with a peculiar expression, slowly sat down on the other side of the table and let out a cold, low laugh. Spill it. Was this incident related to you? I don't know what you're talking about. Lancelot replied flatly. As he tried to stand, he felt an invisible force coil around him like ropes, rendering him immobile. Camilla's pupils had turned an eerie silver white from the unrestrained surge of her mental power. She spoke slowly. You found the ancient castle immediately and survived the infection period. You're no ordinary person. Which family faction do you belong to? That's none of your concern, is it? Humming, Lancelot activated his faith combat technique, gathering his mental energy into a concentrated force that burst through the restraints, like popping a bubble, freeing himself with ease. An advanced mental energy application technique. Just as I suspected. Camilla withdrew her mental power, speaking in a low voice, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Lancelot leaned back, saying slowly, I don't know your intentions, but don't test my patience. I'm not some fool who enjoys playing games with noble ladies. Keep your little tricks to yourself. Camilla shrugged. You saw through it. Even though I know you don't have that kind of power, I still have a feeling the simulation incident has something to do with you. A woman's terrifying intuition could transcend logic, sometimes more accurate than prophecy itself. A cold sweat broke out on Lancelot's back. He quickly changed the subject. Besides the title, what other benefits come with passing the Knight Commander assessment? You don't seem to be from the inner city. Interesting. Camilla rubbed her chin, a look of interest on her face. Nothing special. Besides gaining entry to the inner city and becoming a citizen, you can join the military and receive your own biological pod. But I doubt you'll have much of a chance. History has yet to see a non-top-tier Knight Commander earn that title. That remains to be seen. Lancelot chuckled. For some reason, Camilla suddenly felt the boy before her exuded a quiet confidence. Recalling his performance in the simulation space, a flicker of uncertainty stirred within her. In a conference chamber of the Cheshire Academy, matters regarding the current assessment were underway. A dozen or so formidable knights sat around a round table led by a middle-aged knight who appeared to be about 40. He bore shoulder-length golden hair, a scar along his right cheek, and emitted an aura as sharp and honed as a freshly drawn blade. This man was the dean of the Cheshire Academy, Kalazan. Though well over a century old, he retained peak martial prowess and ranked among the strongest guardians of Bihu City. Kalazan said calmly, the Academy's simulation space has run for centuries without incident. Pangbo, you oversee the Knight Captain assessments. Explain the cause to me. Pangbo stood up, dripping with sweat. My apologies. I have inspected all the spiritual links and found no issues whatsoever. He continued, we initially suspect the simulation space itself malfunctioned. As you may know, this simulation is woven from the memories of many powerful beings. Over time, the rules of the space can subtly shift. Is there any remedy? We must assemble at least 10 Bayin hands to jointly repair the damaged space, Pangbo replied, head bowed. Kalazan nodded. I will coordinate this with the military, but it must never happen again. Now let us discuss the rankings of this Knight Captain assessment. Kusimi Air. Yes. Kusimi Air rose, opened a file, and his brow tightened for a moment. In a measured tone, he said, this time, due to the collapse of the simulation space, none of the examinees had time to complete the exploration task. Although the casualty rate was the lowest in history, only one person passed. One person. Kalazan was momentarily taken aback, then curious. He had expected none. Kusimi Air sighed helplessly. Please open the files before you. These are the scores issued by the central system. When I first saw them, I could hardly believe it. I thought perhaps the central system itself had glitched. Don't joke. The central system is an AI forged from apocalyptic-era technologies that sustains all the biological vaults. It cannot simply fail. A female senior snapped coldly, but upon opening the file she froze. She was not alone. Every senior official present stood aghast. The document contained but one name, Lansi Luo. His age, strength, assessment, background. Every detail was laid out with crystalline clarity. How preposterous. A junior knight captain as the sole victor, a gaunt man sneered. His face was sullen and sinister, a faint murderous aura clinging to him like a viper concealed in shadow. Kalazan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Professor Bujadike, do not let private feelings color your judgment. This is the Chishire Academy, not the church. I still refuse to accept this person passing. A mere low-ranking knight captain receiving such exalted evaluation reeks of foul play, perhaps even heresy. I suggest we arrest him immediately, Deke said in a deep voice, his cold gaze sweeping several colleagues with implied menace. This is the Chishire Academy, not the church. I wonder if the heresy you speak of includes me, a female senior sneered. A purple-black webbing of a birthmark spread across her brow as two fangs slowly extended from her mouth. Deku turned his head away in disgust, letting out a cold snort. In truth, when they saw the entry listing Lan Si Luo's marital ties, everyone understood. Rumors about the church's inner workings had long been whispered. It would be strange if the son-in-law of the redrobed Cardinal Ma Li Ku were ever truly oppressed. Yet each person had their own backing. The Chishire Academy was after all a coalition of competing interests. Every professor or senior bore alliances and vested interests, and they were not necessarily cowed by the Bujia family. Kusimier shook his head. This is the first time such a thing has occurred in the academy. We will follow the dean's decision. Although he had taken money from Lan Si Luo, it was not worth openly confronting Deku. A flash of anger crossed Kalazan's eyes. He had indulged the Bujia family within the academy for too long, until some now believed they could ride roughshod over him. He had originally opposed Lan Si Luo's passing, but his thoughts shifted. He would use the matter to chastise the Bujia family. In a cool voice he declared, people must know propriety and abide by rules. Whatever means this youth used are part of his strength. The first place in this knight captain graduation assessment is Lan Si Luo. Deku rose with a thunderous face. The church and the Bujia guild will not offer this man an internship. Their precious recruitment slots will not be given to such a lowly knight captain. He strode out in a fury. Representatives of the other great guilds exchanged glances and shook their heads. Graduates of the Chishire Academy were primarily placed with the Nobles Council, but each major power received an annual recruitment slot. Their terms were often richer than the council's and far more tempting to graduates. If those factions refused to recruit Lan Si Luo, he would be left with only one choice. Kalazan appeared indifferent. He had little personal connection to Lan Si Luo. He cleared his throat and told Kusimier, very well. Follow the usual procedure and report to the Nobles Council. You will be responsible for providing some training to this Lan Si Luo. Understood, Dean. Kusimier muttered inwardly. Past top graduates had been fought over, and it was hardly his place to train one. The knight captains waiting in the hall grew impatient, and whispers began to ripple among them. Kusimier stepped forward and said calmly, everyone dismissed. Return to your rooms and pack your things. Come back for the assessment next year. Expected. No one could pass in such a short span. We'll pool money for next year. First, I'll see if any faction will take me on. What rotten luck. The cadets sighed helplessly. Such an outcome seemed perfectly normal to them. Kaimila patted Lan Si Luo's shoulder. Interested in joining my family? I can give you a slot into the inner district. No need. I'd rather be a noble lord in the outer district than enter the inner district to become another servant, Lan Si Luo replied without hesitation. Camilla sneered disdainfully. A lifetime spent on the barren lands of the outer district is not worth a single day in the inner district. Without breaking through to Knight Commander, even a duke holds the lowest status in the inner district. Forget it, it's useless talking to you about this. Don't put on airs of superiority. Haven't you also failed to break through to Knight Commander? According to regulations, those who haven't broken through by age 30 are abandoned by the inner district. Apart from becoming family servants, they can only struggle in the outer district. Maybe you'll need my help someday, Lancelot said coldly. Camilla's eyes flashed with malice as she grabbed Lancelot by the collar. What did you say? Me a servant. Ridiculous. You're probably someone who can't even pass the Knight Commander exam, and you dare to lecture me. By this time there were few people left in the hall. Casimir furrowed his brow as he approached, speaking in a deep voice. Knight Commander Lancelot, congratulations on being the sole graduate this year. Please follow me to my office. Lancelot nodded impassively, but Camilla was clearly unable to accept it. Her face flushed with anger and humiliation as she suppressed a scream, demanding in a low voice, How is this possible? A mere low-level Knight Commander, impossible. This is the decision of the Central Hub and Dean Karazhan. Do you have any objections? Casimir said coldly. Noticing that others were beginning to pay attention to the commotion, Casimir decisively took Lancelot away to avoid further complications. Camilla panted heavily, feeling as if she had been slapped hard across the face several times. That man is no ordinary person. Jenny approached, speaking with profound meaning. Camilla sneered. What? Is the Don Quixote Merchant Guild planning to recruit this low-level knight commander? Heh, how ridiculous. That's just my opinion, not the guild's. Perhaps we'll witness the rise of a super rookie. Jenny shrugged. I doubt many so-called super rookies survive to the end. Let's wait and see. Camilla said, her voice laced with murderous intent, then turned and left. For people like Camilla and Jenny, relying on family influence to obtain titles and then further breaking through to Knight Commander was a matter of course. Although there had been an unexpected setback this year, it wouldn't affect next year's assessment. But what they found most unacceptable was that a high-ranking noble of the inner district had been ousted by a country bumpkin from the outer district. The glory and resources awarded to the top graduate were the envy of all students. Lancelot was completely unaware of this, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have cared. The two ascended the stairs and entered a room at the corner. Casimir's office was not large, only about 20 square meters. Besides a few scrolls on the bookshelf, there was only a desk and a chair. Casimir sat down in his chair, looking slightly weary, and recounted the gist of the meeting. You should know the situation with Archbishop Mariko. If it weren't for Lady Miranda's sake, I would never have helped you. But there won't be a next time. Casimir took out the amethyst coins and tossed them onto the table in front of Lancelot. Lancelot understood that the other man had misunderstood his relationship with the Miranda Merchant Guild, but he didn't expose the truth at this moment. Instead, he produced 2 more amethyst coins, pushing them together with the ones on the table, and said slowly, I am deeply grateful for your future patronage. A flicker of greed passed through Casimir's eyes. After a brief inner struggle, he discreetly swept the amethyst coins into his drawer and said sternly, the Knight Academy falls under the jurisdiction of the Noble Council, so you can completely ignore the harassment from the Borgia family. However, some factions might be influenced by their relationship with the church, which could affect your future path. I think you understand. Yes. Lancelot nodded, having already prepared himself mentally. Casimir wasted no more words. He pulled a document from his drawer and placed it on the table, saying, regardless, you have successfully passed the assessment and are entitled to a title and a plot of land in the outer district. As the top candidate, you may choose your own title. Let me know when you've decided. Knight of the Lake. Lancelot answered without hesitation. Knight of the Lake. A peculiar title, but none of my concern. Casimir picked up a fountain pen, wrote a string of names on the document, and then said, next I'll brief you on some rules of the inner district. In such a short time, I can only give you a general overview. Since you haven't undergone systematic training, the Academy will allow you to stay in the library for a month and will assign instructors for individual tutoring. After passing the Knight Commander graduation assessment, titled Knight Commanders are recruited by major factions. Besides assisting them in breaking through, these factions are also responsible for supplying biopods and reimbursing a portion of the mana crystals. Graduates have the right to freely enter and exit the inner district for 10 years. If they fail to break through within that time, they are expelled back to the outer district. Vanderhull is one such example. Casimir looked at Lancelot helplessly. A low level means you can't sustain long spiritual links. So aside from the Noble Council, no faction is willing to recruit you. I just contacted the Noble Council. Unless you become a top-tier Knight Commander, they won't provide you with a biopod either. So, you can enter the Knight Academy as a junior instructor. Lancelot shook his head. I'm not going to waste time babysitting. Isn't there any other way to obtain a biopod? Of course there is, but the cost is exorbitantly high. And without the central hub to manage it, your spiritual power could easily get lost, never to return to your human shell. Biopods allow a knight's spiritual power to increase rapidly, and they're a scarce resource no matter the era. So you'd better forget about it. Casimir said mockingly. Lancelot knew very well that someone was deliberately suppressing him, preventing him from obtaining a biopod. According to his calculations, becoming a top-tier Knight Commander would take at least 5 years, assuming no unforeseen incidents occurred. This forced Lancelot to turn his attention to the biopod he had awakened in. Seeing Lancelot's silence, Casimir said slowly, as long as you're alive, there's always hope. You have good conditions. You command a considerable force in the outer district. If you manage it diligently, by the time you become a top-tier Knight Commander, you won't have to worry about mana crystals anymore. Lancelot patiently listened to Casimir's ramblings. Though he was eager to find his own biochamber, the man's words were indeed sensible. Perhaps out of respect for the 3 amethyst coins, Casimir finally began to divulge some momentous information, the world that lay beyond the rank of Knight Commander. Becoming a Knight Commander is merely the initial stage of strength. Upon breaking through, we are called Silver Knights. The military's most formidable knight order is named the Silver Hand. Spiritual power surges more than tenfold from S rank, thus it's sometimes represented as S rank. Silver Knights can already forge new bodies within the dimensional space, utilizing its resources and energy to elevate their realm and power. Some madmen in the Dark Council even abandoned their original bodies entirely, becoming true aberrant beings within the dimensional space. Then, doesn't the Church and the Noble Council intervene? Lancelot asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Kesmer shook his head. In theory, it's absolutely forbidden. But once one reaches that level of power, they are no longer bound by rules. Moreover, having these individuals battle demons in the abyssal depths eases the pressure on the main world. Remember, all factions in the sanctuary share one ultimate goal: to ensure the survival of human civilization. That is the bottom line. The Dark Council and the Church merely differ in ideology. As long as their conflicts don't threaten humanity's existence, they are generally left alone. This is common knowledge in the inner city, but don't speak of it outside. ITLL caused trouble. His words were more forthright than what Yelena had told Lancelot, laying bare the law of the jungle in the inner city. Lancelot, however, scoffed at this. Could those who became aberrant beings in the Dark Council still be called human? They merely possessed the original human soul. Having a demonic body granted them a lifespan of thousands of years, a temptation not easily resisted by humans. Kesmer said, generally speaking, whether you're a Silver Knight or a Knight Commander, if your body dies in the dimensional space, it means your biochamber is destroyed. Each biochamber is bound to its owner. Worse still, your spiritual power has a high chance of collapsing, dropping at least one rank. So you must be cautious. Don't buy biochambers of dubious origin from the black market outside the city, or you'll only end up losing out. What is the central nexus? Lancelot pressed on the term, stirring a memory of a voice resembling the systems in the simulation space. Kesmer hesitated, then, considering Lancelot would inevitably learn of it, said, the central nexus is an artificial intelligence developed at the dawn of the apocalypse. Legend has it that the brain of a demon lord was used as its core, replacing traditional chips. That lord's body is still displayed in the arena to intimidate the mutant creatures in the sky. With that, the conversation ended. Kesmer realized he had said too much and waved his hand, dismissing Lancelot. Ding! Honorable Grandmaster of the Teutonic Knights, congratulations on unlocking the path to advancement ahead of schedule. The system will now upgrade automatically. Recruitable Silver Knight. Combat Power Rating SR. Required Energy 5000. 1 Loyalty Badge. Loyalty badges can be obtained in subsequent exploration missions. Please continue to strive for greater strength. Honestly, 5,000 energy points was not a steep price, but the so-called loyalty badge and subsequent exploration missions weighed heavily on Lancelot. The upgrade was still in progress. Lancelot could only wait for it to finish before examining it closely. The afternoon sun was exceptionally glaring as Lancelot walked down the asphalt path of the academy, his subordinate Damara beside him. As it happened, Damara was the instructor assigned to Lancelot by the Knight Academy. He now carried an identity card valid for 1 month, though a light touch would project a campus map. The library stood at the very center of the academy, its interior space several times larger than its exterior suggested, resembling a longsword thrust into the earth. The entire reading room could accommodate over 5,000 people. Rows of seats were neatly arranged, each table with 4 chairs and a desk lamp. As the assessments had concluded, most students had left for rest, leaving the reading room somewhat empty. Lancelot settled into a corner, while Damara moved back and forth among the bookshelves. Before long, the table was piled high with thick tomes. Titles included Encyclopedia of Mutant Species, Analysis of Special Toxins, Weaknesses of Demons, and more. The subjects were diverse and seemingly random. Damara wished to advise him, but knew he could not sway Lancelot's decision. Within a single month, Lancelot knew he couldn't delve deeply into a few texts. Instead, it was better to use his eidetic memory to forcibly memorize all the books, taking his time to study them later. Occasionally, students who came to borrow books were stunned by Lancelot's astonishing reading speed. To them, he seemed to be flipping through pages at a mechanical, constant pace, his gaze never lingering on any page for more than 3 seconds. This is outrageous. This is the Great Knight Academy. Of such a method of reading is nothing short of desecration. Hey, keep your voice down. I heard this guy is the only one this year to earn a title as a Knight Commander. It's none of our business. Let's not get involved. Just a low-level Knight Commander so arrogant. Someone will take him down sooner or later. Just wait. The murmuring chatter did not affect Lancelot in the slightest. After turning the last page of the complete illustrated guide to family crests, he gently rubbed his brow. My lord, a small trading company has donated the corpse of a blood race to the Knight Academy, a genuine hellish species. There's a public anatomy lesson today. Would you like to attend? Damara respectfully handed him a cup of tea, lowering his voice. Oh, not a hybrid. That's quite rare. Lancelot raised an eyebrow, showing interest. According to the library records, a creature called a vampire had once existed in the main world, but that was merely a hybrid of the hellish blood race and humans. A true hellish blood race was an entirely different biological structure. Let's go. A walk would be nice. Lancelot stood up. His joints emitted a series of crisp cracks. Damara quickly handed him his coat and said, "I'll arrange for a vehicle immediately." Around 8 in the evening, the entire space of the Night Academy had plunged into darkness. Some students were already seated quietly in the dissection room. Most had barely reached the night rank and attended the Blood Clan dissection out of curiosity about the hellish species. Lancelot's entrance stirred a commotion as his lucky deeds and exaggerated reading style had become widely known. Due to rank differences, no one dared approach. At that moment, a striking figure walked in through the door. Camilla scanned the room, then plopped down beside Lancelot and whispered, "I need to talk to you." "Let's go outside. Let's finish this dissection class first," Lancelot replied. From Camilla's eyes, he sensed she had some scheme in mind. "This dissection is boring. If you want to stay, I'll keep you company," Camilla said, smiling like a beautiful poppy with a hint of terrifying allure. A high-intensity spotlight clicked on, casting a straight beam onto the operating table. An old man with white hair emerged slowly from the shadows, his face lined with wrinkles, but his eyes exceptionally bright. The old man said sternly, "I am the instructor for this dissection class. My name is Yabo. Some of you may have studied the Blood Clan before, but books can never replace the real thing." With that, he pulled back the white sheet on the table, revealing a pale corpse. Its upper body was bare, and its lower half wore pants resembling insect skin. The Blood Clan corpse had been killed by a sword thrust through the brainstem, with grayish-blue brain matter oozing from the wound. Under the bright light, it appeared even more distinct. The Blood Clan skin, besides being pallid, was covered in thick blood vessels spreading like a spiderweb across the body. It had no hair anywhere, and its head resembled a bowling ball. "Strange. It feels so familiar, like I've seen it before," Lancelot thought, frowning as he rubbed his forehead. Hellish Blood Clan lack the canine teeth of vampires from the Dark Council. They have a tongue-like whip for sucking blood. Instructor Yabo, while speaking, put on rubber gloves and pried open the corpse's lower jaw. A barely visible crack ran from the jaw to the throat. With a crisp sound, the lower jaw split open like two halves of a watermelon rind, revealing a tongue covered in fleshy spines. The Blood Clan's tongue can eject venom like a viper's fangs, infecting humans below the Knight Commander rank and turning them into zombie-like creatures. "Anyone want to add something to test your observation skills?" Yabo skillfully clamped the tongue with forceps and pulled it out bit by bit until it reached nearly 2 meters, then let go, and the tongue snapped back. The students lowered their heads. Even those with strong nerves felt queasy. Camilla nudged Lancelot with her elbow and whispered mockingly, "Share your thoughts." In truth, Lancelot had long wanted to get a closer look, so he stood up under Instructor Yabo's astonished gaze. From the branching tendons on the stinger tongue, it has remarkable elasticity, able to shoot out like a siege crossbow. "I suspect the tongue whip carries not just viruses, but also neurotoxins to instantly paralyze prey." "Well said. Come assist me with the dissection. It seems the Night Academy doesn't just produce trash after all." A gleam flashed in Yabo's eyes as he grinned eerily. Camilla's heart trembled. She couldn't read Lancelot anymore as she watched him approach the table. "All right, let's begin," Yabo said, ordering Lancelot to cut open the Blood Clan's chest with a scalpel. Lancelot instinctively made a S-shaped incision starting from the left side of the corpse, opening the entire thoracic cavity. A putrid stench filled the air, nauseating several female knights who covered their mouths and rushed out. It wasn't weak nerves, the smell was actually a mild psychic toxin affecting the sensory system. "Impressive, a skilled cut. You're qualified to be my assistant." Yabo grinned, a look of appreciation in his eyes, then said, "The Blood Clan's ribs are completely fused together, encasing the heart, like armor, forming a double layer with the muscles. Ordinary weapons can't pierce it except for special artifacts. Like many cold-blooded creatures, even after brain death, their bodies can still function." He then cut his own index finger with a scalpel and dripped blood onto the ribs. Thump, thump, rumble. The corpse suddenly convulsed violently, sounding like a high-powered jeep revving its engine. Lancelot's mind stirred. He couldn't help but think of the investigators' cars in the outer districts with engines fueled by blood, possibly made from Blood Clan corpses. As the corpse trembled, the previously still tongue whip shot out like a venomous snake, faster than lightning. It outpaced Lancelot's reaction, but Yabo's hand was quicker. His scalpel flashed, severing the tongue whip. One half fell to the ground, writhing and twisting, while the other retracted into the mouth. Always be cautious with hellish races. Their survival instincts far exceed humans. "I've seen too many strong ones lose their lives to carelessness," Yabo said coldly. Lancelot remained non-committal. He could have reacted faster than Yabo, but doing so offered no benefit and might even offend this mysterious instructor. "Let's continue," Yabo said. "The legend that sunlight and silver harm Blood Clans is false. In fact, only the holy light of the church can inflict minor burns on them. To kill them, you must pierce the brainstem." Lancelot stroked his chin. and said, "I think ultraviolet light could achieve the same effect as holy power." Yabo paused but showed no offense. Instead, he eagerly discussed it with Lancelot. "Tell me your thoughts." Ultraviolet was common in pre-apocalypse hospitals, but research in this area hasn't been done. Lancelot glanced at the stunned students below and smiled. "Of course, but isn't this class time?" Yabo waved his hand dismissively and said, "Class dismissed. Everyone leave." With that, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the students, he dragged Lancelot out of the dissection room. "Damn it, you slipped away again." Camilla slammed her fist on the table in fury, yet her gaze towards Yabo was filled with wariness. Yabo held an exalted position within the Knight Academy, evident from the private laboratory he possessed. Rows of cylindrical nutrient tanks were neatly arranged along the walls. Inside the nutrient tanks were specimens of various bizarre creatures. Some specimens even showed faint signs of life with muscles trembling slightly. On the operating table at the very center of the laboratory lay a vampire. From the rise and fall of its chest, it was clear that this vampire still possessed signs of life. Yabo sat down on a chair and said, "The ultraviolet technology has been lost, and no one has managed to restore it yet. From what you said, you possess this technology." "Indeed." Lancelot narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yabo was overjoyed and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. This year's thesis topic is settled. Kid, let's make a deal. How about selling me the ultraviolet technology?" Lancelot shook his head and said, "I want to know what use this thesis has and what benefits I can gain." "You cunning brat. Fine, I can tell you." Yabo frowned and said, "The Temple of Technology was a very peculiar organization dedicated to restoring the technology of humanity before the apocalypse. It was the most mysterious and transcendent force that Ileana had once told Lancelot about. Its members came from all walks of life. Anyone, regardless of their faction, could submit a thesis to the Temple of Technology for evaluation. The higher the evaluation score, the greater the potential value for commercial development. Once a merchant guild was willing to invest, the inventor who wrote the thesis would also receive a huge share of the profits. Each year, the Temple of Technology also provided project support to its members. If a member failed to produce a breakthrough invention for a long time, their membership would be revoked. Yabo was facing a review this year, which was why he urgently needed the ultraviolet technology. Lancelot's eyes flickered as he asked, "What are the benefits of becoming a member of the Temple of Technology?" A villa in the inner city and an annual stipend of 100 purple crystal coins. Wearing the badge of the Temple of Technology grants you the supreme honor of not having to kneel even before the Pope or the Queen." Yabo said rather proudly, "Good. I want to join the Temple of Technology. This thesis is yours." "This? No problem. I'll list you as the second author. After all, this is a great invention." Lancelot didn't care about the benefits. What he needed was a protective shield for himself. The Borgia family, with their influence in the inner city, could destroy him effortlessly. They hadn't acted yet only because they had to observe the rules. Without further ado, ultraviolet light is essentially the general term for radiation in the electromagnetic spectrum, with wavelengths from 10 nanometers to 400 nanometers. Lancelot believed that ultraviolet light could inflict tremendous harm on demons because it could kill bacteria. Lancelot dipped a clean piece of paper in a silver chloride solution, then placed it adjacent to the violet region of the visible spectrum projected by a prism. The part of the paper just beyond the violet light instantly turned black, indicating that this section of the paper had been irradiated by an invisible ray. It's really this simple," Yabo exclaimed, dumbfounded. Lancelot smiled and said nothing. In truth, it was that simple, but applying it practically was another matter. It was impossible without low-voltage UV discharge tubes and some precision components. Yabo rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a transparent crystal from a cabinet. He carefully placed it in front of the prism. An intangible ultraviolet light, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly flowed into the crystal. Ding! Eye of Truth mid-grade artifact, absorption crystal. Capable of absorbing all forms of energy in the world. Limited capacity. No special function. Ding! Eye of Truth mid-grade artifact, demon-slaying crystal. Single use. Highly damaging to hellish creatures, but due to limited capacity cannot inflict fatal injuries. Lancelot was somewhat surprised. This absorption crystal was actually an artifact of fantastical existence that technology clearly couldn't achieve. The demon-slaying crystal was gently placed on the vampire's body. Almost instantly, a sizzling sound was heard. The vampire's arm began to emit white smoke, then visibly turned black, eventually carbonizing into the shape of an old tree root. "It works. It really works. You were absolutely right." Yabo laughed exaggeratedly. Lancelot finished the thesis in just an hour, casually handed it to Yabo, then turned and left for the library to continue his copying of books. Yabo, however, couldn't remain calm. His body trembling slightly, he read every single word. Holding the fountain pen in his right hand, he hesitated repeatedly over the signature line, unable to bring himself to write. Alas, if only it were just an ordinary invention. Yabo scratched his head in anguish. Even from a simple experiment, he understood the vast potential of ultraviolet light. Such a groundbreaking invention was not something he could covet. If the high-ranking members of the Temple of Technology learned of his actions, being expelled from the temple would be the lightest punishment. The worst would be being thrown into hell to be tortured. After much deliberation, he decided to relinquish the authorship. He wrote only Lancelot's name below and attached a highly laudatory letter of recommendation as a nominator. If this thesis achieved great success, Yabo as the recommender would also reap significant benefits. At the very least, this year's assessment would be no problem. Lancelot was naturally unaware of Yabo's change of heart. By the street lamp in front of the library, he was blocked by Camilla. Let's make a deal. I can get the Kennedy Merchant Guild to recruit you, but the biopod provided must be given to me for 3 years. I guarantee they'll find you a new biopod afterward. How about it? Camilla said confidently, believing Lancelot wouldn't refuse this offer. But Lancelot simply shook his head and said, I've decided to follow the arrangements of the Noble Council, obtain a territory in the outer city, and strive to improve my mental strength. When the time comes, someone will naturally provide me with a biopod. You probably won't live to see that day. As far as I know, the Borgia family has already bribed several Knight Academy students. They'll cripple you soon. Since you refused to join, just wait to die. Camilla said viciously. Lancelot took Camilla's warning to heart, but as he was about to leave, the system's alarm suddenly rang in his ears. Ding dong. The knight you recruited has died an unnatural death, and darkness is gradually encroaching upon you. Whoosh. A piercing cold wind suddenly blew past, sending a chill down Lancelot's spine. He cautiously looked up and scanned his surroundings. Not a single soul was around the library, and an eerie silence hung in the air. Lancelot's heart sank slightly, and he turned to walk toward his dormitory. The system's warning was by no means unfounded. The only person he had recruited in the Knight Academy was Damara. Since the enemy had already made a move, they would certainly not spare him either. Soon Lancelot heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him, the rhythmic clicking of high heels. Though not loud, the sound was exceptionally clear on the silent asphalt road. He spun around abruptly. Under the lamplight stood a tall, seductively beautiful woman clad in a high-slit skirt. A black spider tattoo adorned her neck and chest, exuding a strange allure. Just die obediently. The spider woman let out a sinister laugh. She pressed her right hand to the ground, and a vast surge of magic spread outward. Strands of white spider silk sealed off all of Lancelot's escape routes, and the webs continuously emitted a cloyingly sweet, intoxicating fragrance. The moment he caught the scent, Lancelot knew something was wrong. He immediately held his breath and raised the red rose. Ding dong. True sight, humanoid creature, a devotee of the evil god Roth, a brutal blood sacrificer. Combat Assessment 5S. Lancelot's heart sank as he received the information. The spider woman struck first, shooting several strands of white spider silk from her wrists. Damn, you think you're Spider-Man. Lancelot stamped his right foot and leaped backward several meters. The spider silk missed. The spider woman sneered as she pounced, opening her mouth wide to spew a chilling breath, while gathering magic in both hands. Lancelot couldn't afford a direct confrontation. The red rose in his hand glowed with a crimson light, its hidden demon-slaying attribute and sharpness effortlessly cutting through the sealed web. He leaped out in one fluid motion. This caught the spider woman completely off guard. Her webs, capable of concealing aura and battle sounds, were as tough as a low-grade artifact. This was the first time prey had ever escaped. Assassinating someone within the Knight Academy carried immense risk. Helpless, the spider woman reluctantly summoned her altar. A circular altar 5 meters in diameter burst forth from the ground. Though smaller than Lillian's altar, it exuded an even more terrifying sense of oppression. In the Dark Council, the smaller the altar, the higher its grade, and the smoother the communication with the evil god. The black altar sealed the space in an instant. No matter how fast Lancelot was, he couldn't escape. Thick fog enveloped everything around him, making it feel like the dead of winter. Creak, creak. The spider woman's body began to swell, quickly transforming into a monster 3 meters long and 4 meters tall. Her lower half was a giant spider's body covered in bristly hairs shaped like an ellipse with rippling reddish-brown patterns. 8 legs lined with hooked barbs supported her frame. Her upper half retained a human female form, but far more grotesque. With a hiss, her mouth opened wide again, spewing thick, arm-thick white spider silk in endless torrents like an unceasing fountain. Lancelot gripped the red rose with both hands, the spear dancing wildly. A fierce wind howled with piercing sounds as he dodged and deflected the spider webs. After transforming, the spider woman was at least twice as powerful as before, reaching nearly the mental strength of a top-tier knight commander. Each strand of silk was not only tougher, but also imbued with formidable magic. Lancelot's red rose grew heavier as the silk gradually encased it. His steps slowed for a moment, and a strand of silk immediately latched onto his ankle, rendering him completely immobile. Die! The Spider-Woman leaped into the air, her massive form crashing down with a gust of wind. The hooked barbs on her legs gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Lancelot took a deep breath, the electric energy within him stimulating his cells, potential unleashing it in an instant. Skill blood rose. The spear returned to its original form, its crimson shaft radiating an eerie aura. The blood rose possessed a 100 demon-slaying chance and a 10 increase in weapon sharpness. Boom. The spear instantly shattered all the silk, entangling it, and then plunged straight into the Spider-Woman's body. Get lost. Lancelot roared, channeling his strength into both hands. Using the red rose, he hurled the Spider-Woman away with tremendous force. Boom. The Spider-Woman slammed violently into the altar. Struggling to her feet, she roared, "How is this possible? I am blessed by wrath. No artifact can break through it. What weapon is that in your hands?" Lancelot barely managed to steady himself. The blood rose had drained his mental energy in an instant, leaving him in a weakened state. The Spider-Woman hesitated, wary of Lancelot's weapon. After a moment, she prepared to attack again. Lancelot braced himself for a desperate fight, but a flash of cold light suddenly streaked by. Following the wound Lancelot had opened, the cold light cleaved the Spider-Woman in two. A foul, bloody spray erupted. Her body quickly reverted to its original form, but the two halves could not be rejoined. The spider silk and altar dissolved into a plume of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The one who struck did not show themselves, but unease rose in Lancelot's heart. He could sense a looming conspiracy. Ding! Ding! The bells of the Knight Academy tolled, followed by a clamor of voices. Senior Laurie has been abducted. Over there. Hurry, chase them. Damn it. Who dares cause trouble in the Knight Academy? Surround the area? Lancelot glanced at the corpse at his feet and instantly understood. In this state, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he told the truth. The enemy must be the Borgia family. They used Loris greed to instigate an assassination attempt on him. If the assassination failed, they would kill the assassin to silence them and frame him. Truly a scheme within a scheme, leaving one no way to guard against it. Lancelot had no time to ponder a countermeasure. Fortunately, he had a trump card. His collar shifted form, transforming into the glory of the Mad Knight. A black mist of magical energy enveloped him, and in the next second, he vanished into the dense thicket, concealing himself. The mastermind, evidently unaware that Lancelot possessed the rare concealment artifact glory of the Mad Knight, found the converging students empty-handed with only the bisected corpse lying on the ground. No one. How is that possible? He fled too quickly. This is terrible. Senior Rory is Professor Roland's niece. We're in deep trouble. Notify the security office immediately. Murmurs arose, but Lancelot's heart sank. Clearly the Spider-Woman who had just died was no ordinary figure. Beyond the Borgia family, the Kennedys could also be the hidden hand behind this. Such forces were meticulous in their schemes. Even if they hadn't caught him red-handed, they would surely find ways to divert Professor Roland's wrath onto him. Suddenly Lancelot felt an unparalleled oppressive force descending from the heavens. His gaze sharpened as he peered through the foliage toward the asphalt road. Boom. A woman cloaked in a mantle crashed onto the ground like a meteor, unleashing a violent roar that shook the entire earth. The asphalt beneath her feet shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Rolling dust surged skyward as if heralding the apocalypse. The surging aura caused the space around her to warp in irregular distortions. Possessing such a level of spiritual power, she had undoubtedly reached the rank of Silver Knight. This woman, appearing around 40 years old and bearing a resemblance to the deceased Spider-Woman, was likely Roland, as the students had mentioned. She was like a fully ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure. Her violet pupils shimmered with a gem-like luster, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Unlike the entranced male students around him, Lancelot felt a chill run through his entire body. In his eyes, the woman before him was as terrifying as a monstrous beast capable of crushing him to pieces at any moment. Black Widow. Lancelot thought of a fitting term to describe this beautiful woman named Roland. Who dares to kill my niece? My heir apparent, Roland declared coldly. As her words fell, an invisible force field pressed all the students to the ground. Speak. Roland's face twisted in fury as she slowly clenched her right hand. The invisible psychic field bore down on the students like a mountain, causing their bones to emit sharp cracks. Karazhan frowned, descending slowly from midair. Enough, Lady Roland. You are merely an honorary professor of the Knight Academy and have no authority to discipline my students. With a hand slicing like a blade, a brilliant sword light descended with a thunderous roar, shattering Roland's psychic field. Roland ground her teeth in frustration, but she knew she was no match for Karazhan. As a weaker party, she had to show respect to the stronger. She stepped back and bowed slightly. My niece died within the Knight Academy. The Academy must give me an explanation. The Knight Academy forbids students from joining any faction before graduation. You owe the Academy an explanation for when your niece became a blood sacrifice. The rest I will have investigated in due time. Karazhan's tone was calm, yet authoritative, suppressing Roland so thoroughly that she could not utter a single word. At that moment, a security patrol knight rushed over and whispered, "A teacher named Damara has been found dead in the library not far from here." Karazhan's expression darkened instantly. Investigate. The single word, like a thunderclap, shook the entire Knight Academy awake. Lancelot knew it was time to leave. He deactivated Glory of the Mad Knight, blended into the noisy crowd, and returned to his dormitory. He understood this was only the beginning. The Academy would eventually trace things back to him. All he could do now was wait patiently. Lancelot was not one to wait idly for death. Unable to retaliate, his priority was to find a talisman sufficient to protect himself. Sitting at his desk, he spread out the envelope, filled his pen with ink, and began to write with fluid, effortless strokes. Lancelot organized and summarized his paper on practical applications of ultraviolet light before embarking on a new topic. To make a stunning impression, he needed to present a true invention. Pre-apocalypse chemistry was already well developed. Lancelot merely selected a relatively obscure research outcome on the extraction and study of silver nitrate. According to library records, silver nitrate had vanished from the annals of history, its very name forgotten. Silver was widely used only as currency. Silver nitrate is a colorless crystal soluble in water with a mildly acidic solution containing abundant silver ions. It possesses strong oxidizing properties and significant corrosive power. Against the proliferating granulation tissue of dark races, it exerts a powerful lethal effect. After writing out the displacement reaction equation, Lancelot sealed it in an envelope and left the dormitory building. The entire Knight Academy was on high alert with fear and wariness etched on every face. Unhindered, Lancelot successfully submitted his paper to 3 journals under the Science Temple: Nature, Science, and Alchemy. According to Yabo, these 3 journals were the premier outlets for the Science Temple's external communications. Almost every high-ranking member of commercial chambers subscribed to them without fail. For a newly rising inventor, the fastest route to fame was publishing in these journals. Of course, the review criteria were exceedingly stringent. As Lancelot stepped out of the mailing hall, he was immediately surrounded by several knights, led by none other than Knight Captain Djokovic, with whom he had clashed at the start of the term. With a stern expression, the knight said, "Respected Knight of the Lake Lancelot, you are suspected of murdering student Rory and teacher Damara. Please come with us for investigation." "Oh, interesting. So it has come, has it?" Lancelot squinted and nodded. "Let's go. I'm also curious to know the truth." Djokovic replied coldly, "Rest assured, the Knight Academy will never let a murderer go free. We have solid evidence before coming for you." Prepared for this, Lancelot offered no resistance and was led into a small interrogation room. The cramped space immediately weighed on his heart like a stone. Psychic suppression runes, such a luxury for a place like this, worth 500 energy points. Lancelot sat in the chair, gazing up at the chandelier on the ceiling, murmuring to himself. Deo, responsible for the security of the Knight Academy, stood outside the interrogation room, coldly watching Lancelot through the single-layer glass. The female Knight Commander Greta, clutching a notebook, said, "Aren't you coming in?" You're enough. Don't make too much of a scene, lest someone complains." Deo spoke slowly. Greta sneered, "Rest assured he won't escape this time. He'll nail down all his crimes." After Greta entered the interrogation room, Deo pulled down the curtain, ensuring no gap was left, then led his men away from the area. Inside the interrogation room, Lancelot yawned as he watched Greta slam the door shut. He chuckled, "So it's you. Aren't you afraid of being accused of personal vengeance?" Greta slammed her hand heavily on the table, her voice icy. "Now confess your crimes. A frank admission will spare you some pain." "I have no idea what you're talking about. According to regulations, even a titled Knight Commander must be tried by the Noble Council before any charges." Lancelot closed his eyes, speaking mockingly. "Don't play word games with me. Fragments of your clothes were found at the scene of 2 deaths. How do you explain that?" Greta snarled. Lancelot replied coldly, "Trying to frame me with some random cloth scraps." Greta's expression turned icy, her body enveloped in a palpable, dense, murderous aura. She suddenly smiled. "So what if I'm wronging you? Who do you think you are? A nobody who's lost their backing and support. To appease Lady Roland's wrath, the Academy has abandoned you." Her words were of course false. In truth, few knew of this interrogation. Those in the know had some grudge against Lancelot. With a clang, Greta drew a slender short sword from her waist, and the room's temperature plummeted, a thin layer of frost forming on the floor. Lancelot's scalp tingled, his heart clenched. A primal instinct screamed that the sharp blade would pierce his heart in the next second. With a hiss, the short sword cut across Lancelot's neck. Blood dripped from the wound, staining his collar. The gash healed at a visible rate, and the bleeding soon stopped. Greta was deeply dissatisfied. I didn't expect your body to recover so quickly, but even if you're a silver knight, what of it? Here you can be suppressed to the level of an ordinary man. Oomph. Lancelot wasted no more words. His muscles bulged the air, thundering like a bomb as his right hand shot toward Greta's skull. Though he lacked a spirit artifact, his martial arts and strength remained, giving him the power to retaliate. Greta, anticipating this, moved with the agility of a cat. She left an afterimage, dodging Lancelot's palm, then channeled mana into her short sword spirit artifact, thrusting it deep into his abdomen. In an instant, Lancelot felt all his strength drain away. A surge of freezing energy entered through the wound, leaving him utterly paralyzed. A knight without a spirit artifact is like a man without limbs. Did you think you were still a silver knight? Greta sneered, withdrawing the short sword. The blade bore a pattern like rippling water, yet Lancelot's abdomen showed no wound. Instead, a bizarre cyan tattoo appeared. The tattoo, resembling a falling snowflake, was palm-sized and emanated a chilling aura. Now Lancelot's entire body was rigid. From skin to hair, even his eyebrows were frosted white. He trembled, unable to stand, his will locked in a struggle against the cold. Heh, my spirit artifact bears a frost curse. You'll taste the torments of hell. I won't let you die easily, they'll torture you bit by bit. Greta's voice was icy. Beyond her murderous vengeance, an undisguised jealousy simmered within. The door slammed shut. Greta, coffee in hand, admired her handiwork through the glass window. Every time Lancelot writhed, it brought her joy. Not everyone could pass the Knight Commander exam. Greta was one of the failures. The title of knight meant nothing to a Knight Commander. Countless people like Greta remained at the academy as instructors or staff, biding their time for a chance. Ding! You have been afflicted by the Frost Fairy's Kiss curse. Vitality is continuously decreasing. It is recommended to break free immediately. Lancelot curled up alone in the room, but uncertain if someone was watching from outside. In the weapons category, there were many spirit artifacts to dispel curses, but most were exorbitantly priced. Even if he bought one, it would likely be confiscated upon arrival. The system was miraculous, yet bound by inherent logic. Time passed slowly. Lancelot felt the cold recede, and a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! System notification: your physical attribute has decreased from 11 to 10. Curse resistance increased by 0.1. Cold resistance increased by 0.1. Damn it! Lancelot's fists clenched. Suddenly, a tremendous force lifted him and slammed him into the seat. Heh, anything to say? Speak, and you'll be spared the pain. Greta's voice was cold as she pressed her black high heel onto his chest, applying slow, steady pressure. Lancelot shook his head. If you had real evidence, you wouldn't resort to this. Your actions tell me this is an unauthorized interrogation. Against the rules, isn't it? Heh, you can torture me, but you dare not kill me. Because you're afraid. Afraid someone will come after you. A punch sent Lancelot sprawling. Heh, so what if you've guessed? Can you fight back? In this world, the weak have no right to resist. All you can do is submit. Greta's face flickered, exposed by Lancelot. Her eyes flashed with cold light. The calm space around her ignited, forming a fierce aura that surged toward him. Blow after blow rained down, leaving Lancelot's body black and blue without a single unmarked spot. His formidable physical defense spared him fatal injuries, but the pain was inescapable. Within the Temple of Technology on the 7th floor of the Magic Tower lay the editorial office of Nature magazine. In the spacious and brightly lit room, over a dozen editors were busily at work. Occasionally an owl would fly in, dropping documents from its claws onto the desks. The documents, imbued with magic, fluttered down gently, as if they had wings. According to the Temple of Technology's regulations, all papers from aspiring inventors who had yet to earn the title of inventor were first reviewed by intern editors. Papers that failed the review were destroyed outright. However, papers recommended by an established inventor were passed to a full editor for review. Even if such a paper failed to pass, it must undergo a re-examination by the chief editor. If the content of a paper was too obscure or exceeded the editor's expertise, it would be submitted to a specialized inventor within the Inventors Council for evaluation. That paper on ultraviolet light was sent to a separate room. Ultraviolet. Sounds familiar, seems to be a thing from before the apocalypse. A strong recommendation from Inventor Yabo. Best to forward it to the Inventors Council, the chief editor muttered, uncertain. 5 minutes later, the content of the paper was etched onto a copper plate. As magical power converged, it was instantly teleported to the 10th floor of the Magic Tower. The entire Temple of Technology was composed of a single magic tower hidden within a dimensional space, much like the Knight Academy. An inventor's status was reflected by the height of their laboratory within the tower. Liu Enz was a vigorous middle-aged inventor with a profound understanding of physical theory long dedicated to medical applications. The arrival of an unknown paper disrupted his thoughts. He emerged from a pile of books with discontent, yawned, and opened the document. Recommender Yabo, that inventor fond of genetic modification. The application and invention of ultraviolet light. Interesting. Wait a moment. Liu Enz's initially nonchalant expression suddenly changed. His entire body stiffened before he dashed into the pile of books. It should be here. Yes, it must be here. I saw this term not long ago. Where is it? Damn it, where is it? Huh. Found it. With a fanatical look, Liu Enz frantically unrolled a scroll, then began to compare it against the paper, scrutinizing every single word from beginning to end. Ultraviolet technology, a widely used technology before the apocalypse, applied in various fields. It was highly effective against demons and dark hybrids, serving as the most basic defensive weapon for common humans during the first demon invasion. With the collapse of the power grid, ultraviolet technology gradually declined and was completely lost after the second demon invasion. Having found the source, Liu Enz's spirit lifted immensely. To verify the paper's feasibility, he immediately began conducting experiments. Naturally, the experimental results were flawless. A hell butterfly, upon exposure to ultraviolet light, turned into a pile of charred remains within seconds. This is an invaluable invention. Although this inventor is publishing their first paper, I believe it warrants the award of a legendary medal. Liu Enz carefully chose his words, writing an evaluation stroke by stroke at the bottom of the paper. Forcefully suppressing his urge to immediately write a discussion on the application of ultraviolet light, Liu Enz stood up and personally delivered the paper to the Evaluation Council of the Science Temple. Inevitably, this paper sent shockwaves through the high-level reviewers of the Science Temple. In truth, it had been a long time since any new invention had emerged, especially one belonging to humanity's own technological creations rather than an adaptive invention combined with magic. Thus, the name Lancelot appeared in their ears for the first time. Inside the editorial office of Science magazine, a young intern editor casually opened an envelope, muttering, "The discovery of silver nitrate. What kind of nonsense is this? Just making up a name and calling it an invention. Are knights nowadays neglecting their duties? Jeffsky, I think you should be more professional. At least read the paper through." A slender girl turned around and said with dissatisfaction. The editor, named Jeffsky, waved the paper in his hand dismissively and said, "Anyone can see this stuff won't pass. As everyone knows, silver is only used as currency and for ornaments. This person has a wild idea that silver can kill demons. That claim was proven a lie hundreds of years ago." After speaking, he crumpled the few sheets of paper into a ball and threw it into the trash bin. "What's all this noise about? This is an editorial office, not a marketplace. If you have time, find some valuable paper submissions. Now tell me what happened." Full editor Maid stepped out, scolding them with displeasure. The slender girl lowered her head and recounted the incident. She now secretly regretted meddling in the matter. Maid frowned, picked up the crumpled paper, glanced at it, and tossed it back into the wastebasket. "Is this kind of trashy paper even worth discussing? Add this person named Lancelot to the blacklist. From now on, reject all his submissions and don't send them anymore." Jeffsky nodded triumphantly and declared loudly, "Yes, editor." Maid shook his head inwardly. Jeffsky was his brother-in-law, and he couldn't ignore his dignity. That paper actually had some points worth exploring, but with thousands of such papers arriving daily, he couldn't care less. Inside the office of Chief Editor Tigeric at Alchemy magazine, 3 or 4 full editors sat together, each holding a copy of the manuscript, Lancelot's paper on the application of silver nitrate. Tigeric took a puff of his pipe and said, "It's decided then. This paper will be the feature for our next issue. Give it a silver level rating. Let the market judge its specific value. I believe those old foxes in the merchant guilds will fight over it. It was your wise decision, Chief Editor, that saved this paper from those young rascals. The intern editors these days are getting worse. I suggest we replace this whole batch," an old man said angrily. Tigeric waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Their vision is too limited. They think it's not a good invention if it doesn't involve magic applications. But before the apocalypse, without magic, humans could still soar through the skies and even fight demons for centuries without losing ground." Tigeric's words drew flattery from his colleagues. Yet who could know that the real reason was that Tigeric's teacher had inadvertently let slip a name enabling him to rescue that paper. The merchant guilds in the inner city, like jackals, possessed an acute sense of smell, and the rare convening of the Science Temple's Council of Review had drawn their attention. Yet aside from a select few, no one had obtained concrete information, forcing them to wait with bated breath. Nonetheless, the invention worthy of a gold medal was already enough to shake the very foundations of their minds. Meanwhile, within the Knight Academy, Lancelot sat expressionless in a chair, a small cup of aromatic coffee placed before him, though it was not intended for his consumption. Before him now sat Deo, who was savoring the coffee with deliberate slowness while Gray leaned against the wall, a murderous glint in his eyes, his hand clenched tightly around a short-bladed treasure. "What conflict do you have with the cadet Rory and the instructor Damara?" Deo inquired. "Are you trying to convict me based on a presumption of guilt?" Lancelot chuckled, saying, "In truth, I know who the murderer is. I could tell you." "Who?" Deo raised an eyebrow, setting his coffee cup down. Leaning back, Lancelot remarked, "Simply naming names lacks finesse. How about I help you analyze the situation?" Bang! A fist connected with Lancelot's nose, sending blood streaming down his face. "Stop playing games. Spill it now if you want to avoid suffering," Gray said coldly, flexing his knuckles in a threatening manner. "Wait, let him speak." Deo crossed his legs, halting Gray's violent interrogation. In his eyes, no matter how Lancelot quibbled or spun tales, it would be utterly futile. The corner of Lancelot's mouth curled upward into an enigmatic smile. Just as the two men before him grew impatient, he suddenly spoke. "The killer murdered 2 people in a short span of time, using identical methods. The most peculiar thing is that the killer managed to leave without being detected. This person must be at the level of a top-tier knight commander, possess a special concealment-type treasure, and be intimately familiar with the Academy's layout. This killer is highly purposeful, hiring assassins and then framing me. After all this talk, you're just constructing a phantom culprit to exonerate yourself. Do you think I believe that?" Gray scoffed disdainfully. Lancelot sneered, "Patience. Let's proceed slowly. The killer had too little time to accept the assassination mission to erase all evidence completely. I am merely a knight commander with a 1s spiritual power. On what grounds do you believe I could cleave a 5s blood sacrificer in 2? As he spoke these words, his eyes remained fixed intently on Deo. Deo's expression flickered with unease, but he quickly regained his stern composure and said, "Are you preparing to betray your accomplice? It seems there are others besides you. Heh, you also sense another culprit, don't you?" Lancelot smiled mysteriously. "This person has been lurking within the Knight Academy for years, employed by some faction. The killer lives alone with no friends or partners. Based on the wounds on the corpses, we can deduce this person is male, skilled with a dagger-type treasure, and most proficient in striking with his left hand. Given that a divination art exists in this world, the killer would have disposed of the murder weapon immediately. Knight Commander Deo, I recall crossing blades with you on the first day. Where is your weapon now?" The expressions of both Deo and Gray shifted simultaneously, the former's face turning icy, the latter's filled with disbelief. "Oomph." Deo stood up and said to Gray, "This culprit doesn't seem to be cooperating. They'll leave him to you." Gray was no fool, fully aware that Deo was compromised. How could she be used as a pawn? She had acted against Lancelot only on the basis of evidence and witnesses which, even if procedurally flawed, would easily absolve her of responsibility. Deo said coldly, "Suit yourself." Then he immediately turned and left. "You'll be silenced just like me soon enough." Lancelot laughed wildly, his gaze sweeping over Gray with unbridled insolence. A flicker of unease stirred within Gray's heart. She took a deep breath and then followed him out. Within the Knight Academy's headmaster's office, Karazhan was listening to his subordinates' reports. The entire case was shrouded in bewildering complexity with no leads in sight. The Academy had summoned a mage versed in divination, yet the cunning killer had left not a single trace, vanishing as completely as thin air. "Heh, it seems you all think I've grown old, daring to extend your hands into my territory now," Karazhan muttered to himself. Just then a knight burst in hurriedly. Before Karazhan could flare up, he announced loudly, "Headmaster, esteemed professors, representatives from the Temple of Science have arrived, led by the inventor Master Luenzer." Karazhan shot to his feet. Compared to the murder case, the sudden visit from the Temple of Science was a truly momentous event. Though the knights held a high status within the sanctuary city, the inventors of the Temple of Science occupied an even more transcendent position. After all, the knights' equipment and their colonies in dimensional spaces relied on the inventors' provision of new weaponry to maintain an edge in warfare. All the professors who had been summoned gathered in the reception hall. Such an opportunity to meet a master inventor was a rare occurrence. Yabo had some inkling of the situation, but he had not anticipated such a grand scale. Filled with both joy and relief, he sent his apprentice to fetch Lancelot, only to receive a baffling piece of news. A living person had vanished into thin air with no one having seen him. Thump, thump, whir. An aircraft the size of a football field tore through space itself, appearing directly above the Knight Academy's rooftop. Luenzer, unable to contain his eagerness to meet Lancelot, had made an exception and used his legendary airship treasure. The moment his feet touched the ground, he shouted, "Where is the inventor Lancelot?" The question was utterly perplexing. Karazhan, taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked, "To whom might the master be referring?" "Where is inventor Yabo?" Luenzer, burning with impatience, showed no deference even to the Knight Academy's headmaster. All eyes fell upon Yabo. He stepped forward hastily, offered a wry smile, and bowed before saying, "Master Yabo, I never expected you to come in person. Spare me the pleasantries. I only taught you advanced mathematics for 2 days, and your foolishness left a lasting impression on me. However, the most correct thing you ever did was discover a great inventor. That is more important than 100 experiments of yours. Now where is he?" Luenzer said bluntly. Yabo's face twitched with embarrassment, but he understood that master inventors often had eccentric temperaments. Lowering his voice, he said, "Master Yabo, I'm terribly sorry. I'm afraid Lancelot is in some trouble." Upon hearing Yabo's words, Luenz raised an eyebrow, his voice erupting like a volcano on the verge of explosion as he roared, Who dares to provoke a recipient of the Golden Medal? The Golden Medal. This represents one of the highest honors of the Temple of Technology, conferring a status equivalent to that of a duke perpetually under the temple's protection. Even if one commits heinous crimes, only the Temple of Technology has the authority to judge. Karazhan furrowed his brow, having grasped the gist of Luenz's words. He also recalled who Lancelot was, which only fueled his irritation further. First the 2 unresolved murders within the academy, and now the inexplicable disappearance of the title Knight Commander. This was utterly outrageous. He immediately declared, "Master Luenz, rest assured we will find the person." With that, Karazhan drew a pure golden knight's sword from his waist and thrust it abruptly into the ground. The entire Knight Academy trembled violently. The star looming close in the sky began to rotate slowly as a black curtain veiled the heavens and earth, plunging the world into darkness. "A domain!" Luenz exclaimed in surprise. Karazhan nodded, saying, "No one can leave the academy now. I order all students and staff to assemble. We will find Knight Lancelot." Among the crowd, Borja Dick lowered his head, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes as he slowly shuffled backward, trying to conceal himself as much as possible. Yet every move he made was already under Karazhan's watchful eye. From the moment Lancelot's disappearance entered his mind, Karazhan's first suspect was Dick. Crack, crack. Dick felt as if his entire body was immobilized. Cold sweat immediately trickled down his spine. He tried to speak, but found himself unable to control his muscles. Karazhan gave him no chance to speak. He planned to act only after all the truth came to light. Inside the interrogation room of the Knight Academy, Dijo pushed open the door, and behind him followed another person whose figure was much smaller than Dijo's. Yet as she entered, the entire interrogation room seemed drenched in blood, exuding a thick, bloody aura. "Dijo, is this the murderer you caught? Do you think I'm so easily fooled? A low-level knight commander capable of killing my niece?" Heh. Roland's voice was sinister and icy like the cold mist of a winter morning, sending chills deep into one's bones. Dijo stepped back 2 paces and said in a low voice, "It is indeed him. His treasure has been identified as having demon-breaking properties matching the wounds on Miss Raleigh. He also has an accomplice who wields a blade, but we haven't extracted that information yet. Hence I've troubled you to intervene." Oh, a demon-breaking treasure is nearly legendary. This person's identity is no simple matter. No wonder that old fool Karazhan dared not make a fuss and sent you to secretly notify me, Roland said with self-assurance. Dijo nodded, replying, "Indeed, the dean is under immense pressure. This man's father-in-law is a cardinal of the Holy See. Due to insufficient evidence, he is about to be released. If you want, leave here alive. Now get out," Roland said coldly. Dijo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to leave. Having reluctantly schemed against Roland this time, he could no longer stay within the academy. He had to leave as swiftly as possible. Roland removed her cloak, revealing a tight black leather outfit that hugged her mature, seductive curves, perfectly accentuating her figure. Below, she wore a black skirt that ended just above the knee. Her plump, snow-white thighs were encased in alluring nude stockings with slender calf lines complementing her flawless proportions. She was barefoot now, and her fair, beautiful feet fell under Lancelot's gaze, scrutinized in vivid detail. 10 slender toes were adorned with vermilion nail polish, exuding a captivating charm. Such delicate, tender feet seemed utterly out of place for a woman of her age. This enchantingly alluring woman radiated boundless temptation from every inch of her being. Lancelot was in dire straits, his mouth tightly gagged. In his eyes, Roland was no stunning beauty, but a monstrous giant spider ready to devour him. Even more immense and terrifying than the spider-woman Raleigh, who had previously tried to assassinate him. A true Black Widow. After mating, she often devours the male. The followers of the evil god Spider Queen Rose were even more adept at this. Not every knight could keep their lips sealed under pressure. No matter how covertly Dijo acted, it was inevitable that he would catch the attention of observant eyes. Lancelot's whereabouts were soon revealed. An hour later, bang! The entire interrogation room began to collapse with a cataclysmic tremor. Roland threw her cloak back on, concealing her alluring figure, and leaped into the air. Who dares to disturb me? Roland roared. How dare you? Karazhan spat out 2 cold words, channeling the power of his entire domain to slam Roland heavily into the ruins. Karazhan, you dare to lay hands on me? Is the Night Academy declaring war on the Dark Council? Roland struggled to lift her head, a spider-like apparition manifesting behind her. Bang! Roland was sent flying. The one who struck was Lu Enz, who casually flicked his hand, hurling a silver knight into the sky. Lu Enz cared nothing for the Dark Council. His only concern was Lancelot's safety. He located Lancelot with lightning speed, and his expression instantly darkened. Lancelot's appearance could only be described as pitiful. Not a single patch of skin remained intact. Yet the spiritual energy radiating from him was surprisingly vigorous, clearly the result of some secret technique. Oomph! Lu Enz shot a fierce glare at Roland. You despicable female spider, you nearly ruined a prodigy. The Temple of Technology will not let this slide. The Night Academy feels the same. Roland, you have unlawfully detained a Knight of the Lake, a recipient of the Golden Medal, Lancelot. You are hereby stripped of all titles and await the harshest judgment. Karazhan waved his hand, signaling several knight commanders to take Roland away. Roland, who had been struggling, froze instantly, then screamed hysterically, How is this possible? Karazhan, you're burning bridges. You're trying to curry favor with the Temple of Technology and renege on your word. Dijo came with your orders. This Lancelot is a murderer. Lu Enz immediately shot Karazhan a suspicious glance. In his view, Karazhan was undoubtedly implicated in this affair. When did I ever give such an order? Nonsense. Find Dijo for me. Karazhan said, his face flushed with fury. Lu Enz said in a deep voice, Your Night Academy can investigate on your own. I'm taking my people back to rest. No matter the issues involved, the Temple of Technology will pursue this to the end. Lancelot's eyelids twitched as consciousness gradually seeped back from the abyss of unconsciousness. Everything that had transpired in the interrogation chamber seemed like a surreal nightmare. A dream steeped in malevolence and intoxicating allure, ensnaring him tightly, like a spider's colossal web. In truth, Lancelot found Roland's method of interrogation rather agreeable. Had it not been for her malicious intent, he would have gladly endured it indefinitely. Ding! System notification. Due to the influence of the evil god Lolth's power, your mental strength has been forcibly elevated to 8S. With such a significant surge in mental prowess, you are advised to enhance your physical constitution as soon as possible. Otherwise, within 30 days, your bodily cells will necrotize and collapse. This was grim news, driving Lancelot to the brink of madness. The faint stabbing pain in his temples confirmed the bitter truth. Young man, you're awake. A glimmer flashed in Lu Enz's eyes as he poured a cerulean liquid into a transparent glass goblet before him, then continued, Drink this, it will ease your suffering. The priests of the evil god Lolth typically employ copulation to first exhaust a sacrifice's potential, draining their spiritual energy to its zenith before devouring their life essence. Your case is exceptional. Logically, your mental strength should have waned swiftly after peaking, yet you remain at this level. Sensing no hostility from the middle-aged man, Lancelot, though wary of accepting drinks from strangers, took the goblet, inspected it with his eye of truth, and then drank it down in pleasant surprise. It melted upon entry, a sweetness flowing down his throat into his stomach, followed by surging waves of warmth throughout his body. Ding! Eye of Truth, Ocean's sole liquid form capable of enhancing overall physical attributes and stabilizing mental energy. Ding! Due to consuming Ocean's soul, your strength is 12, agility is 12, and constitution is 11. Yet this still fails to match your mental prowess. Continue to improve your physical condition. Lancelot reluctantly set down the glass and asked, Could I have another cup? Of course, but Ocean's soul is only effective upon the first consumption. If you wish to grow strong swiftly, I recommend organ transplantation or injecting legendary-grade genetic agents. The latter is difficult to obtain, but I can assist with the former. The temple has just acquired a fresh-horned demon heart. Lu Enz rambled on. Lancelot, already in a fragile state, grew more agitated and forced himself to ask, May I ask? Who are you? I am Lu Enz, a senior inventor of the Temple of Technology. Pleased to meet you. I am here to present you with a gold medal on behalf of the temple. However, before that I must conduct some basic assessments to confirm your independent research capabilities. This is due to past incidents where wandering knights and scavengers, upon discovering pre-cataclysm technology in ancient ruins, posed as inventors to submit claims. I hope you understand. Lu Enz stated gravely. Lancelot's scalp tingled. He had not anticipated this, and anxiety churned within him, though his expression remained unchanged. Expecting profound questions, Lancelot was surprised when the first was a simple trigonometric function. Had Lu Enz not been so solemn, Lancelot might have thought his middle school teacher had arrived. Sin x12, what is the value of x in degrees? Luins asked while sketching a triangle on the drawing board. 30. Lancelot answered before Luins finished drawing. Luins nodded approvingly and continued, sin x superscript 2 cos x superscript 2. 1. Lancelot was nearly in despair. This sanctuary city was truly peculiar. Despite the advanced civilization in the inner district with automobiles and biopods, they treated such basic mathematical knowledge as a treasure. Luins tossed aside the drawing board with satisfaction and stood up saying, "Your grasp of planar trigonometry in advanced mathematics surpasses my expectations. It's rare even among senior inventors. I formally welcome you to the Temple of Technology. Welcome Master Lancelot, as an inventor." "Thank you." Lancelot's mouth twitched as he reluctantly accepted a gleaming medal and pinned it to his chest. Ding. Gold medal, a high-grade artifact representing the highest honor of the Temple of Technology, said to be forged from the leaves of the golden apple tree of Eden. Wearing it can block divination and tracking spells, counter demonic curses, and absorb up to 5,000 energy points. Absorb now. No. Lancelot was no fool. This gold medal was not merely an artifact, but a protective shield. Luins proceeded to handle the formalities for Lancelot, inscribing his name on a magic scroll while explaining the structure of the Temple of Technology. Lancelot expressed his gratitude, and then asked, "I presume my survival from the interrogation chamber was also due to your assistance?" The Temple of Technology does not meddle in any faction's affairs. We focus solely on using technology to secure humanity's right to survival, but we bear the responsibility of protecting all inventors. I have reported what happened to you to the Review Council. Your interrogation was clearly a premeditated frame-up. Instructor Gulai and Professor Roland have been imprisoned while the key figure Deo committed suicide during his arrest. Luins' voice was deep with dissatisfaction. It was obvious someone else stood behind Deo, yet the temple's higher-ups inexplicably ordered the matter closed. Lancelot understood clearly. The Temple of Technology was unwilling to clash with the Borgia family. Since he was not yet an inventor during his interrogation, the temple had every reason to stay aloof. Having Roland and Gulai arrested was already an unexpected boon. Luins sighed. The Temple of Technology is a very loose alliance. Roland will likely be released eventually, but her career at the Knight Academy is over and her standing in the Dark Council will suffer. If you continue to produce inventions, the Dark Council or other merchant guilds might proactively resolve this grudge to seek cooperation. True strength lies in self-reliance. Lancelot deeply agreed with Luins' words. At this stage, a mere immature ultraviolet technology was insufficient to force the Dark Council to yield. Within the entire Temple of Technology, there were fewer than 1,000 inventors, and less than 50 had attained the rank of senior inventor. Lancelot's ascension to senior inventor through a single research paper was an unprecedented event in history. In truth, during Lancelot's assessment, all members of the Review Council observed through arcane artifacts continuously casting divination and truth spells upon him. The results they obtained were profoundly gratifying. Lancelot instantly captured the attention of the Temple of Technology's high echelons, and his name began to spread. Had he not been residing within the Knight Academy, merchant guilds would have already arrived brandishing their coin purses to court his favor. Where there is admiration, there is inevitably resentment. The Borgia family was a prime example, as the son-in-law of their nemesis Lancelot's rising prominence dealt an increasingly severe blow to their prestige. Unfortunately for them, Lancelot was no longer as easy to deal with as before. With the successful activation of his first defensive barrier, even the mighty Borgia family found themselves hesitant and constrained. Lancelot declined Luins' invitation to move into the inner city for the time being, though he agreed to visit the Temple of Technology soon to complete the necessary formalities. He firmly believed that true power must be held in one's own hands. The Temple of Technology would not shelter him forever, thus being an inventor was merely a secondary role. His true identity was that of a knight commander. Upon learning of Lancelot's decision, Luins could not help but sigh. Yet he was powerless to change it, for the inner city was not as idyllic as ordinary people imagined. Your thesis received a score of 8, which is exceptionally high. Henceforth, every inventor who cites your thesis will pay you a fee. Furthermore, for any invention derived from your research that is sold to a merchant guild, you will receive a 20% share of the patent royalties. You will soon become a man of immense wealth. I advise you to find yourself an agent as soon as possible, Luins said. Lancelot's first thought was of Ileana. No one was more suitable for this role than his own partner. After inquiring about further details, he felt well informed and at ease. It was no wonder that theoretical inventors were always so confident and assertive. They possessed both wealth and status, enabling them to rise swiftly. Before leaving, Luins bestowed upon Lancelot numerous gifts, including a magazine. This magazine was a low-grade artifact akin to a laptop computer, allowing one to consult it anytime, anywhere with its content automatically updating daily. 3 magazines, Nature, Alchemy, and Science, were filled with reports of his deeds. Nature and Alchemy were largely laudatory, with Alchemy even including a research paper on silver nitrate extolling him as a great inventor. The Science magazine, however, adopted a peculiar tone. Though it offered congratulations, its words were laced with skepticism, casting doubt on Lancelot's various accomplishments and origins. But with the Temple of Technology preparing to vigorously promote Lancelot, no one dared to openly criticize him. In truth, the editor-in-chief of Science was nearly apoplectic with rage, wishing he could flay his subordinate made alive. Yet as a major publication it had its pride. Articles already published would not be retracted, and the matter concerning Maid had to be handled discreetly. Karazhan came to visit Lancelot only after Luens had departed. He was reluctant to exchange pleasantries with that ill-tempered master inventor, preferring to leave the matter to the higher-ups. Out of respect for the powerful, Lancelot immediately sat up, setting the magazine aside, and said, "Dean, I never imagined our first meeting would be under these circumstances." "Please lie down, Lancelot." "Master, I have come to offer my apologies," Karazhan said with a shake of his head. Lancelot smiled faintly and replied, "It's of no consequence. After all, with so many people in the Knight Academy, a few rotten apples are inevitable." Wise individuals often spoke in hints, and they swiftly changed the subject. Roland was beyond Lancelot's ability to retaliate against for now, but Grace was a different matter. A mere female knight, without powerful backing. Seizing the opportunity, Lancelot requested from Karazhan the right to pass judgment on Grace. Karazhan hesitated. He knew full well Lancelot's intentions were far from benevolent, yet he found no grounds to refuse. Grace was merely misled. "She should not face the death penalty," he said. "Rest assured, I understand the limits. My domain still lacks a top-tier knight commander. I hope Grace can serve me for 10 years. That punishment should not be excessive, should it?" Lancelot said, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a calm tone. Karazhan nodded. As long as his own reputation remained untarnished, this was the best possible resolution. Whether Lancelot could subdue Grace was no longer his concern. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Karazhan rose to take his leave. He produced a gift he had prepared in advance, a delicate pocket watch intricately engraved with complex magical runes. This was the honor belonging to the top-ranked knight commander of the graduating class. Karazhan, performing a favor, had personally delivered it. Given his status, he found it difficult to adopt a deferential attitude toward a young man younger than his own grandson. Even though he had been relegated to the academy, he was once a superpowered being. After the 2 prominent figures had left, representatives from various merchant guilds arrived one after another with condolence gifts. Their value varied greatly, with many being merely symbolic offerings. Lancelot meticulously committed each name to memory. Apart from the Miranda and Borgia guilds, the names of virtually all the merchant guilds in the inner city appeared. The Kennedy Guild's gift was personally delivered by Camilla, and Lancelot naturally did not refuse. After some fussing, Camilla, her face flushed and her expression weary, slumped into a chair and said discontentedly, "You're satisfied with the gift, I suppose?" "Of course. It is the most satisfying of all the guild's gifts," Lancelot replied with a nod and a smile, draping a robe over himself as he sat up in bed. Camilla took a deep breath, unable to help but marvel at the vicissitudes of fate. Who could have imagined that an inconspicuous knight commander would suddenly rise to become a master inventor of the Temple of Technology? As a noble born and raised in the inner city, she understood all too well the significance of a master inventor. If Lancelot agreed to a long-term partnership, even the family's legitimate daughters would be offered to him. Yet now, before Lancelot had even spoken a word, the Kennedy family, upon learning of the conflict between Camilla and him, had immediately cast aside this unimportant family member. Feeling deeply humiliated, Camilla peeled an apple herself and fed it to Lancelot, ingratiatingly saying, Your next practical invention, could you consider collaborating with Kennedy? We will certainly offer a price that satisfies you." "That is certainly not a problem. It all depends on your performance," Lancelot said with an unbridled laugh. Camilla was rather displeased with Lancelot's perfunctory attitude, but now that their statuses were no longer equal, she had no recourse. Receiving a promise that wasn't quite a promise was already fortunate. Her face darkened as she left, and immediately rushed into the bathroom, beginning to wash herself frantically, as if trying to scrub off her own skin. Over the following days, Lancelot began to grasp the benefits of joining the Temple of Technology, which, akin to an honorary professorship in the past, conferred a high social standing. However, Lancelot quickly came to his senses, refusing to be lulled by these illusory flatteries and falsehoods. While convalescing, he set about preparing a new thesis. This time the aim was to link ultraviolet light with practical applications, hoping to further elevate his status within the Temple of Technology and secure substantial funding. To resolve his physical affliction, he needed abundant resources, otherwise everything was futile in the face of a survival crisis. Given that advanced human tools were inseparable from magic and lacking the necessary equipment and materials, Lancelot had no choice but to seek a partner to jointly develop ultraviolet weapons. That partner was Yabo, a low-ranking inventor proficient in magical rune construction. Though his expertise lay in genetic engineering, it sufficed to help Lancelot solve simpler problems. With a learning mindset, Lancelot gained an understanding of magical construct theory through Yabo's patient explanations. In turn, Yabo was inspired with many new ideas, leaving both men satisfied. A thesis titled Ultraviolet Bombs and Radiant Lamps was freshly completed, bound to astonish the entire temple of technology. Gunpowder was a forbidden research topic in the entire sanctuary city for reasons unknown to anyone. But Lancelot's scheme, absorbing ultraviolet light through a magic core and then releasing it all at once to form a light bomb, broadened the horizons of many inventors. Lancelot had no time to wait for the thesis to cause a stir. He had already decided to return to his territory. Such behavior was rare and certainly made others raise their eyebrows in surprise. However, with the precedent of Duke Henry from District B, no one dared to voice any objections. Like Karazhan, Henry had suffered a physical death in another dimension, which in turn injured his original body, causing a once powerful figure to gradually decline. Master Lancelot, the female prisoner Grey wishes to see you. A guard entered the room and spoke respectfully. Lancelot smiled faintly, reining in his thoughts, and asked, so she has finally yielded. Wait a little longer, deliver the meal first. Ever since her imprisonment, Grey had been overwhelmed by a crushing sense of defeat, especially after learning of Lancelot's current status and identity, which stripped her of all hope. 15 minutes later, Lancelot glanced at his pocket watch, walked slowly with his hands behind his back to a room on the second floor. The guards outside saluted, then cautiously made way. The room, less than 20 square meters, confined Grey. Apart from her lack of freedom, it contained every comfort imaginable. Grey's face was pale, drained of all color. She forced down the last mouthful of porridge, looked up at Lancelot, and said coldly, "You must be quite pleased with yourself now." "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Lancelot laughed. Everything happens in a cycle of cause and effect. Seeing Lancelot again filled Grey with oppression. She was now both anxious and fearful. As the initial urge to commit suicide faded, a powerful will to survive began to rise. Grey could more or less discern Lancelot's character, utterly vindictive. How could the brutal torture she had inflicted on him be easily forgiven? 10 years. Serve me for 10 years, and I will grant you freedom along with a fiefdom. Lancelot sat on the bed and spoke slowly. A flicker of barely suppressed excitement shone in Grey's eyes, but her expression remained icy. She said in a low voice, "You aren't you afraid he'll take revenge? You're quite bold." "Revenge? Huh. Don't be naive. Your anger isn't just for Fox, it's because I annexed your family's territory. I can let you inherit the Fox family, but you must swear fealty to me, and this term will extend beyond 10 years. Think it over carefully," Lancelot said indifferently. Grey's chest heaved. After a long struggle in her eyes, she finally knelt on one knee and said, "As long as you keep your covenant, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, my esteemed lord." Clatter. A slave collar was thrown before Grey. The collar was luxuriously decorated with a circular magic core at its center, shimmering with a warm luster. "I never trust oaths. For 10 years you will wear this. After 10 years I will give you a chance for revenge." Lancelot smiled, his tone filled with a mischievous anticipation. Grey recognized the collar, a costly low-grade artifact primarily used on the slaves of high-ranking nobles. If Lancelot wished, he could detonate the magic core at any moment. The blast would be enough to blow Grey's head off, yet no external force could harm the collar. "Damn it, treating me like a slave. Let's see how capable you really are." Overwhelmed by a fierce sense of humiliation, Grey could no longer hold back. She suddenly raised her elbow and swung it fiercely at Lancelot. Even after days without food, her explosive power was still formidable. Neither of them had artifacts now. Hand-to-hand combat relied on their 3 physical attributes. Lancelot was never afraid of that. He raised an eyebrow, blocked her elbow with his right hand, turned his left palm, and struck toward her chest. The moment Grey struck, she felt a pang of regret. Her footwork was swift, as if she had wheels under her feet. After breaking free, she didn't flee, but stood nearby, staring fixedly at Lancelot. "Interesting." Lancelot smiled faintly, slapped the edge of the bed with both hands, and shot toward Grey like an arrow. "Oomph." Grey's cheeks flushed slightly as she let out a snort. She wanted to surrender, but couldn't swallow her pride. She spun around and lashed out with a whip-like strike, her fist whistling through the air with a thunderous roar like a speeding train. For a female knight to have tempered her strength to such a degree surprised Lancelot, and Grey's martial arts skills caught him even more off guard. Lancelot did not dodge or evade this strike. He had once withstood the bullets of a flintlock with his own body. Unless the attack was imbued with magical power, he feared no one in terms of defense. He was even certain that a silver knight might not surpass him in this regard. He drew a deep breath, and his muscles coalesced like steel. Bang! The back of the fist slammed hard into Lancelot's chest, yet it did not even budge him a single step. Gret frowned and retreated 2 paces. She exerted force from her feet, once more cracking the solid cement floor beneath her. Harnessing the rebound, she clenched her hand into a hammer-like fist and struck again at Lancelot's throat. The speed of this punch was akin to an armor-piercing bullet fired from a sniper rifle. The explosive force was unstoppable, and the entire floor of the room began to tremble slightly. Gret's intention was simple: to display her strength, defeat Lancelot, and then negotiate terms. Lancelot's throat bulged as he withstood the blow. Simultaneously, his hands formed claws lunging forward like twin dragons emerging from the sea. Bang! Up! The former was the dull sound of Lancelot being struck. The latter was Gret's startled cry as her face paled and she clutched her chest. Damn it! Gret's face flushed with anger and shame. Her body swayed slightly. Pressing her left hand on Lancelot's arm, she scratched at his face with her fingernails like a shrew. This strike was even fiercer than before, clearly fueled by rage. A mere few inches from Lancelot's cheek, the sharp wind of her attack howled forth. Lancelot could not and would not allow his face to be scratched. Even if the damage were limited, such a disgrace was intolerable to him. Reluctantly, he released his grip and retreated 5 meters back. How dare you? You are utterly arrogant. Gret's scalp prickled. She clenched her fists and delivered 2 consecutive blows, each roaring like muffled thunder. Let's have a try. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Lancelot's mouth. He concentrated his mental energy, employing the faith combat technique, and fixed his gaze on Gret. In Jiang Wenli's perception, a massive hammer seemed to strike her head, causing her mind to buzz. After a moment, she shook her head and was horrified to find Lancelot already standing behind her, one arm tightly gripping her with such force that she could barely breathe. With his other hand, he fastened a slave collar around her neck. Is this the faith combat technique? Gret was somewhat shocked. As an advanced training method, she was naturally familiar with it, but it was rarely used in actual combat. Caught off guard, she had suffered a setback. Her body trembled slightly. As her strength dissipated, she became as limp as noodles, collapsing into Lancelot's arms, growing softer by the moment. An hour later, Lancelot straightened his clothes, followed by a docile Gret. This woman had now replaced Melissa as the chief enforcer of the Teutonic Knights. If they returned to District B, she would be a match for the Red Wind Knight Ross of the Bavarian family. As for the strength of Grand Duke Henry Lionheart, Lancelot speculated that it was at the peak of the Silver Knight level. However, due to the rules, he could not act within the outer city. Upon returning to his residence, Lancelot was surprised to find Karazhan, the dean of the Knight Academy, waiting there. The expression on his face suggested nothing good. The news he delivered to Lancelot was like igniting a powder keg. You once told me that my artifact would be kept as evidence in the academy and returned to me when I left. Now you tell me that my artifact, the Red Rose, has vanished without a trace. Lancelot's voice was as cold as ice. Karazhan was also furious. He had hoped to settle the matter quickly, but one trouble followed another. He opened his mouth, but found no words to say. Who did it, Dean? You should know very well. Lancelot asked coldly. Karazhan was silent for a moment before speaking. After tomorrow, I will no longer be the dean of the Knight Academy. The affairs of the academy will be temporarily handled by Vice Dean Miskov. You should have met Vice Dean Miskov. He likes to call himself the ferryman. I will ask him to take good care of you. Lancelot immediately recalled that thin, middle-aged man. He sighed inwardly. Karazhan had in a way been implicated by him. His resignation was clearly the result of dual pressure from the Church and the Dark Council. Within 10 minutes, news of the Red Rose of demon breaking emerged. The Borgia Chamber of Commerce had blatantly listed it as an auction item. A high-grade artifact with demon-breaking properties naturally attracted much attention. If you wish to obtain this artifact, you can exchange the rights to Ultraviolet for it. The Borgia Chamber of Commerce places great value on this invention. Borgia Dick stood before Lancelot, with a smile, speaking these words. It was an act of absolute coercion. Though furious, Lancelot did not let anger cloud his judgment. The other party had likely calculated everything in advance. Even if he sought help from the Temple of Technology, it would probably be futile, as they had only proposed a fair exchange rather than outright plunder. Lancelot no longer dwelled on the ownership of the Red Rose. No one would pay attention to it now. With the Borgia family's influence, all the formalities must have been completed. I will consider it. Lancelot did not refuse outright. He needed to buy himself some time. You'd better think it over carefully. Dick looked at Lancelot, as if he were an ant, a contemptuous sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. So what if he was a recipient of the golden medal? In the eyes of true powerhouses, wasn't he just a ball to be toyed with at their whim? Lancelot sat in his chair, squinting quietly, waiting for the arrival of his guests. As expected, the originally courteous representatives of the Chamber of Commerce all steered clear of him once they learned of the Borgia Chamber of Commerce's involvement. A gleefully smug Chimera pushed open the door and said flatly, "The Kennedy Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer you assistance, but there are conditions." "Enough, say no more. I will not agree." Without even hearing Chimera's conditions, Lancelot refused outright. Chimera, who had been confident that Lancelot would yield, was stunned by such a blunt rejection. Finally, he spat out bitterly, "You have no idea. The power of the Borgia family is beyond your imagination. The Temple of Technology can only protect your life, but you can forget about any future success for your inventions. No Chamber of Commerce would dare to offend the Borgia. No merchant guild dare to offend the Borgia family." Lancelot nearly burst into laughter. Not long ago, he had fought against the Borgia family as a champion of the Miranda Merchant Guild. Their so-called reluctance to offend was merely because the profit was too meager. His paper on ultraviolet bombs and searchlights could not have been more timely. Camilla was naturally unaware of Lancelot's thoughts. Most people knew that a theoretical paper often took a long time to be put into practical use. No one expected Lancelot's speed to be so swift. Inside the magic tower of the Temple of Technology, within the editorial office of Science magazine, Maid walked into his office with a gloomy expression. Upon seeing the magazine titled Cross-Epoch Discovery Ultraviolet Research on his desk, he nearly swept it into the trash bin. Yet driven by some unknown impulse, he flipped through a few pages. His gaze instantly froze, his face stiffened. He rushed out of the office and demanded, "Who put this magazine on my desk?" "It's the content for the next issue decided by the editor-in-chief, entrusted to you for proofreading." "Of course not a single word can be changed," the editor-in-chief's female secretary said as she walked over, speaking with an air of superiority. "Damn it." Maid wanted to curse, but he forcibly restrained himself. He controlled his emotions, nodded, and quickly shut himself in his room. For him, the more successful Lancelot became, the more dire his own situation would be. After calming down, his first thought was how to save himself. Maid tapped on the desk, quickly picked up an external communicator, and summoned his brother-in-law Jeffsky. He whispered a few instructions, then thrust the Yetobe-published magazine into Jeffsky's arms. Within less than an hour, the magazine landed on Borgia Houston's desk. A true genius indeed, but an enemy. What a pity. Houston's eyes flickered. He must be dealt with swiftly, or that old fool Merrick might seize the chance to turn things around. He furrowed his brow, pondering as he quietly leafed through the magazine in his hands. Inside the Temple of Technology, on the 10th floor of the Magic Tower, Pengrita reclined in a leisure chair, holding a paper in his hand. He frowned and moved to stand up with some difficulty. As a master inventor of biological theories, his physical condition had deteriorated sharply since entering old age. His mind was no longer on research and invention. In recent years, he had been living entirely on his past glory and coasting on his seniority. Sigh, when will I ever achieve a breakthrough in spiritual power? Damn knights are all a bunch of brutes. Why do they get to have biopods? Pengrita grumbled indignantly. Not everyone could endure gene reagents, and Pengrita was a prime example of high intelligence paired with a frail physique. His only hope now was to abandon his current body, using a biopod to transfer his consciousness and soul into an alternate dimension to begin another life. But the strict regulations of the inner city left Pengrita feeling powerless. Even as a master inventor, he could not obtain a biopod without first advancing to a silver knight. In truth, the Temple of Technology had planned methods to extend the lives of these aging master inventors. However, Pengrita had grown disgusted with his decrepit body. If it meant undergoing organ transplants, or even being transformed into a monster, he would rather die. "My lord, there is a letter for you," a beautiful maidservant said softly as she cautiously entered. Pengrita yawned, waved his hand, and said, "I won't read it. I need to rest." It is from Lord Houston of the Borgia family," the maidservant said. "Slap." Pengrita slapped the maidservant to the ground with contempt. "You are my maidservant, not a Borgia agent. You'd better remember that. Now get out." After saying this, he still tore open the envelope. After reading a couple of lines, he froze, then sank into deep contemplation. A moment later, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the paper in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Lancelot. That young upstart who's been making waves. Under normal circumstances, I might not have agreed to the Borgia family's request. But now I can no longer wait. I have no choice but to wrong you." He recognized the importance of ultraviolet technology from Lancelot's paper. It was no exaggeration to say that once ultraviolet bombs entered mass production, it would bode ill for the dark races. So he picked up his pen and began to write. The so-called ultraviolet technology is nothing but an outdated relic. Inventor Lancelot must have unearthed this from some ruin. I consider it utterly worthless. True invention means innovation. Ultraviolet bombs and searchlights are mere sensationalism full of whimsical fancies. After finishing, he gently set down his pen, sealed the letter in an envelope, and said to the maidservant, "Send this letter to the 3 major magazines." The maidservant quickly took it and swiftly turned to leave. Upon receiving Pangrita's letter, the 3 magazines, Nature, Alchemy, and Science, were all greatly surprised. Although Pangrita had produced few inventions recently, his connections and status ensured no one dared to slight him. Both Nature and Science magazines, without prior consultation, removed Lancelot's latest paper from the next issue and replaced it with Pangrita's commentary. The editor-in-chief of Alchemy, Tigerch, found himself in a dilemma. He genuinely admired Lancelot, but the pressure from Pangrita was immense. Mutual criticism among inventors was common, but it was rare for someone like Pangrita to so openly and almost insultingly suppress an opponent. The usual outcome was a full-blown academic war where the loser would be utterly disgraced and forever banished from the field of invention. What a nuisance. Tigerch rubbed his temples, staring at Pangrita's letter. "Chief editor, what should we do now?" "The printing press is waiting for the layout," an editor asked cautiously. Tigerch slammed the table and said firmly, "What else can we do? Go ahead and publish it as is and attach Master Pangrita's letter alongside it." I'm rather curious to see how this all plays out." Tigerch was a man of some character, and as editor-in-chief, he possessed a certain basic judgment. As long as some merchant guild was willing to take on the paper, ultraviolet bombs and searchlights, and develop a physical product, this academic debate would surely end in Lancelot's victory. Conversely, if Lancelot failed, the authority of Alchemy magazine would inevitably suffer. As dusk fell, Lancelot trained on the practice grounds of the Knight Academy, his body straining under the surge of his mental power, with migraines plaguing him with increasing frequency. "Enough. If you keep this up, your ligaments will tear." Grace handed him a towel, her brow furrowed. Lancelot shook his head, wiped himself clean, and said, "Not yet. I can still grow stronger." His body trembled violently, held steady only by sheer willpower. "You can't enhance your physique overnight. If you want quick results, you'd best consider organ transplantation," Grace suggested. Her life was now bound to Lancelot's, ensuring she would serve him faithfully for at least a decade. Lancelot replied, "That's a last resort. Once I undergo organ transplantation, I'll never break through to become a Silver Knight. Not even 1 in 10,000 Silver Knights manages to break through. One should be pragmatic," Grace said. Lancelot had no intention of revealing his secrets to Grace. He merely smiled, bent down to pick up a dumbbell, then suddenly lifted his head to gaze southward. A familiar presence was approaching. It was Elena. The bond of heart-to-heart between them allowed communication of thoughts once within range. Lancelot hurried back to his dormitory. Just as he changed clothes, Elena walked in. "Looks like you're living quite comfortably," she said with a knowing smile, her eyes appraising Grace. Grace felt uneasy, a strange panic rising within her, and quickly excused herself to leave. Lancelot scooped Elena into his arms, and they tumbled onto the bed, embracing as an air of happiness naturally permeated the room. "How did you get in?" "The Knight Academy doesn't usually allow family members," Lancelot asked curiously. "Others can't, but I'm an exception. I was a priestess of the church before, but I also graduated from this academy, even if I never earned a knight title. This time I'm here under the guise of returning for advanced studies." Elena said, her cheeks flushing like apples as she pinched Lancelot's ribs sharply. Lancelot reluctantly withdrew his hand from beneath Elena's clothes and inquired about the situation in their territory. The Blossom family had now secured control over all of Sector B in the Bloody Mountains, steadily rising in status within the Northern Noble Alliance. Count Ross' plan to suppress them through the alliance had collapsed due to Lillian's invasion. Despite mediation by the Noble Council, Lillian always found new pretexts to attack other nobles' lands. Having suffered heavy losses in their campaign against Lancelot, the Northern Noble Alliance was forced to rely on the Teutonic Knights for protection. The result was that whenever Lillian eliminated a noble house, the Teutonic Knights would defeat her and openly seize the territory. "I don't know what agreement you have with Lillian, but this is far too dangerous. People aren't fools, and the nobles in the outer city have countless ties to the powerful in the inner city. In the end, you might gain a bit of land, but offend a host of people before even entering the inner city," Elena whispered in caution. Lancelot proudly displayed his gold medal and sneered, "Those strong ones can't enter the outer city. Once I unify Sector B, I'll have an endless supply of soldiers. Entering the inner city will then give me leverage. What if the knights you train are lured away by others? Don't be overconfident. Many have had this idea, but none have succeeded because people are inherently selfish," Elena said. Lancelot nodded, fully aware of this, but his mysterious system allowed him to do what others couldn't, ensuring the unwavering loyalty of the knights he trained. Elena glanced at Lancelot, shyly, quietly locked the door, and drew the curtains. As dusk approached and birds returned to their nests, a tender serenade played out humanity's most beautiful emotions. Lancelot gulped down water, a long-lost sense of exhilaration surging from deep within. After a fierce battle, he had finally defeated Elena, and his pride made him ignore his aching body and weak legs. A blushing Grace entered reluctantly, carrying fresh sheets and hot water to tidy the room. The next morning, Lancelot woke up with dark circles under his eyes half an hour later than usual. Hiss! He winced, gasping sharply. He had overexerted himself yesterday, and his body was covered in nail scratches, a truly sorry sight. Elena, however, was in good spirits. She shooed Grace out and helped Lancelot dress herself, then teased, "Remember to pay your taxes tonight." Lancelot steadied himself on the table, nearly collapsing. His pride forced him to bluff. "Don't worry, who's afraid of whom?" Without using the electric current within him, he was no match for Elena. But now his 100,000-volt power was entirely consumed in maintaining his physical enhancement, leaving him helpless. For the sake of his manly dignity, he urgently needed to solve his physical problems. Lancelot shuffled to the breakfast table in his pajamas and slippers. Since Karazhan hadn't officially left yet, his treatment remained unchanged. On the table were ham and bacon sandwiches along with a fresh fruit salad. Elena sat across from him, already eating, and repeatedly praised the Night Academy's chef. Lancelot felt nothing but disdain. In the pre-apocalyptic world, the breakfasts of top nobles were exquisite beyond compare. A mere pork sandwich was considered a luxury only in this resource-starved apocalypse city. Oomph! Grace snorted from nearby, swallowing her saliva with effort. Elena's breakfast had always been hers until recently. Despite her indifference, she felt a pang of envy. Soft, savory bacon made from pork paired with bread from radiation-free flour was an absolute delight. Lancelot paid no mind to Grace's feelings. As he ate, he took out a magazine and infused it with mental power, causing magic to gather upon it. The content updated automatically, and the pages turned at the direction of his gaze. Interesting, very interesting. It seems the Borgia family has put in considerable effort, Lancelot murmured, raising an eyebrow. Myth shattered. The golden medalist faces total repudiation as Master Ponta declares ultraviolet technology nothing more than an obsolete relic of a bygone era. Ultraviolet rays cannot be applied to practical production, a devastating blow to any inventor. Will the judges of the Temple of Technology revoke the golden medal? We shall wait and see. Youth is permitted its mistakes. Master Ponta, with his professional acumen, guides the newcomer, truly the hallmark of a master inventor. Lancelot perused the news appearing in the magazines. These were merely publications run by private factions. The official magazine of the Temple of Technology appeared last. The journals Science and Nature expressed their views with great caution, urging Lancelot to provide more rigorous data analysis, which in effect tacitly supported Ponta. The Alchemy Journal published his latest paper in full along with Ponta's original letter. This approach sparked controversy while driving the sales of that issue steadily upward. Lancelot's eyes flickered. Though he had anticipated the reach of the Borgia family, he had not expected Houston's vigilance and hostility toward him to run so deep, sparing no expense to slander and suppress him. Over the following days, the magazines became a lively arena. The 3 official journals published on schedule, while the smaller ones utterly unrestrained released almost daily the views of inventors within the Temple of Technology. 90% sided with Ponta. Then Lunds launched a counterattack via an open letter, igniting this academic war. The protagonist Lancelot, however, showed no reaction, projecting an image of weakness and vulnerability, which inadvertently dampened the momentum on Lunds's side. Foolish. That was Lancelot's verdict on the small magazines. He knew too well what these publications surviving on sales were capable of, no different from the paparazzi before the apocalypse, utterly devoid of principles. It seems the time has come, Lancelot murmured to himself, then summoned Yabo. Yabo had virtually become Lancelot's assistant. After spending time with Lancelot, the old man was almost entirely won over, paying no heed to outside opinions. The two had already completed the ultraviolet bomb, and its effects were astonishing, devastatingly lethal to necrotic demons. Master Lancelot, what are your orders? Yabo stood respectfully before Lancelot, his demeanor exceedingly humble, like a schoolboy before his teacher. Lancelot handed him a letter and said, I need you to deliver this to the inner city and give it to Lady Miranda. Can you do that? Miranda, Merchant Guild. At those 4 words, Yabo's heart shuddered, his pupils contracting sharply. He had been wondering whom Lancelot planned to ally with, never imagining he had already secretly established ties with the Miranda Guild. Why don't you go to the inner city yourself? You have the golden medal. You're more than qualified. Yabo was puzzled. Lancelot shook his head. Now is not the time. The Borgia family has me under too close surveillance. In the outer city and the Night Academy, they cannot deploy high-level combatants. But once I enter the inner city, it's another matter. Any paladin guarding the inner wall could finish me off. The implication was clear. Yabu understood he disliked the inner city's environment himself, which was why he had come to teach at the Night Academy. Inside the Miranda Merchant Guild, a graceful figure stood before an easel, her delicate hand holding a brush tracing lines with deft strokes. The subject of the painting was Lancelot, but as he had appeared in the arena, his eyes brimming with killing intent like a wild beast. Tell me, should I cooperate with this young man? Lady Miranda glanced at the opened envelope on the table, her tone indifferent. The steward bowed his head and said through gritted teeth, "Rumor has it that Pope Borgia has touched the realm of the divine. I truly believe it unwise to clash with the Borgia family. The other guilds share this view. What the other guilds think is their concern. The Miranda Guild fears no one. The newly developed dimensional rift is close to the underworld, with undead harassing us from time to time. If the ultraviolet bomb truly works, I don't mind giving him a chance." A faint smile curved at the corner of Lady Miranda's lips, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of a child spotting a new toy. "Yes, I understand." The steward nodded. Hearing this, he knew exactly what to do. He was no fool. It was plain that his mistress had taken an unusual interest in Lancelot. Lady Miranda's eyes flickered. "Don't reply just yet. Wait until the Borgia family makes their move first. Have our people in the Night Academy protect Lancelot's safety." Every professor who represented a faction was at least a Silver Knight, and by regulation, they were absolutely forbidden from intervening. But with Lady Miranda's orders, such rules meant little. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Each day, aside from training his body, Lancelot spent his time exercising with Elena. His days were full and content, almost to the point of being reluctant to leave. Had it not been for Karazhan's departure, this idyllic life might have continued indefinitely. The most noticeable change after the dean left was the decline in treatment, from lodging to meals. Lancelot immediately understood the vice dean. The ferryman no longer wanted him to remain in the Night Academy and was using petty tricks to force him out. "It seems it's time to go home," Lancelot said softly, standing on the balcony. Elena's face was ashen. "They will regret this," she said coldly. If my father..." "Don't say such things anymore. We can only rely on ourselves now." Lancelot's voice was firm. That night, as he was in the midst of exertion, he suddenly raised his head. A surge of powerful magic began to gather around his dwelling. Elena, beneath the covers, opened her eyes as well, exhaling deeply. "It's a summoning altar, a ritual of the Dark Council," she warned. Lancelot dressed with lightning speed. Elena's attire was more troublesome. She had only just thrown on her coat when the entire house was enveloped in a blood-red glow. The light was steeped in malevolence, its magic released with utter disregard. Normally, the Night Academy patrol would have detected it immediately, but outside all was eerily silent. Not a single soul in sight. It is the catastrophe of the undead briefly connecting this place with another dimension. The summoned undead are generally of low rank, but they are exceedingly frenzied. "How dare someone use such forbidden techniques within the Night Academy?" Elena said in a low voice, holding her sword with one hand as a surge of white light enveloped her. Lancelot patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, everything is as I anticipated." Elena, puzzled, furrowed her brow, preparing to listen to Lancelot's explanation. Lancelot leaned close to Elena's ear and whispered, "This catastrophe of the undead was orchestrated by someone I hired from the Dark Council." Elena stiffened, her eyes wide in disbelief, and turned her head to say, "You must be insane." In the days that followed, Lancelot did not remain idle. Using the identity that Lillian had given him, he easily made contact with the lower ranks of the Dark Council, issuing a bounty under the name of the Borgia family, specifying that the target must be killed by undead in order to validate the theory that ultraviolet light is ineffective. The members of the Dark Council would never suspect that someone dared to impersonate the Borgia family, and they had all heard about the conflict between the Borgia family and Lancelot, so under the temptation of high rewards, brave souls would surely emerge. Undead are the lowest form of demons dwelling at the edge of hell, primarily composed of skeletal structures. Crack, 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 crack. The blood-red light gradually transformed into swirling black mist, and numerous grotesque skeletons emerged, fully armored and wielding sharp weapons. Ding dong. Eye of Truth Elite Skeleton Combat Power Assessment 3 in, a skeleton warrior who grew up in hell possessing an indomitable fighting spirit.